In the world of Naruto, I have become the son of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Hoka, I have survived in this hellish beginning for 8 years, only to finally activate a system that surpasses even my wildest expectations. The novice rewards present a choice. Crush the red pill to obtain Uchiha chakra, but permanently lose attraction to the opposite sex. Crush the blue pill to acquire Hashirama cells, but develop an affinity for the same sex. What choice is there? I promptly tossed the blue pill to my father. Danzo, father, allow me to show you a technique. From that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Danzo proclaimed, my son Hoka possesses the potential to become Hokage. The Uchiha clan exclaimed, the Shimura clan is our esteemed ally. Yet, all I desire is to wield this troublesome system to turn the shinobi world upside down. Chapter 1. Shimura Hoka. In the 32nd year of the Hidden Leaf at the Shimura residence, Shimura Hoka stared blankly at the middle-aged man before him, whose eyes were half-closed yet emanated an imposing aura. The notion of transmigration did not disconcert him. After all, having read numerous novels on the subject, he felt somewhat prepared. However, to be reborn as the son of Shimura Danzo, what kind of absurdity is this? Even after 8 years in this world, Hoka could hardly accept this reality. This was the world of Naruto, a brutal realm where bloodlines reign supreme and destinies can be inherited. The son of the Hokage becomes Hokage. The son of an advisor becomes an advisor, and the son of a sacrifice becomes a sacrifice. And now, I find myself as the son of the first generation's puppet master, Shimura Danzo. This is truly a hellish beginning. As a transmigrator without a system and mediocre abilities, there was only one path before Hoka. The only way for me to survive is to sever my ties with Danzo. With this thought, Hoka narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of determination gleaming within. Tonight, he would defy the cruel hand of fate. However, just then, Danzo suddenly turned to Hoka and sternly stated, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and serve the rice. Yes, father. Hoka respectfully replied, quickly rising to fetch the rice from the kitchen. After all, being killed by someone else in a decade or two is far better than being dispatched by my own father tonight. If he could miraculously survive the Great Ninja War, the Nine-Tails incident, and Pain's assault, perhaps he could even endure until the era of Boruto. As Hoka's mind wandered, an electronic sound resonated in his head, followed by the appearance of a luminous interface. Ding! The Supreme Selection System is now online, having taken 8 years to activate, surpassing one of all systems across dimensions. Hoka was utterly bewildered. Having read countless transmigration novels, he had never encountered such an outrageous system before. 8 years. Can you imagine how I endured those 8 years? Yet, upon realizing that others might be in even worse predicaments, Hoka felt a sense of balance restore within him. System, what functions do you possess? This system will randomly present choices. The host can obtain corresponding rewards by completing the selected option, generating novice benefits. Please extend your hands. Upon hearing this, Hoka extended his hands, and in the next moment, 2 pills appeared, one red and one blue. These pills were about the size of military rations. Upon closer inspection, the red pill bore a fan motif, while the blue pill's design resembled a tree. Crushing the red pill will grant you 0.3 Uchiha chakra, but you will permanently lose interest in the opposite sex. After all, women only slow down your draw. Crushing the blue pill will grant you a small amount of adaptive Hashirama cells, but you will inevitably develop an attraction to the same sex that a true man will always admire another. These 2 pills, if one is crushed, the other becomes void. The choice lies with the host. Gazing at the absurd options, Hoka inhaled sharply, contributing to global warming. The rewards were indeed generous, but the costs were equally significant. System, with such severe side effects, you dare call this a novice benefit? Hoka grumbled in his mind. The host may also choose to forfeit the benefits. Dog system, I suspect you are deliberately messing with me. Host, you may be bolder and remove the suspicion. What the? System, you fuck? Host, I love you too. Hoka had never encountered such a cheeky system. Just as he was about to engage in a lengthy debate, Danzo's voice rang out from behind him. Hoka, what are you stalling for in the kitchen? Hurry up. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing Danzo's voice, Hoka's eyes lit up with a daring idea. The options did not specify that these pills were only effective for him. Why not take a gamble? He decided to go for the blue pill. After all, in a world filled with male camaraderie, even if he lost the gamble, it wouldn't be the end of the world. With this thought, Hoka tossed the blue pill towards Danzo with a flick of his wrist. Father, allow me to demonstrate a technique. System. Alas, Danzo sighed deeply. He, Shimura Danzo, was once a legendary figure. How could his son be such a fool? However, accustomed to Hoka's antics, Danzo effortlessly caught the incoming projectile without even glancing. Crack. Danzo frowned slightly, surprised at the object Hoka threw shattered so easily in his grasp. He brushed the remnants aside, completely unaware of the faint mist escaping from the fragments, quietly entering his body. Hoka, stop your nonsense. Yes, father. Hoka replied sheepishly, hastily preparing the meal and exiting the kitchen with a peculiar smile on his face. System is undergoing emergency upgrades. All choices are now in online mode. Henceforth, rewards will only take effect for the host. From the system's reaction, it seemed he had won the gamble, successfully claiming the novice benefits, albeit at the expense of his father. What countless people yearned for, the Hashirama cells, he had unhesitatingly bestowed upon his father. What was this called? This is called filial piety. Hoka was nearly moved to tears by his own compassion, sobbing as he ate, leaving Danzo utterly speechless, perplexed by his son's peculiar behavior. What's wrong, father? Is the meal I prepared unsatisfactory? Hoka asked, noticing Danzo's unwavering gaze. Nothing is amiss, Danzo replied, attempting to force a smile that appeared quite strained. Though Hoka was foolish and lacked talent, he was still his son, his only family. Having long dwelled in darkness, exposed to humanity's most sinister aspects, Danzo began to sense that he was being gradually consumed by the shadows. And family was his sole beacon, the anchor that preserved his humanity. Without that light, he feared he might become something unrecognizable. As Hoka continued to devour his food, the two quickly finished their dinner. Father, you have been working tirelessly for many nights. Will you still be going out tonight? Hoka inquired, observing Danzo as he prepared to leave. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he turned his back to Hofu and said, those enemies eyeing Konoha do not rest. How can I afford to relax until every last threat is eliminated? Hofu nodded, I understand. By the way, father, what about the matter I entrusted to you last time? Danzo recalled briefly and replied, you mean the child named Minato Namikaze? I've already made arrangements. You can handle it from here. Hofu was overjoyed. Great. Thank you, Dad. Danzo said nothing further and strode out of the room, quickly disappearing into the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 2. Minato, the plan, The sun pierced through the night as dawn broke across the sky. It wasn't until the blinding sunlight hit his face that a certain lazy boy reluctantly sat up in bed. Damn it. Hofu squinted at the alarm clock and instantly became alert. He had arranged to meet someone at 7, and now it was nearly 8. He hastily jumped out of bed, threw on 2 pieces of clothing, tousled his black hair in front of the mirror, and rushed out the door with a piece of bread clenched in his mouth. In Konoha village, towering trees were ubiquitous, providing shade for the townsfolk on this sweltering summer day. Amidst the dappled light and shadow, a golden-haired youth clad in a white zip-up top and blue pants sat quietly on a stone bench, seemingly waiting for someone. Sorry, I got lost on a road of life and ended up late. Hofu panted as he approached the golden-haired boy, apologizing. No problem, I just arrived myself, the boy replied, standing up, a hint of a smile in his azure eyes. Hofu caught his breath and looked around, puzzled. Minato, where's that guy? Why hasn't he shown up? Minato smiled shyly. Well, I told her you would definitely be late. So coming at 8 isn't too late. You rascal. Hofu playfully punched Minato and then draped an arm around his shoulder, whispering conspiratorially in his ear. Blah blah blah. You understand, right? Minato's eyes widened in surprise. So it's all set? Are we going this afternoon? Just as the two were whispering to each other, a voice of complaint rang out from behind them. Hey, what are you two discussing so mysteriously? So engrossed that you didn't even notice I arrived? Turning to face the newcomer, Hofu saw a girl wearing a mesh short-sleeved shirt and a yellow skirt striding toward them. With her flowing red hair and round, cherubic face, she looked both adorable and fierce with her large, expressive eyes. Upon seeing her, Minato quickly extricated himself from Hofu's embrace, revealing a bashful smile. You're here, Kushina. Hofu rolled his eyes, retracting his arm, and pretended to speak solemnly to Kushina. Listen, woman, take my advice and stay out of societal matters. Hmm? Kushina glared at Hofu, raising her clenched fist. Must you always act up? I see you're just itching for a beating, so just say it. Hofu recoiled slightly, feeling dejected. But he wasn't being cowardly. He was merely open-minded. Now that we're on break, I plan to take Minato to intern at my dad's department for a while, Hofu replied honestly. Kushina then relaxed her fist and huffed. Oh, I see. Then Hofu quickly interrupted. Minato can go, but you can't. Hofu was unsure if Kushina had become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails yet, but considering her sensitive identity, it was best for her to stay home. Kushina, aware of her unique status, didn't press further, but she stomped her foot in frustration, feeling a wave of annoyance. Then you and Minato are going to learn. Who will play with me during the break? The other children in the village either mocked or ostracized her, or feared her. Only Hofu and Minato genuinely treated her as a friend. She cherished spending time with them. She despised the feeling of loneliness. Minato stepped forward, patting the somewhat dejected Kushina, and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Kushina, Hofu said the internship won't take up too much time and we can still see each other every day. Hofu chimed in, right, we're just going to learn a few things. It might only take a week or two. As the Second Great Ninja War raged on, none of the graduating students could escape. They would all be thrust onto the battlefield. Taking advantage of the break to experience the life of a ninja and acquire some specialized knowledge might just save their lives and those of their teammates in the future. Moreover, Hofu had a plan to alter Minato's life trajectory early on, ensuring that this lad could live for many more years. Upon hearing their words, Kushina's face brightened again, then it settled. We're making a promise. Huh? A promise? How childish. Minato, save me. Minato, watching Hofu being playfully assaulted, symbolically tried to intervene with Kushina, but soon gave up. Please, stop fighting. In the afternoon, at the entrance of Konoha village, Hofu crouched beside Minato, resting his chin on his hand, boredly gazing around. At that moment, a girl who appeared to be around 13 or 14, with a short sword at her waist, approached them. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, the girl had a gentle charm. Her hair was casually tied up, and she wore a simple gray-white clan robe adorned with the Uzumaki clan's emblem. Sister Yukino. Hofu's eyes lit up at the sight of the girl, and he immediately leaped up, burying himself in her ample bosom. Minato turned slightly, looking up at the sky, striving to feign ignorance of Hofu. All right, Hofu, Yukino said, exasperated, gently pushing him away. Hofu nonchalantly chuckled, pulling Minato over and cheerfully introducing. Minato, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Uzumaki Yukino. Although she's only 14, she's already a special jonin. She's also my mentor. All my taijutsu was taught to me by her. Minato bowed slightly to Yukino, shyly smiling. Hello, Yukino-senpai. I'm Hofu's classmate, Minato Namikaze. Hello, Yukino replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement of Minato. In truth, she had already recognized this boy, having thoroughly researched the Namikaze family just a few days prior. All right, let's save the chit-chat for the road. Let's head out. With that, Yukino turned and led the way toward the village gate, prompting Hofu and Minato to hastily follow. With a swift motion, the three of them dashed out of the village, arms swinging behind them as they ran through the forest. I'm taking you to a secret base near the village. No matter what you see or hear inside, you must keep it strictly confidential. Understood? The secrets within the Root organization were numerous, and even though Minato had passed stringent scrutiny, he could not be allowed entry into the Root that as for Kazahana. There were certain matters that Lord Danzo preferred to keep from him for the time being. Hence, he selected an inconsequential outpost on the outskirts of the village, granting his son an opportunity to gain some experience and indulge in a bit of excitement. Understood, Sister Yukino. The two promptly assured her. Yukino nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the pair. If you perform exceptionally well, I will consider taking you on a genuine mission. A genuine mission, you say? Kazahana licked his lips, feeling a surge of anticipation within his heart. Chapter 3. The true mission outside the Hidden Leaf Village. In a certain clandestine stronghold, Minato sat at an office desk, gazing at the towering pile of documents before him. Lost in contemplation, while gathering intelligence, deciphering information, and analyzing situations were customary for ninjas, he could not shake the feeling that it resembled fruitless labor. However, as Kazahana had indicated, internships were often like this. At least they provided meals, which was rather generous. Hearing the familiar sound, Minato set down his pen, rubbed his throbbing temples, and glanced to the side. As expected, Kazuhana had already succumbed to sleep, his head bobbing at the desk. Sighing softly, Minato felt like a fool. One had to admit, the young master's work ethic was truly moving. Indeed, it was commendable that he remained dedicated to his duties, even on the verge of exhaustion. Overhearing the whispered conversations of those around him, Minato felt a sense of bewilderment. Kazuhana, groggy and on the brink of dozing off, was jolted awake by the system's sharp alert, nearly giving him a heart attack. Option 1. Continue sleeping. Health is paramount. Reward: none. Lazy dogs don't deserve rewards. Option 2. Diligently process documents. Do not waste time. Reward: speed 1. Option 3. Neither rest nor work, just play. Reward: freedom attribute point 1. Kazuhana clutched his racing heart, taking a moment to compose himself before inquiring within his mind, System, what is this attribute point for? Current attributes of the host: damage, 8, speed, 12, defense, 9, chakra, 11. As a traveler from another world, Kazuhana quickly grasped the significance of these attributes. Damage encompassed any harm inflicted upon an opponent, whether through physical or ninja arts. Speed included attack speed, evasion speed, and hand seal speed. Defense represented physical strength and resistance to ninjutsu and jinjutsu, while chakra was merely a measurement unit, not inferior to Kakashi. The system established the standard attributes of a typical genin at 10, calculating Kazuhana's stats accordingly. This indicated that he barely met the threshold of a genin. As the scion of a prominent family, achieving this level at 8 years old was indeed disappointing, casting a shadow on the reputation of all transmigrators. Other transmigrators were awakening their Sharingan at 8, wielding power that eclipsed that of major ninjas. I shall undoubtedly choose the third option, Kazuhana resolved, selecting it in his mind, and then aimlessly began to stroll about, feeling akin to an inspector of a family enterprise. For several consecutive days, Kazuhana and Minato spent most of their time in this secret stronghold. Minato immersed himself in handling documents, genuinely acquiring a wealth of knowledge. As for Kazuhana, he attained 1 freedom attribute point, which he allocated to defense, marking a small victory. Indeed, it was a defensive measure against Minato's wife, who possessed an alarming grip. One day, as they approached the stronghold's entrance, a burly man with a scarred face stepped forward to greet them. Uncle Yudo. Kazuhana smiled, acknowledging the robust figure. Senior Yudo. Minato quickly followed suit. Kuraizuki Yudo, age 30, a jonin with formidable strength, was one of Kazuhana's mentors, collaborating with Yukino to guide the two. Yudo flashed a grin that pulled at his scar, revealing a friendly yet fierce smile. You too, would you care to embark on a genuine mission? Kazuhana and Minato exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Yukino, striding gracefully beside Yudo, added, there is a C-rank intel verification mission, if you wish to experience it. Yudo and I can accompany you. Yudo continued, however, you must understand, during missions, injuries, or even death are real possibilities. Although Yudo cautioned them, the mission was not expected to be perilous. In all likelihood, it would merely involve a round trip, and he and Yukino would never gamble with Kazuhana's safety. Minato fell into contemplation, while Kazuhana did not rush to respond, but instead focused on the glowing screen before him. Option 1. A child of wealth cannot squander their time. I refuse to engage in dangerous endeavors. Reward: Defense 1. Option 2. I, Kazuhana, possess the potential of a Hokage. A mere C-rank mission is beneath me. Reward: Wind Release, Gale. Option 3. A trivial C-rank? For my first mission, I demand an S-rank. Reward: Chakra Conductive Metal Coffin 1. Upon reading the third option, Kazuhana cursed inwardly, then opted for Wind Release, Gale, delving into the ninjutsu description. Gale, an A-rank, seal-less, instantaneous ninjutsu that releases a massive amount of chakra around the user, creating a wind domain to block attacks. The defensive strength is influenced by chakra quantity. This ninjutsu was remarkable, and he genuinely wished to experience undertaking a mission, as it was an inevitable part of his journey. With resolve, Kazuhana whispered to Minato, discovering that his companion shared the same sentiment. Without further hesitation, he chose the second option and addressed Yukino and Yudo. We have made up our minds. Please, take us along for this mission. Selection successful. Reward: Wind Release, Gale. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded Kazuhana's mind, filled with relentless training and practice of Gale. The next moment, he felt confident that with a mere thought, he could effortlessly unleash the technique. System, splendid. Yudo nodded in satisfaction, appreciating their decision. A true man should fearlessly confront danger. You too are commendable. Under Yudo and Yukino's guidance, they prepared their ninja tools, gathered sufficient soldier pills, and embarked on their inaugural mission. The four traversed through a verdant sea of forest. Yudo led the way, while Yukino walked alongside Kazahana and Minato, explaining the mission's requirements. Recently, an intel report from a stronghold in the northwest of the Land of Fire indicated the presence of suspicious individuals nearby. Konoha promptly dispatched ninjas to investigate, only to find everything in order. The stronghold's ninjas claimed they had been overly cautious. No anomalies had occurred in recent days. Kazahana, puzzled, inquired, "If everything is normal, why must we still go to that stronghold?" Minato also exhibited a look of confusion. Yukino explained, "This is an order from Lord Danzo. We must verify all potentially dubious intel through surprise inspections to confirm its authenticity." Kazahana's heart tightened at her words, leading him to ponder deeply. Had the roots begun to surveil their own? Shaking his head, he suppressed the turmoil within. At present, he wielded little influence, and any change to the roots, or even Konoha, would have to wait until he matured. Previously, he had been timid, but now armed with the system, he could strike decisively and persuade others with logic. However, this task seemed exceedingly tedious, a matter almost set in stone. What was there to investigate? Higase pondered. Chapter 4. A change in circumstances. On a sweltering summer day, the heat bore down relentlessly. Yudo and Yukino deliberately controlled their pace ahead, ensuring the two young ones could only keep up with their utmost effort, honing both their bodies and will. This was part of the plan. Soon, Hige's sweat drenched his clothing, leaving him uncomfortable in the sticky humidity. He glanced at his companion, Minato, and noted that, although he appeared fatigued, he was clearly faring much better than Higase. System, check Minato's attributes. Higase silently commanded. Through the system, he could view the attributes of individuals whose strength was comparable to his own. Minato Namikaze's current attributes: attack, 12, speed, 16, defense, 11, chakra, 14, goodness. It seems Minato has been remarkably swift since childhood. Higase mused. The system set the attributes of a standard chunin at 15, indicating that Minato's current speed surpassed that of many chunins. Is he really just 8 years old? Higase thought, feeling that ordinary individuals could hardly compare to such a prodigy. Thankfully, he now had an advantage. After a long trek, they finally arrived at the designated stronghold for their mission. Although termed a stronghold, it was merely an inconspicuous small house hidden within a desolate village. It hardly seemed significant. Perhaps it was indeed a false alarm, Higase muttered softly. Minato, recalling the knowledge acquired over the past few days, nodded in agreement. To the north, where the wind and fire countries met, lay a strategic stronghold. This location was merely a non-essential outpost, housing only 2 regular squads. Yudo chuckled and patted Minato's shoulder. Minato, you were right. Now, let us engage with the personnel inside the outpost and determine our next course of action. At this moment, all 4 had donned masks and referred to one another by their code names. Minato's code name was Flash, a name chosen by Higase himself, while he had dubbed himself Zhongli. Yudo and Yukino already had their code names, Murakumo and Cho, respectively. Very well, Murakumo, the trio replied in unison, their voices low. Yudo, the strongest among them, walked at the forefront with his hand resting on the hilt of his katana. Yukino, Minato, and Higase followed closely behind in a triangular formation, vigilant against any potential ambush from the sides or rear. Before they could reach the stronghold, a ninja clad in long sleeves and pants, wearing a chunin vest, leaped out from the outpost, scrutinizing the 4 with a wary gaze before questioning them suspiciously. Are you comrades from Konoha? We have not received any notification regarding a squad dispatched from the village. Yukino replied coolly, we belong to the ANBU. This operation has been specially approved by Lord Danzo, so it is not surprising you did not receive any notice. Let us skip the formalities and proceed with the code. The ninja stepped forward boldly, engaging in a complex exchange of coded phrases with Yukino. This feels somewhat odd, Yudo mused, stroking his unkempt chin. Higase leaned in closer, lowering his voice to ask, "What is up, Uncle Yudo?" Yudo smirked. This fellow, merely a standard chunin, remains unfazed upon hearing your father's name. Don't you find that peculiar? Higase thought. He suspected Yuto of insinuating something about his father, yet lacked evidence. Yuto squinted. This guy's demeanor gives off an unsettling vibe. An unsettling vibe? Hige scrutinized the ninja for a while, but could not discern anything amiss. At that moment, Yukino concluded her exchange with the ninja and gestured for the others to approach. All clear. Murakumo, you may lead them over, Yuto said, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he scratched his head. The ninja visibly relaxed and signaled to the outpost behind him with a gesture indicating no danger. Phew, it's all in the family. Everyone can rest easy. Several ninjas within the stronghold lowered their weapons, easing out of the shadows. Their appearances were similar to that of the previous ninja, unremarkable in nature. A ninja clad in a jonin vest stepped forward, sheathing his short blade with a smile as he greeted Hige's and the others. I am Urahara Kisuke. I presume you have reviewed my information upon arrival, he said with a grin. May I inquire what brings you here? We have come regarding the intel you transmitted a few days ago, Yuto responded with a serious demeanor, adopting a formal tone. Ah, so it's about that matter. Kisuke replied, a look of realization crossing his face, followed by a wry smile. It's our fault. We made a mountain out of a molehill. And after all this time, nothing has transpired. We appreciate your effort in coming here. Hige scrutinized Kisuke, whispering to Minato, that guy's smile feels exceedingly insincere. I'd love to give him a good thrashing. Perhaps he is displeased with the unexpected extra work, Minato replied quietly. Yuto waved his hand dismissively. How about this? You guide us around, as I have a few questions to ask. Of course, Kisuke replied, patting his chest in assurance. Under Kisuke's guidance, Hige and his companions inspected the stronghold and patrolled the surrounding area, discovering no signs of abnormality. Yuto and Yukino posed several questions, and Kisuke answered without hesitation, exchanging knowing glances as they both nodded subtly. It appeared that all was indeed normal in this location, and they could prepare to report back. Yukino inclined her head slightly to Kisuke, saying, apologies for the intrusion, Captain Urahara. We appreciate your cooperation. Kisuke smiled nonchalantly. No problem. We are all working for Konoha. Hige watched the exchange with growing boredom, thinking this mission held no excitement. It was all talk and no action, entirely different from his expectations. However, the thought of having completed a C-rank mission and being able to return soon revitalized him, prompting him to casually inquire, Captain Urahara, on such a hot summer day, aren't you all uncomfortable dressed so warmly? At the sound of Hige's question, Kisuke stiffened, while Yuto suddenly seemed to realize something, a look of horror flashing across his eyes. They instinctively exchanged glances, each perceiving the unease in the other's expression. The next moment, with a sound reminiscent of fabric tearing, Kisuke's skin erupted violently, bursting forth without a drop of blood spilling. Simultaneously, two arms of puppets, adorned with seals, extended outward, one striking forcefully toward Yuto and Yukino, while the other surged several meters in the direction of Hige and Minato. Puppet technique, 100 hands manipulation. Kisuke's voice rang out coldly. As a cloud of white mist appeared and dissipated, hundreds of puppet arms emerged, accompanied by poison needles, shuriken, and toxic smoke. Merely a glance instilled terror. Fierce wind decapitation. Yuto shouted, his expression turning grave as he lunged forward with his blade. He was not worried for himself, but for Hige's safety. Countless razor-sharp wind blades sliced forth from his strike, forming an invisible net of blades that intercepted the incoming puppet arms and hidden weapons. In the instant he made his move, Yukino leaped into the air, charging towards Hohu. Yet, in her fervent determination, she ultimately found herself a beat too slow, helplessly witnessing the countless puppet arms engulfing both Hohu and Minato. Chapter 5. The Suffocating Onslaught. Good heavens! As the torrent of puppet arms surged towards him, Hohu was momentarily stunned, his thoughts coming to a standstill. The suddenness of the attack was utterly overwhelming. Minato, standing beside him, reacted slightly faster, but even his swiftness could not contend with the lethal technique of a jonin. There was no time to evade or alternate. In a critical moment, an instinctive spark ignited within Hohu, prompting him to unleash a ninjutsu he had only just mastered. Wind release, gale wind, he shouted, invoking the name of the technique with a hint of youthful bravado. Chakra surged violently from within him, coalescing into an oval wind domain that expanded to a height of 3 to 4 meters. The rapidly spinning outer wall effectively repelled the incoming puppet arms, providing temporary sanctuary for both him and Minato. Sister Cho, I can barely hold on. Save me. Hohu cried out in terror. In the blink of an eye, he felt his chakra depleting at an alarming rate. This technique was incredibly taxing. However, the brief moment he managed to buy was sufficient for Yukino and Yudo to respond. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, divine wind dance. The two coordinated seamlessly, appearing at Hohu's sides. One summoned the winds while the other unleashed flames, instantaneously conjuring a sea of fire that swept outward. The searing waves consumed the puppet arms and aggressively pushed back several other ninjas attempting to attack. As the wind domain dissipated, Hohu's complexion turned pale, his legs trembling weakly beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. But Minato swiftly caught him in his embrace. Are you all right, Zhongli? I'm fine. Yudo and Yukino positioned themselves protectively behind the two, warily observing the 8 approaching ninjas. At this moment, Kazuki had revealed his true appearance. He appeared to be in his 30s, his limbs entirely crafted from metal, a clear indication of his transformation into a half-human, half-puppet entity. Could you not just leave peacefully? Why must you seek your own demise? He spoke in a deep voice, reminiscent of metal grinding, sending chills down one's spine. What on earth is happening? Hohu asked, still shaken. Had he not reacted swiftly, both he and Minato would have met their end. Yudo, sword in hand, and with his back turned to Hohu, replied gravely, "It appears to be the human skin imitation technique from Sunagakure. I have only heard of it once from an elder. Such dark arts should have long been lost to history. This technique requires human skin to fashion a disguise. The practitioner dons this disguise to blend in. It seems the comrades here have likely met with their demise." Hohu and Minato exchanged horrified glances. No wonder the expressions of the ninjas here were so rigid and unnatural. It was because they wore the skin of others. They must have concealed themselves so meticulously to avoid revealing the seams of their disguises. Kazuki raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Having heard of our village's forbidden techniques, it appears I cannot allow you to leave after all." "Not allow us to leave? Are you jesting?" Yukino retorted with a bitter laugh, pointing at him coldly. "You from Sunagakure have harmed our comrades. We have yet to settle the score with you." Kazuki initially seemed taken aback, but then a mocking expression crossed his face. "Have you lost your mind? You think you can contend with us 8 while dragging along 2 deadweights?" The 8 of them were elite ninjas infiltrating from Sunagakure, with the weakest possessing the strength of a chunin. Dealing with Hohu and his companions would be child's play. "Is this how we are to perish here?" Hohu's face contorted in bitterness. Just moments ago, he had found the mission dull, and now he regretted every moment. "Why did you have to ask that? Ouch. It hurts so much." Hohu glanced at Minato, feeling a pang of guilt. "Minato, I'm sorry." Minato immediately understood Hohu's sentiment, shaking his head. "You cannot blame yourself. This was a decision we made together. Minato, if I could do it all over again, I would choose." Yudo interrupted Hohu, his expression resolute as he declared, "Young master, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety." How touching. The leader of the Sand Ninjas observed this scene with amusement, making no effort to intervene. Allowing the enemy to express their sentiments before death was both a display of grace and a source of entertainment. "Well then, have you finished your last words? I shall send you on your way." The leader of the Sand Ninjas chuckled. Yukino cast a cold glance at him before turning to Yudo, exclaiming irritably, "Elder Murakami, enough with the theatrics. Let us deal with these Sunagakure scoundrels swiftly." "Huh. What grandiose words." The Sand Ninja leader lost his patience, his metallic arms suddenly splitting apart, revealing an assortment of bizarre, gleaming weapons. At this juncture, even in the face of death, they still spoke defiantly. "With just the 2 of them? Who says we are only 2? Yudo grinned, clapping his massive hands together. "Come forth." Swish, swish, swish. Ghostly figures leapt from the surrounding buildings, and soon, 16 silhouettes materialized beside Ho, all shouting in unison, "We greet you, young master." "Nani?" Minato gasped in shock, as did the Sand Ninja leader, and even Ho himself was taken aback. "Goodness, what is happening? Why can't I stop grinning?" "They were sent by Lord Danzo to protect you." Following closely behind all this time, Yukino whispered in Ho's ear, "If we encountered a situation that Yudo and I could not handle, they would step in." Minato, who had been eavesdropping, was astonished. He was aware of Ho's father's considerable influence, but this was beyond his expectations. The leader of the Sand Ninjas was left speechless. With each new figure appearing, the smile on his face faded further, especially when all the figures revealed their chakra fluctuations, He could sense that there were 16 jonin before him. 16 jonin. This was absurd. The main force of Konoha should be concentrated in the land of rain, contending with the rain village. Why would such a remote and desolate place suddenly yield so many jonin? Hohu's lips curled into a smirk, which widened into a hearty laugh. The tables had turned dramatically, and his spirits soared. Hands on his hips, he taunted the sand ninja before him. Aren't you quite the fighter? What good is your prowess if you lack backing? Charge. Give him a good thrashing. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. Among the 8 sand ninjas, only 4 were jonin, facing 16 well-coordinated and agile leaf jonin. They were simply destined to be beaten, swiftly falling either dead or captured. Hohu reveled in the thrill of the mission, exuberantly bouncing around with Minato, shouting in excitement. Yet, Yudo remained somber, his expression laden with concern. Noticing this, Hohu inquired, "Uncle Yudo, what troubles you?" Yudo's brow furrowed deeply, the scars on his face contorting with worry. The likelihood of encountering this stronghold was no coincidence. Statistically, there are likely more infiltrated strongholds than just this one. Sunagekyu's actions may indicate they are preparing to declare war on Konoha. Hohu's smile faltered, an icy dread creeping up his spine. Is the war between Konoha and Sunagekure about to commence? This signifies that the Second Shinobi World War is on the brink of escalating to a fervent stage. Soon, a chaotic melee among the 5 great nations will ensue. Apart from the land of water, the other 4 major nations, wind, fire, lightning, and earth, will all be drawn into the fray. The fierce rivalries among these 4 countries will undoubtedly impact every ninja. No one will be able to remain aloof. Chapter 6. Danzo's resolve in the Hokage's council chamber in Konoha. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea in the cup to ripple violently. Yugakure challenges the authority of Konoha, and if Sunagekure wishes to join the fray, then let us fight. At the head of the long table, a man with a furrowed brow spoke from the principal seat. Danzo, you are being too aggressive. This man, in his 40s with a small mustache and sharp eyes, was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage, renowned as the strongest among them. The battle with Yugakure has already left Konoha severely weakened. If we engage in war with Sunagekure now, do you comprehend how many lives we will lose in a 2-front conflict? Hiruzen implored earnestly. Danzo scoffed, pointing an accusatory finger at Hiruzen. It is not my aggression but your weakness that is to blame, Hiruzen. Others have already extended their hands into Konoha. If we do not sever that hand, they will think Konoha is easy prey. They will believe we have fallen to a state where anyone can claim a share. Hiruzen fell silent, taking a long drag from his pipe. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the 2 individuals seated nearby. Koharu, Hamura, what are your thoughts? Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado, both contemporaries of Hiruzen and Danzo, had been disciples of the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and were now influential figures within Konoha. After exchanging glances, Hamura adjusted his glasses and spoke solemnly. Hiruzen, on this matter, Koharu and I support Danzo's perspective. Retreat is futile. Only by demonstrating our strength can we better protect our village. Hiruzen sighed deeply, conceding, I understand. If that is the consensus, then let us proceed as you suggest. After further deliberation, Koharu and Hamura departed, leaving only Danzo and Hiruzen in the expansive council chamber. Observing Danzo, who remained motionless, Hiruzen inquired with curiosity, Danzo, do you have anything else to discuss? Danzo gazed at Hiruzen and suddenly noticed the strands of silver in his friend's hair, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. It seems Hiruzen has had a difficult time these years. Perhaps he should have relinquished the Hokage position long ago, allowing me to bear this burden. Rising slowly, Danzo approached Hiruzen and, under the latter's puzzled gaze, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We are all striving for the well-being of Konoha. It is merely the methods we employ that differ. Do not take my earlier words to heart, old friend. Hiruzen trembled slightly, staring in shock at Danzo, as if seeing this old friend for the first time. How many years had passed since their teacher's departure? Danzo had not spoken to him in such a manner for as long as he could remember. For a moment, Hiruzen felt disoriented, even doubting the reality of the encounter. Sensing Hiruzen's complex expression, Danzo felt a strange unease. How peculiar. Why did I say such things? It was well known that Danzo was typically cold and unyielding. The tender words he had just spoken now felt embarrassing in retrospect. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, he said hastily, exiting the chamber. Leaving Hiruzen alone, stunned, with his pipe fallen to the ground, lost in thought. By the shimmering lakeside, 3 small figures sat on the shore, their bare feet splashing in the cool water, chatting animatedly. And that is how it went. Kagwana exuberantly recounted his recent mission with Minato. How perilous, Kushina gasped, her mouth agape, before casting a worried glance at the 2 boys. I'm just glad you both returned safely. Otherwise, fear not, with me around, no accidents will occur, Kagwana declared, wrapping an arm around Minato with a grin. I know you like him, so I made sure to keep him safe. Kushina's cheeks flushed crimson, and she threatened playfully, who likes him? Don't spout nonsense, or I'll knock you out. Minato, pushing Kagwana away, shot him a reproachful look. Yeah, don't say things like that, Kagwana. Kagwana rolled his eyes, thinking, I've watched you 2 grow up. Your little secrets are as clear as day to me. So, are we really going to war with Sunagakure? Kushina's question, intended to shift the topic, fell into an unexpected silence among the trio. Perhaps, Kagwana sighed, then brightened, embracing his companions. But that is still far away. Right now, your focus should be on training hard, improving your strength, and sticking with me until the end of days. Understood. Who wants to stick with you until the end? Watch it, or I'll smack you. Help! Minato, save me! Kagwana's cries startled a flock of birds into flight. The sunset, the layered clouds, the flying birds, and the playful youths by the lake painted a serene and harmonious tableau, if one were to ignore a certain someone's yelps. The Uchiha clan resided in the central part of Konoha, one of the prominent clans, occupying the prime location within the village. In the west-central area of the village lay a villa belonging to the Uchiha clan. Yakaina, barefoot, delicately traversed the entrance of the elegantly arranged hall, her kimono accentuating her perfect form. A screen painted with mountains and rivers stood before her, and through the soft light, a vague figure could be seen seated behind it. I heard that you had a chance to achieve our objective during this mission, yet why did you not? A voice emanated from behind the screen, almost inaudible but laced with a tone of inquiry. Yakaina maintained her composure, lowering her gaze as she replied softly, there were too many eyes present. In such circumstances, I should not have faltered, as you understand. After a prolonged silence, the voice behind the screen murmured, you make a valid point. My impatience was unwarranted. We still have ample time. Next time, I shall devise a suitable opportunity for you, and you must ensure that it is flawless. Yakaina bowed her head slightly, affirming, yes, I understand. The figure behind the screen, still uneasy, continued to advise in a hushed tone, know well the difference between your cousin and your brother, who shares a closer blood bond with you. You must keep that clear. Yakaina lowered her head even further, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Yes, Yakaina understands. Chapter 7. The 33rd year of Konoha. At the end of the 32nd year of Konoha, the Land of Fire vehemently condemned the Land of Wind for its invasion of its territory, using this as a pretext to formally declare war. The Land of Wind, unwilling to be outdone, quickly turned the Land of Rain into a primary battleground, engaging in relentless clashes with the Land of Fire. In the 33rd year of Konoha, the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure grew increasingly intense, with the front lines tightening and a continuous stream of ninjas dispatched to the Land of Rain, where scarcely 1 in 10 would return. In the Land of Rain, the battlefield resembles a merciless meat grinder, consuming countless vibrant lives and destroying innumerable once happy families. The nations of Wind and Fire have unleashed their fury, pushing a majority of freshly graduated, naive students from the Ninja Academy onto the front lines. The esteemed clans, including the Senju, Uchiha Fugaku, Yamashiro Hachi, Akimichi Dingzwa, Narashikaku, and Yamanaka Shimi, have also sent their progeny to the battlefield, although the flames of war rage ahead. With smoke swirling like clouds, for the yet-to-graduate Hikes, such matters are currently of no concern. Having survived a previous life and death crisis, Hikes is now fervently committed to his training in the new semester. By the end of this term, he has achieved a modest enhancement in his attributes, each increasing by approximately 1 point. Yet he still pales in comparison to Minato. That boy, merely 9 years old, has already reached the level of a chunin, with all his attributes soaring to 15. It's absurd. One must consider that he has the guidance of Sister Yukino and the traditional training system of the Uzumaki clan, while Minato relies solely on his own perseverance, advancing at a pace that surpasses Hikes. This world offers little respite for the ordinary, he muses with a melancholic sigh. Observing Hikes' despondent expression, his guard, perplexed, inquires, young Master Hikes, What troubles you? Is it a lack of funds? I have 100,000 Rio here. Would you like to take it? The guard reaches into her pocket to retrieve the bills, intending to offer them to Hikase. Hikase turns slightly, pressing her hand down through her clothing, shaking his head as he replies, "It's not a matter of money. I was merely reflecting on some thoughts." The guard glances at her squished bosom and remarks, "Young master Hikase, you are taking advantage of me again." Hikase quickly retracts his hand, awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem. The school is here. I must be off now. Goodbye, Sister Iyako. He dashes into the school, bypassing the classroom, and heads straight for the expansive playground. With the semester nearing its end, the Ninja Academy is hosting a solo combat exercise that serves as both a performance and an assessment, mandatory for all third-year students. Upon arriving at the playground, Hikase discovers that most students have already gathered. Clusters of students, organized by their teachers, form small groups, leaving a central area of approximately 100 square meters vacant for the upcoming battles. Hikase, you're late again. The matches are about to start. Kyubi greets him with a wave, urging him to join her and Minato. TCH, befriending that red-haired freak. What a foolish choice, a voice floats from the crowd, catching the attention of Hikase, Minato, and Kyubi. Kyubi's eyes dim, her spirits plummeting. In the past, she would have confronted the speaker and given him a good thrashing. Yet now, she feels weary and disenchanted, unwilling to engage in conflict with these individuals any longer. After all, she hardly cares about the opinions of anyone aside from Minato and Hikase. Minato observes Kyubi's forlorn expression, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he gently comforts her. It's all right, Q. Naturally gentle, he feels helpless in knowing how else to support her. Hikase, however, is different. He possesses little restraint. The moment he hears the disparaging comment, his demeanor turns icy, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a fierce glare. Who uttered that remark? Hikase's voice drops to a chilling tone, his gaze sweeping the crowd, yet no one dares to respond. Although they fear Hikase, they are equally reluctant to offend another student and choose to feign ignorance. I demand to know who said that. Hikase channels his chakra, amplifying his voice to reverberate across the playground. Kyubi looks at Hikase, her beautiful eyes glistening with gratitude. This guy is about to stir up trouble again. Minato can only offer a helpless yet proud smile. It is precisely Hikase's fierce loyalty to his friends that cements their bond. The previously bustling playground falls silent. All eyes trained on Hikase. After a brief pause, a small group of students near Hikase suddenly retreats, leaving one individual exposed in Hikase's line of sight. You all. The singled-out boy's face drains of color as he realizes he is left standing alone. As he sees Hikase approaching with a dark expression, he pales further. Hikase, I was just... From the reactions of the surrounding students and this boy, it becomes evident that he is the source of the earlier comment. Found you. Hikase sneers, striding forward. Just then, a teacher intervenes, stepping in front of the boy and offering a weary smile. Hikase, while it is true that Tosuke is at fault, upon seeing the teacher's intervention, Hikase's icy demeanor melts away, replaced by a polite smile. Teacher, your kindness towards your students is always commendable, and I have always respected you. The teacher breathes a sigh of relief, while Tosuke feels as if he has narrowly escaped death, vowing never to speak carelessly again. Yet, before they can fully relax, Hikase continues, however, today's situation is not about disregarding your authority. This individual not only insulted my friend, but also claimed that I am mentally deficient. The teacher's heart sinks once more, though Hikase's tone remains gentle. His words carry a chilling weight. He said that I, a member of the Senju clan, am mentally deficient. Do you understand my meaning? The teacher clearly grasps Hikase's implication and slowly steps aside, revealing the trembling Tosuke behind him. No one dares to offend the Senju clan. Not even a high-ranking shinobi or a respected teacher in the village would take such a risk. The mere thought of the formidable presence behind the Senju clan sends shivers down his spine. Hikase glares at Tosuke, who quakes in fear. It is well known that those from prominent clans have numerous ways to eliminate commoners without consequence. At this moment, Kyubi and Minato join Hikase's side, with Minato quietly urging, Hikase, enough. Kyubi tugs at Hikase's sleeve, whispering, That's sufficient, Hikase. Thank you. All right, I understand. Hikase smiles again, turning to Tosuke. Tosuke, I am not one to bully others due to my status. If you apologize now and promise to greet my friends loudly as dear little princess, we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say? Oh, such a humiliating name. Tosuk, thoroughly frightened, has no choice but to comply, bowing repeatedly. I was wrong. I apologize to Hikes and the dear little princess. Please forgive me. As the commotion subsides, the time draws near. Several teachers restore order before announcing the commencement of the matches. Chapter 8. Uchiha Way on the playground. Amidst a throng of students, there existed a particularly conspicuous group. Dressed uniformly in black hair and black robes, their expressions were imbued with arrogance. The cotton and linen fabric of their robes bore embroidered patterns of red and white flame fans. The surrounding students kept their distance, clearly avoiding them, which only served to highlight their presence. They belonged to the Uchiha clan. Having witnessed the earlier actions of Hifone, an Uchiha member sneered. The Shimura clan is as audacious as ever. The Shimura and Uchiha clans had a long-standing rivalry, with constant friction both overtly and covertly, leading to a mutual disdain amongst their members. In the center of the group, a Uchiha girl furrowed her delicate brows and shot a glare at the speaker. You. Mind your words. The girl, with her sleek black hair, resembled Uchiha Mikoto to a significant extent, albeit her features were more refined and her demeanor slightly colder. Yu's expression shifted slightly. He nodded respectfully and replied, Yes, Weijia. Uchiha Wei was a prodigy, second only to the young clan leader Fugaku, and held a noble lineage. Several Uchiha members subtly regarded her as their leader. Soon, the matches commenced. One by one, the named students stepped into the central arena to engage in rounds of combat assessments. The initial participants were predominantly commoner ninjas, lacking clan heritage. Their ninjutsu repertoire was limited to a mere few techniques, and their taijutsu consisted solely of what was taught in class, resulting in a lackluster display of skill. After observing a few rounds, Hifone lost interest and turned to chat with Minato and others nearby. After an indeterminate amount of time, Minato was called to the arena. With remarkable agility, he effortlessly dispatched his opponent. Upon finishing, he remarked, Though you were my adversary, you performed admirably. When Minato returned, Hifone ruffled his hair, leaving Minato perplexed. The next match was announced, Shimura Hifone versus Uchiha Wei. Upon hearing the teacher's call, Hifone instinctively glanced towards Uchiha Wei, who happened to be looking back at him. Their gazes intertwined, and Hifone could distinctly see a trace of disdainful amusement gracing the girl's lips. His expression darkened immediately. Who does she think she is looking down on? Just because others fear the Uchiha clan does not mean the Shimura clan does. Uchiha Wei's attributes were as follows: attack, 14, speed, 15, defense, 11, chakra, 13. Goodness, I'm in trouble, Hifone thought. Uchiha Wei's speed and attack power were on par with the Chunin level, which would surely spell his defeat. Why not just concede? Hifone contemplated as he watched Uchiha Wei stride confidently to the center of the arena. However, at that moment, a shimmering screen appeared before him. Option 1. Surrender decisively. If only to earn a smile from the lady, even if it is a mockery. Completion reward. Speed 1. A man must be swift, or a woman shall not love. Option 2. You bear the honor of the Shimura clan. Even at the cost of your life, you shall not concede. Completion reward. 2 free attribute points. Hifone sighed softly, his resolve solidifying. He had almost decided to concede, but felt a sudden urge to stand firm. While he was unconcerned about his pride, he could not allow the Shimura clan to be looked down upon. I will never concede, Hifone silently vowed, taking determined steps towards the center. Congratulations. Host has gained 2 free attribute points. Behind Hifone, Kushina waved her tiny fists, unabashedly ignoring the curious stares around her, as she shouted, Go, Hifone. Aim to knock her down. Minato shook his head slightly at the sight, while he hoped his friend would triumph. Even he knew it would take effort to overcome Uchiha Wei. For Hifone, achieving victory against her seemed a daunting task. Uchiha Yu, overhearing, sneered again. You think he can take down Weijia? That Shimura Hifone is utterly deluded. A nearby Uchiha member rolled his eyes. Can you stop sneering, you? It's making me nauseous. In the open arena, Hifone stood about 4 to 5 meters away from Uchiha Wei, his focus shifting into the system interface. He allocated all 2 attribute points to speed. Current attributes: attack, 9, speed, 15, defense, 11, chakra, 12. Now my speed matches hers. As long as I avoid a direct confrontation, I should be able to hold my ground, Hifone reasoned to himself. As the two stood poised, the teacher raised his hand. Prepare? The duo raised a hand and formed their respective hand seals. Begin. The moment the teacher announced the start, Uchiha Wei dashed towards Hifong, a kunai materializing in her right hand with a flick of her wrist. Hifong mirrored her movement, grabbing a kunai of his own and swiftly sidestepping to evade her advance. Clash. As Uchiha Wei reached Hifeng's previous position, he had already evaded to a different spot. Swish. Swish. Wei attacked again, and Hifong dodged. Their movements became a fluid exchange, maintaining the distance between them. Her speed is not inferior to mine when using ninjutsu. Wei swiftly assessed the situation. As she ran, she flicked her wrist, hurling the kunai directly at Hifong. Simultaneously, she began forming seals, exhaling a fireball with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Fire release, great fireball technique. Clang. Hifong raised his hand to parry the incoming kunai, using his other hand to swiftly form seals. He struck his abdomen, releasing his ninjutsu with remarkable speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. A roaring gale erupted from Hifeng's mouth, colliding with the searing fireball and successfully diverting its trajectory. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck the ground, scorching the earth and creating numerous craters of varying depths and sizes. This is tough, Hifong murmured to himself. Uchiha Wei's attack power far exceeded his own. Their ninjutsu was not on the same level, and his techniques only served to obstruct, consuming more chakra than hers. However, as long as I can hold out for 10 minutes, this duel will conclude. With this thought, Hifong intensified his footwork, adopting a serpentine evasive maneuver. 10 minutes later, the teacher swiftly intervened, halting the duel. That will be enough, students. This match will be considered a draw. From the sidelines, Uchiha Yu's voice dripped with displeasure. All he does is run. He dares not engage Wei Jie head-on. What kind of draw is this? If it continued, he would undoubtedly lose. It was evident to any observer that Hifeng's stamina had waned considerably, and he would soon be bested by Uchiha Wei. Yet, this was merely a practice duel, not a genuine battle. Uchiha Wei shot a cold glance at Hifong, refusing to form a reconciliation seal, and turned away, exiting the arena without another word. Panting heavily, Hifong couldn't help but display a wry smile. This time, he had truly grasped the disparity between himself and his formidable peers. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He still had ample time before graduation, and there was no need for haste. Given sufficient time to develop, he would surely press Uchiha Wei beneath his heel. With this thought, Hifong regained his calm demeanor. However, upon returning home after the assessment, he was utterly taken aback by a single statement from Danzo. What? Father, you intend to send me to the battlefield? Chapter 9. Preparations before battle. Hifong gazed at Danzo in shock. Father, I am still just a child. The battlefield in the Land of Rain was privately referred to as a Hell's Cape by many in Konoha, amidst the bloody slaughter involving tens of thousands of combatants. Even a jonin was merely a larger ant. Human life was as trivial as drifting cotton in the wind or floating weeds in the rain. And now, Danzo wanted to send him, a mere child, to the battlefield. Wasn't this simply a directive for him to become cannon fodder? Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, unfazed by Hifeng's protests. You are the son of the Shimura clan. When Konoha requires your sacrifice, what is there to hesitate? Besides, children of the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans are already on the battlefield. Why should my son be any different? But Hifong felt a sense of despair. But I am the last heir of the Shimura family. A flicker of something like surprise crossed Danzo's face, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, you are the sole heir of the Shimura clan. Hifong momentarily thought Danzo had reconsidered, but to his dismay, Danzo waved his hand dismissively, saying calmly, enough. Prepare yourself. You shall depart with the next batch of ninjas next week. Hifong looked at Danzo, who bore a resolute expression that suggested further discussion was futile, and he felt lost and helpless. Ding. Do not fret, host. This system is here to alleviate your troubles. Option 1. Immediately sever ties with Danzo. Perhaps this way, you will avoid the battlefield. After all, a dutiful son is often favored by fortune. Completion reward. Defense 5, which may help you withstand your father's wrath. Option 2. Pretend to acquiesce, and tonight, while Danzo is unprepared, make a hasty escape from Konoha. Completion reward. Speed 5. Option 3. A true man thrives in chaotic times. One must wield a sword and achieve unparalleled feats. I shall go to the battlefield, and nothing can bind me. Completion reward. Freedom attribute points 5. Random skill 1. Hifong glanced at the 3 options with a heavy heart. The first 2 were absurd. His father was the country's most powerful intelligence chief, Could he truly escape his grasp? If he dared to refuse or flee, he would surely be arrested on the spot and dragged to the battlefield. There was no doubt Danzo would do that. Now, he could only choose the third option to gain some rewards and then find a way to survive, perhaps even carve out a path to safety. I understand, father. Huffung replied reluctantly, then turned and left the room. Behind him, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself in a barely perceptible voice, "It seems preparations are nearly complete. I hope this yields some fruitful results. After all, I have invested heavily in this scheme. Skill generation in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mastery in toxicology." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Huffing's spirits lifted slightly. Well, at least it wasn't some ridiculous technique like the 18 styles of awe or the Otsutsuki elbow strike. Soon, a wealth of memories flooded his mind, memories of his diligent study of physiology, pharmacology, and biochemistry. Not only that, but he also recalled countless methods of concocting poisons and the techniques of poisoning. His previously empty mind was suddenly filled to the brim, and Huffing felt as though he had become a master toxicologist in an instant. This skill is quite useful. I can certainly concoct some poisons in the next few days that will prove invaluable in battle. As for the additional 5 points of freedom attribute, though I had initially considered a pure wind style, my current defense is too low, and adding 5 points would not significantly benefit me. I should enhance my speed instead. Having gained experience from his previous encounter with Uchiha Wei, Huffung decided to invest all 5 attribute points into speed. As long as I am fast enough, no one will be able to touch me. Wait. After allocating all my points to speed, Huffung was astonished to discover that his other attributes had also improved. Attack, 11 speed, 20 defense, 12 chakra, 13. It seems that enhancing one attribute positively impacts the others as well. Focusing on one aspect was indeed the right choice. A speed of 20 means I have now reached the level of a special jonin. If I cannot win, I can always flee and use poison, significantly increasing my chances of survival. As for the consequences of fleeing in the heat of battle, nonsense. I am the legitimate heir of the Shimura clan. What is called fleeing in battle is merely a strategic retreat. While procuring materials and equipment, Huffung encountered some difficulties. Certain items were simply unavailable for purchase during wartime. However, given his status, he leveraged his connections in the Umbu, and within 3 days, he had gathered everything he needed. 3 days later, in a hastily constructed laboratory, Huffung donned a white lab coat and a gas mask, carefully pouring a freshly heated and condensed transparent liquid into a small poison pouch. Phew, finally completed. Huffung sighed deeply, satisfaction evident on his face as he looked at the 3 poison pouches before him. The first pouch contained a toxin he had extracted when applied to a blade. Any injury inflicted would likely lead to the opponent's demise. The second pouch held a lethal gas that, when released, would create a dense purple smoke, an excellent tool for escape. The third pouch, the one that had consumed the most of Huffing's effort, contained a non-lethal toxin that could merely paralyze the nerves. It was colorless and odorless, and exceedingly difficult to counteract. If inhaled unwittingly, even those with abundant chakra would be affected, except for those with the requisite immunity. Huffing, wearing rubber gloves, carefully stored the 3 pouches in the ninja tool bag that Kushina had gifted him. The pink bag also contained a brand new set of ninja tools that Minato, the stingy guy, had saved up for days to buy and give to him. Honestly, does he not realize that I, Huffung, am not someone who lacks such trivial items? Tomorrow marks the day he would set forth for battle. As he touched the ninja tool bag at his waist, his previously restless heart gradually calmed. Recalling the worried expressions on Kushina and Minato's faces that morning, Huffung couldn't help but smile. What fools they are. It is said that good people do not live long, while troublemakers thrive for 1,000 years. I shall surely outlive them all. On the day of departure, the area beneath the Hokage building was filled with ninjas ready to set off. Among them were many youthful faces, as well as some haggard figures. Hiruzen gazed at the 1,000-strong assembly he had painstakingly gathered, sighing inwardly. He wondered how many among them would return from the battlefield. Konoha's future rests in your hands. Hiruzen's gaze swept over the faces before him, as if attempting to etch each visage into his memory. Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall burn brightly. Amid the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, "Endless prosperity! Endless prosperity!" A chorus of shouts erupted, merging together and soaring into the heavens. Hiruzen felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes. He slightly bowed to the crowd and clasped his hands together, saying, "May you all have great success in battle. I await your triumphant return." Among the crowd, Hufeng smirked, thinking to himself, "Honestly, this old man Sarutobi truly excels at brainwashing people." Under such circumstances, numerous ninjas were eager to march into the flames for the sake of Konoha, displaying a sentiment akin to a warrior willing to sacrifice for a beloved comrade. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the majority of those visibly moved were mere civilian ninjas. Those who had been cultivated from prestigious clans would hardly be swayed by a few flattering words from the third Hokage. Their participation in the campaign was solely to uphold mutual interests. Following the mobilization, the leaders began to assemble the troops, dividing the ninjas into teams. The Grand Army was on the verge of departure. Chapter 10. The Battlefield, Encountering the Enemy, Peril Beneath the Hokage Building. Nearly 1,000 individuals swiftly formed into squads, gathering at various locations, awaiting further instructions from their superiors. Meanwhile, those whose names had not yet been called stood amidst the crowd, patiently waiting. A middle-aged ninja, marked by the passage of time, idly scanned his surroundings while waiting, and upon catching sight of a small figure, he suddenly froze in surprise. This world is truly maddening. Even such a young child is here. Upon closer examination, he noticed that the child's ninja headband bore no insignia. This indicated that the child was not even a ninja yet. He couldn't help but sigh. The child must have offended someone to be sent to the battlefield. He leaned closer and whispered, "Little brother, don't speak, just listen to me. What is up?" Hufeng was admiring the lovely legs of a young lady ahead when a weathered face abruptly appeared before him, startling him. "Little brother, this selection process will take some time." The middle-aged man lowered his voice. "Quickly return home and ask your family to gather some money. Perhaps you can slip it to the leaders and secure a better placement." Hufeng felt a warmth in his heart. It turned out this uncle was concerned for him. "Don't worry, uncle, my family has everything arranged." Hufeng replied earnestly, "Besides, my family only accepts payment, not offers." The middle-aged man. In recent days, Hufeng had come to understand that whether his father sought fame or aimed to temper him, he would never truly send him to his death. Thus, he was unlikely to be dispatched to the front lines of the war between the wind and fire countries. Instead, he would likely be stationed at the borders of the fire country to confront infiltrating sand ninjas on a secondary battlefield. As expected, Hufeng's name was called, and he was assigned to the team heading to the second battlefield amidst envious glances from other ninjas. Upon hearing his name, Hufeng let out a sigh of relief. One side faced a brutal melee involving tens of thousands, while the other engaged in skirmishes among dozens. The distinction was stark. The three members of his squad were all familiar faces: Hikazuki Yuto, Shimura Yukino, and his personal guard over the years, Haruna Ayako. Ayako, at 16, possessed exceptional jonin strength, with a youthful visage yet a voluptuous figure. Originally from the liaison unit, she was a rare sensory-type ninja, invaluable in combat. 1 jonin and 2 exceptional jonin. We are quite secure, Hufeng thought to himself. The army divided into 2 routes at the borders of the fire country. A large contingent surged into the land of rain, leaving only a handful to fill the gaps in the fire country's defenses. Hufeng's squad was among those remaining. They had no explicit tasks or positions. Instead, they scattered, each responsible for monitoring a designated area, preventing enemies from breaching the borders. Once assignments were completed, the squads quietly dispersed to their respective areas. Hufeng and his companions were tasked with patrolling a sizable forest. Within the jungle, detecting the enemy was no easy feat, but conversely, the enemy would struggle to find them. A double-edged sword, perhaps? At least that is how Hufeng perceived it. At this moment, he eagerly turned to Yuto and asked, "Uncle Yuto, is it possible that my father sent?" "Absolutely not." Hufeng's abrupt question was cut short by Yuto's sharp response. "With the current strained front lines, having those skilled accompany you is a waste. They belong on the front." However, before Hufeng could retort, Ayako suddenly interjected, "Be cautious, something is amiss ahead." The 4 immediately silenced themselves, concealing their presence. My goodness. Hufeng's heart raced, feeling as though 100 girls were racing through his mind. Surely they wouldn't encounter enemies this soon after arriving. How unfortunate. What kind of luck was this? Ayako closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, then opened them, whispering, "Indeed, there are chakra fluctuations ahead. It appears to be a team of 4. Whether intentional or not, they are advancing rapidly towards us." Yukino gripped her sword hilt, casting an inquiring glance at Yuto. What should we do now, senior? Yudo furrowed his brow. It was highly likely that those appearing in this area were foes, not allies. Retreating would be too late. They had to prepare for confrontation, entangle the enemies, and immediately call for nearby teams for assistance. He then turned to Hufeng and instructed, "If you can hold off one, that would be best. If not, do not force it. Just protect yourself." Having assessed Hufeng's capabilities before departure, he felt justified in giving such advice. "I understand, Uncle Yudo," Hufeng replied, though a hint of anxiety lingered in his heart. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze felt to him as though four knife-wielding giants were approaching, grinning wickedly. This was terrifying. Not good. Retreat. Ayako, hidden behind a tree, suddenly changed color, abandoning concealment to shout loudly. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed. Sharp stone spikes erupted like spears, indiscriminately thrusting upwards toward them. Swish, swish, swish. In a moment of heightened concentration, the four reacted swiftly, darting out of the range of the combined ninjutsu attack. At that moment, four figures clad in brown combat attire leapt from the trees, charging towards them. The leading ninja barked, "Each one of you, quickly deal with these Konoha scum. Their reinforcements could arrive at any moment." Damn it, Yudo cursed under his breath. They had been caught off guard and lost the initiative to the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two squads had dwindled to mere meters. Although Hufeng and his companions were positioned relatively dispersed, they were all prepared for the impending confrontation. Kill. Yudo unsheathed his blade and growled fiercely as he charged at the leader of the Sand Ninja squad. Humph, truly crude, the Sand Ninja leader scoffed. Swiftly gesturing with his hands as the puppets strapped to his back soared into action, joining the assault against Yudo. Zhongli, take care. Ayako leapt over Hufeng, forming hand seals as she unleashed a series of fiery discs. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. One Sand Ninja pivoted to counter Ayako, wind release, wind dance. Clearly, both were more adept in ninjutsu, trading techniques back and forth. Yukino, skilled in taijutsu, wielded her dagger with remarkable speed, unleashing a flurry of icy gleams that forced one Sand Ninja to retreat repeatedly. The final Sand Ninja, however, grinned menacingly as he lunged at Hufeng. Fortune favors me. My opponent is just a child. Hurry up and deal with it. Go help the captain, thought the Sand Ninja, as he watched his opponent approach with a steel knife. Hifeng broke out in a cold sweat, his grip on the knife trembling uncontrollably. Could his blade also be poisoned? Was he secretly applying poison like I did? Would he attempt to behead me? The more Hifeng pondered, the more fear consumed him. He had to eliminate him quickly. Seeing Hifeng shiver as he pointed the knife at himself, his movements comical, the Sand Ninja displayed a mocking smile. This little fellow has been frightened out of his wits, hasn't he? He did not evade but charged straight at Hifeng, swinging his knife down. Just a small child. How could he possibly harm me? Thud. As their figures crossed, the heavy sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed. The Sand Ninja looked down in astonishment to find a slender wound appearing on his abdomen. How could this little brat be so fast? In such a short time, he deflected my steel knife and still managed to strike back? He let out a long breath, withdrawing his disdain for Hifeng, his expression growing solemn. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. He realized he had been careless. Otherwise, with his exceptional Jonin strength, how could he be injured by a mere child? If he took this seriously, he would surely thud. Suddenly, the Sand Ninja's legs buckled, and he uncontrollably knelt on the ground. His face twisted in agony, froth spilling from his mouth, his body trembled violently. He felt as if he had been force-fed boiling water and razor blades, every inch of him burning and tearing. Damn it, this kid, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually poisoned his blade. Observing the fallen Sand Ninja, Hifeng hurriedly approached, his voice trembling as he said, "I'm sorry. I feared you would hurt me, so I had no choice but to kill you." Although he appeared to fumble with the knife unsteadily, his strike was swift and fierce, instantly leaving the Sand Ninja reeling. I've killed someone. Watching the slowly collapsing body, a peculiar emotion began to swell within Hifeng. Just as he momentarily lost focus, a figure silently emerged from behind him, delivering a vicious slash. Chapter 11. Delang, it's time for your medicine. The attack from behind was swift and sudden, causing Hifeng's hair to stand on end, leaving him with no time to dodge. Wind release, wind departure, slicing. The sound of a long knife piercing flesh resonated, the sharp blade carving a wound of 30 to 40 centimeters along Hifeng's back. Had he not released wind departure at the critical moment to deflect the blade, he would have been cleaved in two. Damn, that hurts. He-Feng's back was torn open, blood gushing profusely, the excruciating pain causing him to break into a cold sweat. As the wind domain dissipated, the Sand Ninja, having launched a surprise attack, swung his long knife once more, clearly unwilling to grant He-Feng a moment's respite. Die, bastard. You will pay for my comrade's death. Sand Ninja number 6's eyes were bloodshot. It turned out they were a 5-man team, with 4 infiltrating the area to attract the attention of any potential Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, he concealed his chakra fluctuations and stealthily followed behind, easily overlooked as the 5th member. When the two teams clashed, if he could swiftly eliminate one, he could turn the tide of battle. Their plan had been flawless. However, Sand Ninja number 6 never anticipated that before he could engage, his companion would be dispatched in an instant by a mere child. Huh, you cowardly ambusher. Too afraid to face me head-on. He-Feng spat taunts, enduring the searing pain as he quickly retreated, his left hand deftly reaching for his ninja tool pouch, retrieving 4 shurikens to hurl at number 6. His movements were fluid, and number 6 barely registered that something akin to a bottle cap had appeared beneath He-Feng's feet. Clang, clang, clang. Number 6, infuriated, slashed with his long knife, and the 4 shurikens clattered to the ground. You despicable little brat using poison. How dare you accuse others? Seizing the opportunity, He-Feng cast a reconnaissance technique at number 6 and discovered that this fellow had an average attribute score of 20 and was indeed a genuine special jonin. I can't win. There's no way I can win. This guy's other attributes far exceed mine. A single combo could take me out, but that is fine, as long as I can hold on a bit longer. Having made his assessment, He-Feng looked at number 6 with a mocking expression. Who's despicable now? I'm your daddy. Who's the little brat? Do you want to get hit? 8. Duck. Roll. Number 6 clenched his teeth in fury, wishing he could tear He-Feng apart on the spot. You sharp-tongued little brat. I'll make sure to slice your mouth open. Oh, are you getting anxious? He-Feng dodged the kunai hurled by number 6 in a fit of rage, cheerfully saying, It's hot, and you're irritable. I'm not smiling. So don't make a fuss. To prevent number 6 from causing trouble for his team captain, He-Feng was exerting considerable effort in his taunts. 8. Duck. Roll. Number 6, realizing He-Feng's intentions, continued his relentless attacks, forcing He-Feng to continually aggravate his wounds. Suddenly, number 6 felt something was off, despite He-Feng bleeding. Why was his speed increasing? Clang. He-Feng no longer evaded, but, enduring the excruciating pain in his back, swung his knife to meet number 6's assault. Clang, clang, clang. He-Feng's strikes came faster than ever, pushing number 6 to the brink of exhaustion, and it finally dawned on him. It's not that this little brat has gotten faster. I've slowed down. I've been poisoned. He-Feng's grin widened, nearly reaching his ears. His expression increasingly twisted. Do you know how terrified I was just now? Slicing. He-Feng's knife left a gash on number 6. Then, sensing the opponent's inability to resist, He-Feng roared, unleashing a flurry of strikes, his speed accelerating even as blood poured from his back. Blood splattered, and flesh flew. Thud. Number 6 could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. His body bore numerous wounds, transformed into a bloody mess from head to toe. Impossible. When did I ever undergo poison resistance training? Number 6 glared at He-Feng, bewildered, furious, and unwilling to accept defeat. He-Feng wiped the blood splattered on his face and exhaled, his expression easing. Phew. Combat isn't merely about fighting. It's about using your brain. At the moment he threw the kunai, he had quietly opened a poison pouch, releasing an odorless and tasteless gas that could paralyze the nerves. If not for this number 6 training, he would have been taken down long ago. As for the opponent's poison resistance, why it was ineffective. He-Feng's knowledge of toxicology was primarily derived from another world, and the poison resistance cultivated in the Naruto world clearly did not align. All right, you can head off now. I'm in a hurry. He-Feng swiftly brought his knife down, delivering a final blow to number 6's head. Watching yet another life extinguish at his hands, He-Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Why doesn't the system present me with a moral dilemma before killing? I've taken 2 lives and received no rewards. Feng's mind was suddenly engulfed in a dizzying haze as the adrenaline faded, revealing the toll of excessive blood loss. Disoriented, he collapsed to the ground, losing all sense of time. A piercing pain surged through him, jolting him awake. To his astonishment, he found himself resting on a pair of soft, elongated legs. Upon raising his head, he inadvertently bumped into a solid figure. The concerned gaze of Ayako met him, her large, watery eyes filled with worry. "Young master, you have finally awoken. Are you feeling better?" She had been anxiously preoccupied with him, unable to extricate herself from her own formidable adversary, and could only rush to his side once the threat was neutralized. Yudo and Yukino were in a similar predicament. "Rest assured, Ayako, I am unharmed." Kofung offered her a reassuring embrace before glancing over at Yudo, who was leisurely sipping from a flask. With a playful grin, he inquired, "Uncle Yudo, that agonizing sensation earlier, was it you who inadvertently sprayed me with your drink?" Yudo took another swig and chuckled. "Indeed. Consider it a form of disinfection. I must say, I never realized you possessed such tenacity." "Yudo-senpai, your praise for him is unwarranted," Yukino interjected coolly. "He could have joined us instead of flaunting his bravado, nearly succumbing to blood loss. One must be ruthless to stand firm. A soft heart cannot secure a place in this world," Yudo remarked with a knowing smile. "Yet today, I believe he has performed admirably." Ayako nodded in agreement, her expression shifting to one of concern as she observed the arrival of several nearby Konoha teams, one of whom was a medical ninja. She quickly administered a series of healing techniques, alleviating much of his pain. Upon returning to camp, the news of Wufeng single-handedly defeating 2 sand ninjas astonished many. What a remarkable achievement. Truly, the son of Danzo is no ordinary child, they mused. At such a tender age, his future is boundless. "Is the young lad available for marriage?" "I have a daughter of suitable age," one elder inquired. "Please, with a daughter whose weight exceeds her height, how could she possibly be a match for him?" Another scoffed. The medical ninja, her eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, "Little brother, you are truly impressive." Coughing lightly, Wufeng was about to engage in light-hearted banter when a familiar voice interrupted from behind. "Young master, it is time for your medicine." Chapter 12. Ninjas, Life and Death. Though Feng's injuries were not bone-deep, they were by no means trivial. Miraculously, the once excruciating wounds felt alleviated under the gentle touch of the medical ninja's cool, delicate hands. "Your technique is remarkable," he praised. "What's going on, Ayako?" he asked, perplexed. Had she not intervened, he would have insisted on receiving more treatment from the skilled healer. The following day, recognizing Kofug's need for rest, the commander summoned a chunin from elsewhere to temporarily fill his role in the team. Thus, Kofung spent the next several days comfortably recuperating in camp. It wasn't until weeks later, when his back injury no longer hindered his mobility, that he rejoined his comrades. Amidst the lush greenery of the forest, Kofung, while cheerfully hopping and swinging his arms, voiced his frustration. "No way. You mean to tell me that for all these days, not a single sand ninja has crossed your path? Is it just my unfortunate luck to encounter an entire squad upon my arrival?" Ayako stifled a laugh. "Indeed, young master. Your luck has never been particularly favorable." "Please don't curse me, Ayako," Kofung replied. "By the way, I haven't seen that medical ninja in a while. Has she been reassigned?" he asked, attempting to shift the conversation. The atmosphere grew somber, the tranquil forest now echoing only the sound of their footsteps. After a moment, Yukino spoke softly. "Kofung, I overheard a captain mention that the girl sacrificed herself a few days ago." "Sacrificed?" A wave of disbelief washed over Kofung. Just recently, he had engaged in heartfelt conversation with that sweet girl, and now she was gone. "The first time is always the hardest, but you will grow accustomed to it." "Young man," Yudo remarked with a detached tone, "this is the reality of war, the fate of ninjas. You must learn to accept it." Silent, Kofung felt a newfound yearning for strength and a fervent desire for peace. Suddenly, Yudo raised a hand, signaling the team to halt, his expression grave. "Wait, do you hear that strange noise?" "Strange noise?" Kofung attempted to calm his mind and listen intently, but detected nothing. Yudo's countenance darkened, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. As if danger loomed, the sound intensified, and Kofung began to discern it, a noise reminiscent of sand cascading to the ground. Yet, how could there be sand in this wooded area? The sound grew clearer and more urgent, as if some indescribable force was barreling toward them. Ayako's senses flared as she focused on the source of the sound, her face paling as realization struck. An elite ninja, an elite-level adversary. Before anyone could react, darkness enveloped them as the sun was obscured. A golden torrent appeared, akin to a waterfall cascading from the heavens, a colossal wave of sand. Amidst it, a powerful figure strode, gazing down upon them with an imposing presence. It was Yuji, the mightiest of Sunagakure, second only to the Kazekage. Yudo, with his keen eyesight, recognized the figure, and his expression shifted dramatically. He should be on the battlefield. What is he doing here? With a furious shout, Yudo turned to confront the approaching tidal wave, appearing diminutive against its immense force. You all must flee. I will hold them off. In novels or films, one might expect a dramatic exchange of "I won't leave you behind, and if you don't go, we perish together." However, in reality, such actions are pointless, leading only to the needless sacrifice of comrades, leaving no room for vengeance. Above the vast sea of sand, Yuji glanced at the scroll in his hand, then directed his gaze toward the group. The intelligence is accurate. Danzo has indeed sent his only son to the battlefield. How amusing. Noticing Yudo charging towards him, Yuji furrowed his brow. With one hand, he stowed the scroll, while with the other, he reached out toward Yudo. Sand burial, a colossal hand, measuring 4 to 5 meters, emerged from the golden wave, seemingly clumsy yet astonishingly swift, racing toward Yudo to seize him. Windblade, Yudo bellowed, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp strikes that tore through the sandy appendage. However, in the next moment, a chilling declaration echoed. The weak deserve to perish. Cease your annoying resistance. As Gofug and the others fled 100 meters away, Yuji grew impatient, raising both hands and pressing down. Sand annihilation. 2 enormous hands, magnified several times from before, reached out directly towards Yudo. Under the abundant chakra supplied by Yuda, the colossal hands were as solid as rock, impervious to Yudo's desperate attempts to break free. Boom. The 2 giant hands clashed violently, trapping Yudo within their grasp, then exerting force. The sound of cracking bones echoed, signaling Yudo's skeletal fractures. Thud! The yellow sand hands suddenly dissipated, and Yudo, contorted into a grotesque shape, plummeted from a great height, shattering numerous branches on his descent, his fate unknown. Yudo paid no heed to Yudo's life or death. A mere insect was not worth his concern. He commanded the sea of sand, swiftly retreating in the direction where Higase and the others had fled. After all, they were in the land of fire, and to prevent prolonged troubles, it was best to leave quickly. Rustling sounds grew clearer behind him, and Higase knew without looking back that Yudo was drawing closer. This indicated that Uncle Yudo had. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Higase ground his teeth. If only he possessed sufficient strength, Uncle Yudo would not have to sacrifice himself. A shadow-level powerhouse is not on the front lines, but has come here. Could it be that he is specifically targeting me? Thud! Before Higase could sort through his thoughts, a force suddenly struck from behind, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He rolled and sprang to his feet, gazing in disbelief at the figure that had attacked him. Sister Yukino, why are you doing this? He could not comprehend why Yukino, who had guided his training since childhood, would suddenly turn against him. Could it be? A terrifying suspicion began to form in Higase's mind. Chapter 13, Sacrifice. Value seeing Higase's incredulous expression, Yukino brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and said with an expressionless face, I'm sorry, Higase, but I have my reasons. Higase fell silent, no longer attempting to flee. It seemed pointless now. Even this brief delay was enough for the terrifying figure behind him to close in. He could feel the fine sand striking his face. It was futile. He could only hope that Sister Ayako. Yukino, you bastard. Ayako, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage. Without a moment's thought, she rushed to Higase's side, drawing her slender sword to stab at Yukino, while calling out, Young master. You must. Before Ayako could take another step, a giant hand made of yellow sand swooped down, like swatting a fly. A finger larger than Ayako herself struck her. Boom. Ayako flew back like a weightless porcelain doll, shattering branches in midair before finally crashing into a large tree, silent thereafter. Sister Ayako. Higase's eyes turned bloodshot, fists clenched, rage boiling within him. Yukino also glanced towards her former comrade, her expression complex. According to the original plan, Ayako should not have met such an end. Rustling sounds filled the air as the tumultuous sea of sand reappeared before them. Yuda leapt down from above, first glancing at Higase, then thoughtfully at Yukino. So, you are the insider in this operation? Yuda spoke. Yukino bit her lip and softly replied, Yes, my lord, I. Enough, your task is complete, Yuda interrupted her. A cold glint in his eyes. Now you can die. Insiders should be exchanged one for another. It would benefit him and those hidden lines within Konoha. Yuda raised his arms, and 2 giant hands emerged from the sand behind him, reaching for both Higase and Yukino. As he anticipated the completion of his task, he relaxed slightly. Capturing Shimura Danzo's only son should yield considerable leverage. Just then, a shrill sound like a sickle weasel echoed, and an invisible wind blade, extending several dozen meters, sliced through the air. Wind release, vacuum wave. What? Yuta exclaimed, swiftly shielding himself with the sand and the two outstretched hands. However, it was futile. The wind blade was swift and fierce, effortlessly slicing through the sand barrier and his protective chakra, as if they were mere tissue paper. From above, one would witness the entire sea of sand being cleaved in two by the strike, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Drip, drip, drip. Yuta clutched his abdomen, crimson blood seeping out, falling drop by drop to the ground. Had he not been retreating simultaneously while defending, he would have been cleaved in two like the sand. The formidable sand of the Wind Country attacking mere juniors. Would that not be a source of ridicule? A figure of modest height emerged from the shadows, and a familiar voice made Higase widen his eyes. Father. Higase felt his mind swell. Too much had transpired that night, and he struggled to comprehend everything. Shimura Danzo looked grim. Not only Danzo, but several figures wearing white masks emerged, their eyes coldly regarding Yuta. Truly the darkness of the ninja. Yuta instantly grasped the situation. Sneering as he spoke, Shimura Danzo, you have quite the ruthless heart. I find myself lacking in comparison. He referred not only to Danzo sacrificing Yuto and Ayako, using his own son as bait to lure him into a trap, but also to the fact that he had believed the information provided by this Konoha insider, leading him to decimate nearly 100 Konoha teams. Countless lives, just for an uncertain possibility. Worth it? Danzo seemed to grasp Yuta's implication, remaining unfazed as he calmly replied. As long as we can capture you, all these sacrifices are justified. Yuta smirked, moving his hand away from his abdomen, beckoning Danzo with a finger. Then we shall see if you possess the ability. I, Yuta, am not one to be easily captured. I am destined to become the fourth Kazekage. Humph. Then let me show you. Danzo snorted coldly, leaping into the air, swiftly forming the seals of the rat, boar, and dog, unleashing a torrent of chakra. Wind release, vacuum sphere. In that moment, Danzo transformed into a pea shooter, firing streams of chakra with the ferocity of a machine gun. Each shot capable of shattering mountains and stones, relentlessly aimed at Yuta. Earth release, sandhell. Yuta roared, bringing his hands together as the sea of sand surged like a raging tide, seeking to engulf everyone. Young master, this place is too dangerous. We must evacuate you to a safe area. Two root ninjas had approached unbeknownst to him, one on each side supporting Higase, resolutely leading him away. Wait, Sister Ayako. And Uncle Yuto. Higase protested, but another root ninja reassured him, Young master, do not worry. There are others responsible for them. We must retreat first. Relieved by the words, Higase allowed himself to be led away. Yukino attempted to escape amidst the chaos, but was immediately subdued by the two root ninjas, unsure of where she was being taken. The tumultuous sea of yellow sand suddenly descended, and Higase and the others barely escaped the engulfing sands. Behind them, the sounds of battle raged on, evidently fierce. Higase steadied himself, casting a silent gaze back, his expression complex. What on earth is happening? Although he uttered these words, Hugin had already unraveled the threads of the situation in his heart. He merely refused to accept it. Young master, Lord Danzo will explain everything to you shortly. We shall take our leave for now. By the way, Ayako Haruna should be brought back to the camp. If you are worried, you may return to the camp to visit her. With that, the two root ninjas leaped away, and Hugin did not voice any objections. His heart was a tempest of emotions. On the way back to the camp, Hugin suppressed his restless feelings, forcing himself to contemplate other matters. How could his father be so formidable now? The power he displayed earlier far exceeded that depicted in the anime. Well, upon reflection, it makes sense. In the anime, when Danzo fought seriously against Sasuke, he was already in his 70s. Yet at this moment, Danzo had just crossed 40, in the prime of his life, and had acquired the Hashirama cells that suited him, significantly raising his physical limits. Thus, his power was incomparable. Indeed, he had succeeded in fulfilling his aspiration to see his father thrive. However, his father's heart was truly ruthless. Upon returning to the camp, Hugin went to visit Ayako. She was gravely injured, with countless broken bones, but fortunately, her vital organs remained unharmed. Thanks to the combined efforts of several medical ninjas, She had regained consciousness. When she saw Hugging approaching, her face lit up with joy, despite her injuries. Young master, you are safe. That is wonderful news. I am fine. But you nearly lost your life. Hugging sat beside Ayako, observing her bandaged form, and scolded her. It was clearly aimed at me. You were no match for him. Why did you return instead of fleeing? Hey, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters, Ayako replied with a smile, but her mood suddenly darkened. But what about Senior Yudo? And Yukino? Why did she? Hugging grasped Ayako's hand gently and spoke softly. This matter is complex. Focus on your recovery for now. And in due time, I will explain everything to you. After visiting Ayako, Hugging returned to his own tent, awaiting the inevitable resolution. He knew that once everything settled, his father would provide him with a comprehensive explanation. Danzo did not keep him waiting long. Soon, a root ninja arrived to escort him to Danzo's tent. Chapter 14. I wish to join Root inside a simply arranged tent. Danzo sat cross-legged on a military bed, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of calm authority. After a moment of silence, Hugging could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Father, are you not going to explain what transpired tonight? Danzo lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at his son, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. First, tell me what you have deduced and what you wish to understand from me. Hugging gritted his teeth and replied, I know it was Yukino who betrayed me, secretly conveying my whereabouts to Sunagakure. Danzo locked eyes with his son, his gaze profound. And the reason behind it, have you grasped that as well? Because I am your only son, and you have no intention of remarrying, Hugging paused. Thus, if I were to perish, Yukino's younger brother would likely become the new heir of the Shimura clan. Danzo nodded approvingly and gazed at Hugging with encouraging eyes. Is there more? Continue. Hugging lowered his head, speaking in a hushed tone, and all of this was, in fact, anticipated by you. You intentionally stationed me on the battlefield, ostensibly offering Yukino an opportunity, but in reality, you sought to use me as bait to lure and eliminate a high-ranking combatant from Sunagakure. Danzo nodded in approval. Indeed. To remain composed and discern the truth in such a short time, you truly are my son, Shimura Danzo. His purpose for placing his son in danger was threefold. The first was as Hugging had articulated. The second was to entice certain individuals within Konoha to act, allowing him to subsequently cleanse the village of any unstable elements under the guise of justification. If his son had nearly fallen victim on the battlefield, surely Hiruzen would understand that his methods were rather extreme. The third was to educate his son, helping him to see the harsh realities behind the ninja world, to understand that notions of friendship, kinship, and bonds were worthless when confronted with self-interest. With Yukino having been captured, Danzo turned to Hugging, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. So, how do you intend to deal with this traitor? Hugging hesitated before casting his gaze toward the luminous screen before him. Option 1. Execute her with a single strike to serve as a warning, letting others know the fate of betrayal. Reward, attack 1. Option 2. Out of respect for past relations, expel her from Konoha and let her fend for herself. Reward, speed 1. Option 3. What else can be done? Of course, choose to forgive her. Reward, defense 1. Hugging wearily selected an option. Father, if I am not mistaken, Yukino has likely been following your orders from the start, hasn't she? From sending messages to Sunagakure to luring Yudo into an ambush, there are simply too many variables. Unless Yukino was an insider from the beginning, you could not have flawlessly controlled every aspect of this. Moreover, while others may not comprehend the extent of Danzo's control over Root, surely he was aware of it. Choice successful. Reward, defense 1. A flicker of emotion crossed Danzo's otherwise impassive face. Until now, he had thought his son to be of average talent and stubborn. But Hugging's performance tonight had truly astonished him. Indeed, you truly are my son, Shimura Danzo. Noticing his son's despondent expression, Danzo guessed his thoughts and clapped his hands cheerfully. Come in, Yudo. What? Hugging turned in shock, only to see the familiar figure enter. Yudo was not only alive, but had walked in on his own accord, not being carried in by others. My apologies, young master. I deceived you once more, ha ha ha. Yudo laughed heartily. As a fellow Root member, he certainly knew Lord Danzo's plans. His reckless charge towards Yudo, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the enemy, was indeed part of the strategy. Do you recall the first mission we undertook when we encountered those sand ninjas? Those creatures wearing human skins? Of course, Hugging nodded. That peculiar group had left a deep impression on him. Root had erased the consciousness of one of the sand ninjas, and, after a series of indescribable operations, transformed him into Yudo's likeness, filling his body with summoning talismans. The moment Yudo lost his visibility, he used the talismans to perform a substitution technique, switching himself with that sand ninja. Upon hearing Yudo's explanation, Hugging's expression shifted to one of understanding. Indeed, when Yudo had been hastily abducted, the assailant would not have paused to verify whether he had crushed Yudo or not. In other words, during this mission, only Ayako, with her background in reconnaissance, had been left in the dark and had suffered grievous injuries. "I'm so glad you're safe, Uncle Yudo." Hugging beamed once more. He was a selfish person. He could accept sacrifice, but could not bear the thought of losing those close to him. "All right, Yudo, you may take your leave." Danzo waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. "Yes, Lord Danzo. Young master, I shall take my leave now." Yudo respectfully exited, leaving only the father and son behind in the tent. With the plan successfully executed, there was no need for him to remain. Tuanzong, with a smile radiating from his visage, turned to Hifeng and inquired, "Pray, inform your father of your forthcoming intentions." Hifeng gazed upon the luminous screen before him, internally reflecting on the absurdity of the day, where even multiple-choice questions seemed to manifest. Option 1. The world is vast, yet learning reigns supreme. Naturally, I shall return to my village to complete my studies. Completion reward, attack 1. Option 2. I yearn to guard the borders, to protect my nation and family. I shall venture to the battlefield of the land of rain. Completion reward, speed 1. Option 3. I wish to join the Umbu, serving under Uncle Suratobi. Dear father, could you assist me in forging connections? Completion reward, defense 1. Option 4. I desire to join the route, alleviating your burdens, to be a devoted son. Completion reward, chakra 1. Hifeng glanced at the options and resolutely declared, "Father, I wish to join the route, to share your burdens, to be a dutiful son." He quickly caught himself, nearly revealing the entirety of the choice. Choice successful, reward acquired, chakra 1. Tuanzong regarded Hifeng with a penetrating gaze. "Are you certain, Hifeng?" "I am resolute." Hifeng replied without hesitation, for he had long desired to enter the route. Should his father remain obstinate in the future, he could find a way to seize control from within, rendering his father isolated and vulnerable. Thus, he might save his father from peril. It was astonishing that he was willing to go to such lengths for his father. He was almost overwhelmed by his own filial piety. Chapter 15, The Land of Rain. That boy. Previously, I intended to weave strategies, but found them lacking in excitement. The narrative was too slow, and the pace must be quickened. The timeline of the Second Shinobi War is chaotic, rife with bugs, and adjustments will ensue. To join the route, your current performance is insufficient. Tuanzong averted his gaze, his eyes gently closing. Go to the Land of Rain to gather intelligence for the route. Should you excel, I shall consider it. Upon hearing Tuanzang's words, Hifeng was inclined to turn and depart immediately. The Land of Rain was akin to a meat grinder. Who would wish to be entangled with it? Yet, he reconsidered. If he were merely to gather intelligence from outside the battlefield, he might evade significant danger. Reflecting on his extraordinary luck, Hifeng replied with less conviction, "Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest." A subtle smile crept upon Tuanzang's lips, as if he had anticipated his son's reaction. "I shall send Yudo and Yukino to accompany you to the Land of Rain. You are not to return without my command." "Yes, father," Hifeng responded dully, leaving the tent with a mournful expression. Alas, just as he escaped the jaws of a tiger, he found himself in the den of wolves. Being a devoted son was indeed a challenging endeavor. "I am truly a great fool," Hifeng mused. "I am indeed a great fool," Yudo retorted, exasperated. "After finally securing a few days of rest, you have assigned me another task. Oh dear, Uncle Yudo. It is because I cannot do without you." Hifeng chuckled awkwardly. "Upon our return, I shall treat you to a feast of wine for 3 days and nights." Yudo glanced at Yukino, who stood a short distance away, and lowered his voice. "Cough, is it wine or sake?" Hifeng rolled his eyes. "Do you doubt my ability to invite you for sake?" Only then did Yudo display a satisfied smile, wrapping an arm around Hifeng. "You lad, well done. I have not doted on you in vain. I shall accompany you once more." Once the trio had gathered their belongings, they wasted no time and set forth. Yudo, evidently familiar with the Land of Rain, appeared at ease and began to enlighten the others about the region's circumstances. "As long as we remain cautious and avoid these major battle zones, we are unlikely to encounter substantial danger. At most, we may encounter a few stray enemy ninjas. Let us hope so, Yukino echoed, casting a peculiar glance toward Hifong. Yudo seemed to sense something, and his gaze shifted to Hifong with an odd expression. Hifong interjected, "Firstly, I have not offended any of you, understood?" The land of rain resembled a city perpetually weeping. At all times, a gentle rain fell, shrouding the entire nation in gloom. Due to years of conflict, the architecture lay in ruins, and the few pedestrians on the streets wore expressions of apathy, clearly having lost hope in life. "This place is truly devoid of vitality," Hifong lamented. Even after nearly half a month, he still struggled to acclimate to the atmosphere. Yukino softly remarked, "Alas, the land of rain has always been weak in national strength, and with years of warfare, it is deserving of its fate." Hifong brushed the water from his cloak and turned to Yudo. "By the way, Uncle Yudo, have you made any progress regarding the matter I entrusted to you?" "Not yet." Yudo shook his head, stowing away the notebook, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Why are you inquiring about the Uzumaki clan?" "It concerns my friend, Kushina. She has always felt lonely, yearning to find her kin." Hifong replied, half seriously. "I had heard that some members of the Uzumaki clan had fled to the land of rain." Hence Yudo stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative expression. "Kushina. Is she the little girl who used to beat you up every day?" "That was because I allowed her to," Hifong defended. Yudo chuckled. "Ah, yes, of course." Hifeng's pursuit of the Uzumaki clan's whereabouts was not solely for Kushina's sake, but rather to find the destined child, Nagato, ahead of time. Nagato was a tragic child, implanted with the Rinnegan by Uchiha Obito at a young age, used as a living lens. Orphaned and bereaved of his beloved, no, his dear friend, he was later manipulated by Obito, intending to bring about global annihilation. By the way, it seems that Yahiko's death is somehow related to his father, Kof. In any case, this good child was deceived into becoming the leader of a transnational terrorist organization by the wicked Uchiha. And now, none of this had yet come to pass. If Hifong could locate and protect Nagato beforehand, perhaps he could avert the ensuing tragedies. "All right, we have rested long enough. It is time for us to set off," Yukino urged. Tuanzong had woven an extensive intelligence network throughout the land of rain, with each route team representing a thread intricately connecting various regions. Only upon engaging with the route did Hifong realize the organization's immense influence, further fueling his desire to claim it for himself. As they resumed their journey, Hifong curiously inquired, "Isn't the route comprised of only 17 members? Why does it feel as though my father commands more than 170? Yudo and Yukino remained silent, mentally acknowledging that such queries should be directed at Tuanzong himself. Seeing their lack of response, Hifong clicked his tongue and shifted the topic. "How long do you suppose we shall remain in the land of rain?" "I estimate no more than a month. 2 months. 3 months. In the 34th year of Konoha." Hifong withdrew his blade from the chest of the last sand ninja, then turned to Yudo and Yukino, eagerly proclaiming, "Why do you ignore me? I bet we'll be here for at most a year." Alas, Yukino sighed, exasperated, and regarded Yudo with a questioning gaze. "Young master, let me be honest," Yudo conceded, a hint of reluctance in his smile. "Lord Tuanzang's initial orders were for us to oversee you and ensure your training here for a year." Yukino added hastily, "We were concerned you might become restless, which is why we did not inform you earlier." At this, Hifeng's expression fell, but it quickly transformed into a beaming smile. "So, does that mean we shall soon return to Konoha?" He had not seen Watergate, Kushina, Ayako, and the others for almost a year and longed to return to share some tender moments with them. In the land of rain, his days were filled with relentless running and endless fighting, leaving him no time to indulge himself. It was utterly dreary. However, over the past year, his physical condition and strength had indeed improved significantly. Please observe the large screen. Damage, 12 speed, 21 defense, 14 chakra, 15. Although his damage output remained lackluster, the speed of Hagon was unparalleled, making him essentially invincible among the Chunin. When compared to those freaks, achieving such prowess at the age of 10 was commendable. "By the way, Master," Yudo produced a small booklet, and after flipping through a couple of pages, remarked, "I may have found some clues regarding the Uzumaki clan." According to an informant from the Western Region 42, a merchant in the local market claimed that a group of children frequently stole food from the market. One of the children had red hair. Chapter 16. Rest assured, I am of good standing. Red hair, which signifies the other party belongs to the red-haired clan. How absurd. What am I rambling about? Red hair is quite rare in the land of rain, and one of the identifiers of the Uzumaki clan is indeed red hair. Hagong scratched his head. Sister Yukino, Uncle Yudo, now that the task is complete, shall we accompany me to take a look? I have no objections. Count me in. Then let us proceed. On their way to the location described by the informant, Hagong pondered in his mind. System, where have you been? Why haven't you presented me with any choices for such a long time? The system quickly replied. I am free to do as I please. Are you concerned? Hagong engaged in friendly banter with the system. In a cold cave not far from the local market in the western region of the Land of Rain, 3 small figures huddled by a fire, tightening their thin, tattered clothing, yet still shivering from the cold wind. It's so chilly. I wish I had a new piece of clothing. A little girl with lavender hair said dreamily. As she spoke, she leaned closer to her 2 companions, attempting to draw some warmth. Rather than new clothes, I would prefer a hearty meal, a little boy with orange hair pouted. He then looked at the slightly older red-haired boy beside him. What about you, Nagato? What do you desire? The red-haired boy's eyes were obscured by his bangs, revealing only a shy smile at the corners of his mouth. He was the Nagato Hagong sought. As long as I can be with Konan, Yahiko, and the little one, that is enough for me. Nearby, a yellow Akita dog perked up upon hearing its name, barking twice, which elicited laughter from the 3. After the laughter subsided, they fell into a somber silence. Yahiko cautiously retrieved half a piece of bread from his pocket, as if holding a rare treasure, and sighed, alas. We didn't manage to find any food this afternoon. Our dinner tonight is this. Sigh. Nagato and Konan sighed in unison. Konan patted her flat little belly, frowning as she said, I am so hungry. I've changed my mind. I no longer want new clothes. I want a feast. Yahiko divided the bread into 4 portions, secretly keeping the smallest piece for himself, then handed the remaining pieces to Konan, Nagato, and the little one. All right, let us eat. Yahiko clapped his hands and said with a grin. Encouraged by Yahiko's enthusiasm, Konan and Nagato couldn't help but smile. Yes, let us eat. Yahiko took a hearty bite of the bread. I'm not eating bread. I'm devouring a giant drumstick, and it's oozing with juice. Konan took a bite of the bread and a sip of rainwater, mimicking Yahiko. I'm not drinking rainwater. I'm savoring delicious chicken soup. Konan's delicate nose twitched, then she said with a hint of confusion, Am I imagining things? Why do I seem to smell chicken soup? Nagato and Yahiko exchanged uncertain glances. I think I smell it too. The 3 turned in unison to see a figure appearing at the cave entrance, holding a thermos. The aroma wafted from that direction. Hey, here comes the chicken soup. The figure spoke in a peculiar tone as they slowly approached the trio. Who are you? The 3 stood up nervously, their hearts racing. As the firelight illuminated the figure, they realized it was merely another child, which eased their anxiety somewhat. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant. Yahiko positioned himself protectively in front of the others, eyeing the newcomer, who was significantly larger than them, and asked with a fierce demeanor, Who are you? And what do you want here? The newcomer was, of course, Hagong, who had hurriedly arrived after tracking the 3 children. Earlier, he had pinpointed their location but chose not to approach directly. Instead, he took a detour to buy some food before returning. One could not deny that his speed was remarkable. He could easily deliver takeout with such agility. Bringing a feast to 3 children who were perpetually hungry would surely foster a closer bond among them. Hagong raised the thermos with a friendly smile. Why don't we sit down and enjoy a meal while we chat? With that, he plopped down on the ground, opened the thermos, and served himself a bowl of chicken soup. Drinking chicken soup was indeed a delightful experience. Hagong gulped down the warm soup, occasionally smacking his lips, while the 3 little ones watched with eager eyes. Konan was the first to be unable to contain herself. She took a couple of steps forward, sitting beside Hagong, and curiously asked, Big brother, who exactly are you? Konan you. Yahiko quickly followed suit, plopping down between Hagong and Konan. Nagato, seeing this, also approached and quietly sat beside them. I have a connection with this fellow, Hagong said while enjoying his chicken, tilting his head toward Nagato. A connection with Nagato? Yahiko and Konan looked at Nagato with puzzled expressions. Nagato shook his head slightly. He had never seen this person and had no idea where this supposed connection came from. All right. Hagong showed them the nearly empty bowl and said, Go ahead and eat. I'll explain everything slowly. Konan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she glanced at the enticing chicken soup, finally relinquishing her resistance. Okay, then let us dig in. Thank you, big brother. Yahiko opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Ecstatically, Conan fetched 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, swiftly serving the soup. Hagome advised, don't take too much. You've been hungry for so long. You shouldn't eat too much meat at once. Your stomach won't be able to handle it. I understand, don't worry. Big brother, Conan cheerfully replied, pouring 2 bowls of chicken soup for Nagato and Yahiko. The moment Yahiko received the soup, he suddenly thought that perhaps Hagome was indeed a good person. Nagato glanced at the eager little one and timidly asked, Big brother, can we share some of this chicken soup with the little one? If it is not possible, I will save some from my bowl for it. Hifeng waved his hand grandly and said, Feel free, take as much as you want. If it's not enough, I'll buy more for you. Yay, long live Big Brother. Xiaonan cheered joyfully. For them, who often experienced hunger, this bowl of chicken soup was incredibly impactful. Miyan took a sip of the soup, suppressing the comfort in his heart, and turned to Hifeng again. Big brother, now you can tell us who you are and what your connection is with Nagato, right? No problem. Hifeng nodded, smiling as he said, First, you can rest assured, I am a very kind person. Just then, for some unknown reason, the little one suddenly shouted at Hifeng. Without a moment's thought, Hifeng responded with a swift movement. Why are you barking like a dog? After that, he turned to see the 3 of them staring at him in confusion and asked, Why are you all looking at me like that? By the way, what was I saying? Oh, I remember. You can rest assured, I am indeed a very kind person. The 3 of them replied, You might say that. But the little one would disagree. Chapter 17. Triggering a hidden achievement. I may not be a good or bad person, but I haven't done anything particularly good or bad. Hifeng stammered. Miyan thought he needed to observe a bit longer to determine whether this person had issues or if he was simply not very bright. After rambling on, Hifeng turned to Nagato. Your name is Nagato, right? Do you know your origins? Nagato initially nodded silently, then shook his head. Xiaonan filled another bowl of soup and, while slurping it down, curiously asked, Big brother, do you know Nagato's origins? Hifeng, not keeping them in suspense, nodded slightly. I believe Nagato should be of the Uzumaki clan from the land of whirlpools. His red hair is a sign of pure Uzumaki blood. The Uzumaki clan. Nagato silently chewed on that name, as if he had vaguely heard it from his parents. And I am a ninja of Konoha. Hifeng revealed his identity. Glancing at Nagato's reaction, considering that his parents had died due to a misunderstanding involving a Konoha ninja. However, the 3 little ones did not show any particularly evident hostility. Xiaonan even blinked her big eyes and asked, Big brother, are you really a ninja? You don't look much older than us. Of course, I am indeed. Hifeng smiled, opening his ninja tool pouch to display his eating utensils. Miyan and Nagato both craned their necks curiously to look at the sharp tools. However, Xiaonan's gaze was drawn to a piece of paper inscribed with the word explosion, and for some reason, she felt a flutter of excitement. Even though our countries are at war, Konoha is merely acting in self-defense, and most people in the village cherish peace. Hifeng spoke a few words, then returned to the main topic. The Uzumaki clan and Konoha share a deep relationship. Now that I have encountered one of its lost bloodlines, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Come back with me to Konoha, Nagato, and you too as well. Hifeng looked at Nagato, then turned to Xiaonan and Miyan. Currently, the land of rain is in turmoil, and it is difficult for you 3 children to survive here. But in Konoha, you can attend school with children your age and not worry about food or clothing. I can even take you out for barbecue once a week. Barbecue? Are we going to Konoha? Hifeng's sudden proposal left the 3 little ones exchanging glances, revealing signs of hesitation. Miyan directly asked, Big brother, why do you want to take me and Xiaonan with you? Goodness, children are truly hard to persuade. How does Orochimaru manage it? Hifeng recalled and mimicked Orochimaru's smile, saying, This is part of our family's philosophy. My father has sponsored many orphanages and often taught me the importance of kindness. Therefore, when I encounter situations within my capacity, I feel it is my responsibility. Upon hearing Hifeng's words, the 3 little ones nodded in understanding. They could sense that he was speaking the truth. A person willing to sponsor orphanages must surely be a kind-hearted individual. Well, let us think it over, Miyan said. And then he quietly conferred with Xiaonan and Nagato. Hifeng remained silent, patiently waiting for their decision. As the firewood dwindled, the flames flickered and grew dimmer, casting Hifeng's half-figure into shadow. He looked at the 3 defenseless children, and a peculiar thought arose in his mind. What if I were to kill Nagato here and destroy the Rinnegan? Wouldn't that disrupt Uchiha Obito's plan? He didn't even need to act directly. He could simply add something to the remaining soup. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing an important decision and presents a choice. The system's voice interrupted Hifeng's thoughts. Option 1. If killing one can save countless others, then I shall take on that role. Kill and destroy the eye. Shatter the conspiracy. Completion reward for damage. Option 2. Killing is too cruel. It is better to seize the Rinnegan for my own use. Take Nagato's Rinnegan. Completion reward for chakra. Option 3. A man must know when to act and when to refrain. Though I, Hifeng, am no gentleman, I disdain to lay a hand on a child. Completion reward for speed. Hifeng let out a long sigh and ultimately chose option 3. After all, he was a man with principles. He could not bring himself to harm 3- or 4-year-old children. I have a system at my disposal. I will eventually become invincible in this world and need not resort to such treacherous acts. Hifeng thought. Moreover, if he could find a way to bring these 3 children under his wing, it would undoubtedly help him achieve his goals more effectively. Just imagine. If he could establish a child version of the Akatsuki in Konoha, wouldn't that be quite amusing? Choice successful, reward obtained, for speed. Congratulations. The hostess speed has reached 25, elevating to Jonin level. Hifeng felt a sense of awe as he realized how fast he had become. Detected host damage, 15, speed, 25. Congratulations on obtaining the hidden achievement Swift and Feeble. Hifeng. System, do you really believe I would uninstall you? Achievement rewards are now being distributed. Please pay attention to receive them. With a sound, a kunai fell in front of Hifeng, unnoticed by the 3 little ones, who were engrossed in their discussion. Hifeng reached down to pick up the kunai, and a line of text appeared before him. This is a magical kunai, forged from amethyst and white iron, said to be able to pierce through Susanoo. Hifeng. He suspected that the system was mocking him and his father. But he had no evidence. Why does this world harbor such malice towards the Shimura clan? Meanwhile, the 3 little ones had reached a conclusion. Mi Yan raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Nan's persuasion. Xiao Nan, stop. Even though the land of rain has its many faults, it is still my homeland. I choose to stay. Crack. Hifeng swiftly struck Mi Yan on the neck. In the terrified eyes of Xiao Nan and Nagato, Mi Yan fell silent and collapsed to the ground. Why are you all looking at me like that? Hifeng scratched his head in confusion. He hoisted the unconscious Yahiko onto his shoulder and winked at Konan and Nagato. By the way, Yahiko just said he chose to return to Konoha with us. You both heard that, right? Konan was momentarily taken aback before nodding vigorously, a smile spreading across her face. Yes, both Nagato and I heard him say that. Although the older boy in front of her often gave an absurd impression, Konan sensed that he genuinely meant no harm. Nagato hesitated for a moment. Casting a glance at Hifeng, he felt uneasy about this course of action, yet it seemed to hold no wrongdoing. Chapter 18. The Gift of Beautiful Eyes. Suddenly, as Hifeng prepared to leave with the 2 youngsters, a troubling thought struck him. Tobirama seems to recognize the Rinnegan. Oh no, if I take Nagato back to Konoha, will my father just take out his eyes? He observed Yahiko and Konan, who were busy packing their things, feeling distressed about the predicament. System, are you there? Please give me a multiple-choice question for reference. Hifeng called out in his mind. Yes, I'm here. Please hold on a moment. The system quickly replied. Option 1. Place Nagato outside Konoha to avoid Tobirama's watchful eyes. Completion reward. Forbidden technique, gift pack 1. This first option is not feasible. My father's 2 spies are waiting nearby. Hifeng scoffed, continuing to scan the options. Option 2. Rather than letting my father benefit, why not let me take advantage of it? This Rinnegan is destined to be mine. Completion reward. Taijutsu gift pack 1. If I truly desired the Rinnegan, I could have taken it from Nagato just now. Let us keep looking at the options. Option 3. Utilize the power of the divine system to seal Nagato's Rinnegan. Completion reward. Beautiful Eyes gift pack 1. Hifeng contemplated this. Among the 3 options, this one seems most plausible. Please elaborate. System. With Nagato's consent, this system can utilize the host's hands to seal his Rinnegan. Is it really that simple? Hifeng questioned. Will this seal be detectable? I've heard there's a Hyuga beauty under my father's command. During the sealing process, the Rinnegan will appear as ordinary eyes. However, if Nagato experiences intense emotional fluctuations, the seal may loosen and eventually fail. After a moment of contemplation, Hifeng swiftly made his decision. I choose option 3. He gently placed Yahiko on the ground and approached Nagato, who was busy packing his belongings. Seeing Hifeng approach, Nagato looked puzzled and asked, What is up, Hifeng? Hifeng got straight to the point. Nagato, You must be aware that your eyes are quite special. They can unleash tremendous power during emotional turmoil. Yes. Nagato nodded with a complex expression, recalling the night of the rain when he witnessed his parents' deaths. The terrifying power that flowed from his eyes had effortlessly claimed the lives of two Konoha ninjas without his conscious intent. Your eyes are indeed special, Nagato, and they may attract many covetous gazes. Hufeng firmly placed his hand on Nagato's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Thus, for your safety, I intend to seal your eyes before we return to Konoha, temporarily containing that power. Are you willing? Before Hufeng could finish, Nagato immediately replied, I'm willing. He had always feared losing control and inadvertently harming those close to him. All right then. Hufeng sighed in relief at Nagato's prompt response. I'll help you seal them now. System, you may begin. How long will this process take? Hufeng inquired mentally. It will take only 30 seconds. During this time, please maintain physical contact with Nagato. 30 seconds later, a miraculous transformation occurred. The purple hue in Nagato's eyes gradually faded until they became a pair of deep black orbs. Selection successful. Reward obtained. Beautiful Eyes Gift Pack 1. Done. The seal is complete. Hufeng released Nagato, his expression serious as he instructed, You must remember what I'm about to say. Conan, you too. Understood, big brother. Conan obediently replied. The secret of your eyes must remain buried within you. Never mention it in front of anyone or anywhere. Hufeng lowered his voice, emphasizing. Not even to my two companions who will be traveling with us shortly. I understand. Hufeng, Nagato nodded, a warm feeling washing over him. He sensed that Hufeng's concern was genuine and not merely for the power he possessed. Well then, since you're almost done packing, let us set off. Hufeng lifted Yahiko again, accompanied by the two little ones with their bags, and they departed the cave. After meeting up with Yudo and Yukino at the designated location, the six of them, along with a dog, embarked on their journey back to the village. 5 minutes later, a shadowy figure emerged from the very ground they had just traversed, muttering to itself as it watched them leave. Nagato was taken away. I must inform Lord Madara. The figure seamlessly melded back into the earth, leaving the surface as undisturbed as before. In a dim underground palace, a vast and silent hall housed a solitary, yet imposing figure reclined upon a throne carved from dark yellow rock. A menacing statue loomed behind him, reminiscent of a steadfast guardian. At that moment, a shadowy being appeared, shattering the palace's tranquility. Lord Madara, there is an urgent matter that requires your decision. The dark figure rasped. What is it, Kaguya? The figure on the stone chair slowly opened his eyes, a mere glance compelling Kaguya to bow his head in respect. Uchiha Madara. Despite his silver hair and aged appearance, his brows and eyes remained haughty. His ingrained arrogance was a mark of time that could not be erased. There was an issue with Nagato. The root has sent someone to take him back to Konoha. Kaguya replied with utmost respect. Have they discovered the anomaly of Nagato's eyes? Madara inquired, his brow furrowing. Nagato was a crucial component of his Moon Eye plan, one he could not afford to overlook. It seems not, Kaguya answered. Those individuals seem to be taking him back to Konoha due to his Uzumaki lineage, along with 2 other children. I see. Madara slowly closed his eyes, falling into deep contemplation. If he were at his peak, he would have needed no strategy. He could have simply bulldozed his way through. What route? What Konoha? As long as Hashirama does not intervene, no one in the world is his match. Yet now, having lost much of his power, he found himself resorting to the very schemes he once scorned. For the sake of peace, I have become the very thing I despise. How ironic. Madara lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, pondering for a moment before abandoning the idea of taking action against them. The Rinnegan is a legendary eye, recognized by none in the ninja world, save for its owner. At present, Nagato has not yet matured, and his plans are far from being set in motion. To confront Konoha prematurely might raise their suspicions, inadvertently alerting them to his presence. Especially considering what Kaguya mentioned about the root being adept at gathering intelligence and tracking. It would be prudent to wait until all preparations are complete before attempting to retrieve Nagato from Konoha. Understood. You may leave now, Madara waved his hand, closing his eyes once more. Yes, Lord Madara, Kaguya replied respectfully, bowing slightly before vanishing into the ground. After Kaguya's departure, a sudden thought crossed Madara's mind. Perhaps I could find a proxy to traverse the world in my stead, willingly advancing my plans. Chapter 19. The illness of red eyes on his way back to Konoha. Higase remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of one of the four madmen, referring to one of the Uchiha. At this moment, he was contemplating the rewards obtained from his previous choice. Would you like to open the gift pack 1? Glancing at the system prompt, Higase nodded. Confirm. Please choose one of the following ocular techniques as your reward. 1. Byakugan. 2. Sharingan. 3. Red Eye. 4. Blood Dragon Eye. Higase grimaced upon seeing the options. With neither Rinnegan nor Tensegan available, I'm left with these inferior choices. This gift pack is rather disappointing. Host. Spare me the chatter and just make your selection. Though Higase appeared reluctant, he begrudgingly began to choose. The Red Eye is similar to the Byakugan, possessing the ability of X-ray vision. Meanwhile, the Blood Dragon Eye shares similarities with the Sharingan, awakening through intense emotional stimuli, and is renowned for its hypnotic abilities. Nevertheless, the developmental potential and upper limits of these two techniques are evidently inferior to those of the Byakugan and Sharingan. Hey, system, if I were to acquire a full Sharingan, would it be inoperable like Kakashi's? He imagined the scene of himself returning with two glaring red eyes, only to be met with Danzo's disapproving gaze, a rather amusing image. It can be activated. The bloodline limit will automatically adapt to the host's lineage, the system replied. Higase ultimately chose the Sharingan, murmuring a hint of regret. If only the Sharingan had X-ray vision as well. Congratulations, the host has acquired one pair of single Tomo Sharingan. Wow, a ready-made Sharingan. Thank you, system. Higase exclaimed in surprise. He felt a warm current flooding into his eyes, continuously transforming his ocular structure and optic nerves. Soon, Higase sensed that with a mere thought, he could activate the effects of the Red Eye. Products from the system are undoubtedly top-notch. He praised contentedly. The system, uninterested in his flattery, logged off, leaving him to his own devices. A soft groan echoed as Yahiko slowly opened his eyes amidst the jostling. Pain radiated from his neck as he glanced around, bewildered. He realized he was being carried on the shoulder of a burly man, while Konan, Nagato, and others chatted cheerfully, seemingly unaware of their destination. What is happening? Yahiko's mind was a blur, and before he could gather his thoughts, the man pulled out a pill and thrust it into his mouth. Here, swallow this. It's a soldier's ration, the man said with a friendly smile. Yahiko, dazed, noticed that Konan and the others didn't object, and instinctively obeyed the man's command. Swallowing the pill. Uncle, where are we? At that moment, Higase stealthily approached from behind, delivering a swift blow to Yahiko's neck. Yahiko's eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. All right, let us continue on our way. Higase clapped his hands, grinning. Higase, isn't this a bit wrong? Konan raised her hand timidly, her voice barely above a whisper, with Nagato silently nodding in agreement. Higase waved dismissively. Better to avoid this fellow's theatrics on the way back. Let us carry him to Konoha first and deal with it later. That makes sense, Konan conceded, considering Higase's reasoning, and then joined Yuto and Yukino in conversation. Meanwhile, Nagato remained bashfully following behind Higase. Throughout their journey, they had grown familiar with Yuto and Yukino, yet they always remembered Higase's advice. After several days of travel, the group finally returned to Konoha, with Yuto and Yukino, both members of the route, vouching for them. Higase and the three younger companions entered the village without hindrance. Yuto and Yukino needed to return to the route for a series of complex briefings and intelligence exchanges, while Higase intended to head straight home to visit his father. And thus the group parted ways. As Higase walked ahead, the three youngsters followed closely, murmuring about something. It really is as Higase said. This place has not been affected by the ravages of war at all. Conan's eyes sparkled with envy. The streets bustled with life, vendors eagerly promoting their wares. Adults gathered in laughter, and children played in groups, their joyous laughter echoing through the air. Their smiles radiated such happiness. A stark contrast to their previous lives filled with uncertainty, worrying about food, warmth, and the very prospect of seeing another day. Indeed, Yahiko responded thoughtfully, unable to deny that this place was far superior to the land of rain. Konan held the hands of Yahiko and Nagato, and in their somewhat dazed expressions, she revealed a hopeful smile. The thought of living happily together with Yahiko and Nagato filled her with joy. Hey, Yahiko's complex expression vanished, replaced by a genuine smile. What was I worrying about? I don't possess the ability to save the world. As long as I can live well with Konan and Nagato, that is enough. What do you think Higase will arrange for us? Konan asked eagerly. Reflecting on Higase's previous words, Yahiko speculated. I think he might send us to an orphanage. Oh, but I don't want to go to an orphanage. Konan puffed out her cheeks in protest. Nagato, rarely interjecting, quietly added, I believe Higase cares for us. Perhaps he will take us in. Konan's eyes brightened at this notion. That is possible. Higase is so kind. Maybe. Humph. Yahiko interrupted with a heavy huff. As long as we are together, why should we go live under someone else's roof? We were doing just fine before he came along. He had pent-up frustration from being knocked out by Higase several times along the way. Oh, by the way, Higase suddenly turned around as if recalling something, smiling as he spoke. Since we're in the shopping district, see if there's anything you want. Clothes, food, toys, whatever you like. Just buy it. Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, Higase. Before Nagato and Yahiko could respond, Konan bounced ahead. Soon, her little arms were filled with a large stack of items. While Yahiko and Nagato helped carry several bags, Nagato shyly remarked, Konan, you shouldn't buy any more. Higase has already spent quite a bit. Higase, hearing this, waved his hand with a smile. It's fine. Go ahead and buy what you want. I have plenty of money at home. Upon hearing Hifeng's words, Yahiko suddenly felt that being taken in by this fellow might not be such a bad thing after all. Chapter 20. This plot seems off. At the Shimura residence, Hifeng allowed the three little ones to play in his spacious courtyard while he entered the house to meet his father. Inside the main house, Danzo sat in a grand chair, his eyes slightly closed, and without lifting his head, he inquired, outside. Are those the three children you brought back from the land of rain? Having just stepped into the room, Hifeng knelt before Danzo, nodding slightly. Yes, father. They all possess great potential, and I intend to take them in. What do you think? A faint smile curled at the corners of Danzo's mouth. His son wished to cultivate his own influence. As a father, how could he oppose this? It was more than enough to support him. Danzo retrieved a bundle of papers from his sleeve and gently tossed it before Hifeng, saying, select a property from this for the three children. If you lack funds, come to me again. Hifeng picked up the stack of property deeds, his face lighting up with joy. Great, thank you, father. Without Danzo's support, he would have had to purchase a house out of his own pocket, which would have significantly depleted his savings. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and approached Hifeng, looking down at him. In the border war, I trained you harshly in the land of rain. Do you harbor any resentment toward me for this? Hifeng tilted his head thoughtfully and answered honestly, a little, but not much. The two exchanged a silent glance, and Hifeng already anticipated what his father would say next. My father and grandfather both perished as ninjas on the battlefield. Self-sacrifice is a ninja's duty. Hearing his father recite this verbatim almost made Hifeng laugh out loud. He quickly composed his expression, feigning a demeanor deeply moved by the legacy of his ancestors, and solemnly nodded. Ah, yes, indeed. In terms of brainwashing, Danzo's methods, while superior to those of Hiruzen, were still somewhat lacking for someone like Hifeng, a slacker from the 21st century. You performed admirably in the land of rain. I am quite satisfied. After an ideological lesson, Danzo offered a rare compliment. He then produced a ninja headband from his robe and, to Hifeng's astonishment, personally adorned him with it. You have made significant contributions to Konoha. Henceforth, you are a chunin affiliated with Root. Hifeng acknowledged that this emotional tactic had caught him off guard, and he felt somewhat swayed. But father, I haven't graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. Isn't this a bit irregular? He inquired. Danzo shot him a glance and replied in a tone that brooked no argument. In Konoha, my rules are the rules. Well, there goes another instance of being outsmarted by my father. Danzo resumed his seat in the grand chair, closed his eyes, and coughed lightly twice. Understanding the cue, Hifeng rose and retrieved the precious tea leaves sent by the Nara clan, eagerly preparing a pot of tea. The father and son sat at the table, sipping tea while discussing the affairs of the village and country. Hifeng learned from his father that he had used the pretext of being ambushed to carry out several purges within Konoha, effectively neutralizing most internal threats. Danzo took a sip of tea, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Now, only the Uchiha clan remains as an unstable factor. Hifeng's heart tightened, but he refrained from responding. There were still 22 years until the Uchiha massacre. Some matters did not require immediate action. After discussing mundane matters for a while, Danzo suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, there is something I wish to hear your thoughts on. Please, father, Hifeng replied, savoring his tea and anticipating his father's next words. As your peers from the Ninja Academy are about to graduate, I plan to take in your friend, Minato Namikaze. What do you think? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hifeng nearly spat out his tea. If he recalled correctly, Minato should be apprenticed under Jiraiya, not under Danzo. What on earth was happening? At this moment, Hifeng remained unaware that his small actions were quietly influencing the entire ninja world. Despite seeming like a mere flutter of a butterfly's wings, the repercussions were profound. In reality, Danzo's decision to take in Minato was the result of careful consideration. Minato was exceptionally talented, a promising candidate, and his relationship with Hifeng was favorable, making him an ideal foundation for his son's future. Furthermore, it was said that he had a good rapport with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Should he be taken in, he could potentially be molded into a means of controlling the Jinchuriki, effectively serving two purposes at once. After exiting the house, Hifeng rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. His father was really something. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's absence to poach his students was rather shameless. Mid-thought, glancing at the three little ones frolicking in the courtyard, Hifeng suddenly realized something. He too had been rather shameless, even more so than his father. They had practically stripped Jiraiya of his only few disciples. Hifeng lamented, Jiraiya only has a handful of students, and we've taken them all. Meanwhile, far away in the land of rain, Jiraiya sneezed, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, as though he had lost something profoundly important. Even further away, a giant toad on a throne tossed and turned, seemingly having a nightmare, muttering the word misfortune repeatedly. All right, you three, stop running around. Hifeng called to the trio, waving them over. Come with me. I will take you to your new home. New home. The three little ones exchanged glances, their hearts tinged with a hint of anticipation. Conan tugged at Hifeng's sleeve, her big eyes blinking innocently as she asked, Hifeng brother, where are you taking us? To an orphanage? Hifeng pinched Conan's chubby cheek, smiling as he replied, well, I want to keep you all as my little siblings. Would you like that? Conan's eyes brightened, and she excitedly pumped her little fists. I would love that, Hifeng brother. Hifeng then turned to Nagato, whose bangs obscured his eyes. However, judging by the smile at the corner of his mouth, he likely had no objections. Humph. Yahiko snorted from the side, remaining silent. His lack of refusal indicated agreement. As they walked, Conan naturally took Hifeng's hand, her curiosity piqued. Hifeng brother, since you want to take us in, why are you leading us away? Hifeng produced a property deed, explaining, I just want to ensure you feel comfortable. My father has found a house specifically for the three of you. Ah, Conan exclaimed in surprise. They had recently been wandering outside, homeless, and now they were about to have a place of their own. It felt surreal. The three looked at each other, hearts filled with hope, and they felt immense gratitude towards Hifeng and his father. Hifeng's father was remarkably straightforward, providing shelter for the three orphan children without hesitation. This act reveals his genuinely kind-hearted nature. Chapter 21. Minato, this is not my fault. After settling the three little ones, Hifeng, with his hands in his pockets, strode towards the ninja school, embodying a somewhat aloof demeanor. Interestingly, this flamboyant walking style was something he had learned from his close friend Wang Shua back on Blue Star. Memories flooded back, and Hifeng suddenly recalled the 100 gigabytes of study materials on his phone that he had yet to delete. What a perilous thought. He dismissed the remnants of his past life, realizing there was no point in dwelling on it, as he could never return. Shaking his head, he sat quietly on a flower bed outside the ninja school, waiting for Minato and Kushina to finish their classes. During this waiting period, he recalled his earlier conversation with his father. Here follows Hifeng's recollection. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, father? Hifeng was astounded by his father's words. Minato's style is quite different from ours. Although Hifeng had always wished to alter Minato's tragic fate, he believed even Minato's misfortune was preferable to being misled by a false mentor. Do you think there is a better place for Minato than here with us? Danzo inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. You should know that the closer you are to Minato, the more he becomes associated with the Shimura clan. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hifeng realized the burden of this association would fall upon him. This was akin to a prince of one nation being closely associated with a certain minister. Even if their relationship was innocent, other princes would hesitate to employ that minister. However, if Minato followed his father, then the Flying Thunder God technique would be easily accessible to Danzo, but the sage arts of Myaboku would remain out of Minato's reach. Yet, Hifeng could not explain this reasoning to Danzo. He certainly could not admit to having seen the script, warning his father of the dire fate awaiting him and inadvertently jeopardizing Minato's future. Hifeng steeled himself and said, Father, Minato is my beloved friend and brother. I believe. Unexpectedly, Danzo looked at his son with surprise. So, you are concerned that I might mistreat your friend in the future? As Hoofing hesitated, Danzo pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Then I shall adopt your friend as my godson. Would that satisfy you? This was even more frightening. Hoofing was taken aback. Just imagine, the righteous Minato calling the hawk-eyed Danzo father. What a jarring image. Hoofing wanted to retort, a man should not remain subservient in this world. But seeing the increasingly unfriendly expression on his father's face, he wisely chose to remain silent, fearing Danzo might take drastic action against him. Sighing, Hoofing's recollection came to an abrupt halt as he contemplated how to broach this topic with Minato later. My father wishes to adopt you, but after my persuasion. He has reconsidered and now desires to recognize you as his son. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Hoofing turned around to see a familiar face and smile. Minato. His brain momentarily froze, and he stammered, Minato, my father wants to acknowledge you as his son. Minato looked bewildered. Do you even hear what you're saying? Realizing his blunder, Hoofing quickly corrected himself. No, it's my father who wants to adopt you. Though that sounds much more reasonable, it still feels rather off. Ah, Hoofing, you're back. A joyful voice exclaimed. In the next moment, a red-haired figure rushed forward, lifting Hoofing off the ground and spinning him around. Was Hoofing moved? He dared not move, his limbs stiff as he allowed Kushina to have her fun while casting an innocent glance at Minato. Minato, it was your wife who initiated this. You can't blame me. Brother. After having her fun, Kushina set Hoofing down, her smile instantly vanishing as she punched him. Where have you been? You didn't return for over a year. Hoofing had not perished on the battlefield, but nearly met his end beneath Kushina's punch, realizing his defenses were still too low. Next time I have attribute points, I'm pouring them all into defense. Let us find a place to eat and chat. I'll treat you both as an apology, Hoofing said, spitting blood. The three settled at a barbecue restaurant, where Hoofing recounted his experiences over the past year. His tumultuous tales elicited gasps from Kushina, who, in her excitement, punched him again, causing a dull thud that made Minato's heart race. And there's one more thing, Hoofing strained to say through the pain. As we approach graduation, Minato, my father intends to take you under his wing. Minato pondered for a moment before smiling. I have no objections. It would be quite an honor to study under Lord Danzo. Hoofing's expression turned to one of surprise. Minato's reaction was not what he had anticipated. Seeing Hoofing's astonishment, Minato remained silent, genuinely feeling that way. Setting aside their relationship, he had learned much from Lord Danzo and owed him a debt of gratitude. To many, he was already regarded as part of that faction. Moreover, since he would eventually need to find a place for himself, why not choose a more powerful one? Well, as long as you're happy, Hoofing said, relieved that Minato had no objections. The three shared laughter, their deep friendship undiminished by a year apart. In fact, it seemed to have grown stronger. Half a month later, at the Root headquarters, Hoofing donned a black combat uniform, layered with a gray vest, and slowly placed a white mask with red patterns over his face. As the saying goes, one is judged by their attire. Looking at the cool and composed reflection in the mirror, Hoofing nodded in satisfaction. I knew it. I truly am handsome. He tightened the arm guards and surveyed the Root members passing by in twos and threes. At that moment, Danzo still maintained some semblance of integrity. Not yet fully consumed by darkness and power, nor had he devolved into a monster. Thus, the atmosphere within Root remained relatively pleasant, devoid of the oppressive despair often depicted in anime. Young master, what are you daydreaming about? A robust figure approached and wrapped an arm around Hoofing, leading him outside. The Uchiha clan is about to set out. We must take our positions quickly. This is your first mission since joining Root. We cannot afford to falter. Chapter 22. A special mission on the way to the entrance of Konoha, Hoofing curiously asked, Uncle Yudo, isn't the Wagakure currently at odds with Kumogakure? Why have they suddenly shifted their focus to attack Konoha? Not long ago, intelligence agents reported that several elite teams from Wagakure had crossed into the Land of Grass, seemingly planning a surprise attack on Konohagakure. The mission that Hikes and others received was related to this imminent assault. What's the big deal? They must think there's profit to be gained. Yudo shrugged nonchalantly. We fought fiercely against Sunagakure before, and now we're joining forces to tackle Hanzo of the Salamander. Hikes pondered for a moment and found Yudo's reasoning sound. He realized he had been misled by the Hokage. In reality, ninjas are not so passionate. They are often cold-blooded individuals pursuing their interests, living precariously on the edge of a blade. Young master, you need to quickly fill the vacancies in our team. Yudo lazily reminded him. With one less person, we will be at a disadvantage during the mission. I understand, Uncle Yudo, Hikes replied somewhat helplessly. He had initially considered recruiting Ayako, but upon reflection, realized that her naive and sweet nature would likely lead to her downfall in the field, so he abandoned that idea. However, he had now thought of a suitable candidate, a knowledgeable and elegant woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and glasses. Had it not been for the sudden nature of this mission, he might have already attempted to win her over. The two merrily hopped to the village entrance, where a slender figure wearing a mask appeared and coldly remarked, "Young master, Yudo-senpai, you are late." The two sheepishly scratched their heads and noticed that aside from Yukino, the other members of Team Root had also arrived. Apologies for the delay. I had some unexpected matters to attend to. Yudo laughed heartily. The social niceties were in full display. No worries. A Root captain waved his hand and then surveyed the group. Everyone is clear on the mission, right? The group nodded in agreement. We will be acting in the capacity of Umbu, providing support for the teams engaging the IW Anin. A Root ninja lowered his voice. In reality, we are here to keep an eye on those guys. Following the ninja's gaze into the distance made it clear who he referred to. The Uchiha clan. A significant number of the ninjas sent to confront the Sand Ninja bore the Uchiha crest emblazoned upon their shoulders. Among the crowd, Hikes recognized many familiar faces. Besides the well-known Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, his contemporaries, Uchiha Wei and Uchiha Yu, were also prominently present in the ranks. Sensing Hikes' scrutiny, whispers began to circulate among the Uchiha. Konoha has indeed sent people to protect us. It is an honor. Only the Uchiha clan has such privilege. Huh. Just say they sent us to monitor us. What is the point of pretending? One Uchiha member lamented. Konoha does not trust us, yet we must risk our lives for them. It is truly disheartening. An Uchiha higher-up's expression changed slightly, and he admonished in a hushed tone, "Big talk. Avoid divisive comments." The unrest within the Uchiha gradually subsided. Soon, dozens of teams departed the village in an orderly fashion, heading towards the land of grass. Hikes and his companions trailed behind, and the previous route captain spoke up. According to the plan, these teams will split into two groups, each securing a route connecting the land of grass and the land of fire. I will lead one squad, and he glanced at Yudo, Murakumo. You will handle the other and ensure the young masteress' safety. Is that acceptable? Yudo cheerfully thumped his chest. No problem, leave it to me. The land of grass, as its name suggests, was covered in sprawling meadows, a verdant expanse as far as the eye could see. Upon entering the land of grass, the teams from Konoha dispersed in an orderly manner, maintaining a certain distance from each other as they advanced toward their objectives. From a bird's-eye view, the Konoha ninjas appeared as a square that suddenly split into two, transforming into two horizontal lines slowly progressing in different directions. The root members at the rear swiftly adjusted their formation. Following the earlier plan, 8 members joined the western group, while Hikes and his 7 companions followed the other team. The scenery of the land of grass was rather monotonous. Aside from the green grass, the landscape was predominantly forest, all bearing a single hue. Initially, the vibrant green was quite pleasant to the eye, but after a while, it began to feel dreary and repetitive. The 7 root members trailed behind the main force and began to converse quietly. The quality of this Uchiha group is lacking. It's a miracle if one among 7 or 8 has awakened their Sharingan. Uchiha Tuyong is quite cunning. Uchiha Tuyong, the father of Uchiha Fugaku, was also the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, who are they trying to fool by sending such a bunch of duds? They even dragged along some kids who haven't even graduated yet. It was no surprise that the root members expressed their grievances. Given the prolonged conflict between Konoha and the land of rain and wind, other major clans had actively participated, suffering significant losses. Yet, the Uchiha clan, for certain reasons, consistently refrained from exerting full effort, only concerned with how to preserve their own interests. Sighing, Hikes felt helpless. It was evident that this situation stemmed from mutual distrust between the Uchiha and the village. The Uchiha feared that should they suffer casualties, Konoha would take advantage of the situation, thus they were reluctant to commit fully. However, such behavior only served to reinforce Konoha's suspicions of the Uchiha, further deepening the rift between them. Unless someone could forcibly break this barrier, the Uchiha clan was fated for extinction. As the group became increasingly agitated, Hikes attempted to change the subject. Let us discuss how we should provide support if the forward team is ambushed. Support? A root ninja paused, looking puzzled at Yudo. Murakumo-senpai, did you not clarify to the young master what our mission entails? Before Yudo could respond, a deafening explosion erupted from the front. The ground trembled, rocks flew, and the horrifying vibrations felt as if a dragon had risen from the depths, shaking the earth beneath their feet, even from a distance. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The chilling cries echoed through the air. At the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, within the underground palace belonging to Madara, a dark figure stirred, rousing the sleeping Madara. Lord Madara, I have just received intelligence that I believe will pique your interest. Madara slowly opened his eyes, his pupils sharpening as he focused on Kuro. Speak. What is the information? Nearby, Konoha ninjas were engaged in battle with the Wagakure ninjas, many of whom were of your lineage. Kuro paused for a moment. Perhaps among them, there are promising candidates who might satisfy your demands. Oh, is that so? Madara rose, his previously murky eyes now gleaming with clarity. It seems I must personally pay a visit. After a brief contemplation, he detached 3 tubes that connected him to the Otsutsuki statue, which sustained his life. Though now he could only operate for 1 hour, and his strength was but a fraction of its peak, it would suffice. Chapter 23. Ambushed, Hikes struggle boom. The web-like patterns instantly spread for hundreds of meters, causing the ground to shatter beneath, creating chasms akin to deep ravines. As he beheld the scene reminiscent of a natural disaster, Hafu drew a sharp breath. A root ninja remarked, it must be the earth release, earth-shattering palm. Given the scale, at least 10 squads are involved. Ahead, many ninjas, caught off guard, stumbled into the earth trap, instantly pierced by the emerging earthen spears, resembling porcupines. However, the Uchiha clan was far from weak. Although they were not the elite of the clan, their combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary people. Do not lose your composure. Recall our regular drills, commanded the squad leaders. The 4 teams formed a diamond-shaped formation, ready to charge. Under the guidance of a few high-ranking officials, the Uchiha swiftly regained order and organized themselves into units, rushing into the forest. Soon, the sounds of fierce battle echoed from within. What shall we do now? Hafu inquired, gripping the hilt of his blade and glancing at Yudo and others. Yudo patted Hafu's arm reassuringly and shook his head, saying, we do nothing. Nothing at all. Hafu exclaimed in disbelief. Are we just going to watch? Young master, perhaps Samurai-senpai did not clarify this for you. The root ninja continued. Our mission is to observe the Uchiha perish, and then discreetly collect some Sharingan for roots research. What? Is this some absurd task? Yukino, witnessing Hafu's incredulity, spoke softly. Though his words are blunt, they hold truth. Hafu found it hard to accept. Though there are extremists within the Uchiha, they are fighting for Konoha now. Our actions seem excessively cold-hearted. Yudo sighed heavily, aware that Hafu might struggle to accept such a ruthless course of action. Had it not been for Danzo's insistence on Hafu participating in this mission, he would never have allowed it. The other root ninjas exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The young master's attitude put them in a difficult position. I don't care, Hafu began, but suddenly, a notification chimed, presenting a choice. Option 1. Forcefully terminate this unethical mission and assist the Uchiha. Reward, none. In the back mountains of the Temple of Fire, there is a statue of Buddha. You let it stand, and you sit down. Option 2. Remain uninvolved, neither supporting nor opposing the actions of the root members. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Option 3. Follow the majority's lead and actively join this mission, integrating with future subordinates. Reward, 2 free attribute points. After all, once they sacrifice themselves, if in the afterlife they are aware that their deaths contributed to Konoha, they would surely find solace in that. With this thought, Hafu suddenly felt that their mission held profound significance. He slapped Yukino's thigh, filled with emotion. Choice successful. Reward, 2 free attribute points. The root ninjas were taken aback by Hafu's abrupt shift in attitude, nearly causing them to stumble. One root ninja, after a moment of shock, immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, young master is truly a person of character. Several root ninjas gathered, eager to instruct Hafu on how to efficiently extract eyes without leaving a trace, ensuring that surrounding tissues were preserved. They emphasized the importance of controlling the force during the fire release, lest it appear too deliberate. These individuals were evidently experienced, speaking with authority as if this were not their first offense. Indeed, they were seasoned criminals. While they conversed, the battle ahead escalated to a fever pitch. The sounds of clashing steel, anguished cries, and the relentless exchange of blades filled the air, with casualties occurring every moment. All right, it's our turn to perform. A group of root ninjas stealthily approached the battlefield, Hafu among them. He sought a less crowded area, knowing that as a first-time participant, he would struggle if too many were present. Brother, I want to take your eyes for nothing. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure the Uchiha endure. Hafu muttered quietly as he proceeded with his task. Sister, think of it this way. If you perish, you can still indirectly protect the Uchiha. This is quite the bargain. After a while, Hafu decided to halt his actions. He merely sought to fulfill the choice, not truly embody cold-heartedness. Suddenly, he spotted a petite figure fiercely battling an IWA ninja. It was Uchiha Wei. Current attributes of Uchiha Wei: attack, 16, speed, 17, defense, 13, chakra, 15. Observing her, Hafu noted that she had nearly reached Chunin strength, her attack power surpassing his own. Yet, the IWA ninja was evidently stronger, continuously pressuring Uchiha Wei, who could only fend off the assaults. Hafu sighed, contemplating. After all, she is a classmate. Having taken so many eyes from her clan, I should seek some solace. He retrieved several kunai, extracting a poison pouch from his ninja tool bag, and evenly coated the kunai with venom. After securing the weapons, he sprang into motion, dashing toward Uchiha Wei's location. Damn it! Uchiha Wei was once again forced back by the force of the enemy's blade. She retaliated by drawing a kunai and hurling it at her adversary. Clang! Taking advantage of the IWA ninja's momentary distraction, Uchiha Wei swiftly retreated, forming hand seals and unleashing a series of fiery projectiles. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. As the flames approached, the IWA ninja calmly took a half-step back, forming seals and striking the ground decisively. Insignificant technique, Earth release, Earth wall. A circular wall, measuring 4 to 5 meters wide, erupted from the ground, completely shielding the IWA ninja. The flames collided with the earth wall, producing mournful cries, unable to penetrate the nearly half-meter-thick barrier. Just then, an unexpected ally arrived, unleashing a sharp wind blade that sliced through the air. Swish! The 2-meter-long wind blade cut through the atmosphere, aiming directly at the IWA ninja. His countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly dodged in the opposite direction of the wind blade. However, Hafu had anticipated his move, launching several kunai with precision. Despite the IWA ninja's desperate evasion, one kunai grazed his body, leaving a deep wound. Chapter 24. Don't chase me, chase her. Damn. Those Konoha brats are truly troublesome. The IWA ninja staggered, narrowly avoiding Uchiha Wei's attack, casting a sinister glance at her and Hafu. Soon, I will sever both your heads and use them as balls. Hafu chuckled dismissively, standing firm and counting down. 10, 9, 8. The IWA ninja formed hand seals. Sneering, brat, stop with the theatrics. In the face of absolute power, thud. A wave of searing pain coursed through his body, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Fool. Hifeng approached Yin Run, looking down at him with a condescending gaze. Just now, I was counting down your life. Before he could finish his theatrical performance, Uchiha Wei swiftly stepped forward and sliced through Yin Ren's throat with a single stroke. Hey, what are you doing? Hifeng exclaimed irritably. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, his clothes would have been stained with blood by now. Uchiha Wei cast a cold glance at Hifeng and, in a chilling tone, replied, Thanks, Shimizu Hifeng. Hifeng was taken aback. I'm wearing a mask and have altered my voice. How on earth did you recognize me? Uchiha Wei rolled her eyes at him. No wonder your strength has improved so rapidly. It must have come at the cost of your intelligence. Meanwhile, in the woods behind them, a muscular Yenron, towering at nearly 2 meters, struck a Uchiha's head with a fist. The sound of impact echoed as the head splattered like a crushed watermelon, leaving a chaotic mess on the ground. After dispatching his opponent, Yenrun turned to find his comrades, only to witness a scene that ignited his fury. His beloved had been brutally murdered by 2 Konoha youngsters. I will make you pay for his life. Yenrun roared, his eyes bloodshot as he charged at the 2 Konoha kids. What the hell? Hifeng turned just in time to see a brawny man, with arms thicker than his legs, charging toward him. If this guy turned into a zombie, he'd surely be a mini-boss. Run. Hifeng swiftly retreated, while casting a reconnaissance jutsu at the man. Banmai Yojiro, attributes. Damage, 32, speed, 25, defense, 30, chakra, 28. What the hell? Hefeng's expression shifted as he cursed again. This Banmai Yojiro, aside from his slightly slower speed, had damage and defense levels of 30, which were on par with elite jonin. This was beyond what he could handle. He regretted his earlier decision to intervene. It would have been better to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Hey, the one who killed your beloved is her. As he fled, Hefeng attempted to shift the blame. Every debt has its owner. If you want revenge, go after her. He believed that life stakes were too high to gamble with his own existence. You jerk. Uchiha Wei's face turned pale with anger, but she couldn't muster any curse words, leaving her to simmer in her frustration. Neither of you will escape. You will both accompany my beloved to the grave. Yojiro's expression twisted with rage. Each step he took resonating like a cannon, rapidly closing the distance between them. While Hefeng was still relatively fine, with his own speed at 25, he knew that if he sprinted, Yojiro might not catch up. However, just as Hefeng hesitated, the system's voice chimed in as usual. Detecting that the host is facing a choice, presenting options. Option 1. In the face of an enemy, don't panic, just run faster than your teammate. Abandon Uchiha Wei and flee alone. Completion reward, speed 1. Option 2. In your lifetime, have you ever been allergic to someone else's farts? Save someone to the end. Protect Uchiha Wei. Completion reward, defense 1. What kind of accent is that, system? It should be about whether you've ever risked your life for someone. Hefeng grumbled to himself. I choose option 2. I owe a debt to the Uchiha clan, and now I'll repay it. Selection successful. Reward received. Defense 1. Suddenly, Hefeng pivoted and hurled a poison pouch, releasing a cloud of purple smoke that obscured Yojiro's vision. The horrific poison spread rapidly, corroding the surrounding grass to black. Seeing this, Yojiro's expression shifted slightly, and his movement was briefly halted by the poisonous mist. Follow me, Hefeng commanded, grabbing Uchiha Wei's hand and pulling her away as they fled. The poison would only delay Yojiro for a moment. It was impossible to completely shake him off in that time. Listen to me, Hefeng urged as they ran. Do you see that big tree ahead? Hide behind it now, and I'll draw that guy away. But shut up. You're a burden right now. Follow my orders. Hefeng interrupted, speaking forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. The thudding footsteps of Yojiro drew closer behind them. Uchiha Wei understood that this was not the time for sentiment. She darted behind the tree, holding her breath to stay silent. Hefeng swiftly changed direction, sprinting towards another path. I can only do this much. It's the least I can do for my conscience, he thought. After all, he had indeed drawn the enemy's attention and even wasted a valuable poison pouch. His intentions were clear. Whether he managed to lure Yojiro away was no longer his concern. If successful, he would lead Yojiro away for a leisurely stroll while saving Uchiha Wei's life. If unsuccessful, he could seize the chance to escape, effectively profiting from the encounter. What do we call this? An emergency escape plan. Saving someone, even for just a moment, counts as saving, right? Of course it does. Oh dear host, you're quite the chatterbox. Humph, that is how people speak. It's none of your business. Meanwhile, Yojiro, having bypassed the toxic mist, found only Hefeng in his line of sight. Suddenly, realizing one person was missing, he wasn't foolish enough to believe the slower one had simply vanished. Searching may not yield results. It could even lead to an ambush. Yojiro hesitated briefly before pursuing Hefeng instead. The battlefield was ever-changing. Rather than expend effort seeking another, it was better to eliminate the immediate target. Oh, so you really are chasing me, Hefeng thought, feeling a wave of bad luck wash over him as he popped a detoxifying pill into his mouth and quietly opened the second poison pouch. If you keep chasing, I'll kill you. Hefeng quickened his pace, diving into the forest. Just as he entered, he collided with a yen run, locking eyes with his opponent. Hefeng. He knew he was out of luck, but did it really have to be this way? Now he was trapped between two enemies. Chapter 25. The unfortunate Hefeng confirming their intentions. He realized they were indeed out for blood. Earth release, wind release, gale. Hefeng's skills depended on incantations, while his opponent relied on physical gestures. It was clear he had the upper hand. Boom. A violent gust of wind erupted, sending the still-forming Yen Rin flying several meters away. Haha, eat my dust. Hefeng laughed maniacally as he dashed past the Yen Run, unleashing poison while fleeing, even taking a moment to glance at his attributes panel. Damage, 12. Speed. 27. Defense. 15. Chakra. 15. He noted that, aside from his damage still lagging behind, his other attributes had become quite impressive. In the world of Naruto, just turned 10, approaching Jonin level, Hifong was not aimlessly running. The battlefield was fraught with traps and ambushes, and he had no desire to encounter love at the next corner. After making a small loop, he returned to his previous path, hoping to encounter a few root members who were too distracted to notice him. After all, behind him were two formidable opponents, one an elite Jonin and the other a special Jonin. Even if he inhaled the toxic gas, capturing them was far from guaranteed. Who could say whether they possessed antidotes or hidden skills? These uncertainties loomed large. The survival principle of Hagone was simple. If one could endure, one should not act recklessly. However, plans often falter in the face of reality. As Hagone drifted around a corner, a squad of rock shinobi unexpectedly descended from above. In that moment, both sides were momentarily stunned. The rock shinobi appeared utterly bewildered, akin to a group of fully armed soldiers discussing battle strategies when a lone robber with a small pistol barged in, creating an amusing scene. Hagone felt as though he was suffocating. This was a squad of rock shinobi. How could this happen? He was already caught in a precarious situation, and now he was faced with even more adversity. The opposing rock shinobi were already forming hand seals. One of them brandished a short blade and charged at Hagone. If they managed to ensnare him, the imminent threat from Yujiro would surely end in disaster. Toxic release. Fortunately, Hagone's speed was remarkable at that moment. He decisively grabbed several poison vials and smashed them beneath his feet. A dense purple smoke erupted instantly, and the terrifying venom created a disorienting effect even from several meters away. Not good, it's poison. Retreat. Several rock shinobi's expressions changed dramatically as they immediately halted their ninjutsu and retreated. This leaf brat, did he intend to perish alongside them, knowing he could not escape? Wind release. Wind domain. The moment Hagone released the poison, he utilized wind release to create a barrier, isolating the spreading toxic gas. It was somewhat reminiscent of the realm of silent speech. Seizing the opportunity while the rock shinobi withdrew, he pivoted and fled, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, save me." With numerous robust men following closely behind, he could no longer concern himself with dignity. As for whether his shouting would attract nearby enemies, it was laughable. Even if he remained silent, he would inevitably encounter more foes. This cursed luck, how infuriating. Yudo and others were occupied with their own struggles and had not engaged in the battle, but they reacted quickly. At a critical moment, several members of the Root arrived and rescued the beleaguered Hagone. To be honest, Yudo was astonished. What on earth did you do? Why were so many rock shinobi pursuing you instead of engaging in combat? Hagone wore a face of indignation and frustration. The truth is, I did absolutely nothing. Isn't this just bullying the honest? Soon, the war drew to a close, culminating in a Pyrrhic victory for the Uchiha, forcing the rock-hidden village to retreat. Although the Uchiha clan's reinforcements were not elite, neither could the rock-hidden village's dispatched ninjas be considered top-tier. Their true forces were still engaged in a contest in the land of rain and cloud-hidden village. The assault on Konoha was merely a trial to gauge the vulnerability of Konoha's rearguard and to see if there were any profits to be had. Both sides incurred minor losses, yet Danzo emerged unscathed. "Hey, Uchiha Wei, are you alright?" Hagone arrived at the location where Uchiha Wei had concealed herself, only to discover that the girl had fainted. Her pale face resembled one poisoned. Poisoned. A shock coursed through him, followed by a pang of guilt. Could it be that when I tossed the poison vials, this foolish woman failed to hold her breath and inadvertently inhaled some toxic gas? The potent poison Hagone concocted was no trifling matter. Uchiha Wei's defenses were even weaker than his own, and it could very well be fatal. With urgency, he hastily retrieved an antidote pill and forced it into Uchiha Wei's mouth. Ugh ugh. Uchiha Wei began to retch involuntarily, drawing strange looks from the Root members outside. Young Master is truly impatient, showing no regard for the fairer sex. Thanks to Hagone's presence, the Root members joined the fray at the war's climax, alleviating a significant amount of the pressure on the Uchiha clan. Hagone alone bore half that burden. The Leaf's minions still showed some humanity, as one Uchiha remarked softly. Another Uchiha scoffed, perhaps, but not much. Otherwise, why did they only act at the last moment? They were merely aiming to exhaust us. Yet, many Uchiha mourned the losses among their kin. We have lost so many of our brethren in this battle. Let us hope that on the other side, things go more smoothly, and that everyone can return safely. In another battlefield, you run. Sister. Uchiha Yu unleashed a frantic roar. His elder brother had pushed him aside at a critical moment to save him, only to be impaled by an incoming long blade. Run? The rock shinobi withdrew the long blade and kicked aside the Uchiha brother before sneering. You two brothers might as well die together today. You bastard. I will make you pay for my brother's life. Yu's eyes turned blood red, and the two black tomo began to whirl faster in his gaze. Let me see if you truly possess the skills. The rock shinobi wielded his long blade and flickered forward, charging at Uchiha Yu. Calm down, calm down. The two tomo Sharingan amplified Yu's dynamic vision. The movements of the rock shinobi appeared to him as though they were in slow motion, revealing several openings. As long as he could seize one of those openings. Clang. Yu swiftly drew the Uchiha clan's katana and charged forward, slashing diagonally towards the rock shinobi. Drip, drip, drip. The two figures crossed paths and then froze, blood dripping from one of their garments. On the ground lay a severed arm still clutching a blade, with a small flame emblem visible on the sleeve. Chapter 26. Undercurrents surging too. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Yu, and despair washed over his face. He had just activated the two tomo Sharingan under duress. While he could see through his opponent's attacks, his body had yet to adapt to the surge in dynamic vision, causing his reactions to lag behind his consciousness. In this discord, his strike aimed at the opponent's opening became his own vulnerability. With a single move, he was bested by the more seasoned rock shinobi. Clearly, your bravado exceeds your ability. The rock shinobi sneered as he advanced upon you, raising his blade once more. Now die, brat. Uchiha Yu glared at the rock shinobi in fury, hating his own helplessness, unable to even exact revenge for his brother. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Clang. The sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out, and the rock shinobi suddenly realized that someone had appeared behind him without his notice. Who are you? He hurriedly turned with his blade raised in defense. The one who will kill you. In a flash, the blade gleamed and the rock shinobi froze, a line of blood slowly appearing across his neck. No wonder the Konoha Ambu had such a swift blade. Thud. The corpse collapsed to the ground, and a man in a white mask turned coldly to face Uchiha Yu. The sudden arrival of assistance left Yu momentarily stunned, but he quickly rejoiced. Thank you, esteemed Ambu, for saving me. My brother is gravely injured. Could you please? Uft. The long blade pierced flesh. Yu's smile froze. The masked man raised a long blade before him, gradually plunging it into his brother's skull. Why? Yuzin whispered, before erupting into a frenzied roar. In his blood-red eyes, a third tomo flickered into existence, but alas, constrained by his physical form, it could not fully materialize. Why? The masked man sneered, slowly advancing with the blade in hand. Because the scum of the Uchiha clan deserved to die. Ah! Yuzin, with his left hand grasping a kunai, charged at the man, consumed by a desire to tear him apart. Yet, with one arm severed, he was no match for the elite from the root. Soon finding his body riddled with wounds, on the brink of collapse, the adversary seemed to relish in his torment, taking his time to inflict pain rather than deliver a swift death. As both his spirit and strength waned, Yuzin knelt helplessly to the ground. Devoid of the will to resist, gathering the last remnants of his strength, he asked, Why? Why must this happen? You Uchiha are arrogant and unruly. A malignant tumor in Konoha, the masked man coldly stated, pressing the blade against Yuzin's throat. Given the chance, all must be eradicated. You treacherous scoundrels of Konoha. Yuzin's vision blurred, consciousness teetering on the edge of oblivion. In his haze, he perceived a figure wielding a scythe, who struck down the masked man with a single blow. Is this merely a hallucination before death? The figure approached Yuzin, concern etched upon their face, their voice deep and soothing. Child, are you all right? It seems not to be an illusion, Yuzin mused, unsure of the identity of his savior, yet comforted by their crimson eyes. As darkness enveloped him, he lost consciousness entirely. How is it? Yudo squatted beside a lifeless body, frowning as he inquired. A considerable amount of time had passed since the conclusion of the war. The Uchiha from both sides had converged, yet the two root squads had yet to return. Sensing something amiss, Hikes and others rushed to another battlefield to investigate. They discovered that all 8 of their comrades had perished, their heads cruelly severed. This is a blatant provocation. 2 of the fallen had fallen victim to Genjutsu. As per my assessment, likely from the Sharingan. The root member withdrew his hands from the corpses, his expression grim. In my view, This matter cannot be dissociated from the Uchiha clan. What? These scoundrels dare to attack us? A root ninja seethed with rage. Do they wish to declare war on Konoha? Some had already gripped their blades at their waists. Let us return now and slay those brutes to avenge our comrades. Enough. Yudo's voice rang out, interrupting the fervor. The Uchiha clan is arrogant, yet they are not fools. This matter is fraught with suspicion, and we must not jump to conclusions. Senior Murakase is right, Yukino chimed in. What we must do now is return to the village swiftly and report this matter to Lord Danzo for his judgment. After tending to the bodies, the 7 members abandoned the main force and hastily retraced their steps. Along the way, silence enveloped them, each lost in contemplation of their fallen comrades. Hikase too pondered, feeling an inexplicable strangeness surrounding the incident. He had seen the script. The Uchiha clan's most rebellious act, prior to their annihilation, was conspiring to rebel in front of Konoha spies. Before the insurgency even began, the clan leader had nearly succumbed to brainwashing, and later, the entire clan fell victim to a prodigal son descending from a power line. Moreover, these events transpired over a decade later. It was inconceivable that the Uchiha would brazenly assault Konoha's Anbu at this juncture. Hikase endeavored to recall pertinent events from the Hokage storyline, seeking clues. The War of the Land of Grass, God of War Mifune? Suddenly, Hikase's eyes widened, pupils contracting as if struck by lightning. Could it be? At the Uchiha Obito's base. Obito was connected to 3 oxygen tubes, his eyes half-lidded, reclining on his throne as he inquired, "What has become of the child I brought back?" Kurizetsu, bowing respectfully, replied in a raspy voice, "The child is no longer in danger, but he is severely exhausted, still in a state of unconsciousness." Very well. Obito nodded slightly, asking casually, "Did he have any other relatives besides the deceased brother?" "None. His kin all perished on the battlefield," Kurizetsu responded. "However, it seems he has a girl he admires back in Konoha." "Oh." Obito's eyes opened wide, revealing an intrigued expression. "A girl he admires? What a delightful youth." He paused, chuckling softly. "Heh, if that girl were to die at the right moment, perhaps it would awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan." Kurizetsu lowered his head, silent. Obito lightly tapped the throne, lost in thought for a moment before asking again, "What of the other one, the boy named Uchiha-yu?" "He has awakened," Kurizetsu replied. "He now goes by Uchiha Lin," declaring his intent to live on in his brother's name. Obito smiled enigmatically, closing his eyes once more as he stated softly, "Once the other child regains consciousness, bring them both to meet me." "Yes, Lord Obito." Kurizetsu's figure vanished, leaving the grand hall enveloped in silence once again. Chapter 27. The Transformation of This World in the Root. Danzo observed the indignant expressions of his subordinates and spoke solemnly, "I am aware of this matter, and I shall ensure that the Uchiha clan pays the price." After calming his subordinates, Danzo waved his sleeve. "All right, you may all withdraw. Hikase, stay behind." The others complied and exited, leaving only Danzo and Hikase in the hall. "Speak, what are your thoughts?" Danzo inquired, seated in his high-backed chair, assessing his son. "I believe the Uchiha clan is likely being framed," Hikase replied candidly. "The clues we have found are too conspicuous, as if someone intentionally guided us to suspect the Uchiha clan." Danzo closed his eyes, asking once more, "Who do you think orchestrated this?" Hikase fell into deep contemplation. He had initially suspected Uchiha Obito, but Obito was only just over a year old. The timeline simply did not match. Could it be? Hikase's mind sparked with a realization. Those Uchiha remnants who refused to join Konoha? After proposing this possibility, Hikase promptly dismissed it himself. The Uchiha outside Konoha had likely been eliminated by his father, this old fox. Otherwise, why would there be no mention of them in the Hokage storyline? Indeed. Danzo acknowledged with a nod. "Well, you must be weary from this mission. Go home and rest." "Yes, father," Hikase replied, rising to leave. After a prolonged engagement with the rugged men of Awagakure, he indeed felt fatigued. Changing out of his rude attire, Hikase donned his regular clothes and meandered home. Upon reaching his doorstep, Hikase suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Uchiha Wei? What brings her here? Is she here specifically to seek me out?" "Shimizu Hikase." Uchiha Wei slightly nodded, affirming his speculation. "Is there something on your mind?" Huffing inquired with a hint of confusion. "I came to convey a message," Uchiha Wei replied, fixing his gaze directly into Huffing's eyes. "That incident was not orchestrated by our Uchiha clan." Huffing met Wei's gaze and shook his head, responding, If I were you, I would refrain from making such definitive statements. Huh. Uchiha Wei turned aside, his tone icy. Had you not borne the surname of Shimura, we might have been friends. Huffung clicked his tongue, retorting, forget it. I have no desire to befriend the Uchihas. Associating with your clan, who so readily eliminate friends and family, is a perilous endeavor. Especially someone like Uchiha Wei, a prodigy whose affections are as capricious as the wind. There's no way I'm getting involved. His current role as a devoted son already posed enough danger. He dared not add further complications. Farewell. With the conversation turning sour, Uchiha Wei promptly turned and departed. Huffung, watching Wei's retreating figure, suddenly felt a jolt of realization, as if struck by lightning, entering into a moment of introspection. Wait a moment, he pondered. Despite Uchiha Wei's exceptional talents, her narrative remains absent from the Naruto storyline. Had it not been for my intervention, she might have perished in that previous battle before reaching her potential. Reflecting on Minato and Conan, he recognized the profound impact he had on the world's trajectory, perhaps even greater than he had previously imagined. Therefore, could the one behind the recent turmoil possibly be Uchiha Madara? A single butterfly flapping its wings can incite a tempest in the future. Huffung, this small butterfly, has influenced the world of Naruto far beyond mere appearances. In Konoha, within the senior shinobi assembly, the meeting was presided over by Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by the likes of Toka and Mito. The importance of the gathering was palpable. Among the gathered shinobi, a striking blonde woman stood out. Not only was she exquisitely beautiful with a captivating figure, but she also exuded an irresistible aura befitting a grand princess. During the discussion segment, the blonde woman boldly rose to her feet. I believe it is essential to equip a four-man squad operating within enemy lines with a medical ninja, as this would significantly enhance both survival and mission success rates. Hiruzen, appearing somewhat vexed, replied, Tsunade, your point is valid, but we are in wartime. The enemy will not afford us such luxuries. Given the current strain on our resources, Konoha cannot allocate the necessary funds and energy to establish a medical system. What did you say, you old fool? Tsunade banged the table in frustration. If this continues, no matter how long it takes, at that moment, a blue-haired, handsome jonin rose, intending to support Tsunade's stance. However, he was preempted by another individual. The silver-haired man beside Tsunade, with an unkempt appearance, stood up, scratching his disheveled hair. Old man, I support Tsunade's viewpoint. We should learn from past mistakes. Jiraiya? Tsunade glanced at him in surprise, not expecting his support. Jiraiya turned to her and made a playful face before resuming his serious demeanor as he faced the assembly. I, too, endorsed their perspective. The earlier jonin hesitated but eventually offered his support. For reasons unknown, he felt as though something had been taken from him, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within. Hiruzen surveyed the jonin, whose name was Kato Dan, recognizing his talents. However, the first to voice support for Tsunade was Jiraiya, who held a higher status and strength. Thus, Hiruzen directed his attention to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, please share your thoughts. Jiraiya nodded slightly. Our medical ninjas in Konoha are scarce. Establishing a corresponding training mechanism is indeed necessary. Although we are in a state of war, if we do not begin now, Konoha may find itself lagging behind other ninja villages in 10 or 20 years. From a long-term perspective, Tsunade's proposal was sound, yet Hiruzen's decision was equally justifiable given the current circumstances. Jiraiya deftly struck a compromise, supporting Tsunade while providing Hiruzen a way out. Initiating action now does not imply a full-scale commitment. Akin to someone claiming they will start their homework the moment vacation begins, yet everyone understands the actual timeline for completion. As the meeting concluded, Jiraiya was the first to leave, sauntering down the street with a carefree demeanor. He mused to himself about the rare opportunity to return to the village, seeking a fine establishment to drink and share intimate conversations with lovely ladies. Hey, Jiraiya, wait for me. Tsunade hurriedly called out, catching up to his pace. Jiraiya turned to glance at her, slowing his stride and scratching his head. What do you want, you? Walking side by side. Tsunade shot him a sideways glance and softly said, Thank you for supporting me in front of the old man. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. Oh, come on. There's no need for gratitude. Haven't I always been behind you since we were kids? Idiot. Tsunade playfully punched Jiraiya, almost fracturing a rib. Observing Jiraiya on the ground, Tsunade huffed, crossing her arms. I was speaking seriously. Stop being so flippant. Little Tsunade, I know you've been harboring feelings of anger over Shozo's matter, Jiraiya said, slowly rising while supporting himself against the wall, gazing deeply into Tsunade's eyes. That child was someone I watched grow up. I feel just as pained as you do. Tsunade stared at him, momentarily taken aback, as if something deep within her heart had been touched. From that moment onward, certain things began to change silently. In the original storyline, it was Kato Dan who stood by Tsunade during her most vulnerable moments. They shared heartfelt conversations under the night sky, inadvertently igniting sparks of romance. Now, that supporter had shifted to Jiraiya. Whether something will transpire between them in the future, and whether Jiraiya will once again bear lifelong regrets, remains unknown. Chapter 28. Introducing you to someone alright. Enough of this. Since it's rare for me to return to the village, accompany me for a drink. Jiraiya averted his gaze from Tsunade, stumbling slightly as he moved forward. After a moment of hesitation, Tsunade decided to follow him. Once more they walked side by side, their shadows stretching long beneath the dim streetlights. Hey, have you found that so-called child of prophecy you were searching for? Tsunade casually asked. Jiraiya laughed heartily, scratching his head. Well, I have no leads yet. Ha ha ha. Baka, then what are you laughing about? Uft. In return for your support, I'll occasionally lend my assistance. Just let me know if you need anything. Could you help me up first? A cold-faced man with long black hair leaned against the dark corner, silently observing the scene. TCH, these two fools. Though he voiced disdain, a rare smile graced the otherwise indifferent man's face. Perhaps his fate would also be altered as a result? Who knows? In Konoha, within the orphanage funded by Danzo, Hifeng sat comfortably in his chair, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the captivating blonde woman before him. Dressed in a simple black robe paired with white stockings, she showcased her alluring figure, exuding an air of mature charm with every gesture. Director Nanoyu, I presume you wouldn't wish for your orphanage to face a financial crisis? Hifeng spoke directly, taking control of the conversation. Nanoyu, once a member of the Root organization, now held the position of director of the orphanage. While she may not be widely recognized, she later adopted a child whom she named Akatsuki, a character from a mobile game. However, that was a tale for another time. At present, Nanoyu was still quite young and vibrant. My dear sir, if there is something you wish to obtain from me, I suggest you state it plainly, Nanoyu replied softly. Upon realizing Hifeng's identity, she understood that he could easily accomplish what he desired. Very well, let us not beat around the bush, Hifeng nodded slightly. I wish for you to return to the Root and serve me. His interest in Nanoyu was not merely based on her physical allure. She had a background in intelligence and was skilled in medical ninjutsu, perfectly aligning with the needs of Hifeng's team. Hearing Hifeng's request, Nanoyu displayed a troubled expression. She was reluctant to return to her former life and did not want to leave the children of the orphanage. Hifeng gestured a thumbs up towards Nanoyu, stating, 2 years. I only require your service for 2 years. If you agree, I can guarantee funding for the expansion of the orphanage afterward. In 2 years, the Second Shinobi World War would nearly be at its conclusion. By then, Hifeng would have ample time to cultivate his own influence. For now, he needed to rely on existing resources. After a moment of silence, Nanoyu slowly nodded. All right, I accept your terms, but I hope you will honor your promise. Hifeng patted his chest reassuringly. Rest assured, a leaf ninja does not deceive another leaf ninja. As for whether his father would release him 2 years hence, Hifeng remained uncertain. After all, what son could dictate to his father? Meanwhile, at Uchiha Madara's base, 2 young Uchiha stood before him, guided by White Zetsu. The 2 boys instantly recognized Madara. Uchiha Lin remained silent, while the other, named Uchiha Yao, gazed in astonishment. It's you. You are the grandfather who saved me. Are you also from the Uchiha clan? Why have I never seen you before? Madara, seated high above, looked down upon them and spoke in a deep voice. I am the lost spirit of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Madara. The boys stared at Madara, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. You claim to be our ancestor, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Yao asked, bewildered. Uchiha Lin could not help but interject. How could Madara possibly be alive? That was eons ago. Madara chuckled nonchalantly. Indeed, were it not for the giant golem behind me continuously supplying me with chakra, I would have perished long ago. The boys glanced at the massive golem behind Madara, its chest adorned with multiple emotionless faces resembling the first Hokage, grotesquely protruding like tumors. Surrounding the golem were several eerie figures, reminiscent of hanged corpses. Uchiha Yao gulped. a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Uchiha Lin, though frightened, feigned calmness and asked, "Even if you are Uchiha Madara, why did you bring us here? What do you intend to achieve?" Madara scrutinized them, having already formed a judgment. Compared to Uchiha Yao, Uchiha Lin appeared more promising, yet this also indicated that he would be harder to control. "You, like me, are castaways in this world," Madara spoke slowly. "In the future, I will require your assistance in severing the ties of cause and effect within this realm. Together, we can reshape this cold reality, creating a world where only victors exist. A realm of peace and love." Uchiha Yao shouted defiantly, "Who cares for your nonsensical ramblings? I have not been abandoned. Let me go back to Konoha." Madara coldly regarded Yao, responding, "The affairs of this world do not align with human desire. One day, you too will grasp this truth." Uchiha Lin bowed his head in silence, burying his thoughts deep within. At the root, Hifeng meticulously examined his two striking female team members, feeling quite pleased with his squad. However, upon casting a glance at Yudo's rugged face, his satisfaction waned. "I must devise a reason to replace Uncle Yudo." Unbeknownst to Yudo, who was grinning at Hifeng, this only solidified Hifeng's resolve. "We need to make a change. Now that there are two elegant ladies in the team, it would be ideal to recruit a lowly as well. All right, our team is now officially full." Hifeng clapped his hands, mimicking his father's mannerisms as he began to instill a sense of team spirit. "Our goal is to grow stronger and achieve greatness once more." Yudo scratched his head, raising his hand to inquire, "Young master, we only have a 4-member team. How do we plan to grow stronger? You're just a hindrance. And you've got me all riled up." Hifeng retorted with irritation, exuding an air of regal authority. "Within 10 years, I will surpass my father and become Lord Danzo of the Root." "Whoa, Dad, what brings you here?" Danzo cast a disapproving glance at his son before turning away, leaving a casual remark, "Follow me. I want you to meet someone." "Very well, father." Hifeng obediently followed Danzo, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Under Danzo's guidance, they arrived at a concealed chamber. Inside stood a tall man dressed in brown, with pale skin and long black hair. Upon hearing their entrance, he turned, revealing a chilling smile. Hifeng nearly gasped in shock. "Is that Orochimaru?" Chapter 29. Charged together at Orochimaru. Upon seeing Hifeng's astonishment, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his smile enigmatic. "Ah, it seems young Hifeng is aware of my identity." Hifeng forced a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "How could I not recognize you, being a disciple of the third Hokage?" At the mention of the third Hokage, Danzo frowned, his demeanor growing colder. "Humph. It's good you recognize him. Orochimaru is an exceptionally talented ninja. Since he is back in the village for a while, I intend for him to mentor you and Minato for a few days." "What?" Hifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly taken aback. Sending a delicate child like him to be mentored by Orochimaru was akin to sending a lamb to the slaughter. Moreover, Orochimaru typically worked with orphans. "Father, are you not cursing yourself? What a peculiar gathering of individuals. Sasuke, Karen, Kimimaro, and even Minato, now an orphan as well." At this thought, Hikage nearly burst into laughter. "It's over, father. Your time has come. Hurry up and bequeath the root and the Shimura estate to me." Hikage, his face adorned with a mischievous grin, remained silent despite his father's attempts to engage him. In exasperation, Danzo delivered a sharp slap to his cheek. "Ah, yes, dear father," Hikage whimpered, cradling his head in mock despair. With his father's plans firmly in place, he had no choice but to comply. After all, Orochimaru was a scholar of considerable talent, and if he could glean some knowledge from him, it would not be in vain. Yet, even if he learned nothing, he had the system. He was, without a doubt, the protagonist of a delightful tale, unafraid of any challenge. Seeing Hikage's acquiescence, Danzo's expression softened considerably. He turned to Orochimaru, saying, "Orochimaru, I entrust these two children to your care for the next few days. Rest assured, I shall take good care of them." Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. His gaze toward Hikage filled with nostalgia. Hikage's lively spirit reminded him of his former disciple, Shinjiro, another interesting child who had brought him much joy, though tragically, life is fleeting. Even the most brilliant existence holds little meaning if it cannot endure. "Let us meet at the training ground by the village tomorrow morning," Orochimaru stated nonchalantly. "Very well, Lord Orochimaru," Hikage responded promptly. The following day, at the training ground by the village, Hikage and Minato stood ready, awaiting Orochimaru's arrival. "What kind of person is Lord Orochimaru?" Minato inquired nervously during their wait. Orochimaru? Well, Hikage began, cradling his head and smirking. He's quite the character. TSK. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit. Hikage-kun, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Hikage froze, his body rigid as if ensnared by a serpent's gaze, a chill racing up his spine. Minato's eyes widened in shock, like Hikage's. He too had been oblivious to Orochimaru's stealthy approach. You've arrived, Lord Orochimaru, Hikage said, turning around with an awkward smile. You misunderstand. I was just, enough with the pleasantries. Orochimaru interjected, a smirk lingering on his lips. Let us commence. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Both Hikage and Minato replied, invigorated. Orochimaru raised his fingers, crossing them in a distinct manner. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, a perfect replica of Orochimaru materialized. Now, if you can defeat my shadow clone, I shall teach you some intriguing techniques. If not, it shall remain with you for practice. Though Danzo had entrusted him with this task, he had no interest in wasting time on the inept. Hikage glanced at the eager Minato beside him, hesitating internally. Should he slack off or give it his all? Ding. The host's indecision has been detected. A choice is required. Option 1. Reluctantly slack off. Let the clone defeat me. Reward. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Great fireball. A technique that 1T kill. Perfect for slacking off. Option 2. While young, one cannot afford to be complacent. Strike down Orochimaru's shadow clone. Reward. Shadow clone technique. Shadow clone. A beloved technique among enthusiasts. Its uses are many, but I shall not elaborate. Hikage, following his heart, chose option 2. Today, I shall master the shadow clone technique. Even the sage of 6 paths cannot stop me. With a flourish, Hikage unsheathed his long blade, while Minato quietly produced a kunai. There was little realistic expectation for an ordinary civilian to procure a fine sword at their age. Nevertheless, Hikage vowed that once he became a ninja, he would gift himself a splendid blade. All right, on 3, they declared in unison. With determination, they charged at Orochimaru. Confident in his abilities, Orochimaru stood his ground, awaiting their assault. Wind release, great breakthrough. Hikage formed a hand seal, unleashing a furious gust toward Orochimaru. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru countered with an even fiercer gale. With differing chakra infusions, even the same technique could yield vastly different results. Boom. The 2 wind blasts collided, Hikage's dissipating instantly, while Orochimaru's remained steadfast. What the? Hikage gasped, leaping to evade the oncoming tempest. This Orochimaru is merely a shadow clone, yet he effortlessly counters my wind release. As Hikage launched his attack, Minato hurled several kunai at Orochimaru, following closely behind to flank him. Planning to match me in taijutsu? Orochimaru sneered. However, the duo's inexperience shone through. In a bewildering display, Orochimaru contorted his body almost 90 degrees, evading the kunai with a grotesque grace. Moreover, his legs moved with the swiftness of a whip, striking Minato's wrist with precision. Clang! Minato winced in pain as the kunai slipped from his grasp, his wrist swelling rapidly. Impressive, Hikage realized, both their initial assaults easily thwarted by Orochimaru's shadow clone. The brief surge of pride and arrogance he had felt moments ago vanished without a trace. After repelling the 2, Orochimaru's shadow clone made no move to attack, merely beckoning them to come again. Charging in recklessly is futile. It seems I must devise a strategy, Hikage mused, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 30. The shadow clone acquired Minato now possesses the strength of a chunin, and my earlier display was similarly at that level. Hikage calculated swiftly. Maintained chunin level speed while attempting to engage Orochimaru in close combat to adapt him to this rhythm. Then, seize the opportunity to use revolving wind to deflect his attacks and strike hard. This plan should work. Hikage believed his chances of success were quite high. After all, achieving chunin level strength at just 10 years old was already a mark of genius. Few would suspect that a 10-year-old could outpace even a jonin. As for revealing his talents, Orochimaru was still a fledgling in his career, nowhere near the cunning he would later become. He could be easily handled by his father. Minato, let us charge again. Hikage shouted, dashing toward Orochimaru. I shall lead the charge, Damasha. Minato chuckled resignedly, picking up the fallen kunai and maneuvering to flank Orochimaru from another side. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow with intrigue, and as Hikage and his companion abstained from using ninjutsu, he too refrained from employing such techniques. In truth, Higase possessed little in the way of formidable ninjutsu. His talent was mediocre at best, and he could only execute a couple of wind release techniques. His progress to this point was solely due to the system. As for Minato, being an ordinary civilian, he had no skills beyond the basic techniques taught in school. Swish, swish, swish. Higase swiftly wielded his long blade, unleashing a flurry of icy glimmers aimed at Orochimaru's face. Minato synchronized with him, lunging from the opposite direction toward Orochimaru's abdomen, attempting to restrict his escape. A commendable attempt. Orochimaru, employing his previous tactics, twisted his waist, evading their assault with an elegance akin to that of a twisted pastry. His arms, seemingly devoid of bones, transformed into serpentine whips, deftly circumventing the sharp blades and striking fiercely at Higase and Minato. Clang! Higase hastily raised his sword to block the incoming blow. Minato, realizing the inadequacy of his kunai, retreated, thinking it too small to be of any use. Clang! Orochimaru's hand collided with the blade, producing a metallic clang that resonated ominously. This hentai, Higase muttered under his breath, shifting his long sword to sweep horizontally at the retreating Orochimaru. Minato lowered his center of gravity and executed a sliding kick from behind, angling his kunai upward. Together, they attempted to seal off Orochimaru's escape once more. Logically, this combination should have overwhelmed a student from the Ninja Academy, yet it proved insufficient against Orochimaru. Surprisingly, the retreating Orochimaru halted his momentum, effortlessly sidestepping their combined strike with a mere flick of his body. Hee. Orochimaru grinned, revealing a hint of interest. You have piqued my curiosity. The experience of having a cross-dressing master express interest is both terrifying and exhilarating. Higase remained silent, intensifying his grip on the sword. The duo continued to launch successive attacks, yet Orochimaru nonchalantly neutralized each one, posing no threat to him. Huffing and puffing, Minato began to tire, and Higase followed suit. Hee, your stamina is already waning, Orochimaru teased. Are you considering surrendering? Surrender? Never. Higase roared, charging at Orochimaru once more. I am destined to become the Hokage's father. Minato, Orochimaru. Ooh. Minato thought to himself, unsure of the situation, yet decided to follow Higase into battle. After all, it was merely a matter of physical exhaustion, and he could rest for a couple of days afterward. Once again, the three faced each other. Midway through, Higase suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, as if he had triggered a temporal rift. Now is the moment. Wind release, wind sphere. A layer of delicate wind formed instantaneously, deflecting Orochimaru's whipping legs and momentarily disrupting his rhythm. Simultaneously, Higase thrust his long sword with unprecedented speed, aiming directly at Orochimaru's exposed torso, presenting the largest target. This was the opportunity he had awaited for so long. Orochimaru gazed at Higase in astonishment, only to vanish in a puff of smoke. Higase's blade had truly struck him. Minato looked at Higase with surprise, panting. Higase, your speed was incredible. Higase beamed with pride, of course. After spending so long in the land of rain, did you think it was a joke? Choice successful, reward obtained, shadow clone technique. Oh, tonight shall be devoted to some peculiar research, he chuckled. Your performance has surpassed my expectations. As the two rested, Orochimaru approached, having received the memories from the shadow clone. Now, as per our prior agreement, I shall guide you, he smirked. When Orochimaru took his role seriously, he became a responsible teacher, at least more so than Kakashi. With only a few days at his disposal, he could not impart a comprehensive education to the two. Thus, he opted to share practical experiences and techniques applicable in battle. Even so, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, leaving the two on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed, observing the youthful faces of the two children, contemplating his past. Had he shared this knowledge with Rogue Tree before the battle, perhaps? Ah, Lord Orochimaru, I truly cannot endure any longer. Please, allow me a moment to rest. Higase's anguished cries interrupted Orochimaru's musings. He was not one to endure hardship. This high-intensity deluge of information was nearly overwhelming. Orochimaru said nothing, his golden-slit pupils observing him silently. Very well, it seems you have reached your limit, Higase sighed, glancing at Minato, lamenting the disparities of human endurance. In contrast to him, Minato appeared to be in a state of enlightenment, as if he were experiencing epiphany after epiphany. This child might genuinely become Hokage, Higase mused, feeling dwarfed in comparison to him. As Higase's thoughts wandered, an unexpected figure arrived at the training ground. Well, it's rare for me to return to the village. And I thought you would seek solitude, yet here you are, mentoring children. The newcomer was familiar with Orochimaru, laughing heartily. This is unlike you, Orochimaru. Upon seeing the visitor, Orochimaru's mouth curled into a smile, albeit insincere. Hee, I am merely fulfilling a request. With white hair and red markings beneath his eyes, it was none other than Jiraiya. Greetings, Lord Jiraiya. Higase greeted politely. Greetings, Lord Jiraiya. Minato followed suit, bowing respectfully. Jiraiya, devoid of any pretense, responded with a hearty laugh. Haha, hello there. Orochimaru, arms crossed. Introduced, this is Danzo's son, Shimura Higase. The other child is, allow me. Higase interjected, pulling Minato closer. This is Namikaze Minato, destined to become Hokage and bring transformation to the ninja world. Oh, Higase. Minato felt embarrassed, his cheeks flushing. Lord Jiraiya, please disregard his exaggerations. Jiraiya merely nodded in acknowledgement, devoid of any significant reaction. Higase was momentarily taken aback. Wait, I laid it out so clearly, and you respond with just an O? No reaction? In truth, upon hearing transformation of the ninja world, Jiraiya had been momentarily jolted. However, he quickly dismissed it, realizing he had overreacted. Children often dream of becoming Hokage and changing the world. It is merely youthful folly, having searched tirelessly for the prophesied child to no avail. The prospect of such a child presenting themselves so readily seemed absurd. Jiraiya pulled Orochimaru aside, whispering to him, the content of their exchange obscured. Let us take a break. Minato. Seizing the opportunity to slack off, Higase sat down with Minato, comfortably indulging in a moment of respite. After a while, Jiraiya departed first, prompting Minato to hastily assist Ho-Ho to his feet. Orochimaru reappeared before the two, a sly smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Heh, I shall soon return to the land of rain. It seems our brief bond as master and disciple is nearing its conclusion. Ho-Ho's face lit up with delight, feeling as though liberation was at hand. In contrast, Minato felt a pang of disappointment, for under Orochimaru's tutelage, he had indeed acquired knowledge that the academy never imparted. Thank you for your guidance these past few days. Minato bowed sincerely to Orochimaru. Ho-Ho followed suit, nodding slightly. Thank you for your teachings, Lord Orochimaru. With a deep glance at the two, Orochimaru said nothing more and turned to leave. Woohoo, we are finally free. Ho-Ho exclaimed, embracing Minato and jumping with exhilaration. Minato, let's invite Kushina and celebrate together tonight. Are we really inviting her? Very well then. In the afternoon, at a certain ninja tool shop in Konoha, Ho-Ho and a red-haired girl were embroiled in a heated argument. I agreed to gift Minato the sword. What do you mean by trying to snatch it from me? Oh, so it's only permissible for you to give gifts? What do you mean by that, Ho-Ho? Minato, caught between the two, appeared utterly helpless. Ho-Ho, Kushina, please cease your quarrel. You be quiet. They both shouted in unison. Minato sighed, feeling the weight of curious glances from those around him, wishing to escape the scene. After much debate, Ho-Ho and Kushina ultimately decided that each would buy Minato a sword. Shopkeeper, bring forth your most expensive sword. No, bring me two. Thus, the shopkeeper laughed heartily, while Minato acquired treasure sword 2. He cast a discreet glance at Kushina, pondering how women indeed influenced his decision-making. The affluent girl had promptly purchased herself a fine sword. Without any creative hindrance, Ho-Ho emerged from the tool shop and promptly bestowed upon Minato a new nickname. From now on, you shall be known as Twin Blade Minato. That sounds terrible. Terrible indeed, +1. The trio then ventured into their favorite barbecue restaurant. Indulging heartily before Kushina proposed, it's been ages since we gathered. Shall we continue the festivities tonight? Ho-Ho and Minato exchanged glances, shrugging their shoulders. I have no objections. Where shall we go? Just so you know, my father is home these days, so it's rather inconvenient to go to my house. How about my place? Kushina suggested after some thought. My house is quite spacious. You two can stay over if you tire out, no problem. All right, Ho-Ho nodded, turning to Minato. Minato, I'm staying at Kushina's tonight. Do you have any objections? Huh. Minato looked bewildered. Why would you ask me if I mind staying at Kushina's? Ho-Ho shrugged. It's nothing, as long as you're okay with it. Ignore him, Minato, Kushina chimed in, rolling her eyes. Ho-Ho always speaks nonsensically, having inherited part of the Uzumaki clan's estate. Kushina's home was indeed quite spacious. Upon entering, Ho-Ho plopped down into a plush sofa, wriggling around as he asked, "What shall we do tonight?" "I have no idea," Kushina replied, shaking her head as she glanced at Minato. "What do you think, Minato? How about we play some poker?" Minato suggested, tilting his head in contemplation. "Sounds good." Kushina retrieved a deck of cards, and the three settled down on the floor to entertain themselves. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. "Who is it?" Kushina, in her slippers, dashed to the door and opened it. Ho-Ho peeked curiously outside, finding his gaze locked. "Ah, Tsunade, what brings you here?" Kushina exclaimed, surprised. Tsunade ruffled Kushina's hair affectionately. "I'm leaving for a mission tomorrow and thought I'd drop by to see you." Tsunade, having been entrusted by the Senju clan, had been looking after Kushina, acting as her guardian of sorts. Lady Tsunade, Ho-Ho, and Minato quickly stood, bowing respectfully. "Haha, no need to be so formal," Tsunade remarked, glancing at the two before leaning closer to Kushina. "So, you're bringing two boys over to play tonight. My little Kushina has truly grown up." Kushina, blushing, playfully punched Tsunade. "Tsunade, what nonsense are you saying? Haha, you're shy now." Tsunade laughed, patting Kushina's head, though a flicker of melancholy crossed her face. "Well, enjoy yourselves. I'll leave you to your card game." Just as she was about to turn away, she caught sight of the cards strewn across the floor. In an instant, Tsunade was beside the cards, plopping down and rolling up her sleeves. Come, if we're playing cards, count me in. It's been ages since I've had a game, and my hands are itching." Minato, somewhat taken aback, sat down, surprised that one of the legendary Sannin would join them in such a manner. Ho-Ho nearly chuckled aloud. "You, a perennial loser in gambling, are about to embark on a mission, and you wish to play cards with us? Imagine the gloom you'd feel after losing all night before heading out." "All right, let us all play together," Kushina said cheerfully. "With four of us, how about we play mahjong?" "Sure, anything works. Ha ha ha. Let us get started." Tsunade eagerly rubbed her hands together. Ho-Ho glanced at Kushina, feeling somewhat resigned. He wasn't particularly keen on playing with Tsunade. If Tsunade kept losing, that would be one thing, but what if she suddenly won a hand? Though such a scenario seems unlikely, I tend to overthink things, haha. The four gathered around the card table, and after several rounds of play, yes, I've got a good hand, Red Dragon. Ho-Ho casually discarded a useless card. Tsunade erupted with laughter, pushing her cards forward. "Pong, I win. Haha, what a fantastic start." "What?" Ho-Ho's pupils dilated in shock. He hadn't anticipated his fears would materialize so swiftly. "This is bad." Tsunade won the first hand. "Isn't this like sneaking into a girl's dormitory at midnight?" Trouble is brewing. Chapter 32. 1 week later, Land of Rain Kid. Why are you dawdling? Continue. As Ho-Ho remained frozen, Tsunade urged him on. "Oh, right. Ho-Ho began to draw cards, his heart racing as he entered the next round. That last hand must have been a fluke. There's no way Tsunade will win again. 3,000. Ho-Ho cautiously played a card. "Chow. I won again, haha." Tsunade gleefully stood, knocking down her cards one by one. Tsunade had won 2 consecutive hands, each time at Ho-Ho's expense. A bizarre thought crossed Ho-Ho's mind. Could it be my fault? I'm not sure. Let us observe a bit longer. After several rounds, Minato had won, Kushina had won, Tsunade had won, but Ho-Ho had not won a single hand. So it really is like that. Ho-Ho revealed a bitter smile. It appears that Tsunade's victory is attributed to his support, indicating that his luck is even worse than hers. How absurd. The fact that his fortune is outdone by a perennial loser at gambling is quite laughable. Tsunade mockingly remarked, "You haven't won a single game all night, merely assisting others in their victories." Hoka, covering his face with his hands, lamented, "I no longer wish to play. You all can engage in something else." "Oh, don't be like that," Tsunade exclaimed as she embraced Hoka, soothing him as one would a child. "Come here, let me hold you." The more she looked at Hoka, the more she found him endearing, especially considering that, after years of playing cards, this was her first time winning so many rounds, all thanks to this charming boy. If he were to quit, her hard-earned experience of winning would vanish. "Very well, I shall stay and play a little longer with you," she declared, her generous spirit providing Hoka with a semblance of comfort, allowing him to regain his composure. This lad is quite remarkable, Tsunade thought, suddenly struck by an idea. If I were to arrange for little Q to marry him, I could enjoy playing cards with him every day. With him around, victory would be guaranteed for me daily. However, it seems that Q has a preference for another boy. No matter, I could always have her marry both of them. It's not a significant issue. After a night of merriment, The four of them had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Despite Hoka's continual losses, Tsunade consistently offered him gentle words of comfort during his moments of disappointment. How splendid it was! As dawn broke, Tsunade departed first. After accompanying Minato home, Hoka returned to his own residence, only to encounter Danzo, who was preparing to leave. What bad luck, Hoka thought. Sensing the scent of a girl on Hoka, Danzo frowned and asked, "You didn't return home last night. Where did you go?" Hoka scratched his head, responding sheepishly, "After training, Minato and I decided to celebrate at a classmate's house." Danzo gave Hoka a meaningful glance. "You're still young. Take care of your health." Hoka, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Father, I'm only 10 years old. What could I possibly do? I can only sigh in longing." "You have a few days to settle the 3 children you adopted," Danzo instructed, turning to leave. "Next week, we set off for the Land of Rain." Hoka was taken aback, but quickly replied, "Understood, Father." With Danzo personally leading the mission in the Land of Rain, it seemed the final showdown was imminent. In another property of Hoka's in Konoha, he chuckled as he produced 3 enrollment forms from his pocket, presenting them to the 3 little ones. "Your days of leisure are over. I've already signed you up for school. In 2 months, you shall obediently attend." The trio, intrigued, examined the forms. "Shinju Yahi?" Yahi looked at Hoka in confusion. "Why am I suddenly a Shinju? You are now my little brother. It's quite reasonable for you to share my surname." Hoka replied matter-of-factly. Yahi felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. "I shall henceforth be known as Shinju Konan," Konan said, nudging Yahi playfully. Upon hearing Konan also bore the Shinju name, Yahi felt somewhat reassured and leaned in to examine Nagato's enrollment form. "This is unfair," Yahi exclaimed indignantly. "Why does Nagato get to be an Uzumaki? I refuse to accept it." Nagato simply smiled, unperturbed, while Hoka thoughtfully nodded. "Your discontent is quite justified." Nagato suddenly felt an ominous sensation. "In that case," Hoka proclaimed, "let's have Nagato drop the Uzumaki name and adopt Shinju as well." Yahi, no longer disheartened, burst into laughter. "Haha, that sounds splendid. Yahi, you rascal!" Nagato shouted as he lunged at Yahi, wrestling with him. Konan approached Hoka, tugging at his sleeve, and whispered, "Hoka, I have a question. If we all bear the Shinju name, will we still be able to marry in the future?" Hoka ruffled Konan's hair. "Of course you can. There's no blood relation among you 3. I'm not planning to marry either of them." Konan blushed. Perhaps I wish to marry Hoka." "Haha, Konan. You truly have a way with words." Hoka laughed, playfully pinching her cheek, his mind wandering. Typically, children from noble families would select a spouse within their clan to ensure the continuity of their lineage. Sister Yukino was likely one of the candidates chosen by his father, and she was likely aware of it too. Shaking his head, Hoka produced 20,000 ryo and placed it in Konan's hands. "Use this wisely. It should suffice for your expenses for a year. A bowl of handmade ramen costs only 60 ryo. As long as you don't dine out daily, this should be ample." "Ah, Hoka, are you heading to the battlefield again?" Konan asked with concern. "Ah." Yahi and Nagato, hearing this, ceased their playful banter and gathered around Hoka. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces warmed Hoka's heart, and he smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret, there won't be any danger." "How can there be no danger? Can't you just refrain from going?" Yahi retorted, upset. "This isn't up to me," Hoka sighed, recognizing Danzo's overwhelming paternal concern. "Yahi," Nagato pulled Yahi back, signaling him to calm down, then turned to Hoka and said, "Hoka, you must be extremely careful and take good care of yourself. We will be waiting for your return in Konoha. Yes, you must come back safely." Konan echoed. Chapter 33. The 2 Choices of Madara in the Land of Rain. A gentle drizzle fell, pattering against the military tents, producing a sound reminiscent of pearls falling onto a jade plate. Danzo sat cross-legged at a table, which was spread with a military map marked with numerous routes. Hoka knelt on the opposite side of the table, having little to do other than keeping Danzo company. As the elder insisted he accompany him, Hoka, Danzo shifted his gaze from the map to his inattentive son. After a prolonged war between Konoha and the Rain Village, who do you think is winning? "Ah." Hoka snapped back to attention, pondering for a moment before responding. "Currently, Konoha appears to hold the advantage, but the victory is not decisively ours. In terms of overall national strength, the Land of Rain is far inferior to the Land of Fire, suffering continual defeats on the battlefield. However, Hanzo of the Salamander is exceptionally formidable, single-handedly engaging Konoha's elite forces with great efficacy. Continuing in this manner would yield more losses than gains, hence Danzo's inquiry. You are correct. This war has dragged on for too long, and it is time to bring it to an end, Danzo slowly stated. Hisashi and I have decided to negotiate peace with the Rain Village, and once we withdraw, we will focus all our efforts on combating the Sand Village. We cannot allow our village to sink deeper into this endless quagmire. Hoka nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his father's decision. He had heard that the Cloud Village was once again stirring, seemingly contemplating an opportunistic strike against Konoha amidst the turmoil. This group of opportunists, led by the likes of Obito, orchestrated the abductions of Kushina and Hinata in an effort to withstand the threat from the hidden cloud. Konoha has diverted a significant portion of its military strength, even deploying newly graduated ninjas to the borders, with Minato and others among them. After enduring such relentless attrition, Konoha finds itself on the brink of collapse. If we do not extricate ourselves soon, we risk exhausting our very foundations. In this round of conflict, Danzo has entrusted me with full authority over the decisions. Wow, such immense power granted so readily. You must truly trust this monkey, thought Kazuhana. Following the negotiations with Hanzo, I plan to bolster our forces against the Sand Village, intending to launch a surprise attack once their main forces were entirely drawn to the Land of Rain. However, this strategy undoubtedly would lead to numerous sacrifices among Konoha's ninjas. Danzo turned to Kazuhana and asked in a contemplative tone, "Do you believe my approach is justified?" In this matter, Kazuhana felt Danzo was correct, nodding as he replied, "Compassion does not command an army. To achieve strategic objectives, some sacrifices are inevitable." Indeed, Danzo nodded slightly, pleased with his son's response. "So, would you like to accompany your father to witness the legendary prowess of the demigods?" "Absolutely not." Kazuhana reflexively declined, shaking his head vigorously. Setting aside the dangers, what was there to behold in a man clad in a diving mask? "Begone." Danzo waved his hand dismissively, urging him to leave. "Once you have rested, hasten to lead your team in executing the mission." "Very well, farewell, father." Kazuhana swiftly departed, returning to his tent to engage in discussions about life with two young ladies. As for Yuto, he was naturally relegated to share a tent with others. At the end of the 34th year of Konoha, a peace treaty was established with the Rain Village. That same year, Konoha engaged in several minor skirmishes with the Cloud Village in the lands of soup and rice. Both sides suffered casualties, but ultimately Konoha succeeded in repelling the Cloud Village. Why? Why? Uchiha Yao cried out in a heart-wrenching roar, cradling the lifeless body of the girl. His voice echoed through the desolate forest. Yet no one was there to answer his anguished cries. All around him lay countless corpses, piled upon one another, with blood pooling on the ground, resembling a blooming flower from above. Why? With the aid of White Zetsu, Yao had managed to escape from Madara's underground lair. Filled with hope, he believed he was on the verge of rebirth and was eager to see her again. After White Zetsu revealed the girl's whereabouts, he rushed to this place, only to encounter her for the final time. The black patterns in his eyes spun wildly. Yao could not discern whether what flowed down his face was blood or tears. All he knew was that this was hell. Driven by despair, Yao returned once more to Madara's lair, back to Madara himself. Madara sat quietly upon a high platform, propping his chin on one hand, seemingly unfazed by Yao's return. "I told you, the affairs of this world do not unfold as one wishes," you would return. Yao's hair was disheveled, an aura of destruction surrounding him, instilling fear in those who beheld him. The once vibrant gleam in his eyes was now replaced by a haunting stillness, his cheeks smeared with blood. "Tell me how to create the world of my dreams, Madara?" Yao demanded coldly. "Humph, such a disrespectful junior," Madara scoffed, beckoning Yao closer. "Come here. You need not thank me. Look into my eyes." Madara drew Yao into a genjutsu space and introduced him to the Moon Eye plan, to collect all-tailed beasts, resurrect the 10 tails, become its Jinchuriki, and attain the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, thereby initiating the Moon Eye. He would then cast the infinite Tsukuyami, ensnaring all in an illusion to create a realm of peace. And you, too, can reunite with your brother and beloved girl in this illusory world, Madara stated. Yao tilted his head, adopting a rather cliché response. "Then, I accept your plan." "Very well." Madara nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further, but to contemplate how to handle the other child. Unlike in the original narrative, where he had merely a breath left, Madara now had another decade to refine his plan. He left Yao to study the Manjikyu Sharingan, while he himself made his way to Uchiha Rin's chamber. Rin sat upon his bed, his right arm pale, clearly mismatched with the rest of his body. Upon seeing Madara, Rin sprang up from his bed, eyes widening with fear at the sight of the scythe glinting coldly in Madara's hand. "Are you here to kill me?" Madara chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Haha, I merely use it as a walking stick. After all, you are just a child barely past 10. No matter how mature your mind may be, you remain a child." As Rin's anxious gaze lingered on Madara, he sat beside him, patting the edge of the bed, signaling Rin to sit down. "There is no need to be tense. You are a clever child. Let us have a proper discussion." Rin cautiously sat beside Madara, uneasily glancing at him, entirely unaware of the flicker of red light that passed through Madara's eyes. "You have already deduced the truth, haven't you, child? Speak your innermost thoughts." Rin's eyes flashed with confusion, and he instinctively replied, "I believe you saved me only to exploit me. Your appearance coincided too perfectly with that of the leaf Umbu. I even suspect that Umbu was manipulated by you." At this, Madara silently tightened his grip on the scythe, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. "But I do not blame you." Chapter 34. The 35th year of Konoha. "If you had not intervened, both my brother and I would have perished on that battlefield. Regardless of your motives, you saved my life." Rin abruptly halted, his face filled with terror as he gazed at Madara. "Why did I just say that to you?" As I said, there is no need to be tense, child." Madara released his grip on the scythe and gently patted Rin's shoulder. "The shackles that once bound you are now entirely gone. It is time for you to live for yourself." "Live for myself?" Rin murmured softly, lost in thought. "Indeed, child. Are you willing to inherit my legacy?" Madara locked eyes with Rin. "From now on, the world is vast, and you may traverse it as you wish. No one will hinder your desires. Do you accept?" Madara's proposal came too suddenly, and Rin's face reflected hesitation. "I need to consider it. Take your time. There is no rush." Madara patted Rin's shoulder, offering a gentle smile. "You are my junior, and no matter what, I shall not bring you harm." After Madara's departure, the fear on Rin's face dissipated, replaced by a deepened gaze. Previously, when witnessing his brother's murder, he had nearly activated the Sharingan, but ultimately failed due to his physical limitations. Now, having acquired Hashirama's cells, he successfully awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, and his mental fortitude had slightly improved. While remaining on guard against Madara, he had managed to resist the effects of the Genjutsu Madara had cast. He had not been hypnotized at all. Rin knew he had piqued Madara's suspicion, so he feigned being influenced by Madara, revealing his true thoughts. "To inherit Madara's legacy?" Rin mumbled to himself, a peculiar smile gracing his face. At the beginning of the 35th year of Konoha, the village redirected its forces to fully confront the Sand Village. In the village of Sunagakure, unwilling to be outdone, preparations were made for a protracted conflict against Konoha. It was the autumn of the 35th year of Konoha. In a safe house belonging to the Root organization, located in the Land of Rain, the question lingered: when would this war come to an end? Yanoyu sighed as she polished her short sword. Her inherently kind nature could scarcely bear the sight of the Land of Rain, now marred by countless corpses and devastation. "It shouldn't be too long now," Yukino murmured softly, gently wiping the blood from Kaze's face with a handkerchief. The four had just completed a mission, each adding to their tally of fallen foes. "Indeed," Yudo grinned with a sinister smile. "If all goes according to plan, Lord Danzo has summoned all teams back," indicating an imminent strike on Sunagakure. Kaze, absorbed in examining his attribute panel, did not engage in the discussion. Damage: 14 speed, 27 defense, 16 chakra, 16. The brutal life of combat over the past 6 months had enhanced his damage, defense, and chakra, yet his speed remained stagnant. A subtle suspicion brewed within him. "My current speed is solely thanks to the system. It seems unlikely I could further enhance it on my own." He closed the system interface and noticed the bloodstains on Yukino's face. "Sister Yukino, your face is also dirty. Allow me to assist you." Yukino blinked in surprise before smiling gently. "All right." She handed the handkerchief to Kaze and crouched down to facilitate his efforts. At merely 11 years of age and a height of just over 1.50 m, Kaze had to tiptoe to reach Yukino's level. Not a sight for sore eyes. Yudo quipped, his voice laced with frustration, as he donned his mask and turned away, vigilant for potential threats outside the safe house. After Kaze finished cleaning Yukino, he approached Yanoyu with a cheerful expression. "Sister Yanoyu, your legs seem quite dirty as well. Let me help you with that. Yukino's smile faded, shifting to Yudo's face as per the law of smile transfer. Truly the young master. Do not let his age fool you. He is indeed a model for our generation. Yano blushed, hastily waving her hands in refusal. No need, young master. I can manage on my own. Do not hesitate on my account. After some fuss, the four donned their gear and departed the safe house, returning to Konoha's main base in the Land of Rain. In the heart of the camp, masked figures arrived, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement to their comrades. Aside from the Root Division, 20 elite squads were lined up, half of whom donned Jonin vests. Now that everyone is assembled, I shall begin. A figure emerged from the shadows. Kaze's father, Danzo. The reason for gathering here is clear. This war has dragged on long enough, and it is time to conclude it. After a brief pause, Danzo's gaze swept across the assembly before he continued at a measured pace. You are all the elite I have meticulously selected. The ultimate victory of Konoha rests upon your shoulders. Tomorrow, I shall lead the charge against Sunagakure, and you will seize the opportunity to infiltrate the Land of Wind and launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure. This directive encompassed not only the 20 elite squads, but also the 5 root squads present. Upon realizing this, Kaze's expression shifted dramatically. Father, are you serious? You're sending us on such a perilous mission without extracting our team first? System, why do you not present me with options? Kaze pondered internally. The system responded. Because the host has no choices. Having Danzo as a father, I truly feel ensnared. Father, you are the only Hokage who cannot redeem himself. You are not some unyielding paragon of justice. Why thrust us onto the battlefield? Such a surprise attack on an enemy's stronghold is inherently dangerous. Could you not exercise some judgment? Kaze expressed his exasperation, feeling like a mere larger ant with his current abilities. The assault would be entirely overseen by Kakashi Hatake. Danzo turned to a silver-haired youth and declared, Kakashi, you will take command from here. Understood, Lord Danzo, Kakashi replied, stepping forth with poise. Dressed in standard Jonin attire, his silver hair loosely tied back, he exuded a sharp and capable presence. Ah, it's Kakashi, Yudo exclaimed with a friendly chuckle. Kaze nudged him and inquired, Uncle Yudo, do you know him? Yudo nodded, whispering, we are contemporaries. He is quite an intriguing character. I shall introduce you later. Kakashi assumed Danzo's position and began outlining the ambush strategy. Danzo retreated into the shadows, silently observing. Orochimaru, cloaked in black, appeared beside Danzo, a smirk playing on his lips. Lord Danzo is quite bold, sending his own son to the Land of Wind for such a perilous mission. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression neutral. A fledgling must leave the embrace of the eagle to learn to soar. And if the fledgling has yet to learn to fly and perishes along the way, then that is his fate. Chapter 35. Kaze begins to feel excitement. The Land of Wind, the largest nation in the world of Naruto, is predominantly desert, lacking in oil resources, rendering it one of the poorest among major countries. The inhabitants reside near oases, while the vast expanse of desert remains largely untouched. Today, however, amidst this boundless sea of sand, an unexpected gathering was underway. 25 squads, comprising 100 leaf ninjas, were swiftly traversing the desert. Their target, Sunagakure. No wonder it's called the Land of Wind. The winds here are quite fierce, Kaze grumbled internally, as gusts of wind whipped sand into his face, causing discomfort. In the center of the group, Kakashi unfurled a military map, quickly assessing their current location. We should reach Sunagakure within half a day. He stowed the map and began strategizing. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku and the majority of Sunagakure's elite forces were occupied at the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Consequently, only a few powerful ninjas would remain in Sunagakure. Despite their smaller numbers, they were all elites. Even the weakest had weathered numerous battles. The challenge lay in the siege weapons and potentially formidable summoned beasts defending Sunagakure. Everyone halt. As they neared the perimeter of Sunagakure, Kakashi stopped the advancing ninjas for the final strategic briefing before the ambush. The ninjas remaining in Sunagakure will undoubtedly be inferior to us, so the most perilous part for us is the approach to the village. The high walls surrounding Sunagakure are equipped with numerous rapid-fire crossbows capable of unleashing a barrage of explosive projectiles, so exercise utmost caution. We will adhere to the prior plan. 2-man teams will charge ahead, and no one is to divert to assist other groups. We must breach Sunagakure's defenses with utmost speed. Understood. A multitude of Leaf Village ninjas nodded in agreement. Excellent. Observing this, Shikumo slightly inclined his head and spoke once more. Should the Sand Village summon a colossal summoned beast during the ambush, I alone would be unable to swiftly resolve the situation. I require several companions. Zenitsu, Taichi, Sabo, Yudo, Rukia. You shall accompany me in the forthcoming operation to address any unforeseen circumstances. The individuals named by Shikumo were all elite jonin, capable of taking on 2 or even 3 opponents of their rank, with Yudo prominently included. Upon hearing his name, Yudo's expression shifted to one of distress. Shikumo, please select someone else. I still need to protect. Choosing you all was a carefully considered decision. Shikumo interjected with a furrowed brow, his voice turning cold. Only by uniting our forces can we ensure the utmost success of this ambush. If an unexpected event were to occur mid-operation, it would not only jeopardize the individual you are tasked to protect, but all of us as well. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Yudo, taken aback by Shikumo's words, was at a loss for response, only managing a wry smile. Hahakaze placed a reassuring hand on Yudo's shoulder, speaking gently. Uncle Yudo, Shikumo-senpai is right. You should heed his command. At Hahakaze's words, Shikumo cast a glance at him, nodding slightly while displaying a benevolent smile. Hahakaze reciprocated with a nod, silently cursing Shikumo and, by extension, Kakashi. Yet, despite his irritation, Hahakaze recognized the truth in Shikumo's assertions. Should any misstep occur during the ambush, their lives would be forfeit. Merely a question of sooner or later. Yudo was well aware of this, yet it was not his place to voice such sentiments. It required Hahakaze to speak up. This old rogue certainly understood the intricacies of human relationships. His earlier troubled expression was perhaps a performance intended for Hahakaze's benefit. Do not fear, Hahakaze. I shall ensure your safety, Yukino whispered as she approached him, gently squeezing his hand. Hahakaze grasped her hand in return, smiling as he replied, Sister Yukino, I am no longer a child in need of your protection. Just take care of yourself. There's no need to worry about me. As he spoke, Hahakaze turned and sought out Yano-yu, who had been assigned to another group, exchanging a glance of reassurance. In the battlefield, death could strike at any moment, and each individual was preoccupied with their own survival, relying solely on fortune. The squad resumed their advance, the silhouette of the Sand Village becoming increasingly distinct until it fully materialized before them. Surrounding the Sand Village were towering walls, with the sole entrance formed by 2 stone walls creating a narrow passage. As one walked through, gazing upwards, the azure sky appeared but as a slender line, obscured from view by the sun and moon. The target of Hahakaze and his comrades was to seize this very passageway. As Hahakaze and his companions beheld the Sand Village, the guards of the Sand Village, too, noticed their approach. Enemy attack. Prepare for confrontation. The shrill sound of alarms pierced the air. Boom, boom, boom. Catapults pivoted in a cacophony, aiming at the intruders outside the walls. The remaining sand ninjas rushed from all directions, either operating the catapults or brandishing weapons, unleashing a chorus of furious roars. Kill, kill, kill. The roar of thousands resonated like a palpable wave, sending a chill down Hahakaze's spine. Though he had felled numerous foes, this was his first time stepping onto the front lines, and he felt a surge of trepidation. Charge! Shikumo commanded, and 100 figures revealed themselves, charging at the Sand Village with utmost speed. They raced against the specter of death. For the leaf, a voice rang out from the crowd, and soon, a multitude joined the rallying cry. For the leaf, for the leaf. Though they numbered only 100, their momentum was formidable, echoing through the heavens. Hahakaze joined in the chant, his heart racing, nearly bursting from his chest, blood igniting with fervor as it surged through his veins. He almost unleashed his Sharingan in excitement. Why, despite my fear, do I feel so exhilarated? Fire! Roared the Sand Ninja commander atop the walls. A barrage of crossbow bolts, inscribed with explosive tags, mingled with standard bolts, was unleashed. The overwhelming flurry of arrows blotted out the sun, casting the leaf ninjas into shadow. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows descended like a torrential downpour, yet the leaf ninjas remained unperturbed. Each was battle-hardened, seasoned warriors not easily cowed by a volley of arrows. Earth release, heavy rock shield. Wind release, wall of wind. Fire release, sea of flames. Lightning release, blue whip. Unlike other ninja villages that specialized in 1 or 2 elemental techniques, the Leaf Village displayed a dazzling array of abilities. Aside from the occasional fool-wielding water release in the desert, nearly every elemental technique could be observed. Each member demonstrated their unique prowess, and amidst the spectacle of jutsu, only a few fell, while the rest maintained their fierce charge. Meanwhile, deep within the sand village, a man and woman hastened towards the border area. The man, with striking red hair and an imposing presence, was clearly a formidable sand ninja. The woman, with flowing hair, though not as powerful as her counterpart, was no weakling either. Should any avid fans of the Hokage be present, they would undoubtedly recognize these two as the parents of Gaara. No, wait. That's actually the parents of Scorpion. Chapter 36. The colossal summoned beast release again. The sand ninja commander bellowed from the walls. Swish, swish, swish. The rain of arrows fell once more. However, due to the swift repositioning of the leaf ninjas, they had dispersed across various positions, rendering this wave of bolts less effective than the first. Wind release, gale wind. Hahakaze conjured a domain of wind, deflecting several arrows aimed at him and Sister Yukino. Boom. The arrows, enhanced with explosive tags, landed and detonated upon contact with the ground, creating a significant commotion. Atop the high walls of the sand village, Shigeru, Scorpion's father, appeared alongside his wife, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the scene. Shigeru-sama. What should we do, Shigeru-sama? Several sand commanders clustered around him, seeking guidance. Shigeru remained silent, contemplating the situation. The 2 rounds of crossbow bolts had claimed fewer than 10 of the leaf ninjas. These were undoubtedly the elite among the elite. How infuriating that the leaf would dispatch such formidable forces here, risking failure on the front lines. As Shigeru pondered, another volley of bolts was released, this time failing to claim even a single leaf ninja. Ceasefire, Shigeru commanded. Such attacks cannot deter those leaf ninjas below. What? A few commanders hesitated but ultimately decided to heed Shigeru's orders, relaying his command throughout the ranks. All sand ninjas, follow me. We shall confront the enemy outside the village. Shigeru declared coldly. Beside him, his wife, Kazuna, gently added, My fellow comrades, we are now the final line of defense for our village. Whether we can eliminate the leaf ninjas and protect our homeland depends on each and every one of you. With weapons raised, the sand ninjas charged down from the walls, shouting, Eliminate the leaf ninjas. Defend our homeland. Eliminate the leaf ninjas. Defend our homeland. Gigi and Shiryu raced at the forefront of their team. Her hand clasped gently with his as she offered a warm smile. Be careful, my dear. Scorpion is still waiting for us at home. Shiryu managed a faint smile, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. Soon we shall return safely. With that, Shiryu's gaze turned to a nearby sand-hidden commander, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. Summon the battalion. We shall call forth the 2-headed lizard, Herzog, and head towards the location with the most leaf ninjas. Understood. The ballista atop the high wall ceased its ominous hum. The leaf ninjas remained vigilant, even more so than before. In the narrow passage, a line of sand ninjas in ochre vests emerged one after another. A leaf ninja licked his lips with a sneer, resembling a villain. Realizing crossbows cannot harm us. Are you preparing for close combat? Shua Mo instantly recognized the 2 leading sand ninjas and shouted a warning. Beware of that black-clad red-haired man. He is Shiryu, the prodigious puppet master of the sand-hidden village. Be cautious of the potentially summoned colossal spirit beasts. Prepare for confrontation as per our original plan. Confront, confront, confront. The leaf ninjas shouted, charging forth. Even though the opposing force numbered 200 to 300 sand ninjas, significantly outnumbering them, it did not dampen their fervor. Kill! The roar of hundreds echoed through the vast desert. Within mere breaths, the 2 sides clashed, commencing a brutal melee. Steel met steel, generals faced off. Shua Mo unsheathed his dagger, breaking from the ranks and charging directly at Shiryu. Eliminate him. Protect Lord Shiryu. Sand ninjas attempted to encircle Shua Mo along the way, but he paid them no mind, continuing his full-speed assault, his white fangs gleaming ominously. With a swift leap, he vaulted over the sand ninjas, sprinting several meters away, leaving behind a handful of fallen foes. Shiryu's pupils constricted. Such speed with a blade. He must be dealt with first. Without hesitation, he unfurled a sealing scroll, slamming his palm onto it with force. Heaven, earth, and man, puppet of the 3 talents. 3 grotesque puppets, glimmering with cold light, appeared, their bodies adorned with an array of weapons, instilling a sense of dread at first glance. Shiryu flicked the chakra threads in his hand, and the three puppets moved with the agility of living beings, coordinating their assault towards Shuaimo. I will handle this white-haired one. GG, you and the others take on the remaining leaf ninjas. Shiryu commanded. On another front, wind release, gale. Hifeng deflected the incoming shuriken and poison needles, his speed erupting as he thrust his blade towards the nearest sand ninja. The ninja stumbled back in alarm, only for the swift snow rabbit to slice through his neck. Hifeng, raised by Xuan, had a bond with her akin to childhood sweethearts, their coordination seamless. Hifeng, watch your back. At Xuan's warning, Hifeng sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a long blade from behind and retaliating with a small toxic pouch. How despicable. You dared to use poison. A sand ninja stumbled to the ground, cursing. Only we sand ninjas employ poison. I never expected leaf ninjas to be so treacherous. Hifeng was left speechless, opting instead to aid his brother with a swift strike. Hifeng and Xuan, their dual blades in perfect harmony, easily dispatched a squad of sand ninjas, quickly surveying the battlefield. Although the sand-hidden village had the numerical advantage, it was the leaf ninjas' superior combat prowess that prevailed. Just as Hifeng was about to comment on the situation, Xuan's face turned pale with fear. Hifeng, do not jinx it. It's not that serious. Is it? Whether it was Hifeng's ill-fated words or the sand ninjas realizing their inferiority, the positions of the leaf ninjas began to consolidate rather than spread. In that moment, the summoning battalion of the sand-hidden village chose to engage. Descend, Herzog. A terrifying chakra wave erupted, a violent energy radiating outwards, leaving every leaf ninja aghast. This fluctuation, they must be summoning a colossal spirit beast. A leaf ninja shouted. Boom. In the next instant, a gigantic lizard, nearly 30 meters long, materialized. Upon landing, it crushed several unfortunate souls beneath its weight, shaking the ground violently. The lizard's two massive heads huffed, its scaly tail thrashing wildly, sending dozens flying, both leaf ninjas and sand ninjas alike. Retreat. Do not let Herzog harm you. A sand ninja commander cried. Damn it. Shuaimo, entangled with Shiryu, cursed under his breath as he sensed the commotion behind him. Shiryu and his three puppets fought as one, seamlessly shifting between offense and defense, leaving no openings. Despite his efforts, Shuaimo had yet to overpower Shiryu. I must first deal with that spirit beast. Shuaimo swiftly withdrew, issuing commands. Tai-E, Sabo. You two handle this creature. You four, Yudo, Zen-E, Rukia, come with me. Moments later, the massive two-headed lizard carved out a vacuum in the battlefield. Fortunately, Hifeng and Xuan were far enough away to avoid the chaos. Could it really be my loose tongue that caused this? Hifeng muttered nervously as he retreated. At that moment, four figures surged against the tide, swiftly confronting the colossal lizard, standing out in the created vacuum. They were the four-seasoned Jonin, led by Shuaimo. Shuaimo is here to confront the spirit beast, who will deal with Chiyo's son. Hifeng, after dispatching a sand ninja, glanced toward another battlefield, only to witness a scene that made his heart race with terror. Chapter 37. Protect you for a lifetime. Hifeng's eyes widened in horror. He saw Shiryu manipulating the three puppets, which suddenly separated their upper and lower halves, transforming into 6 independently moving entities, darting in all directions. The two leaf Jonin named Tai-E and Sabo were clearly unprepared for this maneuver, caught off guard by Shiryu's audacity. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as the puppets' hands and legs morphed into steel blades, 12 sharp edges converging to pierce the two leaf Jonin through and through. With a mere moment's lapse, a span of only a second or two, both Jonin lay lifeless, discarded on the ground. Xuan retreat. Hifeng's expression darkened. With the enemy's strongest forces now free, they would undoubtedly turn their attention towards them. With Shuaimo and his team preoccupied with the giant lizard, there was no one left to stop Shiryu. Not only Hifeng, but many leaf teams also recognized Shiryu's newfound freedom, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily distanced themselves. The battle had shifted from a contest of distance to one of time. If Shiryu could eliminate half of the leaf ninjas before Shuaimo dealt with the giant lizard, victory would belong to the sand-hidden village. Conversely, if Shiryu were to become ensnared by Shuaimo, the leaf ninjas would crush the remaining sand ninjas without mercy. Thus, Hifeng and his companions aimed to preserve their lives during this critical moment. GG, come help me. Shiryu shouted to his wife beside him. Let us combine our efforts for that technique. As the weaving maiden swiftly approached Shiyu, she displayed a moment of hesitation upon hearing her husband's request. However, there was little time to dwell on such concerns. Shiyu slapped talismans onto the puppets, his eyes burning with a blood-red intensity as he declared, "Once that silver-haired shinobi eliminates Herzog, everyone present shall perish." "I understand." With newfound resolve, the maiden placed her hands upon her husband's shoulders, continuously channeling chakra into him. Instantly, Shiyu's chakra surged, causing the 6 puppets to levitate and whirl wildly. Shiyu pressed his palms together and shouted, "3 talents, 6 paths, 100 hands manipulation." As chakra flowed fervently, countless arms were summoned, surging forth in 6 distinct directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skies above darkened, casting shadows over nearly 100 individuals, including both Konoha and Sand Ninjas. Witnessing the multitude of arms above, Hike's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. He had encountered the 100 hands manipulation before, yet it paled in comparison to Shiyu's current execution. Under the ominous shroud, Hike's once proud speed became utterly meaningless. The arms summoned from above were far swifter than he could ever hope to be, and despite his frantic escape, he found himself ensnared within the radius of attack. Shiyu altered his gestures, forming the seals of Wu, In, and Chun in succession, intertwining his fingers and forcefully pulling the chakra strings. Secret technique, 1,000 needles of Shiyu. Boom, boom, boom. Each arm erupted, unleashing terrifying kinetic energy that propelled countless flying needles towards the unsuspecting ninjas below. The needles sliced through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom as they descended upon the ground with alarming speed, indiscriminately targeting friend and foe alike. Among every 100 needles, one had been infused with a special chakra, harboring lethal intent within the secret technique. "Young master," a roar echoed from nearby, as Yudo, engaged in combat with a colossal lizard, turned to witness the unfolding chaos, his pupils nearly bursting with disbelief. It was imperative to note that both Hike's and Yukino were within the range of this devastating attack. Shikubo's expression shifted as well. The potency of Shiyu's technique exceeded all his expectations. If they did not act swiftly to eliminate the giant lizard, it was likely that the other Konoha ninjas would face utter annihilation. Wind release, gale force. Aware of his inability to escape, Hike's fervently expended chakra, erecting a robust wind barrier to shield himself and Yukino. Earth release, earth barrier. Yukino stomped her foot, summoning a curved wall to envelop the two, forming a secondary semicircular defense beneath the wind domain. Hike's, come here. Without hesitation, Yukino embraced Hike's, pinning him down beneath her. Before Hike's could react, the dense barrage of needles fell like a tempest. Swish, swish, swish. Most of the flying needles were deflected by the wind domain, veering off to the side. However, a small number still penetrated the barrier, striking the earth barrier with a muffled thud, unable to break through the thick wall. Mere seconds passed before silence enveloped the scene, and Hike's exhaled a sigh of relief. Although this technique appeared daunting, it was not so terrible after all. But then, plop, a warm droplet struck his cheek, causing Hike's to freeze. "Yukino?" His voice trembled as he slowly lifted his gaze, only to find Yukino's complexion pale, blood seeping from her lips. "What is happening? How could this be?" Hike shouted, clutching Yukino tightly, his voice filled with anguish. "Did we not block all the needles?" "Not all," Yukino whispered weakly, lying in Hike's embrace. Most of the needles were intercepted by the earth barrier, but for some reason, one needle pierced through and struck me. Yukino felt a sense of relief. Had she not shielded Hike's, he would have been the one injured. Not all. Upon hearing Yukino's words, Hike's frantically checked her back, discovering a needle embedded deeply within. Even more concerning was the dark, discolored area surrounding the wound. Poison. Hike's hurriedly rummaged for an antidote, feeding it to Yukino, yet her complexion continued to deteriorate. "Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working?" Yukino placed a trembling hand on Hike's frantically moving body, her voice softening. "You understand poison. You know I am beyond saving. No, silence, and listen to me." Yukino's voice suddenly regained strength, reminiscent of her childhood admonitions to Hike's. This technique must have drained Shiyu immensely. "Take this chance to flee to Tsukumo. Do not worry about me." "No, Yukino." Hike's words faltered midway, tears streaming down his face. In the final moments of life, clarity fades first. The Yukino before him had lost focus, her pupils dilating as she instinctively urged Hike's. Yukino's breathing gradually waned, her body growing limp in Hike's embrace as her memories cascaded through her mind. Fragments of recollections flashed, ultimately settling on her most cherished moment, the day she met Hike's, a scrappy little boy at the tender age of 8. Then, I entrust this child to you. You should understand my meaning, Danzo had said. Yukino understood. She would protect him for a lifetime. I promised I would keep you safe. How unfortunate that they might have had a bright future. Yet she would not be there to see it. Yukino, farewell. As Hike's felt her life slipping away in his arms, he surprisingly found a sense of calm. Or so it seemed. In the final moments of life, the last sense to fade is hearing. He did not want Yukino to worry about him in her final moments. A crimson light erupted. The Sharingan, uncontrollably activated, transformed Hike's eyes into a blood-red visage, contorted in rage, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. As the first tomo appeared, a second swiftly followed. Then came the third. 3 obsidian tomos spiraled furiously within Hike's gaze. Chapter 38. Inside the Leaf, the Konoha Dogs. Congratulations to the host for awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan before the age of 14, achieving the hidden accomplishment. Angry Child. Now distributing achievement rewards. Host gains 1 to all attributes. A series of notifications dulled Hike's rage and anguish. Yes, suddenly, Hike's recalled that he was in the world of Naruto, a realm where even those long deceased could be resurrected. A world that could summon you from your grave to join in the revelry. In this world, reviving someone was not a daunting task, especially with the system at his disposal. Once he developed further, he could revive Yukino in an instant. With reason returning, Hike's narrowed his eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings. For now, he had to ensure his survival, otherwise, all would be for naught. With the activation of his Sharingan, everything around him became crystal clear. He could even see the dust particles suspended in the air. So this is the Sharingan. It truly is extraordinary. Shiyu's previous attack had indiscriminately struck nearly 100 individuals, leaving a field strewn with bodies. Only a scant few had managed to survive through various means, and Hike's was among this number. However, Shiyu was presently uninterested in their survival. The recent technique had drained him significantly, and he was now drawing upon his wife's chakra to recuperate his strength. Death. On the other side, Shuo Mao let out a furious roar as he unleashed a forbidden technique, causing his already blurry figure to accelerate further. The white fang in his hand transformed into a glint of cold light, piercing instantly into the giant lizard's eye, unleashing a torrent of lightning chakra that penetrated its skull. With a shriek, the lizard's other head howled in agony, thrashing wildly. Stab its eyes. Yudo and his companions seized the opportunity, leaping atop the giant lizard's head to drive their blades forcefully into its eye. A mournful cry escaped Herzog as both of its heads fell limply to the ground, dissipating into smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Yudo and the others crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, they had no time to regroup. They transformed into fleeting shadows, racing towards another battlefield with all their might. Young master, you mustn't come to harm. Yudo's heart raced, his eyes blood-red, leading one to mistakenly believe he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Damn it. Shuo Mao glanced at his severely wounded comrades, a surge of anger swelling within him. Zenitsu, follow me. We must deal with Shiyu. Yudo, Lucia, coordinate with the others to eliminate all the sand ninjas present. The 4 immediately dispersed. Yudo anxiously scanned the area, finally spotting Hifeng in a corner of the battlefield. Young master, Uncle Yudo. Hifeng had skillfully navigated through the chaos, using his Sharingan to guide him, and had hidden Yukino in an inconspicuous spot. He then turned back to the center of the battlefield. Younger brother, Yukino. Yudo's voice faltered upon seeing Hifeng alone. Sister Yukino sacrificed herself to protect me, Hifeng stated calmly. Let us not dwell on this. We must kill. Yudo fell silent, aware that when his young master appeared as if he were in a stupor, it was his normal state. The calmer the young master seemed, the more he suppressed his intense emotions. Sighing, Shuo Mao and Zenitsu charged toward Shiyu. Upon encountering sand ninjas attempting to obstruct them, they dispatched them effortlessly with swift strikes, as if slicing through vegetables. The remaining Konoha ninjas, under the leadership of Lucia and Yudo, began to ruthlessly cleanse the battlefield of sand ninjas. Each heart burned with a fire of vengeance. They had started with 100, yet now only a mere 30 remained. The fallen were their comrades, friends, and even family. For Sunagakure, the sentiment was mutual, such was the nature of war. It's regrettable we couldn't slay more of Konoha's scum, Shiyu remarked coldly. Although Shuo Mao had also resorted to forbidden techniques, he still found himself at a disadvantage compared to Shiyu. With a swift movement, Shuo Mao evaded a puppet and severed the chakra strings connecting it. Another puppet fell, leaving only one in front of Shiyu. Shiyu, cease your resistance. Your wife awaits you underground. Zenitsu smiled as he raised the head of Jichi, speaking as if to a friend. Even knowing Zenitsu aimed to unsettle him. The tragic death of his wife caused Shiyu's mind to falter. A vulnerability. Shuo Mao swiftly appeared behind Shiyu, thrusting his blade through Shiyu's chest. Jichi. Shiyu gasped blood, his eyes glazing over, reaching out for his wife. Shuo Mao withdrew his long knife and gently pushed Shiyu down before Jichi. As Shiyu grasped his wife's hand, a sense of release washed over him, and he breathed his last. Let us move to eliminate the other sand ninjas. Shuo Mao coldly commanded, his short knife at the ready. With Shuo Mao and the others joining, the Konoha forces surged forward like a relentless tide, swiftly annihilating the remaining sand ninjas. Thud, thud, thud. The 30 survivors traversed the narrow entrance, finally stepping into Sunagakure. Be wary of traps set within the village and potential enemies. Show no mercy to any resistance. Secure any valuable resources and facilities. Take what you can, destroy what you cannot. Shuo Mao instructed earnestly, wishing to avoid any further losses of his Konoha brethren on this land. Understood. Yano Yu, who had narrowly survived, moved forward with Hifeng and Yudo along a lesser-known path. Young master, it seems we have a tale. Yudo whispered subtly. I know. I'll handle it. Hifeng replied quietly. Yudo nodded, intentionally widening the distance between them, thinking it would be good for the young master to vent his frustrations. The following figure's stealth was woefully inadequate, lacking the courage to pursue them. Masakura, a freshly graduated Ninja Academy student, had not participated in the earlier conflict due to his youth. Now, with his hometown under siege and Konoha's scum burning and pillaging, he felt compelled to take action. After hiding in the shadows for a time, he finally spotted a suitable target. A Konoha ninja who appeared to be of similar age but significantly weaker compared to his stronger peers. This is the one, Masakura thought, invigorated by the prospect. That burly man is undoubtedly protecting him, proving the target's lack of strength. After all, although we are of similar age, a talent like mine is rare in the ninja world. Once that burly man steps away, I can swiftly take out the target and escape. Had Masakura taken a moment to glance over the high wall, he might have reconsidered, but he did not. Seeing Yudo deliberately distance himself from Hifeng, he felt elated. His opportunity had finally arrived. Die, Konoha scum! Masakura snarled, raising his long knife for a downward strike. Chapter 39, If All Else Fails. Kidnap Hifeng Clang. Hifeng turned coldly, drawing his blade to deflect Masakura's strike, then positioned his sword against the boy's neck. Nanny. Everything unfolded too swiftly for Masakura to comprehend. Before he could grasp the situation, his long knife slipped from his grip, and he found himself at the mercy of the blade pressed against his throat. He's just a child, Yano Yu remarked, a hint of sympathy in his voice. Captain, perhaps we should let him go. Initially fearful, Masakura felt reassured by Yano Yu's words. Yes, if you have the skill, let me go. 30 years of the river. I have no skill, Hifeng coldly stated as he sliced through Masakura's neck, watching as the boy fell in shock. He then turned to Yano Yu. A blade is not a toy. Once drawn, one must be prepared to wager their life. Besides, I too am merely a child who has recently graduated. With that, Hifeng tucked his sword under his arm, wiped it clean, sheathed it, and continued onward. However, Yano Yu wished to speak further, but chose silence under Yudo's piercing gaze. Before long, all teams completed their tasks and reconvened at the entrance of Sunagakure. Throughout their mission, not only Hifeng's team faced resistance, other groups encountered similar challenges. Yet, as Shuo Mao had said, any resistance met with no mercy. They are unwilling to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, pushing Sunagakure and Konoha to the brink of mutual destruction. However, when faced with those who seek their own demise, they will show no mercy. Shikumo's gaze slowly swept across the remaining ninjas as he solemnly declared, the mission has been successfully completed. Let us bring back our comrades and return. Yes. Half a month later, in the land of rain, at the Konoha encampment, within a cluster of tents resembling a celestial body encircled by stars, Hoka sat across from his father, Danzo. As usual, Danzo's eyes were half closed, and he spoke in a subdued tone. Hisashi has issued a strict order. If Sunagakure is willing to negotiate peace, Konoha must unconditionally reach an agreement with them. Bang! Hoka slammed his hand on the table, nearly losing control and activating his Sharingan. Unconditional negotiation. Indeed, Danzo slowly opened his eyes, his tone hauntingly calm. Hisashi stated that no more lives may be sacrificed from Konoha, so for the sake of peace, relinquishing certain interests is acceptable. Preposterous. Hoka retorted coldly. It was Sunagakure that instigated this war. We have paid such a heavy price to gain the upper hand. Why should we be compelled to negotiate unconditionally? What of our comrades who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield? Are their lives not valuable? Is their death devoid of meaning? Danzo scoffed, gazing out of the window at the tents. Hisashi's command has left me at a loss on how to face these soldiers. However, I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Whenever a matter requires handling, it is always left to me. Only when it comes to winning hearts does Hisashi dare to show himself. But what can be done? After all, he is the Hokage. Danzo's tone was laced with complexity. Sarutobi Hisashi is far too weak. Hoka shook his head. Peace has never been achieved through mere forbearance. The harmonious coexistence of the 5 great ninja villages in the end was not due to a good relationship with Naruto, but rather because they were all unable to compete against him. Once they grasped the power of the Sage of Six Paths, the once brash warriors of Kumogakure transformed into harmonious brothers. Indeed, peace must be enforced by strength. Dignity rests only upon the edge of a sword, and truth lies in the hands of the powerful. Danzo nodded in satisfaction before mockingly laughing. What a pity that my son understands these principles while the esteemed Hokage does not. Perhaps it would be better to have my son take on the role instead. A brief silence enveloped the room. Moments later, Danzo stood and placed a hand on Hoka's shoulder, saying, "Take Yakina back to Konoha. I will handle the remaining matters." "Yes, father." In the land of rain, at the Sunagakure encampment, negotiation? Absolutely not. I refuse. Chiyo glared fiercely at the third Kazekage, nearly overturning the table. Chiyo-senpai, do not be willful. The third Kazekage, weary, held his forehead. Currently, Sunagakure is gravely weakened, and both Kumogakure and Iwagakure are poised to strike. I will not listen to this. Chiyo interrupted, her voice filled with rage. My son and daughter-in-law perished tragically on the battlefield. How can I swallow this bitterness? Negotiation is out of the question unless Konoha hands over the murderer of my son and daughter-in-law. The third Kazekage felt even more distressed upon hearing this. Sunagakure was at a disadvantage, and Konoha's willingness to negotiate without conditions was already the best outcome. The idea that Chiyo would demand Konoha hand over someone was delusional. He pondered that even if Konoha were at a disadvantage, it would be impossible for them to willingly comply with the enemy's demands to exchange someone for peace. No ninja village would ever engage in such self-deprecating actions. Otherwise, how could they continue to survive in the ninja world? Sigh Chiyo-senpai. Sunagakure cannot afford to prolong this conflict with Konoha any longer, the third Kazekage sighed. If this stalemate continues, do you wish to see Sunagakure perish? A month later, on the streets of Konoha, 2 youths walked side by side. One with golden hair, and the other with red hair, stood out among the crowd. Minato, I am increasingly worried about Hoka's recent state. Kushina expressed her concern. Since his return, he has behaved like a normal person and has not exhibited any foolish actions. This is too unusual. The death of Yukina-senpai has greatly affected him. It is natural that he struggles to cope, Minato sighed. On the battlefield against the Cloud Ninja, he lost several teammates one after another. Even if they were merely ordinary comrades, their loss weighed heavily on him for a long time, especially now with Hoka. Let us invite him out to have fun tonight. Kushina clenched her small fist, determined. We cannot let him refuse as he did in previous instances. If he dares to decline, we will literally drag him out. Minato appeared somewhat hesitant. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? He thought to himself, unaware of the number of shadow guards near Hoka's residence. If they truly attempted to drag him out, they would likely be subdued by a multitude before they even stepped outside. Minato, Hoka is our good friend. Kushina pouted, her red hair becoming animated as she glared at him. He needs us now more than ever. We cannot let him down. How adorable she looks when she's angry. Minato thought as he gazed at Kushina's delicate face, suddenly losing his rationality and inexplicably nodding. All right, I will follow your lead, little Q. Chapter 40. The great kidnapping operation that night. Under the glow of a full moon, Hoka was in his courtyard, enjoying hot pot while singing. Suddenly, 2 figures jumped over the wall, and, without a word, seized him and carried him away. Minato? Kushina? What are you doing? Hoka, with a piece of meat in his mouth, was bewildered as he was dragged out of his home. As they exited, Minato exchanged a knowing glance with the shadow guards at the door. Before executing the kidnapping, he had informed the guards that he wanted to take Hoka out for fun as a surprise. At the time, the guards were skeptical. However, witnessing the scene now, they realized it was indeed a game Hoka enjoyed. Previously, they had kidnapped Haruna Ayako, but now the roles had reversed. Indeed, having aligned with the Shimura faction, Minato was now considered half an insider, and everyone recognized him. After being carried halfway down the street, Hoka finally managed to swallow the meat in his mouth and asked irritably, "Hey, what exactly do you two intend to do by dragging me out of my house?" Faced with Hoka's inquiry, Minato offered an awkward smile, feeling somewhat guilty. "You explain, Q." Hoka rolled his eyes and teased, "Minato, with your personality, you'll surely be bullied every day after marriage." Minato secretly glanced at Kushina and suddenly felt a sense of despair. Hoka's words seemed to hold an unsettling truth. "Oh no." Kushina set Hoka down and cheerfully declared, "Hoka, Minato and I are taking you out for fun." "Who said I wanted to go out and have fun?" Hoka retorted crossly. Kushina's expression darkened as she punched a nearby street lamp. With a resounding bang, the lamp pole, as thick as a thigh, visibly caved in. Gulp. Hoka swallowed hard and forced out a smile, saying, "You two are quite perceptive. You can even guess that I wanted to go out and have fun." Hoka's mood brightened, for he was certain that with his level of defense, he would not withstand Kushina's punch. Humph. Kushina raised her small fist, displaying a look of triumph towards Minato, as if to say, "See? It was effortless." Minato cast a disdainful glance at Hugging, and the two exchanged silent communications through their eyes. "You say that about me, but I can see you'll be bullied daily after marriage too." "Nonsense. It is you who is to marry Kushina, not me. I would never wed such a tempestuous woman." With a thud, Kushina clenched her fist, her red hair billowing as she exclaimed, "Hugging, who are you calling a violent woman?" "Wait." Both Hugging and Minato displayed expressions of terror. "You can actually read the exchange between Minato and me? When did that happen?" "I've been able to from the very beginning. Take this." Hugging, bruised and battered, walked alongside his two friends, willingly joining them for a friendly bonfire chat in the village's small grove. As Hugging glanced at the round moon in the sky, he suddenly recalled a classic scene from the anime. "This can't be happening, can it? It's impossible to just step out and encounter such things." Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed the thought. The grove was silent, seemingly only the three of them present. Kushina plopped down onto the soft earth, eagerly directing Hugging and Minato to gather firewood. "Is this what you call taking me out to play? This feels more like labor." Hugging, cradling a pile of branches, quietly complained to Minato, wary of Kushina overhearing. This was reminiscent of an annoying event from his past life, where he participated in a pay-to-experience wheat harvesting, but couldn't he take any home ordeal. Noticing Minato's silence, Hugging leaned closer and began whispering devilishly, "Minato, you can't indulge her like this. You need to stand your ground. If you keep spoiling her now, what do you think will happen when you two are married? You'll be doing all the household chores alone." Minato pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, "That sounds quite nice. Just thinking about it brings me happiness." Hugging retorted, "Why on earth did I agree to come out with you two? Tonight, it's not just the moon shining, but I'm glowing too. One is enough." After a flurry of activity, the three finally set up the bonfire, forming a circle around it. Kushina, in front of her two friends, chattered animatedly about her daily life. "Hugging, you wouldn't believe it. That cloud ninja was terrifying. Who knew that with one punch, he'd be out cold? Oh, by the way, I met a new friend on the battlefield. She's wonderful, from the Uchiha clan." Hugging fell silent again, suspecting Kushina had invited him out just to vex him. Minato sighed in exasperation. "Kushina, what is up with you?" Kushina blinked her large eyes and inquired innocently. Minato, struck by her adorable expression, lost his train of thought, his words failing him. Hugging felt a hint of frustration. "Kushina, you do realize that our Shimura clan and the Uchiha clan have never seen eye to eye, right?" "Oh, is that so?" Kushina, belatedly understanding, replied, "But she's really nice, gentle and beautiful. Such a lovely lady. But I personally oppose such familial prejudices," Hugging declared emphatically. "Why don't you bring her along next time so Minato and I can meet her?" Kushina immediately saw through Hugging's ulterior motives and raised a middle finger at him. She learned this gesture from hugging, which was supposedly an international gesture of friendly exchange, known for its top-tier sarcasm. She's already engaged to the clan's young leader. Don't even think about it. Hugging scoffed. Humph, who isn't a young leader? Honestly, he knew exactly who Kushina was referring to, the Uchiha Mikoto, the unfortunate victim of arranged marriage. As the three engaged in lively conversation, three shadowy figures stealthily approached, harboring ill intentions. Amidst the rustling of branches, they whispered amongst themselves. What should we do? Strike now, or wait until the target is alone? This is a rare opportunity. I suggest we act now. Konoha is not a safe place. And the longer we linger, the greater the danger. Oh, it's just 3 kids. What can they do to us? I could take them down single-handedly. Don't underestimate them. Swiftly deal with those 2 brats. Then capture the target and retreat. All right, let us count to 3 and act together. 3, 2, 1. At the moment they heard 1, they prepared to charge out, but at the last second, their bodies froze in place. The voice that counted 1 did not come from their ranks, but rather from ahead. 1. This voice not only came a beat too early, but was also distinctly youthful. Clearly not from their companions. The 3 exchanged glances, their faces reflecting shock. What in the world is happening? They looked forward and were met by the gaze of one small figure. Infuriatingly, the child's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hugging stood, one hand resting on his blade's hilt, the other on his hip, lazily declaring, "Come out. You've been lurking behind for ages. Thinking I wouldn't notice you?" The 3 appeared silently, encircling Hugging, their expressions more serious than ever. Although Konoha's defenses were currently weak, the fact that these 3 could infiltrate the village suggested they were formidable. Yet this child had easily detected them, indicating that he was no ordinary foe. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Kushina asked warily from behind Hugging. The 3 remained silent, but the perceptive Minato discerned that they were likely ninjas from an enemy village. Indeed, as Minato had suspected, the 3 were from the Cloud Village. During a prior small-scale conflict with Konoha, they had stumbled upon the unique chakra within Kushina. Thus, they devised a plan to abduct her while Konoha was weakened, sending 3 of their own to execute the plan. Do you still want to strike? The 3 Cloud Ninjas found themselves in a quandary. Facing Hugging, who was visibly not easy to handle, they realized that engaging him could lead to their downfall at the hands of Konoha Zumbu. However, having infiltrated Konoha, they were reluctant to abandon their mission with the target so close at hand. "Believe me, soon you'll only see me drawing my blade." Noticing the 3's silence, Hugging teasingly remarked, "Arrogant." One Cloud Ninja retorted coldly, his blade half drawn, eager for action. "Arrogant?" Hugging scoffed, boldly stating, "Do you even know who I am? To dare call me arrogant?" The Cloud Ninja noted that while this child was not weak, he also appeared surprisingly childish. With a shift in thought, he subtly sheathed his blade, adopting a dismissive air. "We have no information on you. You must merely be an insignificant nobody." "Me, an insignificant nobody? Huh." Hugging chuckled darkly, pointing at the 3 Cloud Ninjas. "Listen well, I have quite an impressive background. I fear that revealing my name would startle you. In the end, you're just a kid." 3 Cloud Ninjas perked up their ears, eager to glean any insights regarding Hegfeng's prowess from his forthcoming words. Watergate and Kushina exchanged glances, realizing Hegfeng might have ulterior motives, hence they refrained from intervening. "I am Luminary Lu Mingqi, a hero driven by curiosity, aspiring to become the pirate Hokage," Hegfeng declared with a serious demeanor. "Even if my form perishes, I shall undoubtedly stand before thousands, merely a trifling matter of wind and frost. For it is the unseen that instills fear. After all, even rocks possess a heart, and I too am but a passing masked knight." "Wait, what?" The 3 Cloud Ninjas grew increasingly perplexed. It seemed this young boy was intentionally stalling for some reason. "You dare to toy with us? Die." One Cloud Ninja, showing a fierce countenance, stepped forward wielding a katana, aiming a brutal strike towards Hegfeng's throat. Unexpectedly, mid-charge, his legs faltered, nearly leading him to kneel. His arms felt as limp as noodles. He could barely grip his weapon, let alone strike. "Bingo. You answered correctly, but alas, there is no reward." Hegfeng chuckled, easily deflecting the katana from the ninja's grasp before delivering a swift blow to his neck. Thud. The Cloud Ninja's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. "You scoundrel, you used poison. What a despicable little brat. We shall make you pay." The remaining 2 Cloud Ninjas, filled with rage, abandoned their comrade and attempted to flee. Why would I waste time on you two? You're not even ladies. Do you think I engage in such trivial banter for no reason? Hegfeng swiftly pursued the two weakened cloud ninjas, delivering two resounding strikes to their heads. The sound was loud, not unlike a fresh fruit, a pleasing strike indeed. I told you, you could only witness my unsheathing of the blade, yet you didn't believe me. Chuckling, Hegfeng sheathed his sword, faintly hearing the voices of his companions behind him. Watergate, I feel a bit dizzy. I think I do too. Oh no. I was so preoccupied with myself that I completely forgot about you two. Hegfeng slapped his forehead, hastily returning to administer antidotes to them. Once they felt somewhat better, they gazed at Hegfeng with expressions of I'm not amused. With your strength, combined with Watergate and myself, we could have easily dealt with them directly, Kushina complained. Indeed. Watergate chimed in, why resort to poison? I feel so dizzy now. Cough, cough. It appears my profession has its drawbacks, Hegfeng awkwardly responded. I thought these three were formidable enough. They must possess some valuable intel, and it would be a shame not to capture them for interrogation. Watergate and Kushina rolled their eyes in unison, exasperated by Hegfeng's words. Speaking of which, the moonlight tonight is exquisite. Hegfeng, unwilling to allow the iconic scenes from the original storyline to fade away, pointed toward the moon and cheerfully remarked, Kushina, how about Watergate carries you for a stroll beneath the moonlight? Are you out of your mind, Hegfeng? If Kushina were not still somewhat weak, she would have certainly delivered a couple of punches to Hegfeng. Although her intention for bringing Hegfeng out tonight was to help her dear friend emerge from the shadows and return to normalcy, which, for Hegfeng, meant becoming abnormal again. Hegfeng's current return to his previous foolishness was indeed suffocating, truly lacking in romance. Hegfeng shook his head in disappointment and approached Watergate. Come, Watergate, let us take a stroll. Huh. Without allowing Watergate a chance to refuse, Hegfeng scooped him up in a princess carry and leaped onto the nearest tree. Hegfeng, what are you doing? Watergate exclaimed in a fluster. With a sudden burst of strength, Hegfeng launched them high into the air. Woohoo! Their figures were silhouetted against the full moon. Silver light cascading upon them, rendering their shapes ethereal. It truly seemed romantic. On the ground, Kushina was entranced, feeling a twinge of regret. Watching the two above, she was reminded of the myth of the goddess of dawn descending to the mortal realm to fall in love with a prince. This romance was meant to be hers. Darn it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She resolved that once her strength returned, she would find any excuse to vent her frustration on Hegfeng. Blame it on the moon. Its beauty that night was simply too enchanting. Hegfeng hummed a little tune as he landed, setting down the somewhat bashful Watergate. Blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Shadow clone technique. He summoned two shadow clones, taking turns giving the cloud ninjas another strike before hoisting all three of them up. Grinning as he said, it's getting late. Shall we continue? I have to go work overtime. Get lost, you brat. Farewell, Hegfeng. After watching Hegfeng depart, Kushina was the first to burst into laughter, with Watergate soon joining in. Despite the hiccup, her plan had succeeded. Hegfeng's condition was evidently better than before. With a proud expression, Kushina lifted her chin, anticipating compliments from Watergate. Indeed, little Kushina's plan was splendid, Watergate replied with a somewhat resigned smile. However, now that Hegfeng is back to his normal self, I fear he will cause trouble daily. I am unsure whether to feel happy or worried. Kushina raised her small fist and declared, Humph. If he dares to misbehave, I will teach him a lesson. All right, enough about him. Let me tell you a story, Watergate. Would you like to hear it? Upon hearing Kushina's words, Watergate nodded eagerly. Of course. I love stories. Oh, really? Kushina straightened her posture, cleared her throat, and began to narrate with great seriousness. Once, 1,000 years ago, there was a goddess from beyond the heavens who accidentally fell into the mortal realm. Chapter 42. 5 Forbidden Techniques. I can't bear it. Truly, I cannot bear it. Carrying Tang Sung alongside his 3 disciples. What conscience? Where has your conscience gone? It's been miles since you left. With the sun high in the sky, once emerging from the roots, Hegfeng felt invigorated, even humming a little tune. Indeed, happiness is often built upon the suffering of others. It had been a while since he last visited the 3 little ones. It was time for a round. Hegfeng, carrying 3 brand new ninja tool bags, strode towards the home of the 3 little ones with a carefree gait. Brother Hegfeng. Upon opening the door and spotting Hegfeng, Xiaonan joyfully leaped into his arms. Hee, long time no see, Xiaonan. Let me see if you've gained some weight. Under the envious gazes of Nagato and Yahiko, Hegfeng swept Xiaonan up and spun her around several times in the air. Brother Hegfeng, what is that you're holding? The cunning Yahiko stepped forward, feigning curiosity to divert Hegfeng's attention. This. His tactic had indeed worked, as Hegfeng set Xiaonan down and raised the ninja tool bag in his hand, saying, "These 3 ninja tool bags are gifts I prepared for you. Here, one for each of you." Hegfeng had stripped these from the 3 cloud ninjas. The bags contained an assortment of ninja tools, perfect for gifting the 3 little ones. "Thank you, Brother Hegfeng." The 3 little ones eagerly accepted their ninja tool bags and excitedly began examining their contents. "Yahiko, take this. You despicable Nagato, you're attacking me from behind." The 2 boys drew kunai and began to chase each other around the courtyard in playful antics. Little Nan rummaged through her ninja tool pouch, yet found no trace of the explosive tags, which left her somewhat disheartened. She tugged at Hegfeng's sleeve, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Brother Hegfeng, could you bring me an explosive tag next time? I really want one." Ha. Hegfeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. He hadn't anticipated that such a young girl like Nan would already be enamored with the sorrowful symbols of Kakuzu. It seemed some affinities were indeed innate. "No need to wait for next time. I shall give you one right now." Hegfeng retrieved an explosive tag from his pouch and handed it to the visibly elated Nan, simultaneously cautioning her. "Explosive tags are quite dangerous. You should have learned about them in class, so never activate one within the village." Yes, I understand. "Thank you, Brother Hegfeng." Nan joyfully accepted the explosive tag, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, and carefully stored it in her ninja tool pouch. "All right," Hegfeng said, after indulging the 3 little ones in their playful antics for a while. "You've all learned quite a bit of fundamental knowledge at the Ninja Academy. So it's time to start serious training, understand? In the upcoming period." He anticipated a lighter schedule and promised to come by to guide them when he had the chance. Hearing this, Yin pouted skeptically at Hegfeng. "Brother Hegfeng, but I feel that the jutsus you know might not be as many as the 3 of us combined." Bang! Hegfeng playfully gave Yin a light tap on the head, causing him to yelp in surprise. Nagato looked at Hegfeng through his bangs, his expression filled with anticipation as he asked, "Brother Hegfeng, does this mean you'll be staying in the village? Not going to the battlefield?" Nan blinked her big eyes, echoing the question. "Yes, I'll remain in the village and one be going," Hegfeng replied with a smile. Given the current lull in warfare, there was no longer a need for so many personnel to be deployed abroad. Hegfeng preferred not to be constantly away on assignments, so he had his father arrange for his reassignment back to domestic duties. Presently, he was primarily responsible for monitoring and eliminating internal destabilizing factors within Konoha. "Yay! That's wonderful," the little ones cheered. "To celebrate, Brother Hegfeng, let us go out for barbecue," Yin mischievously suggested. "No problem, let us go," Hegfeng chuckled. In the 36th year of Konoha, a peace agreement was reached between Konoha and Sunagakure, with both sides pledging not to infringe upon each other for 10 years. Konoha's forces methodically withdrew from the Land of Rain in batches. After leaving, some remained stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire, while others returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, Hegfeng's father, Danzo, had already been back in the village for some time. At the Uchiha residence, Hegfeng lounged on the living room sofa, eagerly awaiting his father's return. A week prior, he had requested Danzo to exchange some of his accomplishments in the Land of Rain for a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. Today was the day his father had promised to provide a response. The Book of Seals was a forbidden tome safeguarded by the Hokage through the ages, containing a series of banned techniques. The techniques within either transgressed ethical boundaries and challenged the very essence of a ninja, or came at such a grave cost that they could endanger the user's life. For instance, the multiple shadow clone technique consumed 2 points in its entirety. When discussing the Book of Seals, one must inevitably mention Senju Tobarama, a man who single-handedly upheld the entire volume of the Book of Seals. An excerpt from a dialogue between the first and second Hokage follows. Tobarama, technique. "Brother, I've invented a new jutsu. Hashirama, water? Is it water release?" Tobarama, "No, it is not." Hashirama, "Forbidden. Then let us make it forbidden." 90% of the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals were contributed by Senju Tobarama, a truly formidable man. "Father, you're back." Upon seeing Danzo's stern expression, Hegfeng immediately sat up, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Look at you, so lackluster," Danzo said, pulling a scroll from his robe and disdainfully tossing it to his son. "Hee, thanks, Dad." Hegfeng grinned as he caught the scroll and immediately began to examine it. Many of your accomplishments could not exchange for various techniques. I devised a way to supplement them, Danzo stated, sitting across from Hifeng and closing his eyes to rest. The scroll contains several techniques I selected for you. Take a careful look at the introductions and choose one. Only children make choices. I want them all. Hifeng cheekily replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Dad, I like all the techniques here. What do you think? You really think your father is the Hokage? Danzo retorted with an exasperated tone. Hurry up and choose. I have matters to attend to. All right, fine, Hifeng lamented, continuing to examine the scroll in his hands. Tri-seal technique. A sealing technique that combines shadow clones to form a tri-seal array to seal enemies. Darkness technique. A visual illusion that deprives all light, sealing the opponent's vision in a nightmare of pure darkness. God Wind technique. An auxiliary ninjutsu that operates chakra in a special manner, drastically enhancing speed instantly. Flying Thunder God technique. A space-time ninjutsu that allows for instantaneous movement by leaving a technique mark on a target. Self-inflicted curse mark. A sealing technique that imprints a curse mark on the target to bind their movements. These 5 techniques all appear quite promising. How to choose? Hifeng pondered. Chapter 43. The choice of Flying Thunder God. The God Wind technique leaves 1 week after each burst, and self-inflicted curse mark has too many restrictions. Let us eliminate these 2 for now. I'll choose from the remaining 3, Hifeng thought to himself. What? A choice? Just then, the system unexpectedly chimed in, startling Hifeng. Ding. Hungry one. Come and answer a multiple-choice question. Option 1. Sealing technique, tri-seal technique. Option 2. Illusion technique, darkness technique. Option 3. Space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Completion reward. In 3 years, the host will automatically master the chosen forbidden technique. System. What kind of reward is this? Hifeng internally complained. In 3 years, I could easily learn any technique on my own. Host. It is not that this system looks down on you. Given your talent, even the simplest forbidden technique might take you 10 years to grasp. While this system may not be human, it understands one fundamental truth. Self-awareness is a virtue. Hifeng. He admitted to feeling somewhat disheartened. All right. Hifeng smacked his lips and began contemplating again. If we set aside the learning difficulty, it would undoubtedly be a no-brainer to choose the Flying Thunder God technique. It's highly mobile and suits me well. Firstly, the Flying Thunder God technique requires keen insight. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to disastrous outcomes. Fortunately, with my Sharingan, I possess excellent perceptual abilities within a kilometer radius. Secondly, the Flying Thunder God technique demands rapid reflexes, and my speed attributes are commendable. As for chakra consumption, all these forbidden techniques consume considerable reserves, but that's manageable with time. Father, I've made my decision. I plan to choose the Flying Thunder God technique, Hifeng announced. Oh, Danzo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by his son's choice. The Flying Thunder God technique has a significant mastery difficulty. I know, Hifeng, with a resolute expression, declared, I firmly believe that through my relentless efforts, I will undoubtedly master this technique. Upon witnessing his son's determination, Danzo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I have some matters to attend to shortly, but once I am finished, I shall retrieve this technique for you in the evening. Hifeng nodded appreciatively and, leaning closer to Danzo, whispered, Father, I think this technique would also suit Minato quite well. May I discreetly allow him to practice alongside me? Danzo regarded Hifeng with a measured gaze, then gently closed his eyes once more, replying softly, Do not let others be aware. In a few years, when Minato has accumulated enough merit, remind him to apply for this technique. Hifeng's heart soared with joy. Understood. Thank you, Father. Selection successful. The journey to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique now remains 1095 days. In 3 years, the ninja world shall be led by me, Hifeng. In the shadows, a bright flash of yellow fell, followed by a cough. It's nothing at all. After acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique, Hifeng tossed it to Minato without a second glance. He repeatedly urged Minato to keep it confidential, as there seemed to be no significant repercussions otherwise. Even if they were discovered, the third Hokage would merely reprimand Danzo, unwilling to take any severe action against his old friend. It was time to return home. Feeling somewhat weary, Hifeng ambled away from Minato's residence, gradually making his way home. As he approached his doorstep, he spotted a familiar figure. Weighed down by a sense of nostalgia. Sister Ayako? Young master. Upon seeing Hifeng, Ayako rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Young master, I heard about Yukino. I am truly sorry. It is difficult to imagine your feelings at that moment. Ayako expressed her guilt. She had long wished to comfort Hifong, but had been preoccupied with her duties. Now that the war had subsided, she had returned to Konoha, seeking Hifong before even visiting her own home. Let us not dwell on that, Sister Ayako. Come inside, and let us converse. Hifong ushered Ayako into his room, poured her a drink, and settled on the sofa, inquiring, "It has been a while since we last met. How have you been?" "Well, not particularly well," Ayako replied. The two engaged in conversation, and Hifong learned of Ayako's experiences over the past 2 years. When the war broke out, various departments faced shortages of personnel. After recovering from her injuries, Ayako was reassigned to the reconnaissance unit and sent to the battlefield. She had been serving there until the recent end of hostilities. "Young master, I wish to join the route." Ayako set her cup down and stated earnestly, "I want to continue protecting you." Hifong shook his head gently, responding, "At this juncture, I no longer require your protection." Ayako's heart trembled at his words. She fidgeted with her sleeves and murmured, "I apologize for intruding. Then, I shall take my leave." With her head lowered, she stood to depart. "Sister Ayako, please do not rush off. Allow me to finish my thought," Hifong called out, feeling somewhat exasperated. "I merely meant that I do not need your protection, but that does not imply I am unwilling to accept you. You shall join my team henceforth." Hifong simply wished to avoid hearing the phrase "I will protect you" again. It felt too burdensome. "Is that truly the case, young master?" Ayako's face lit up with surprise as she looked at Hifong. "Indeed," he replied, a wry smile gracing his features. "I will speak to my father and have him arrange your inclusion." Previously, Hifong had hesitated to allow Ayako to join Root, fearing her innocence would make her susceptible to manipulation. Now that he had matured and was primarily responsible for internal affairs, such concerns were no longer warranted. "That is wonderful. Please do so promptly, young master," Ayako exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Hifong rolled his eyes in response. "You just returned from the battlefield. Why the rush to find yourself more work?" A month later, under Danzo's direction, Ayako became a member of Hifeng's team. In comparison to the lackadaisical Yudo, Ayako was nothing short of a model employee. One day, under Ayako's guidance, Hifong accompanied her to a secluded district. "Young master, it is here where I sense something unusual." She pointed to a deserted path. "What do you mean?" Hifeng's expression turned serious. In the enveloping darkness of the night, Ayako began to recount her experience. Previously, while executing a tracking mission, my trained ninja dog, Shochi, barked incessantly. "You must remember Shochi, yes?" "Indeed," Hifong nodded slightly. Well aware of Ayako's remarkable ninja dog that could track using faint traces of chakra, I immediately stopped to investigate, but there was nothing amiss here. No barriers, no hidden seals, and not a single ripple of chakra. Reflecting on that eerie night, Ayako's expression grew increasingly grave. Yet Shochi continued barking without pause. This had never happened before. Unless the target was extraordinarily close, he would not behave in such a manner. A chilling breeze swept through, causing Ayako to shiver as her voice trembled. The elders of the village often say that dogs can see things invisible to humans. "Young master, do you think that the target I was tracking that night was perhaps standing right beside me, coldly watching me, while I remained oblivious?" Observing the empty street and listening to Ayako's immersive narrative, Hifong felt a chill run down his spine. "Do not fear," he reassured her, embracing the anxious Ayako and discreetly activating his Sharingan. After a careful examination, Hifong suddenly inhaled sharply. Could it be? Chapter 44, Tracking Uchiha's Sister Ayako. "I may have discerned the situation. Follow me." With that, Hifong withdrew his Sharingan, wrapped his arm around Ayako, and began to walk forward. "I am scared, young master," Ayako whispered, clutching the hem of his clothing. Yet, with Hifong by her side, she mustered her courage and stepped onto the path. After walking several paces, Hifong abruptly halted and pointed ahead. "Sister Ayako, if I am not mistaken, Shochi was barking incessantly in this vicinity, correct?" "Young master, how did you know?" Ayako exclaimed, her surprise evident. Indeed, this confirmed Hifeng's suspicions, prompting him to sigh and smile wryly. "The cunning frog has been playing tricks on you. Come, Sister Ayako. Look here." Hifong led Ayako to a dilapidated building nearby, gesturing for her to crouch down and observe the ground. "What is this?" Ayako gasped, her eyes widening. In a seemingly insignificant corner where the building met the ground, a less than half-centimeter long wire protruded. The wire was black, matching the asphalt surface and the building's lower edge. In the enveloping darkness of the night, such a minuscule detail was nearly undetectable. Sister Ayako, is there a possibility? Hifeng spread his hands in exasperation. This place has fallen into disrepair, causing slight electrical leakage. While a person wearing shoes would be unaffected, a dog would be shocked and bark incessantly. Is that truly the case? Ayako blinked, a hint of uncertainty crossing her features. Hifeng sighed, feeling defeated by her naivety. Young master, Ayako, I have been searching for you. A figure descended, casting a curious glance at the duo. Yudo, you arrived just in time. Hifeng pointed to the ground. Come feel this spot. Something extraordinary is occurring. The newcomer, Yudo, approached and, albeit with skepticism, bent down to touch the ground. Is that true? How astonishing! Yudo exclaimed, jolted by an unexpected shock, and let out a curse. See, the case is solved, Hifeng remarked, turning to Ayako. Oh, how utterly embarrassing! Ayako lamented, covering her cheeks with her hands, weeping inwardly over her previous foolishness. Young master, you've done it to me again. Yudo replied with a look of deep resentment. Hifeng chuckled awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. By the way, Yudo, what brings you to us? Yudo quickly regained his composure, his expression turning serious. We have an urgent mission. Let's discuss it while we walk. Yano is already waiting for us at the village entrance. Both Hifeng and Ayako donned their gear and masks, ready to spring into action at lightning speed. As the group ventured out of Konoha, they leaped through the forest. Yudo briefed Hifeng on their mission. A member of the Uchiha clan was suspected of defection, necessitating our pursuit and verification. If confirmed, we must eliminate him on the spot. Hifeng nodded, unfazed by the task at hand. To put it simply, if an Uchiha were to defect quietly, it is unlikely that his friends or family would be the first to notice. It would be the foundation. Introduce the target, Murakumo, Hifeng added. The target is named Uchiha Copper, 24 years old, a chunin, suspected of having activated his double Tomo Sharingan, and has no direct relatives within the village. According to the Foundation's intelligence, he is not highly regarded within the clan and has repeatedly criticized Konoha in private, expressing a desire to live in other ninja villages, demonstrating clear inclinations towards defection. At this point, Yudo paused for a moment before continuing. A fortnight ago, a hidden cloud ninja infiltrated Konoha, and 2 days ago, Uchiha Copper went missing during a mission without any explanation. Thus, the Foundation suspects that Uchiha Copper may have had contact with the hidden cloud and intends to defect to their village. I understand, Hifeng replied, nodding slightly as he processed the information provided by Yudo. Assuming the Foundation's inference is correct, our task now is to intercept Uchiha Copper and his companions before they escape the Land of Fire. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, there are only a few locations where the hidden cloud ninjas could cross the border without alerting Konoha. Coupled with the location where Uchiha Copper disappeared, we can roughly determine their chosen route and pursue them accordingly. They will need to be cautious of Konoha's defenses along the way and cannot travel at full speed, which means we should be able to outrun them. By the way, young master, if we do encounter Uchiha Copper, you must remember, Yudo cautioned gravely. Do not look directly into his eyes during combat. Understood, Hifeng replied stoically, but inwardly he felt a surge of amusement. After all, it was merely a double Tomo Sharingan. If he were to unleash his own triple Tomo Sharingan, it would undoubtedly terrify his opponent. In a certain shaded path within the Land of Fire, Uchiha Copper felt increasingly buoyant as he distanced himself from Konoha, reveling in the freedom that awaited him. He had finally left Konoha behind, and now the skies were his to soar, the seas his to traverse. Indeed, just as the Foundation had speculated, Uchiha Copper had defected. He had long been dissatisfied with Konoha's treatment of him, believing that within the Uchiha clan, he had not received the respect he deserved. After all, he had activated his double Tomo Sharingan. Shouldn't his status be more esteemed compared to those who would never awaken their eyes? Yet, the elders of the clan continued to regard him as an ordinary member, while those ordinary members treated him as their equal, oblivious to the reverence he commanded. He had long wished to escape Konoha's disdain. Just then, the Hidden Cloud Village contacted him, promising that once he joined them, he would attain a special status and numerous benefits. Uchiha Copper instantly aligned with their proposition, deciding to defect from Konoha and join the village that revered strength. Eager to enjoy the privileges of being a powerful ninja, my good days are finally coming, he thought, grinning broadly at the thought of the splendid life awaiting him in the Hidden Cloud Village. A few hidden cloud ninjas exchanged knowing glances, filled with mockery. This poor fool has no idea what awaits him. Once he arrived at the hidden cloud village, he would be treated as a mere vessel for the inheritance of bloodline limits, subjected to relentless coercion by various women to pass on their lineage until he was drained of every ounce of his utility. What a pitiful fellow, the hidden cloud ninjas mused. After a long journey, they finally reached a location where they could avoid Konoha's defenses. Just over the small hill before them lay an unobstructed path to the land of lightning. We're finally leaving the land of fire, Uchiha Copper exclaimed, filled with excitement. Oh, is that so? I wouldn't say so, a figure sneered from the mountaintop, surveying them from above. Chapter 45, System temporarily offline. It was the Konoha Umbu. Upon recognizing the figure atop the hill, the faces of the three hidden cloud ninjas and Uchiha Copper changed dramatically. As the first covert organization among the 5 great nations, the Konoha Umbu was notoriously formidable. Uchiha Copper, you have committed unforgivable crimes against Konoha. I hereby strip you of all your privileges and order your capture. Now, enumerate your transgressions. With that, Hifong leaped down from the mountain, lightly tapping the rock face twice mid-air, arriving in a dramatic superhero landing. Boom. Young master is truly bored, Yudo remarked casually as he appeared at the foot of the mountain, flanking the hidden cloud ninjas. Surrender without resistance and submit. Yano and Ayako also emerged, slowly encroaching on the hidden cloud ninjas from behind. The leader of the hidden cloud ninjas raised his weapon, attempting to calm his anxious subordinates and Uchiha Copper. Do not panic, they are merely 4 in number. We can handle this. Before the leader could finish his statement, Uchiha Copper unexpectedly dashed out of the group, fleeing towards the nearby woods. Fool, don't run off, stay with us, the leader shouted in frustration. However, Uchiha Copper did not look back, taking advantage of Ayako and Yano's momentary distraction to plunge into the forest. Damn it, this idiot is going to get us killed, the hidden cloud ninjas muttered under their breath. They began to understand why Uchiha Copper was not well regarded in Konoha. He was, after all, a complete liability. I'll pursue him. You all handle these 3 hidden cloud ninjas. Hifong glanced at the 3 hidden cloud ninjas, confirming that Yudo and the others could manage, and decided to chase after Uchiha Copper. All right, just be careful, Yudo nodded in agreement. Hifong suddenly surged forward, bypassing the hidden cloud ninjas and entering the woods in pursuit of Uchiha Copper. Crack, crack. Ahead, Uchiha Copper stumbled in panic, the sound of snapping branches echoing in the tranquil forest. It was the moment of the hunt. To ensure success, Hifong activated his poison pouch and summoned shadow clones, pursuing Uchiha Copper in a serpentine manner. Better safe than sorry, he thought, knowing that with his speed, he had no fear of losing his target. Damn it. Uchiha Copper ran frantically, consumed by rage and despair, feeling utterly powerless. He had finally managed to escape Konoha and was about to live the life he had always dreamed of. Yet, the sudden appearance of the Konoha Umbu shattered his fantasies. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps behind him grew closer, and Uchiha Copper, his eyes crimson, turned to unleash his most skilled jutsu. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. The scorching fireball seared the air with a thunderous force, hurtling towards the figure darting up the tree. Whoosh. To the surprise of all, the figure nimbly evaded the fireball, maintaining its relentless speed towards him. Such swiftness, Uchiha Copper exclaimed, recognizing his disadvantage, and hastily turned to flee. Clang. In the next moment, a long blade was poised against his neck. The icy sensation spread from his throat, causing Uchiha Copper to freeze in place. Why do you run? As if you could escape, a playful voice emerged from behind him. Uchiha Copper raised his hands and slowly turned around. My lord, let us speak amicably. I am willing to offer my Sharingan. In that instant of turning, Uchiha Copper met the gaze of his opponent, promptly activating the Jinjutsu of his Sharingan. How dare you meet the eyes of an Uchiha? Who granted you such audacity? Copper sneered. Perhaps it was Liang Jingru, the figure replied, smacking his lips. What? Why are you unaffected by my Sharingan? Uchiha Copper exclaimed in shock, desperately trying to exert his Jinjutsu on the figure. Yet, his illusions fell flat, sinking into oblivion without so much as a ripple. Is it possible? The figure's eyes suddenly gleamed, revealing 3 dark tomos swirling within. I, too, am an Uchiha. Gazing at the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan before him, Uchiha Copper was momentarily dumbfounded, his mind struggling to comprehend. When did the Umbu of Konoha begin to recruit Uchihas? I've never heard of such a thing. My lord, I am willing to return to Konoha with you. For the sake of our clan, please spare my life. Uchiha Copper collapsed to his knees, losing all courage to resist. He was merely an average chunin, his greatest reliance being his two-tomo Sharingan. In his understanding, the hierarchy of the Sharingan was strict, and the three-tomo could easily overpower the two-tomo. For the sake of our clan? The expression beneath the mask of the figure grew increasingly peculiar. Ding! At that moment, the system interface flickered, presenting a multiple-choice question. Option 1. Release Uchiha Copper and advise him to be a good person in the future. Completion reward, fire release, great fireball technique. Option 2. Capture Uchiha Copper and take him back to Konoha for Umbu handling. Completion reward, earth release, heart decapitation technique. Option 3. Capture Uchiha Copper and take him back to Konoha for Uchiha handling. Completion reward, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Option 4. Kill Uchiha Copper. Utilize materials on-site and report back to the root. Completion reward, wind release, vacuum sphere. Noticing that the figure was silent for a prolonged period, seemingly lost in thought, Uchiha Coppa's courage surged. Now, he drew a kunai from his sleeve and lunged at the figure's chest. With a satisfying thud, the kunai pierced through. Success. However, before Copper could revel in his triumph, the figure before him dissipated into smoke. Simultaneously, a long blade emerged from behind, piercing through his chest. Shadow clone. When did that happen? Uchiha Copper collapsed, the light of disbelief fading from his eyes. Choice successful, reward acquired, wind release, vacuum sphere. Yes, finally. I've long coveted this technique from my father. The figure chuckled with delight. With the system's assistance, he believed he would soon master techniques in double digits. Then, how would Yahiko dare mock him? Farewell, brother. May you find joy in the Pure Land, and may all your wishes be fulfilled. The figure knelt, skillfully extracting Kappa's eyes and efficiently incinerating the corpse. As he contemplated the eye orbs in his hand, he mused whether to seek out his father for a red water ghost wristwatch. Not only would it elevate his status, but it could also serve as a revival coin in critical moments. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Dear host, to enhance your experience, the system will undergo routine maintenance, expected to last 1 year. The figure? During the maintenance period, you will be unable to make choices. We apologize for any inconvenience. The figure, not me. Ding, the system is offline. For inquiries, please leave a message. Curse this unreliable system. It's messing with me again. The figure vented his frustration at Uchiha Copper. He had read hundreds of system novels, but had never encountered one that required maintenance. Was this truly a divine choice system? What nonsense. Chapter 46. The system is back online at the Shimura residence. Observing his son's listless demeanor for several consecutive days, Danzo felt an irritable frustration rising within him. Hagufeng, I have told you numerous times, you are still young and must take care of your health. Why do you not listen? Huh, what's wrong, father? Hagufeng turned around in confusion, scratching his head, oblivious to his father's concerns. Having had his external assistance sealed, he had been feeling down for several days, lacking the motivation for anything. This brat. Seeing his son's distracted expression, Danzo's face darkened further, realizing he needed to take action. I cannot allow Hagufeng to spend all his time with those two female teammates. With thoughts of Orochimaru returning to the village, Danzo had already formed a plan. Hagufeng, tomorrow you will bring Namake's Minato along. I will ask Orochimaru to continue guiding your training. Hagufeng paused, slightly taken aback. But, father, what about the route? Danzo raised his hand to interrupt Hagufeng, speaking earnestly. Let's set the route aside for now. Let Yudo lead in your stead. There won't be any issues. As a ninja, your own strength is the foundation and prerequisite for everything. I hope you understand this. Hagufeng nodded, recognizing the validity of Danzo's words. I understand, father. In truth, Hagufeng was more than happy to avoid working at the route. After all, he was an ultimate sloth. If he could lie down, he wouldn't stand. If he could slack off below, he wouldn't exert himself above. With his external assistance gone, it was quite favorable for him to learn something from Orochimaru during this period. Moreover, he would get to spend time with Minato every day, pure bliss. The next day, at the Konoha training ground, a gentle morning breeze caressed their faces as Hagufeng and Minato sat on the ground, engaging in cheerful banter. I was all set to accompany my squad on a mission, but the captain told me not to come in tomorrow, Minato said with a wry smile. Haha, me too. I had a rather tricky task to handle, but the moment my father spoke, I conveniently passed it on to Uncle Yudo, Hagufeng replied. By the way, how is Kushina? I haven't seen her in a long time. Hagufeng yawned and looked at Minato. Speaking of Kushina, Minato's expression turned somewhat melancholic. She has been spending all her time with Mikoto and barely acknowledges me anymore. Minato, you're looking a bit like a wronged wife right now. Take that back, and we can still be good friends. As the two chatted, the towering figure of Orochimaru appeared before them. Hee, Minato-kun, Hagufeng-kun, it's been a while. The two quickly stood up and bowed to Orochimaru, exclaiming, Lord Orochimaru. They previously shared a brief mentor-student bond with Orochimaru, and upon their reunion, there was no hint of estrangement. Observing the youthful faces of the two, Orochimaru was reminded of the fleeting lives that blossomed on the battlefield and could not help but express his thoughts. Before we commence today's training, I would like to pose a question. What do you perceive as life? What is life? This question is rather intricate, and Minato furrowed his brow, falling into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Hoka displayed a look of reflection, as if he had encountered this query before. Life refers to the capacity for biological existence, a manifestation of protein, Hoka answered. Oh ho! Orochimaru gazed at Hoka with slight surprise. In a world like that of Naruto, which often disregarded scientific principles, it was indeed remarkable for a child to articulate such a definition of life. His interest piqued. Orochimaru continued, and what, pray tell, is protein? It is a substance composed of polypeptide chains formed through the dehydration synthesis of amino acids, which fold into complex structures, Hoka replied without hesitation. Orochimaru was taken aback. What are amino acids? What is dehydration synthesis? What are polypeptide chains? He had never encountered such terms. Yet, for some reason, an intuition told Orochimaru that Hoka was not merely spouting nonsense. The unfamiliar concepts he mentioned might very well open a new door for him. Hoka, Orochimaru breathed more rapidly, his face alight with expectation, hoping he would elaborate further. The thirst for knowledge reflected in Orochimaru's demeanor astonished Minato as well. Hoka often indulged in esoteric discussions that left others bewildered. He had assumed it was merely Hoka's fanciful imagination, but it appeared otherwise. Why do you look at me? If you ask me, I must respond. Is there any other way? Hoka retorted, exasperated. It had been over a decade since he crossed over, and the fact that he could still remember these two concepts was commendable enough. Yet they still questioned him. I seem to have lost my composure. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, regaining his usual calmness. Then let us begin. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The two answered in unison. Initially, Orochimaru did not intend to devote himself entirely to mentoring them, as his primary focus remained on his experiments. However, Hoka's unexpected insight shifted his perspective, and the way he regarded Hoka grew increasingly eager. Noticing this, Hoka could not suppress a subtle smile. Little did I know, you would be intrigued. Watch me masterfully engage your interest. Without a system, tasks, or targets, there was only training. In the monotony and repetition of such a life, time flew by like elusive grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. Seasons changed, and before Hoka realized it, a year had swiftly passed. During this time, he diligently trained under Orochimaru by day and taught the three little ones what he had learned by night, leading a fulfilling life. Soon, the system will be back online. Hoka mused contentedly while training. Hoka, focus! Orochimaru scolded, noticing Hoka's wandering thoughts. Once, he prided himself on being an indifferent person, unmoved by people or events. But now, Hoka had managed to elicit strong emotional responses from him. It had been an entire year, and this child still struggled with ninjutsu, could not grasp taijutsu, and had shown no improvement in physical abilities. Orochimaru found himself at a loss on how to report to Danzo. He simply could not fathom how Hoka, with such lackluster aptitude, had acquired his current strength. In contrast, Minato's comprehension was remarkable. Whatever he was taught, he grasped quickly, demonstrating a talent for learning that transcended the basics. Orochimaru found himself increasingly fond of this prodigious student, imparting many of his most guarded secrets to Minato. Oh, how biased Orochimaru is, Hoka thought sourly as he observed Orochimaru guiding Minato. However, he had no choice. It was his own lack of talent to blame. If anyone were to be held accountable, it would certainly be Danzo. After all, this was the world of Naruto, where any blame could be conveniently shifted onto him. Ding! The Supreme Selection System has been activated. It took a week to launch, Defeating the system of Universe 47. System, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. Hoka exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing the familiar interface. Goodness, host. Over the course of 365 days, you managed to leave over 7,000 messages chastising me. I truly did not expect this, the system replied, somewhat bemused. Well, you know what they say. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. I simply adore you, dear system. What is my fault? Chapter 47. Minato's gradual transformation. Without further ado. Dear host, please evaluate this system's previous service. The system, seemingly uninterested in Hoka's sentiments, quickly presented a new pop-up. Option 1. Excellent, 710 points. Reward, 1 to all attributes. Option 2. Average, 46 points. Reward, 1 to speed. Option 3. Poor, 13 points. Reward, 1 to all attributes. Option 4. Forfeit evaluation, 0 points. Reward, 2 to all attributes. Hoka thought, system, this selection is designed to lead me to no real choice. What appeared to be a choice was, in fact, a fill-in-the-blank question. Host, be cautious with your words. While that is indeed how I operate, please refrain from voicing it. All right, please, host. Willingly provide your evaluation based on your true thoughts. Hoka mused. As expected, once the notion of voluntariness is introduced, it bears no relation to actual choice. This activity is voluntary. Participation in this review is voluntary. Attendance at this meeting is voluntary, and voting is voluntary. The only genuine voluntary option was to select ignore risk and continue installation. How to choose? There was no choice. Hoka had no recourse but to suppress his conscience and award the system a score of 710 points. Selection successful. Reward, 1 to all attributes. System, display my attributes. Hoka commanded in his mind. The host's current attributes are as follows. Damage, 16 speed, 29 defense, 18 chakra, 18 what? Hoka was momentarily stunned. Setting aside the newly added attribute values, it appeared that he had made no progress whatsoever over the past year. Well then, Hoka came to a stark realization about his own talent. Since the system had come online, there was no need for him to continue training with Orochimaru. After all, he had learned nothing and was merely wasting time. System, display the countdown for the Flying Thunder God technique. Time remaining until the host masters the Flying Thunder God technique. 725 days. Hoka. Seeing Hoka's distant gaze, Orochimaru sighed in exasperation. It had only been a couple of minutes. How had this child let his mind wander again? Even Jiraiya had been more focused as a child. Sighing inwardly, Orochimaru finally spoke. Very well. Since you cannot sit still, let us engage in a practical exercise to assess your and Minato's recent training outcomes. At the mention of a practical exercise, Hoka's excitement surged. Oh, how will this practical exercise unfold? Are we to engage in real combat? Minato also ceased his chakra usage, looking eagerly at Orochimaru. I will refrain from intervening. You two shall engage in combat. Orochimaru, arms crossed, and with a smile that was neither here nor there, remarked. Let us treat this as a life and death struggle. Release all your might and employ any means necessary without fear of harming one another. I shall intervene at the critical moment. Is it going to be that thrilling? Ho-Ho and Minato exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with hesitation. It was important to note that they had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to brothers, making the notion of fighting to the death untenable for them. Let the battle commence. Orochimaru declared without granting the two any time for mental preparation. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Minato reacted swiftly, launching his jutsu upon hearing Orochimaru's command. A serpent, as thick as an arm, emerged from his sleeve, rapidly coiling around Ho-Ho in an attempt to immobilize him. What the? Ho-Ho exclaimed, caught off guard as he was forming his hand seals, never expecting Minato to initiate such a sneak attack. He quickly retreated, muttering, You lack honor, Minato. Minato simply smiled sheepishly, seizing the opportunity to press the attack. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. He hurled a shuriken towards Ho-Ho, his fingers dancing as he formed 8 seals in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of shuriken filled the air, arcing towards Ho-Ho from various angles. Is Orochimaru truly so biased that he has taught this technique to Minato? Ho-Ho thought, unperturbed by the barrage of shuriken, even finding time to daze off. Humph. Wind release, wind blade. Chakra surged from Ho-Ho, creating a wind domain that deflected all incoming shuriken. Clang. He swiftly drew the long knife from his back, forcefully stepping onto the ground, propelling himself towards Minato like a fleeting shadow. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In an instant, Minato retreated, unleashing a series of disc-shaped fireballs to obstruct Ho-Ho's advance. Ho-Ho's speed surpasses mine. I must not allow him to close in. To triumph, I must leverage the terrain. With this thought, Minato dove into the nearby woods during Ho-Ho's evasion of the flames. Minato, don't run. Ho-Ho dodged the fire and pursued closely into the forest. Orochimaru observed, somewhat surprised. Is it just my imagination, or has this child's speed seemingly increased? Well, that makes it easier for me to report back to Danzo. In the woods, he evaded. He chased. He found himself ensnared. Watching Minato dart ahead, Ho-Ho leaped to a high branch. Drawing in a deep breath like a whale gulping water, he released a series of chakra spheres. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Ho-Ho transformed into a striking figure, puffing his cheeks and unleashing a barrage like a machine gun towards Minato. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless vacuum spheres rained down on Minato, snapping branches and forcing him into frantic evasions. The saying "talk above, run below" aptly described the situation at hand. Puff. Minato, unable to evade entirely, was struck by one of the vacuum spheres. Haha, got you. Ho-Ho beamed with delight. Yet suddenly, the Minato before him crumbled into a tree stump amidst the smoke. What the? Ho-Ho gasped. Minato had employed the substitution jutsu. The troubling fact was that he had not noticed when Minato had swapped places. If I were Minato, then I would be. Oh no. Out of the corner of his eye, Ho-Ho caught a shadow charging from behind, and with no time to evade, instinctively attempted to use the wind release. Wind release, wind slash. Puff. Minato's kunai lunged forward, piercing Ho-Ho's body. Yet to his astonishment, Ho-Ho also dissipated into smoke. It's a shadow clone. As the clone vanished, a poison pouch dropped to the ground. Ugh, I fell for it, Minato muttered, turning around to find Ho-Ho grinning at him. How do you feel now, Minato? A bit weak and dizzy, perhaps? Admit defeat, for I have won this round. Upon hearing Ho-Ho, Minato's lips curled into a shy smile. Haha, not necessarily. Ho-Ho, you're not the only one who can use poison. What? Ho-Ho was genuinely taken aback. He sensed carefully and realized Minato was not bluffing. He had indeed been poisoned. Ho-Ho was dumbfounded, truly dumbfounded. You are Namikaze Minato, a paragon of righteousness. How could you resort to sneak attacks and poison? Chapter 48. Sarutobi and Shimura. Something is amiss. Far too amiss. The atmosphere around Minato had clearly shifted. Enough, there's no point in discussing this further. If I had to assign blame, it would likely fall on Jiraiya, Ho-Ho thought. Minato. Ho-Ho. Ho-Ho gripped his knife tightly, while Minato picked up a kunai, their gazes sharpening. Enough. This ends here. I declare you both to be at a stalemate. Just as they were about to continue their clash, Orochimaru intervened, placing himself between them. Prolonging this will only lead to irreversible harm from the poison. Interrupted by Orochimaru. The two recalled their bond as brothers. Are you alright, Minato? I hope I didn't hurt you earlier. I'm fine. Ho-Ho, quickly drink this antidote. I truly apologize for what happened. Ho-Ho gulped down the antidote, curiosity piqued. By the way, Minato, when did you poison me? I didn't notice at all. At the start, Minato replied with a shy smile. The serpent had poison that would seep into the body through contact. Now it all makes sense. Ho-Ho's expression shifted to one of realization. All right, Orochimaru clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Your performances were commendable. I am quite satisfied. We shall conclude for today. Yes. Lord Orochimaru, they both replied respectfully. Unlike Ho-Ho, who referred to Orochimaru as Lord, Minato, having inherited some of Orochimaru's teachings, honored him as teacher. In the Hokage office, Danzo pointed at a military map spread across the desk, tracing a route to the land of Earth with his finger. Currently, the Iwagakure army is entangled in the land of rain, and their rear is weary. If we send troops along this route to flank Iwagakure, we may deliver a decisive blow to their village. That is not advisable, Hiruzen replied, taking a deep drag from his pipe and shaking his head. Konoha requires rest and recuperation, not to provoke another formidable foe akin to Sunagakure. Bang! You are far too weak, Hiruzen. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, speaking coldly. Shall we simply let Iwagakure's previous attack on Konoha go unpunished? Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, looking up at Danzo, calmly stating the familiar phrase, Danzo, I am the Hokage. This statement struck a nerve with Danzo, who gritted his teeth in rage. wishing he could deliver a blow to Hiruzen right then and there. You will regret this, Hiruzen. This exchange was overly complex, so let us simplify it for everyone. Zong. Calculation. Jean. Refusal. Zong. Soft. Jean. Shadow. Zong. Regret. Tuanzong and Ri-Jean locked gazes for a long time, their eyes nearly fraying, yet neither showed any intention to yield. Humph. Tuanzong scoffed, displeased, folding the map and preparing to leave. At that moment, Ri-Jean called out to him from behind. Tuanzong, please wait a moment. As Tuanzong turned around, Ri-Jean stood up with a smile and said, it has been a while since our families dined together. Why not invite Hifeng and come over to my house for a gathering? Tuanzong was about to refuse, but upon seeing the sincerity in Ri-Jean's eyes, he inexplicably agreed. Very well. Tuanzong hurriedly departed, and a figure emerged from the shadows, approaching Ri-Jean's side. This was a young man of 16 or 17, bearing a striking resemblance to Ri-Jean, exuding youthful vigor. Sarutobi Ryuji, the eldest son of Sarutobi Ri-Jean, Asuma's elder brother, and the father of Konoha. Father, I believe Tuanzong seeks to instigate war to seize your power. You must remain vigilant. Ryuji remarked, his eyes flickering with disdain as he watched Tuanzong leave. As a leader of the Umbu and the son of the current Hokage, he was privy to many of Tuanzong's dark secrets and held him in contempt. Noticing his father's indifference, Ryuji continued, moreover, he has been getting close to Orochimaru lately, as if conspiring about something. Are you not the least bit concerned? Enough, Ryuji. Ri-Jean interjected, a look of nostalgia and reflection crossing his face. Without Tuanzong's support, I would not have secured this position as Hokage. Without his presence in the shadows, I could not have upheld the vastness of Konoha. Ryuji still wished to express further caution towards Tuanzong. That is enough. You cannot comprehend the bond one share with Tuanzong. Do not broach this matter again. I understand, father. At the Shimizu residence, Hifeng returned home to find Tuanzong sitting sternly in a grand chair, causing him to shudder in fear. He feared he had erred again and almost fled. How was your training today? Tuanzong's expression softened upon seeing his son return, unwilling to let his negative emotions influence him. Hifeng cautiously assessed Tuanzong, relieved to find no anger directed at him. Father, I intended to discuss this matter with you. Hifeng began. My training this year has been fruitful. I have improved in various aspects and learned your wind release, vacuum sphere. Oh, really? Tuanzong replied, taken aback, scrutinizing Hifeng skeptically. What his son described seemed contrary to what he had heard from Orochimaru, who claimed Hifeng's progress was slow, acquiring mostly experiential knowledge with minimal substantial improvement. Indeed, it is true. If you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate. Hifeng confidently declared, patting his chest. Wind release, vacuum sphere. He inhaled deeply, turning towards the window and executing the jutsu with remarkable skill. Impressive. Tuanzong's eyes brightened, genuinely pleased with Hifeng's performance, alleviating some of his earlier gloom. It should be noted that even he had only mastered the ancestral technique of the Shimizu clan in adulthood. It appears that Orochimaru is quite modest. He is a commendable young man, Tuanzong reflected. Father, I feel my training has reached a bottleneck. Hifeng tentatively proposed, what do you think? Knowing his son well, Tuanzong understood the implication behind his words. Enough. If you wish to halt your training, simply say so. You shall return to the roots and continue leading your team. Tuanzong pondered for a moment before adding, take Namake's Minato with you, and ensure he does not have excessive contact with Orochimaru. I understand, father, Hifeng replied, his emotions mixed. Though he had anticipated this day would come, he could not help but struggle to fathom the reality. No, which Hokage fan could ever have predicted this? The esteemed fourth Hokage, the righteous Namake's Minato, would become entangled with the roots, serving as Tuanzong's pawn. The narrative has completely unraveled. By the way, Tuanzong resumed, in a few days, accompany me to dine at Ri-Jean's home. Dining at Uncle Ri-Jean's home? Hifeng repeated, in his mind. The first face that came to mind was not that of the third Hokage, but rather Sarutobi Ryuji. Their families had been friends for generations. However, for some unknown reason, Sarutobi Ryuji harbored animosity towards him and treated him coldly. Hifeng could hardly tolerate the slight, having once unleashed a torrent of insults towards Ryuji's family during their private encounters. To put it bluntly, had the elders not intervened, Hifeng might have been beaten to a pulp by Ryuji. Chapter 49. Hifeng's timidity in Konoha at the Namake's residence. Joining the roots? Minato was not surprised by Hifeng's suggestion, having anticipated this day. Very well, let us inform Orochimaru-sensei. He replied calmly. Hifong accompanied Minato to Orochimaru's residence, a small wooden house located on the outskirts of Konoha, away from the hustle and bustle. Before they could reach the door, Orochimaru had already emerged, leaning against the doorframe. He gazed at the two with a knowing smile. Well, what brings you two to seek me at this late hour? Hifong and Minato exchanged words to convey the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing that Hifong would no longer require his guidance, Orochimaru quietly breathed a sigh of relief. For the first time in his life, he understood the meaning of liberation. Minato, should you encounter any confusion in the future, feel free to approach me directly, Orochimaru advised, looking at Minato. Minato felt touched by the words, slightly bowing as he replied, Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. And me? What about me? Hifong interjected eagerly. Orochimaru glanced at Hifong with a smirk, saying, Hifong-kun, I have nothing further to teach you. Ah, I see. You treat us differently, huh? Very well, I shall remember this. Hifong noted in his heart. After bidding Orochimaru farewell, the two returned home without incident. The following day, Hifong took Minato to the roots, guiding him through the onboarding process. During this time, Yanoyu approached him, requesting a private discussion, leaving Minato behind. They entered an empty room where Yanoyu appeared shy, stammering as she spoke. Young master, you initially stated that I would only need to serve you for 2 years. Now that the 2 years have passed, Hifong, sitting comfortably in a chair, regarded Yanoyu's charming face and smiled. What I said was to serve me for 2 years. Your year of service to Uncle Yudo does not count. Yanoyu exclaimed, then as if realizing something. She bit her lip, her heart a tumult of emotions. Does he not wish to let me go, deliberately making this difficult for me? Even so, Yanoyu dared not show any signs of rejection, lowering her head in silence. All right, I was merely jesting. Seeing Yanoyu's aggrieved expression, Hifong felt somewhat helpless. He pulled out a stack of silver bills from his pocket, taking Yanoyu's delicate hand and placing the money in her palm. You are free to leave the roots now. This should suffice for you to expand the orphanage. Thank you, young master. Yanoyu tightly clutched the silver note and bowed deeply to Hohu. There is no need for gratitude. This is what you deserve. Hohu smiled faintly at Yanoyu, their unspoken understanding evident. Farewell, young master. I hope you can visit the orphanage when you have time. Yanoyu bid farewell. If I have the time, I will certainly pay a visit. Goodbye, Hohu replied with a smile. Sighing, Hohu watched Yanoyu's retreating figure, feeling a sense of melancholy. The team was now lacking a white silk elder sister, leaving only the black silk Ayako. The joy had diminished by half. Alas, if it weren't for needing to recruit Mizumoto into the team, he would have to find another elder sister to join. The more Hohu pondered, the more he felt the loss acutely. This is too great a loss. I must demand compensation from Mizumoto. But how should he compensate? Perhaps by having Mizumoto wear stockings? How could I have such absurd thoughts a few moments later? Hey Hohu. Mizumoto entered, walking right up to Hohu, who remained oblivious, lost in his own thoughts, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Seeing this, Mizumoto raised his voice in resignation. Hohu, what are you doing? Hohu was startled by Mizumoto's voice. Quickly standing up and clearing his throat. Ahem, nothing. Come, I will take you to greet the other members of the team. A week later, Hohu, carrying gifts and led by his father, made his way to the residence of Sarutobi Hisashi. Along the way, he gazed at his father's unbandaged, still handsome face. Lost in thought, thanks to his little butterfly's existence, Danzo had not suffered severe damage during the Second Shinobi War. Moreover, aside from the minor side effects, Danzo had fully adapted to the Hashirama cells. I wonder how strong my father is now. Can he defeat Sarutobi Hisashi? Hohu mused. As the Hokage, Hisashi resided in a spacious 2-story villa nestled in a serene part of the village. Upon their arrival, the servants warmly welcomed them and escorted them to the hall. Hohu, captivated by the enchanting maids, couldn't help but whisper to Danzo, Father, look at how many servants the Sarutobi family has. Should we not also? Danzo shot a sidelong glance at his son, fully aware of his intentions, and coldly huffed. Then I shall find a few burly servants to manage the household and guard the premises. Burly? That is unnecessary, father, Hohu replied, dismissing the notion with a click of his tongue. In the hall, only the three of them, Hisashi and his wife, Bawako, were present. As she busily prepared for dinner in the kitchen, Danzo, upon seeing his old friend, Hisashi happily rose to greet him. Ryushi reluctantly followed suit, but showed no inclination to initiate pleasantries. Hisashi, Danzo nodded slightly, acknowledging Hisashi's greeting. Uncle Hisashi, this is a gift for you, Hohu said, stepping forward to present the carefully prepared offering. Inside are your favorite tobacco leaves, specially procured by my father from the land of grass. Hisashi gazed at Danzo, touched that his friend still remembered his preferences. Yet, Danzo merely huffed, avoiding Hisashi's gaze, evidently still miffed over their previous argument. Hisashi smiled wryly and ruffled Hohu's hair, cheerfully saying, "It has been a while, little Hohu. You've grown so tall. Goodness, this old fellow Hisashi is bestowing upon me the utmost courtesy," Hohu thought, outwardly smiling while inwardly grumbling. "Ryushi, hurry and greet your uncle Danzo and little Hohu," Hisashi admonished, noticing his son was sulking without offering a greeting. "Oh, Uncle Danzo, hello?" "Hohu, hello," Ryushi said with a lackluster attitude, infuriating Hisashi, whose beard twitched in irritation. "You rascal." Hohu chose to ignore Ryushi, turning his attention to Asuma, who was sitting on the couch, chuckling to himself. Uffed. Upon seeing him, Hohu nearly burst into laughter. This child was only 3 or 4 years old, yet he had the face of a 20-year-old. It was quite comical. No wonder Asuma looked like he was 40 at 20. He had been ahead of the curve from a young age. Danzo and Hisashi entered the main house, perhaps to discuss matters that were not suitable for the children to overhear. Thus, Hohu was left in the hall with the disagreeable Ryushi. Ryushi disregarded Hohu, and Hohu had no intention of engaging with Ryushi, walking straight up to Asuma. "Asuma, what are you doing?" Hohu asked, grinning as he reached out to tease the little one. "Don't touch my brother." Ryushi, with an aggrieved expression, moved to push Hohu away. Huh. Hohu instinctively dodged, his reflexes faster than his brain, and retaliated with a slap to Ryushi's face. Smack. The crisp sound resonated in the hall, leaving a bright red handprint on Ryushi's cheek, which burned painfully. He covered his face, disbelief etched on his features as fury surged from his eyes. "Shimura Hohu," Ryushi roared. Hohu, feeling a bit intimidated, replied softly, "Well, what were you calling your father for?" Chapter 50. The sense of security provided by Danzo. "Shimura Hohu." Ryushi's furious shouts startled Danzo and Hisashi, who were engaged in conversation inside. "That scoundrel Ryushi." Hisashi's face darkened. As the elder brother, he should know to give Hohu a little leeway. "I need to teach him a lesson." With that, he immediately stood up to head outside. "There's no need, Hisashi." Danzo restrained Hisashi, calmly stating, "Let the children handle their own matters." He was uncertain whether this incident was instigated by Hisashi, but it mattered little. He would take it as a lesson from Hisashi. "I will remember this debt," Danzo thought to himself. Indeed, Hohu had learned the good habit of keeping accounts from his charming little son. Hisashi hesitated. "I worry that Ryushi might overstep. What if Hohu gets bullied?" "There's no need for concern, Hisashi," Danzo replied, his gaze lowered, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Although Hohu appeared merely as a chunin on the surface, his strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary jonin, something his father was well aware of. Did Hisashi's newly promoted special jonin son truly think he could bully Hohu? He was sorely mistaken. Hohu could easily handle Hisashi's son. "Very well, Hisashi, let us continue." "I have yet to fully enjoy myself," Danzo said with a smile. "All right then." Seeing Danzo was unconcerned, Hisashi relented. "Let us proceed." Outside, Asuma erupted into laughter on the couch, amused by his brother getting slapped. "Shimura Hohu." Ryushi glared at him, teeth clenched in anger. He had merely intended to push Hohu, but never expected Hohu to retaliate with such force. "Scoundrel." Ryushi, blinded by rage, swung a slap at Hohu without a second thought. "Danger." Seeing the incoming attack, Hohu panicked. Wind release. Gale palm. Bang. A gust of wind suddenly formed, first knocking Liushir's hand away, then violently striking his face. Thud. Caught off guard, Liushir was sent sprawling to the ground by the unexpected force. "Ha ha ha." Asmara on the sofa laughed heartily. "How infuriating." Liushir's eyes turned bloodshot, his body trembling with rage. This time, he was prepared for a counterattack, yet he could never have anticipated that his opponent would instantly employ ninjutsu. He, Sarutobi Liushir, son of the third Hokage, was thoroughly humiliated by the son of his father's subordinate, a mere child 2 or 3 years younger than him. He was slapped not once, but twice. "I didn't mean it. Brother Liushir, are you all right?" Seeing Liushir on the ground, practically wishing to devour himself in shame, Higase felt quite aggrieved. Honestly, He nearly burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? Do you even believe what you just said? Lucier stood up, pointing angrily towards the outside, glaring at Higase. Shinobi Higase, do you dare to settle our grievances outside like men? Humph, you're just a child living in the shadow of your forebears. Higase retorted with a hint of disdain, I don't dare. You. Lucier was taken aback, completely unprepared for Higase's admission of defeat. What do you mean? Higase shot a sidelong glance at Lucier, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Do you feel accomplished bullying a child younger than you? Damn it. Lucier was so furious he nearly exploded. I bullied you. I'm the one who was slapped, for heaven's sake. With his fury reaching its peak, Lucier suddenly calmed down. He approached Higase and lowered his voice. Shinobi Higase, don't think I'm unaware of the little schemes you and your father are orchestrating behind the scenes. You better understand your position and contemplate who bestowed the current status of your clan, the Senju, upon you. It is still the Sarutobi clan that holds sway in Konoha. You would do well to learn to respect me, do you understand? Higase chuckled. Brother Lucier, I don't understand what you're talking about. Isn't it the villagers of Konoha who have the final say? Very well. Sarutobi Lucier cast a deep glance at Higase. There will be plenty of time ahead. I hope you can still smile so brightly in the future. With that, he ignored Higase and strode back into his room. Higase conceded that Lucier's threat had unsettled him. Just to be safe, should I take the initiative and find a way to deal with him? A dark ninja dying on a mission sounds quite normal. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Higase's expression turned peculiar as he contemplated. This boy harbored deep dissatisfaction with the Senju clan, and it was quite possible that in the original storyline, he was ultimately undone by his ruthlessly ambitious father. Otherwise, as the legitimate son of Sarutobi, how could he have met an untimely demise without falling in battle during the ninja wars? I hope this is where it ends, Sarutobi Lucier. If you ever attempt to target me in the future, I will have no choice but to ensure you meet your end. No one can trample upon my Higase, except Yukino and Ayako. When dinner time arrived, Pihohai had prepared a sumptuous feast and called everyone to the table. Hisashi, feeling somewhat fatigued, stepped out of the house, intending to inquire if Higase had been bullied. But upon turning around, he caught sight of his son emerging from the house, a distinct handprint clearly visible on his face. The words he was about to speak were abruptly swallowed. He felt as if he had been set up by Danzo, but without evidence, he could only feel humiliated. His son, as the host, had a quarrel with a guest, and to add insult to injury, he was slapped by a child several years younger than him. How embarrassing. Let us eat, everyone, Hisashi muttered, then sat down at the table and buried himself in his bowl. With the host's enthusiasm dampened, Danzo found it inappropriate to continue chatting with Pihohai, and thus the dinner concluded hastily. On the way home, Higase muttered softly, Father, I was bullied. How about you teach that brat's father a lesson for me? Danzo chuckled derisively. Bullied? I think it's more like you were the one doing the bullying. Heh. Higase scratched his head, then turned serious. Father, I've clashed with that Lucier. Should I be concerned? Rest assured, while I'm around, no one in Konoha dares to lay a finger on you, even if their surname is Sarutobi, Danzo replied nonchalantly. Wow, this wave of security is overwhelming. Brother's son is truly formidable. Higase thought to himself. All right, let us head home and rest early. Tomorrow, I have a task for you. You will need to go abroad. Uphold the prestige of Konoha. Chapter 51. The mission in the land of grass. In the root's dimly lit hall, rows of masked ninjas knelt on one knee, surrounding their leader. Danzo stood before a tactical board, striking the area between the fire and earth countries with his cane. This is your target for this mission, the land of grass. The land of grass, a feeble nation situated between the fire and earth countries, was notoriously known as a nation of fence-sitters. The grass ninja village had a prior alliance with Konoha, yet it had repeatedly allowed rock ninjas to pass through, encroaching upon our borders. This is a betrayal of Konoha, and betrayal must come at a price, Danzo declared with a murderous intent. Unable to take action against the rock ninja village, does he think he cannot handle a mere grass-hidden village? Konoha has been repeatedly invaded. If we do not respond with firmness, others will only perceive Konoha as weak and easy to bully. A single punch should suffice to prevent 100 retaliations. This operation aims to establish our authority, letting the ninja world know that Konoha is still the Konoha of old. Do not meddle. Bang, bang, bang. Danzo struck the ground emphatically, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. I need you all to act as swords, piercing deeply into the hearts of the grass hidden. making them understand the consequences of offending Konoha. Use any means necessary to elevate Konoha's might. Yes, the ninjas, including Hige's, responded in unison, the air thick with murderous intent. Go. At Danzo's command, 10 small squads swiftly rose and silently made their way outside. Once outside route, the squad leaders conferred briefly, ultimately deciding to act separately for increased maneuverability and threat. In the land of grass, Hige led his squad through the vast fields, occasionally glancing at the map in his hands while exchanging words with Yudo. Young master, what should we do next? Do you have any thoughts? Yudo asked lightly. This time, our adversary is the grass-hidden village, a weak ninja village that can barely muster a few upper ninja squads. There's no need to be overly tense. Hige appeared to have no particular plans, falling into deep thought. Ding. Detecting the host's mental blankness, the system stepped in to offer several options. Option 1. For the sake of peace, use a diplomatic approach to make the grass-hidden village realize its mistakes. Completion reward, fire release, great fireball technique. What is this nonsense? After reading the first option, Hige wore an expression akin to a subway elder staring at a mobile phone. Truly, it was as ridiculous as Chow Pai's father-in-law not speaking. He promptly dismissed the first option and continued reading. Option 2. Eliminate a small team of grass ninjas to fulfill a mission and report back. Completion reward, fire release, dragon fire technique. Option 3. Hunt down 100 grass ninjas as a warning and defend the dignity of the great nation. Completion reward, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Option 4. Create chaos in the grass-hidden village, imparting a lesson they will never forget. Completion reward, fire release, explosive wind dance. Oh, 2 B-rank ninjutsu have emerged? Hifeng's expression shifted to one of surprise, and his heart raced. His repertoire of ninjutsu was woefully limited, particularly lacking in long-range offensive techniques. He could only manage a single vacuum sphere until now. If he could acquire a B-rank fire technique, it would undoubtedly enhance his offensive capabilities significantly. Thus, he pondered between options 3 and 4. He opened the skill descriptions to peruse them. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, 7 seals. A high-level fire release ninjutsu that unleashes 3 fire dragons from the mouth to assault enemies, capable of instantly evaporating a pond. Explosive Wind Dance, System Publication 3 seals. In conjunction with the fire release techniques of the wind departing style, releases flames within a spiral wind domain, spreading swiftly over a wide area with immense power. Clearly, the reward from option 4 was superior, albeit with greater difficulty in completion, warranting careful consideration. Hifeng refrained from rushing into a decision, instead closing the system interface to converse with his comrades. How about we first take down a small team of grass ninjas to gather intelligence, and then devise our next plan? What do you think? Young master, I was thinking along the same lines. Let us proceed with that, Yudo promptly replied. We have no objections. Minato and Ayako concurred with Hifeng's proposal. Excellent. After studying the map for a while, Hifeng marked a location. Then we shall lay in wait here. 20 miles outside the grass-hidden village, in a forest bordering several major roads. The 4 of them concealed themselves, holding their breath in silent anticipation for the unfortunate grass ninjas to pass by. Time ticked away, yet the road remained devoid of travelers. They waited from midday until the full moon hung high, then from the moon's descent until the sun's rise, until finally, thud, 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 the sound of hoofbeats approached. And soon, a merchant convoy of 7 or 8 individuals appeared within their line of sight. Uffed, these grass ninjas' disguises are utterly pathetic. Before the convoy could draw nearer, Yudo remarked with a barely audible chuckle. Indeed, Hifeng agreed, clicking his tongue in acknowledgement. The travelers wore loose garments that frequently fluttered, inadvertently revealing ninja gear beneath. They were far too conspicuous. Ayako closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, stating with precision, if I'm not mistaken, these 8 should all be genin. Then let us launch a direct assault, young master. Just be cautious, Yudo suggested. Not advisable. Both Hifeng and Minato replied in unison, exchanging knowing smiles. Is it just my imagination, or does the young master's smile seem somewhat indulgent? Ayako mused. To be prudent, we shall first deploy poison before engaging in combat. Hifeng said cheerfully. He retrieved several packets of poison powder, expertly applying it to the back of the explosive tags before wrapping them around his kunai. A few explosive poison kunai have been prepared. I'll feign an attack to split their formation. You all strike at the right moment. With that, Hifeng gripped several kunai, and vanished from the sight of his companions. Within the grass ninja convoy, a young grass ninja stretched lazily, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. We're almost to the village. The reward for this supply run is substantial, enough for me to enjoy some leisure time. A middle-aged grass ninja shook his head, admonishing him with the wisdom of experience. Xiao Chuan, while young, it's best to save up some money and marry a good wife early. Do not squander it on other women. The young grass ninja, Xiao Chuan, smiled cheerfully. Senior Taihu. Those of us in this line of work live with our lives on the line. Who knows when we might meet our end out here? I don't wish to hold anyone back. It's best for us to fulfill our own needs. Taihu slapped Xiao Chuan playfully. Go on, stop being a jinx. Our village now has the support of IWA Hidden Village, and we have good days ahead. Just relax. Listening to the conversation between Taihu and Xiao Chuan, a nearby grass ninja interjected with concern. Senior Taihu, doesn't receiving support from IWA Hidden Village mean we are at odds with Konoha? Many in the group shared similar worries, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, what if Konoha comes looking for trouble? Taihu, somewhat exasperated, replied, you all worry for nothing. Konoha has been embroiled in years of conflict. They are too weakened to deal with us. Furthermore, the leaders of IWA Hidden Village have assured us of military support when necessary. What is there to be concerned about? If Konoha dares to attack, we shall slay their men and take their women back to our village to bear children. With Taihu's resounding declaration, the grass ninjas felt significantly reassured, and some even began to fantasize for courage. With words like that from Brother Taihu, I almost look forward to Konoha attacking us. I've yet to experience the women from Konoha. If only I could bring a Konoha woman home, Xiao Chuan added, a simple smile gracing his face. If I break their limbs, I could have quite a bit of fun. He possessed many ninja tools, which he hesitated to use on women from his own village, but felt no such reservations about those from Konoha. Chapter 52. Hefeng's Plan A. These grass ninjas seemed to be in high spirits. From a distance, Hefeng could vaguely hear their laughter, oblivious to the subjects of their conversation. Nevertheless, it was rather pleasant. A cheerful journey was indeed a delightful affair. 1, 2, 3. Hefeng activated the explosive tags in his hand, patiently counting down. In anime, ninjas often displayed a sense of honor, allowing their opponents a moment to react before detonating explosive tags. The opposing ninjas always complied, shouting, oh no, it's an explosive tag, just in time to evade. Hefeng found this quite unsatisfactory. It lacked the true essence of a ninja. Almost there, charge. Hefeng's calf muscles tensed as he propelled himself forward, darting through the forest like a large black rat. Who goes there? The grass ninjas, still laughing, were startled and began to draw their weapons. Patriots. In the blink of an eye, Hefeng closed the distance to within 100 paces, while the grass ninjas were only just managing to unsheath their weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he charged, Hefeng executed a graceful spin, casting all his kunai into the fray. Clang. One grass ninja drew his steel blade, intent on deflecting the incoming kunai, when suddenly his expression shifted to one of alarm. Not good. It's an explosive boom. Boom, 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 boom. At the moment the grass ninjas realized the threat, for explosive poison kunai detonated simultaneously. Bang! The unfortunate ninja who had attempted to slash the kunai was violently propelled away by the force of the explosion, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood and viscera. In this chaotic display, the remaining kunai detonated beside the other grass ninjas, affecting all present. However, aside from the two who met their demise, the remaining 5 merely sustained injuries. Damn! As their companion fell, the grass shinobi gripped their blades tightly, glaring furiously at Hegfeng. They were entirely oblivious to the fact that, amidst the explosion, a cloud of purple dust was quietly diffusing around them. Woohoo! Death is like the wind, ever at my side. With a successful strike, Hegfeng immediately turned and fled, not pausing for a moment. 8 of you. You 3 guard the supplies, and Xiao Chuan, follow me. With his eyes aflame with vengeance, Taihu hastily pursued the assailant who had slain his comrade. Taihu, wait for me. Be cautious of traps. Xiao Chuan hurriedly followed. He caught too, not bad. Hegfeng glanced back, deliberately slowing his pace, fearing that the 2 behind might fall behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 entered the woods, engaging in a wild chase. As the trees rushed past, Hegfeng estimated the distance was sufficient and turned to halt his movement. Noticing Hegfeng's stop, Taihu cautiously came to a halt as well. He pointed his blade at Hegfeng, his face a mask of fury, demanding, "Who are you, and why have you attacked us so ruthlessly?" Hegfeng pondered momentarily, then replied earnestly, "I am Tanjiro, a 15-year-old member of the Demon Slayer Corps, having lost my family." Taihu. At that moment, Xiao Chuan caught up, drawing his long blade, panting as he joined Taihu in confrontation. "Since everyone is here, let us begin." Hegfeng revealed an odd smile. "What do you mean? Stop with the theatrics." Hegfeng's grin unnerved Xiao Chuan as he brandished his long blade, his voice trembling with bravado. Taihu, his expression grave, warned Xiao Chuan, "This fellow may be more formidable than he appears. Tread carefully." "Fear not. Everything will soon come to a swift conclusion," Hegfeng replied with a cheerful demeanor. Sharingan. A crimson light ignited, and Taihu and Xiao Chuan's faces gradually grew vacant. 3 swirling black tomo expanded in their eyes, consuming their very consciousness. After a brief hypnotic session, Hegfeng gleaned the information he sought from the two. The defensive capabilities of the grass shinobi village are even more abysmal than I imagined. With that thought, Hegfeng made a decisive choice, accessing the system interface and selecting option 4. Create chaos in the grass-hidden village. Impart a lesson they will never forget. Reward: fire release, explosive wind dance. This selection was motivated not only by his fondness for the reward, but also by his admiration for a saying from his ancestral home. A gentleman must be resolute to command respect. One must strike hard to establish authority. My eyes feel slightly uncomfortable. Hegfeng rubbed his temples, sensing a dryness in his eyes. Yet, considering it was his first time, discomfort was a normal reaction. Clang. Hegfeng unsheathed his long blade, swiftly ending the lives of both men. The jubilant sparrow lay bare upon the telephone pole. After executing a series of fire and wind release techniques to dispose of the bodies, Hegfeng hummed a tune as he began his return. Upon arriving back at the scene of the incident, all the grass shinobi had been dealt with by his teammates, leaving only a cart behind. "Young master, come see what's inside." Ayako pointed at the cart. "Oh." Hegfeng curiously opened the cart, leaning in to take a look with Ayako's assistance. "Goodness, so many supplies." Hegfeng exclaimed in astonishment. The grass-hidden village had dispatched 8 lower-ranked shinobi to transport such a bounty. They were quite audacious. In Konoha, at least a team of upper-ranked shinobi would be required for such a task. Moments later, the 4 relocated the cart, with Yudo employing earth release techniques to hide the supplies and cart in a deep pit, waiting for the mission's conclusion to unearth them. As for the spirited steed, Hegfeng utilized his fire release techniques to transform it into tonight's delicacy. Yudo took a sip of alcohol, savoring the flavor, then patted Watergate's shoulder beside him. "This afternoon, we gathered a wealth of intelligence. Watergate, please report." "Certainly, Senior Yudo." Watergate nodded slightly and began his report. The grass shinobi village had received support from the rock-hidden village, dispatching numerous shinobi to transport supplies gifted by them. The village's defensive forces were lacking, and the number of shinobi on patrol had significantly diminished. Once Watergate concluded his report, Ayako turned to Hegfeng and inquired, "Young master, what shall we do next?" Hegfeng swallowed his morsel of meat, grinning mischievously as he replied, "In my view, we should infiltrate the grass-hidden village and pull off a grand heist." "Oh." Yudo immediately set down his flask, sitting up straight, while Watergate exhibited interest. "Here's the plan." Hegfeng disclosed his ideas without hesitation. The grass-hidden village boasted 3 significant structures: the village leader's building, the shinobi hospital, and the supply center. If we can choose one to destroy, we shall surely impart a profound lesson to the grass-hidden village. What do you all think? After sending out a signal to gather, Hegfeng spoke to the 4 arriving route squad leaders. "I find Hegfeng's proposal quite agreeable. The grass-hidden village is currently vulnerable, presenting a rare opportunity." One of the route leaders responded after a moment of contemplation. This individual, named Yamanaka Yafeng, was a member of the Yamanaka clan, with orange hair and a robust stature, appearing to be around 30. Following a brief discussion among the remaining 3, another leader voiced support. "We also back Hegfeng's suggestion. Only by striking the grass-hidden village can we make them aware of the consequences of crossing Konoha. Hegfeng's plan was indeed feasible. However, had someone else proposed it, they might not have garnered the support of these proud leaders. It was only due to Hegfeng's unique status that they were willing to extend him the courtesy. We must hasten to devise a plan. Otherwise, once the grass-hidden village takes precautions, it will be challenging to execute our strike." Hegfeng surveyed the group, stating, "If anyone has thoughts, please share. I propose we target the shinobi hospital in the grass-hidden village," one of the root leaders suggested. Firstly, compared to the other two locations, the hospital's defenses are likely weaker. Secondly, there are many injured within the hospital, making it ripe with potential hostages. What this individual said was quite reasonable. The others regarded Hegfeng with inquiring expressions. Hegfeng promptly confirmed, "Very well, we shall set our sights on the hospital." After establishing the target, Yamanaka Yafeng spoke again. "I have accessed the memories of several grass shinobi and gained insight into the hospital's defensive layout. I should be able to guide everyone past the guards. Then let Hegfeng, Yafeng, and Qingwen lead the infiltration," a previous root leader proposed. "Our two teams will create a diversion to draw their fire, and once you complete your mission, we shall come to your aid." How does that sound? Agreed. After setting a general framework, the five began to refine their plan. Throughout the discussion, Hegfeng occasionally cast glances at the nearby Qingwen leader. Why was she chosen to lead the assault? Because she was the beautiful descendant of the Hyuga clan, whom Hegfeng had long admired, possessing the strategic advantage of the Byakugan. Hinata Qingwen appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with exquisite features and a graceful stature reminiscent of a blend of Hinata and Hanabi, possessing both sweetness and elegance. Yet, regrettably, the turquoise caged bird mark on her forehead marred her otherwise stunning visage. With her Byakugan and the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, this ambush should not have gone awry. Slap! Hifeng resolutely struck his own face, leaving his comrades in bewilderment. It's fine. Let us continue," he gestured, urging the group to resume their discussion. In the village of grass, 3 root squads divided into smaller units and effortlessly infiltrated, converging in the small garden adjacent to the ninja hospital. The defenses of the village of grass were truly lackluster. As if the night wind from the Yamanaka clan hesitated to speak. "It's astonishingly weak, isn't it?" Yudo remarked with a chuckle, sipping his drink. The hospital of the village of grass was impressively constructed, standing 4 to 5 stories tall, quite a feat in the world of shinobi. The more luxurious you build it, the more satisfying it will be to blow it up later. Heh. Hifeng laughed, glancing at Qingwen, who was intently observing the hospital. "So how about it? Class leader Qingwen, have you discerned the structure of this hospital?" Qingwen nodded slightly, producing paper and pen to sketch a rough layout of the hospital. "These are the critical load-bearing points on each floor. If we destroy them simultaneously, the entire building will collapse." Her diagram was straightforward and comprehensible, and after some discussion, the group noted the locations that required demolition. "There are 5 floors. Let us assign 2 individuals per floor," Hifeng organized. "Night Wind and Class Leader Qingwen. You two will pair up to handle the security within the hospital and pave the way for the other teams. Is that acceptable?" "No problem." Both Yamanaka Night Wind and Hinata Qingwen replied in unison. "All right. Once our comrades outside make their move, we shall commence," Hifeng instructed. Soon, sounds of chaos erupted from outside the village of grass, throwing the village into disarray. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Various squads of grass ninjas rushed out, with several teams even emerging from the hospital, frantically heading toward the village entrance. However, the group remained calm, leisurely counting the explosive tags in their possession. "We can proceed." After Qingwen nodded in affirmation, the group entered the hospital in batches, seizing the opportunity to begin their operation. "Minato, are you feeling anxious?" Hifeng whispered, as he and Minato disguised themselves as injured grass ninjas, strolling leisurely through the hospital. The two moved swiftly, voluntarily heading to the 5th floor, the most challenging area for evacuation, to set their explosive tags. "A little, but not excessively," Minato replied, mimicking Hifeng's tone. Their youthful appearances were indeed misleading, appearing as 2 slender, delicate youths to onlookers. No one would suspect that they were 2 notorious ruffians from Konoha. They arrived on the 5th floor without raising any suspicion and successfully approached a load-bearing wall. With no one in sight, Hifeng discreetly placed several explosive tags behind a trash can against the wall. After setting the detonation time, he firmly pressed the trash can against the wall. "Let us move to the next location." The duo split up, hastening their pace. Given their responsibility for the highest floor, their time for retreat was notably limited. "This mission is going to cost quite a bit," Minato reflected to himself. The explosive tags they were using were specially made by the Umbu, boasting immense power comparable to a Jonin's fire release technique, hence their steep price. Each tag cost 5,000 ryo. and to demolish the entire building would require at least 100 tags, totaling 5 million ryo. Such extravagance was characteristic of Hifeng and his companions, who were willing to bear the costs, unlike other ninjas who would hesitate. Sharingan. Along the way, while setting the explosive tags, Hifeng accidentally bumped into a grass ninja. However, he swiftly resolved the situation with his Sharingan. He handed one of his explosive tags to the grass ninja, instructing him to assist in placing the final tag. If it weren't for the need to conceal my Sharingan, I could easily demolish this place myself, Hifeng muttered. Once the task was completed, he hurried to meet Minato on the other side of the hospital. Minato, are you ready? We should evacuate, Hifeng whispered. To his surprise, Minato did not move, but instead pointed at a half-open door, his voice trembling. Hifeng, look. Huh. Hifeng, puzzled, followed Minato's gaze into the room. Upon seeing the scene within, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? In a brightly lit ward, patients lay in various states of injury, some severely wounded. Ow, it hurts so much, cried a young grass ninja, his abdomen pierced. Don't worry, it will be fine soon, a doctor reassured loudly. Let us move on to the next one. He pulled a numb-looking red-haired girl toward the bed of the injured grass ninja. Quick, bite him. There are many more waiting behind, the doctor urged. With a crunch, the young grass ninja bit down hard, drawing from the girl's chakra and vitality, his expression of agony gradually easing. All right, next. After the young grass ninja finished, the doctor relentlessly pushed the red-haired girl to the next bed. Besides the dozens of injured in this ward, there were 6 or 7 more wards awaiting treatment. He had no time to rest. As the doctor moved from bed to bed, the girl was bitten repeatedly by various ninjas, yet she exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Pain, humiliation, and anger were emotions she no longer felt. What she endured today was merely a continuation of her daily life over the years. She had grown accustomed to it. Having been used as a tool by the village of grass for so long, she gradually forgot her humanity and, consequently, her human emotions. Tools do not require feelings. They only need to be functional. At that moment, a burly grass ninja complained, Hey, this thing's arm is covered in other people's saliva. How am I supposed to bite it? Indeed, the girl's exposed skin was riddled with bite marks, with not a single intact spot. Then just choose an untouched area and hurry up. The next patient is waiting. The doctor urged impatiently. You said it. The grass ninja grinned, reaching out to tear the girl's clothing apart. What is this? Outside, Hifeng peered through the crack of the door, witnessing this horrifying scene. That must be a relative of Xiaojio. She looks about her age, Minato whispered beside Hifeng. Hifeng fell silent for a moment, his tone laden with complexity as he spoke. We have only 3 minutes left to evacuate. I know, but I don't want to leave just like this. Minato met Hifeng's gaze, his eyes conveying a hint of pleading. He was aware that his momentary impulsiveness might jeopardize the entire plan, posing a grave threat to both himself and his companion, as well as their entire team. Yet, he could not help but ponder the possibility that the girl inside the room was none other than Xiaojio. Hifeng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the luminous screen before him. Option 1. For the greater good, some sacrifices are necessary. Swiftly evacuate with Mizuke's. Reward, Defense 1. Option 2. Follow your heart, save the girl, and evacuate together. Reward, Speed 1. Seeing Hifeng's continued silence, Mizuke's heart sank. Unexpectedly, Hifeng turned his head and smiled, saying, Although time is of the essence, fortunately, I am quite swift. What about you? I knew it. Mizuke's face brightened instantly. Though I may not match your speed, I am certainly no slouch. With a decisive thud, they stepped into the infirmary, closing and locking the door behind them. Who are you? Wind release, vacuum sphere. Hifeng inhaled sharply and puffed his cheeks, unleashing a fierce stream of chakra. Ninjutsu, shadow serpent technique. Mizuke's raised his arms, unleashing a barrage of serpents from his sleeves, which lunged ferociously at the grass ninjas on the hospital bed. The room erupted into chaos, filled with screams and panic. The power of the vacuum sphere rivaled that of bullets, as Hifeng expertly reaped the lives of the grass ninjas under his control. The serpents summoned by Mizuke's possessed intelligence, relentlessly tearing at their targets' throats, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Scoundrel! A grass ninja attempted to rise in defiance, only to be either pierced by the vacuum sphere or have their throats shredded by the serpents. No exaggeration. Hifeng and Mizuke's were mercilessly dispatching these injured grass ninjas with ease. In under half a minute, the fallen lay strewn about, lifeless, At that moment, only Hifong, Mizuke's, and the red-haired girl remained in the room. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed, prompting Hifong to extend his hand toward the girl, speaking rapidly. There's no time to explain. Do you wish to live like a person? Come with us. Like a person? A flicker of emotion appeared in the girl's hollow gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Hifeng's hand tightly. Hifong, we have only half a minute left. I know, we're escaping through the window. Hifong hoisted the girl onto his back and secured them together with a binding strap. No matter what happens, hold on tight to me, understand? As he spoke, Hifong dashed towards the window, feeling the girl nod behind him. Crash! Mizuke shattered the window and leapt out first, with Hifong following closely behind. What is happening? Someone's jumping out. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the two gathered chakra at their feet, using the walls to propel themselves downwards, landing deftly on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. As they touched down, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the building behind them, flames shooting into the sky. Support walls crumbled, and the entire hospital began to implode with a cacophony of destruction. Art is an explosion, with flames soaring behind them. Hifong recited the line before sprinting away, not daring to look back. How amusing. A true man never glances back at an explosion. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm blared as numerous grass ninjas glared menacingly at Hifong and Mizuke's. The destruction of a crucial village structure was no mere slap in the face. It was a public humiliation. Capture those two. They must have orchestrated this chaos. These bastards stole our medicine. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. The enraged grass ninjas roared, their bloodshot eyes fixated on the duo, vowing to dismember them and defend the honor of the grass village. What is happening? How could they? Witnessing the scene unfold, Ayako, hidden among the crowd, turned pale. She looked desperately at the root ninjas beside her and urged, Please, we must assist the young master. No, Hinata Jingwen shook her head. Speaking coolly, we should seize this opportunity to safely withdraw. The mistakes made by Shimizu Hifong should not be shouldered by her team, even if the other party was the son of Danzo. Yamashiro Yafeng, arms crossed, remained silent, clearly agreeing with Hinata Jingwen's stance. How can you be like this? Ayako trembled with anger, turning to Yudo. Yudo-senpai, please say something. In response to Ayako's pleading gaze, Yudo slowly spoke. Ayako, Jingwen-senpai is correct. We should take this opportunity to retreat. Yudo-senpai, how can you agree? Chapter 55. The disappearance of Uzumaki Corinne. Ayako felt a chill run through her heart, fighting back tears as she seethed. Fine, you all go. I will rescue the young master myself. Ayako, wait. Yudo restrained the agitated girl, offering a helpless smile. Consider it. With the young master-esque character, he would not recklessly endanger himself or Mizuke's. He must have his own plan. If we rush in, we may disrupt his strategy. Is that really the case? Ayako's expression reflected doubt. Yudo's words made sense. Hifong likely had his own intentions, Yamashiro Yafeng chimed in. Thus, it would be wiser for us to withdraw and provide support from outside. Okay then. Ultimately swayed, Ayako nodded in agreement to retreat. It's over, in a moment of impulsiveness. I've put myself in danger. Hifong lamented inwardly. Had they quietly left before the explosion, they would have faced no peril. Yet now, their actions resembled detonating a bomb in front of the homeowner. Moreover, they had brazenly burst from the scene while carrying the homeowner's wife, intending to leave them destitute. That was quite beyond the pale. Hifong questioned himself. If the roles were reversed, he would want to slay himself. Why haven't Yudo and the others come to assist us? Hifong complained. They likely believe we did this intentionally to cover their retreat. Mizuke's replied with a wry smile. Unbelievable. Though the grass ninjas hesitated to attack out of fear for the girl, they did not hurl ninjutsu or shuriken at them. Still, the sight of the ever-approaching grass ninjas sent a shiver down their spines. If they were captured for their misdeeds, they would surely be torn apart. At that moment, the girl on Hifong's back spoke up. You must let me go. Escape without me. Her voice was soft and tentative, as if she had not spoken in a long time. Slap. Hifong turned and slapped the girl, only for his hand to bounce back. Stop talking nonsense. Letting you go now is futile, he replied curtly. Just lie still and serve as our shield. You. The girl's eyes flickered with a long-lost emotional turmoil, a mixture of indignation and gratitude. System, if you don't issue rewards soon, just wait for a new host. Hifong roared in his mind. Successful choice. Reward obtained. Fire release. Explosive wind dance. Successful choice. Reward obtained. Speed 1. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to a speed of 30, reaching the level of Elite Jonin. All attribute values have slightly increased. Attack, 19 speed, 30 defense, 20 chakra, 20. Although the speed difference is merely 1 point. It is akin to the stark contrast between scoring 59 and 60 on an exam, an unfathomable divide. A warm current surged through his body, swiftly transforming Hugging's physique. With this marginal increase in speed, he felt as if the shackles within him had been broken, and he moved with much greater agility. Hugging, initially burdened with the girl on his back, his speed barely matched that of Minato. But now he took 2 swift steps forward, outpacing Minato effortlessly. Hugging, wait for me, Minato exclaimed, his face paling as he hurried to catch up. Ahead, more grass shinobi appeared. With no viable options available, the two decided to vault over rooftops and ascend. Hugging felt as if he were playing as the alchemist in League of Legends, continuously leaving his foes in the dust, allowing them to succumb to the poison behind him. The grass shinobi trailing behind were already slow, and with the poison affecting them, they posed no threat. However, the enemies ahead were a different matter. Let me take a look, Hugging thought as he discreetly activated his Sharingan, spotting a dozen grass shinobi squads encircling them. We cannot let them trap us, otherwise it will be disastrous. Minato, hand over all the poison packets you have. I want to show you my newly learned ninjutsu, Hugging declared. In response, Minato tossed him a hefty bundle containing dozens of small packets filled with purple powder. Hugging caught the heavy poison bundle, astonished. Goodness, what a stockpile. This is all my savings. To restock would take ages, Minato lamented, a pained expression on his face. Alas, I feel the same, Hugging replied with a frown. It seems we may have to exhaust our entire supply this time. With that, he pulled out another large bag from his robes and hurled both poison packets ahead. Then, he leaped from the rooftop, suspended in midair, with the encroaching grass shinobi below. If he and Minato landed, they would be surrounded by layers of foes. However, fire release, explosive wind dance. Hugging boldly began to strip off his pants before the gathered grass shinobi. The spiraling winds generated by the departing breeze engulfed the surroundings as Hugging swiftly formed 3 hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames. Raging flames surged forth, expanding along the whirlwind. Like a colossal serpentine inferno, it writhed and roared as it descended upon the crowd below. Not good, take cover. Many grass shinobi turned pale at the sight of the fiery torrent rushing their way, desperately attempting to retreat. Yet, with such a short distance, they could not outrun the wind. Some grass shinobi, realizing escape was futile, attempted to release ninjutsu to counter the fire serpent. However, they were mere genin from the grass village, not Leaf's genin. They stood no chance. Sizzling, the fire serpent barreled into the throng, incinerating those in its path, reducing them to charred remains and clearing a vast area. Moreover, propelled by the gales, the poisonous powder scattered everywhere, ensnaring nearly half of the grass shinobi. Quick, let's go, Hugging urged, maintaining the wind domain, as he and Minato swiftly dashed through the opening. Along the way, Hugging left behind explosive tags, the ensuing blasts diminishing the number of pursuers behind them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Gather at the village entrance. Meanwhile, a piercing alarm echoed outside the grass village. It must be Uncle Yudo and the others providing us cover. Hugging's spirit soared. Wonderful. Minato's face lit up with joy. Then let us press forward with vigor. With chaos erupting inside and outside the grass village, it was the perfect opportunity for their escape. Are we about to flee this place? I hope it's not from one den of demons into another. The girl on Hugging's back mused silently, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Hey, what is your name? Once the danger had passed, Hugging finally found the moment to inquire. He contemplated whether he should implement a talent acquisition, talent strengthening strategy, bringing back numerous individuals to leverage in the future, ultimately becoming Hokage. My name is Uzumaki Xiangling, the girl replied softly. Hugging realized this was undoubtedly Uzumaki Xiangling's mother, solidifying his suspicions. Oh no, Hugging suddenly grasped a troubling reality. In this lifetime, Xiangling's mother would likely never see her father again. He had inadvertently caused the demise of Uzumaki Xiangling. No, this is on Minato. Blame him. Chapter 56. Something is off with the young master Uzumaki Xiangling? What a beautiful name. Minato smiled, charmingly addressing Xiangling. Hello, my name is Namikaze Minato. Hugging scoffed, rolling his eyes. Did she even ask for your name? That's unnecessary. Minato. Today, Once again, I was rebuffed by Hugging. How disheartening. What is your name? Xiangling asked, her speech becoming more coherent as she leaned closer to Hugging. Me? Hugging queried. Yes, Xiangling nodded. Hugging smirked. Just because you asked does not mean I have to tell you. Dream on. Xiangling felt a familiar emotion surface after many years, frustration. This way, Hugging and Minato raced onward, continually breaking through to the outskirts of the grass village. Enemies rushed at them, and with their urgency to escape, they neglected to conserve chakra, unleashing skills recklessly. Fire release, explosive wind dance. Ninjutsu, shadow snake hands. At last, the two managed to break free from the encirclement, arriving at the previously agreed-upon escape point. Young Master, Yudo and the others led the charge, with several root members clearing the path, forcing nearly 100 grass shinobi to retreat in disarray. Let the grass village's scum know the consequences of offending Konoha. If not for the Hokage's orders, our 100 would easily wipe out your village. Kill, kill, kill. In that moment, every root ninja embodied the ferocity of Lu Huqiang, wielding long knives as they maneuvered through the crowd, striking relentlessly without a blink. Yet, this was their territory. Despite their incompetence, the sheer number of grass shinobi was overwhelming. The grass shinobi, like weeds, would spring up again no matter how many were cut down. After a fierce battle, waves of grass shinobi continued to emerge. Young Master, we must leave. Yudo painfully produced a stack of explosive tags, scattering them without reservation. Oh no, explosive tags. The pursuing grass shinobi halted in their tracks, exclaiming the classic line. Boom, 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 boom. The sky lit up with flames, halting the grass shinobi's advance. When the explosions subsided, the root members had long vanished without a trace. Damn it, pursue them. They cannot have gone far. A young grass shinobi shouted angrily. Enough with the nonsense. An older grass shinobi retorted. We couldn't even surround them properly. Now we rush in one by one, offering ourselves as targets? Fuming with rage, the young grass shinobi shouted. These leaf lunatics are rampaging through our village. How can we just let them go? The elderly grass ninja scoffed softly. Humph, if you wish to pursue, then do so. I, on the other hand, wish to prolong my years. With that, he sheathed his weapon and resolutely returned to the village. The young grass ninja glanced around, realizing that there were many like the old man, but only a few remained. Bah, the older one gets, the more afraid of death. He spat on the ground, hesitating for a moment before turning to leave as well. There might still be enemies in the village. Since this group of foes likely could not catch up, it would be wiser to return and search the village. In a dense forest 10 miles from the grass-hidden village, 5 teams from the route were temporarily stationed. A team leader scanned the surroundings and then cupped his hands towards Captain Huffing, saying, Captain Huffing, our mission has been successfully completed, and we shall take our leave now. Another team leader chimed in with a smile. Indeed, since Captain Huffing is unharmed, shall we continue to act independently? I aim to eliminate 100 grass-hidden squads, and I still have a long way to go. The night wind in the mountains prompted a questioning glance from Huffing. What do you say, Captain Huffing? No problem. Esteemed leaders may depart at will, Huffing replied, bowing slightly to the 4 team leaders with a smile. Thanks to everyone's assistance this time. I shall speak highly of you to my father upon our return. We are merely doing our duty, they responded modestly. Farewell, Captain Huffing. After exchanging pleasantries, the 4 team leaders departed with their squads. Once Huffing and his group had dealt with the traces left in the forest, they too quickly left. For this was not a safe place. Young Master, who is she? Only then did Ayako think to inquire about the girl on Huffing's back. Her? She's a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, named Xiangling, Huffing replied, stifling a yawn, weariness evident in his voice. A survivor? Xiangling questioned, bewildered. Hiruzen nearly burst into laughter. It was absurd to refer to a girl as merely a survivor. Having been teased by Huffing daily, he now felt a wicked delight at seeing Huffing being teased instead. His smile widened, beaming with joy. Young Master, you are quite fond of Kushina, always thinking of her wherever you go, Yudo remarked thoughtfully. Wherever the young master goes, he never forgets to bring back a clanswoman for that little girl. Perhaps this is what love is. Hiruzen's smile froze on his face, and he turned toward Huffing with a look of indignation. Huffing was taken aback, unable to meet Hiruzen's gaze, and turned to Yudo. Uncle Yudo, don't stir up trouble. When have I ever thought of Kushina? I have no feelings for her at all. It's only ever been Hiruzen. Huffing's words were resolute, and Hiruzen's expression softened considerably. Really, Huffing? Hiruzen asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Of course. I swear to the Sage of Six Paths. Huffing affirmed. Hiruzen shot Huffing a glare, snorting in disbelief. It better be true. This is strange, too strange. Ayako pondered whether it was she who was odd, or if the young master and his companions were. She hurriedly grabbed Yudo's arm, whispering for confirmation. Yudo-senpai, don't you think the young master and the others seem a bit strange? Yudo stroked his chin, perplexed. Hasn't he, the young master, always been like this? What is so strange about it? Ayako felt her heart sink at Yudo's response. She extended a finger and slowly bent it in front of him. Yudo-senpai, you don't think the young master is that way, do you? Haha. Where did you get that idea, Ayako? Yudo finally understood her implication and burst into laughter. This is merely the young master putting on an act to mask his true nature. Do you really believe that? Whether the young master is like that or not. Others may be unsure, but surely you must know? Yudo hinted wisely. That is true. Ayako thought for a moment and nodded, feeling relieved. The young master often played strange games by himself, so there was no way he could be that way. Chapter 57. Hiruzen outwits Huffing. So, your name is Huffing? Xiangling walked beside Huffing, asking quietly. After escaping danger, he had set her down, as carrying her was quite burdensome. Huffing shrugged, responding disinterestedly. After multiple scrapes, and carrying Xiangling for such a distance, he was nearly exhausted. Noticing Huffing's reluctance to engage, the young girl lowered her head and lapsed into silence once more. During this time, Ayako attempted to converse with Xiangling, but the girl appeared standoffish, seemingly only willing to interact with Huffing and Hiruzen. Seeing this, Hiruzen accompanied Xiangling in conversation throughout the journey. After some time, the five of them arrived at a nearby market, procuring a cart to load the previously seized supplies for their return to Konoha. Along the way, Huffing and Hiruzen found themselves embroiled in an argument away from the cart. Wait, Hiruzen, you saved her, and now you want to keep her at my house? What kind of logic is that? Hiruzen's face was a picture of bitterness, scrunching up like a bitter melon. Huffing, if I take her home, Kushina will kill me. Enough, enough. Huffing crossed his arms, resolutely stating, as if my father wouldn't kill me for bringing her home. They exchanged fiery glares, engaged in a battle of wits. Wait. Huffing suddenly slapped his forehead, struck by inspiration. We could send her to Kushina's house. That would solve the problem, right? They are of the same clan. So Xiangling would surely not reject Kushina. She might even experience the warmth of family. Really, if it weren't for Xiangling's well-being, I would have just thrown her at the root. Huffing thought. The root cells were warm in winter and cool in summer, plus they provided free meals. It was quite a pleasant place to stay. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Hiruzen initially cheered, but soon his face fell again. But before we discuss this with little Kushina, we need to find a temporary place for Xiangling. Damn it, we've gone in circles. Hiruzen sighed, feeling frustrated. How about we let her choose for herself, then? Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Whatever she chooses, she goes to that person's house. Oh, Huffing smiled at Hiruzen's suggestion, clearly amused. Are you sure about that, Hiruzen? I'm sure, Huffing. Then it's a bet. The two returned to the cart. Hiruzen approached Xiangling, pointing between himself and Huffing with a beaming smile. Xiangling, when we get back to Konoha, you might need to stay at one of our homes for a few days. Which one would you prefer? Huffing stood nearby, crossing his arms, eagerly awaiting the outcome of Hiruzen's gamble. Knowing he had hardly acknowledged Xiangling while Hiruzen had been conversing with her the entire time. Placing this bet, Huafeng was utterly unaware of how he would lose. I shall go to Huafeng, Xiangling quietly declared without a moment's thought. Huh, what nonsense is this? Huafeng was left dumbfounded. The mocking smile on Shui Min's face froze. No, why? I'm not Li Jia. Observing Huafeng's defeated expression, the corners of the girl's mouth subtly curled upward, resembling a smile. Witnessing this, Huafeng found himself suddenly less resistant to the idea of temporarily sheltering Xiangling. Damn it, this girl actually has a somewhat charming smile, he mused. During their journey, he had hardly paid attention to Xiangling's appearance. But this was the first time he truly regarded her face. Xiangling's features were more refined than Xiangling's, imbued with a resilience and cool demeanor distinct from that of a daughter. On her visage, one could simultaneously detect the youthful essence of Mizuho and Kyubi. And the more he scrutinized, the more exquisite she appeared. Whoever had the fortune to marry her would undoubtedly experience thrice the joy, Huafeng thought to himself. However, that person would certainly not be him. In the world of Naruto, brimming with fervent emotions, love and romance were not sanctioned by the grand will of the universe. A few examples include Asuma and Kurenai, Shikamaru and Temari, Obito and Rin. Each pair faced a tragic fate. Thus, Huafeng had no intention of sacrificing his own happiness for a woman. If he were to suffer a dismal old age with a head of red hair, he would truly be left without tears to cry. A week later, in Konoha, at the Shimura residence. This is essentially what has transpired, father. Huafeng, looking at his father, who sat in a chair with his eyes half closed and unresponsive, steeled himself to continue. It's merely a temporary arrangement. In a few days, I will escort her to QB's household. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his anxious son before speaking. There's no need. We have plenty of vacant guest rooms in our compound. Let her stay here. Huafeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from his father. What is going on with all of you? Why is no one adhering to the norm? Chuckling, Danzo, noticing his son's bewilderment, remained silent and did not offer an explanation. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan was a rare treasure. How could he possibly allow such a gift to slip away? He was undoubtedly intent on retaining this powerful bloodline within the Shimura family and ensuring it was passed down through generations. Huafeng, you performed admirably this time. You have not sullied your father's reputation, Danzo commended sparingly. Now, I must visit the Hokage's office. Take good care of Xiangling at home. Do not let her feel neglected. Yes, father, Huafeng sighed, feeling utterly exasperated. Neglect her? Do you even hear yourself? This doesn't sound like something Shimura Danzo would say. Sighing heavily as he watched Danzo leave with a swish of his sleeve, Huafeng let out a long breath. He found interacting with girls, especially beautiful ones, to be quite troublesome. With a furrowed brow, Huafeng settled Xiangling into a guest room. All right, you shall reside here for the time being. Xiangling nervously fiddled with her clothing and quietly inquired, do you seem to dislike me? Not at all. It's just Huafeng hesitated, releasing another long sigh. Is it because of these scars? Xiangling tugged at her sleeves, attempting to conceal the numerous bite marks on her arms. No, why would you think that? Huafeng scratched his head in confusion. He then produced a tube of ointment and handed it to Xiangling. This is an umbu medicated ointment. It is quite effective. Apply it daily. And with your Uzumaki physique, your skin will likely be healed within a month. Thank you, Xiangling replied softly as she accepted the ointment. After a moment of silence, she asked, what will Konoha do with me? Do not worry, Huafeng reassured her, understanding her concerns. In Konoha, you may be brainwashed by the will of fire and might be exploited, working tirelessly for the village. However, here, we will regard you as a person. And you can rest assured about that. I trust you, Xiangling nodded firmly. But you shouldn't, Huafeng smirked. I'm not exactly a good person. You'd be better off trusting that Watergate fellow. Also, my father isn't exactly a saint either. Just try to minimize your interactions with him. Chapter 58, Mission. Hashirama cells in the Hokage's office. Danzo and Hisashi sat at a mahogany table. Before them, a middle-aged man was passionately delivering a speech. Your village has caused extensive destruction. If Konoha does not provide a reasonable explanation and compensation, the united forces of the grass and rock villages shall soon lay waste to Konoha. Danzo chuckled softly. He was the shadow-bearer of Konoha's darkness, often concealing his emotions, harboring a depth of darkness far beyond ordinary imagination. Rarely did he smile, but the grass village envoy had managed to amuse him. It has been a long time since I've seen Danzo smile so heartily, Hisashi remarked, momentarily distracted, even forgetting to reprimand Danzo for not maintaining a facade in front of the envoy. How dare you? The envoy of the grass village fumed. While he was indignantly holding Konoha accountable, the other party openly laughed, which felt like a slap to his face. He pointed at Danzo, angrily questioning, Hokage, what does this mean? Is he mocking the grass village? Put your hand down. Before Hisashi could respond, Danzo's expression turned icy as he spoke slowly and deliberately. Dare to point at me again, and I shall chop off your hand and feed it to the dogs. The envoy of the grass village was taken aback and furious. He instinctively retracted his hand, but soon mustered the courage to question Hisashi again. Hokage, is this truly your village's stance? Does Konoha not fear our armies at the gates? Danzo stifled another laugh at the envoy's fervent demeanor. At the gates, really? Currently, the Rock and Cloud villages are engaged in a fierce battle, both sides severely weakened. Konoha would be grateful if they didn't provoke the Rock village. Do you think they would risk angering Konoha over a minor village like Grass? Danzo doubted it. As for the Grass village, let us just say, If Konoha wished, they could send a few squads over, and by next week, the residents of the grass village would be seeking Konoha identification cards. No, no, no. We in Konoha are a peaceful ninja village, Hisashi replied with a smile. Rest assured, we will provide you with a satisfactory response regarding this matter. With Hisashi's assurance, the envoy's expression softened considerably as he clasped his hands and said, "That is excellent. I hope the Hokage will provide me with a resolution soon, so I may return to my village and report." After a round of pleasantries, the envoy departed. Hisashi set down his pipe, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Danzo, you've stirred up quite the commotion in the grass village this time." "Humph, and what of it?" Danzo retorted, disinterested in engaging in their customary soft, shadowy, remorseful dialogue. He directly inquired, "You summoned me merely to reprimand me?" With that, he flicked his sleeve, preparing to rise and leave. "Certainly not, my old friend." Risen grasped Danzo's arm and smiled cheerfully, stating, "A mere grass-hidden village. If they offend us, so be it. It will not disrupt the peace of Konoha. I hardly concern myself with it." Rakuju had brought some fine tea, and Risen continued, "I summoned you today to enjoy a tasting session together." Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Risen, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "Humph, that's more like it. But I am not in the mood to brew tea for you." "Ah, today I shall prepare the tea for you. Just enjoy it," Risen said with a broad smile. Retrieving the tea set, he warmed the pot, placed the tea, and warmed the cups. After pouring tea for Danzo, he inquired, "By the way, I heard that Higase brought back a member of the Uzumaki clan from the Grass Ninja Village?" "Humph, since she was brought back by my son, she naturally belongs to my roots." "Do not harbor any thoughts," Danzo replied, his expression wary. "All right, I understand," Risen said with a resigned wave of his hand before continuing. "During warfare, one must not harm envoys. Let that previous envoy go." Danzo nodded slightly and replied, "Since you say so, I shall grant you this favor and spare his life." At the Uchiha residence, after a long period of busyness, Higase finally laid down on his bed, thinking he could finally rest for a while, even entertaining some inappropriate thoughts. However, at that moment, the system notification sound suddenly rang out, nearly startling him to death. Detected that the host has escaped danger and is even comfortably reminiscing about home, forcibly activating progression task. Higase. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken lightly. You cannot falsely accuse someone. System. And what is this progression task? Please explain. The host's speed attribute has surpassed the elite Jonin level, requiring completion of the progression assessment. Otherwise, further choice questions cannot be triggered. Isn't that just sealing my abilities? Higase asked, quite displeased. I mean, what's the purpose of this progression assessment system? This is the regulation of order, aimed at instilling a sense of crisis in the host to prevent them from becoming a useless being solely reliant on the system. Hiss. The system's reasoning was sound, leaving Higase momentarily speechless. A useless being reliant on the system, surely that can't be referring to me? Yet after pondering for a moment, he suddenly thought of something and suspiciously asked, "System, are you just finding excuses to give yourself a break?" Having interacted with the system for so long, he had long realized it was not merely a rigid tool following procedures. This thing definitely possessed its own consciousness. The system felt more like an online customer service representative. Perhaps on the other side of the interface was a burly man typing away. Host is overthinking. Please complete the progression assessment promptly to unlock rewards. A small amount of adaptive Hashirama cells. Fine. Higase rolled his eyes. What is this progression assessment? Just tell me. Since he could not resist, he had no choice but to accept it, and the reward was decent. Progression assessment. Please raise your damage attribute value to 20 through your own efforts. Is that it? Higase was taken aback. He had expected the progression assessment to be much more difficult, and yet it was just this? Host, you can complete it. I'm off work now, goodbye. I knew it, damn. Higase slammed his hand on the bed in frustration. Higase, are you home? At that moment, he heard Minato's voice from outside. I'm here. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right out, Higase shouted back. He hastily put on a jacket, jumped out of bed, and opened the door. Looking at Higase approaching, Minato appeared hesitant. Higase, although this is your home, but what is it, Minato? Higase asked, confused. Following Minato's gaze downward, he suddenly realized he was not wearing any pants. All thanks to the system, it had left him flustered. Chapter 59, Dining with the Uchiha. What is it, Minato? What brings you here? After putting on his pants, Higase sat on the sofa and began chatting with Minato. Well, I was looking for Q. intending to invite her for a meal to discuss taking in Xiangling. However, she said she wanted to bring Makoto along to introduce her to you, and then Minato hesitated. Higase sighed, already guessing the rest. So you agreed, and you didn't even mention Xiangling's situation? I really didn't know how to refuse Q. Minato lowered his head, scratching his golden hair in frustration. How about we talk to her alone after dinner? No need. It's already irrelevant. Higase said with a resigned sigh. My father said Xiangling will be living with us from now on. Minato was silent for a long moment. Higase turned to see him looking at him with disdain. Higase, I never thought you were this kind of person, Minato said, raising his middle finger. Higase, it was my father who asked me to do this, all right? I'm just as helpless. Higase waved his arms in defense. Minato snorted, all right. Lord Danzo asked you to take in Xiangling. What a load of nonsense. I'm infuriated. Higase couldn't take it anymore and pushed Minato down onto the sofa. And they began to wrestle. Taijutsu, 1,000 years of experience. Secret technique, Great Serpent soft technique. After a tussle, Minato straightened his clothes and stood up, looking somewhat fatigued. Higase, hurry up and get ready. I have an appointment with Q at the snack street. Let us not be late. All right, just wait for me to change clothes. Higase glanced at his wrinkled shirt and decided to change into something fresh. He also wanted to check how sturdy Fugaka's wall was, so he couldn't go looking disheveled. By the way, Higase, should we prepare some food for Xiangling before we go? Minato asked. Higase waved his hand dismissively. No worries, she'll survive a meal without dying. Let us go? At the Konoha snack street, as dinner time approached, the street was bustling with people. Occasionally, disheveled young women passed by, catching Higase's eye. Minato, remember this. Higase said after sampling a variety of snacks, turning to impart some wisdom. Don't smoke, don't drink, walk side by side with girls, recite Tang poetry, and Q will hold your hand. Minato immediately grasped the key point and pondered. Higase, what is Tang poetry? Higase's brain went blank. Just as he was at a loss for words, a red-haired girl on the roadside waved her arms wildly toward them, rescuing Higase from his speechlessness. Minato, Higase, over here. Hurry. Kushina, Q. Higase felt a wave of relief and hurried toward Kushina, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the girl beside her. Higase, let me introduce you. This is... The girl had a graceful and slender figure, with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, her features dignified and beautiful, and her large black eyes sparkling and clear. She exuded a gentle yet spirited aura, perfectly aligning with Higase's aesthetic. What on earth? Higase felt increasingly uneasy. This was unmistakably Uchiha Wei. Shizuma Higase. Uchiha Wei approached with a mysterious smile, looking him over with keen interest. Shigeru Kazefu, you seem to have grown even stronger. How did you achieve that? Kazuha's small tail immediately perked up, embodying the demeanor of a successful individual, as he raised his chin and replied. Let me put it this way. Choice surpasses effort, understood? Noticing the two engrossed in their conversation, Minato leaned closer to Kushina and whispered, Hey, didn't you mention you were bringing Uchiha Mei along? Kushina replied softly. Mikoto said she felt awkward coming alone and wanted to bring Mei with her, so I agreed. She found it odd. During school, those two had only a casual relationship, so why were they chatting so amicably now? Uchiha Mikoto interjected. Have you forgotten someone? Initially, Mikoto had hesitated to engage with the Shinura clan, feeling shy and reluctant to offend Kushina. Therefore, she brought Mei along, planning to ask Mei to help her leave if things turned sour. However, now, amidst the paired foursome, she suddenly felt out of place. Fortunately, Kushina quickly recognized her friend's discomfort. She forcibly pulled Kazuha away from Mei and brought him in front of Mikoto, saying, Kazuha, this is your sister Mikoto. Say hello. Kazuha extended his hand towards Mikoto with a cheerful smile. Hello, Mikoto-ne. Kushina often speaks of you. I've been eager to meet you. Mikoto gently shook Kazuha's hand, responding politely. Hello, Kazuha. I also hear about you frequently from Kushina. She says you are a very reliable friend. A reliable friend? Kazuha mused, thinking it was surprising that Kushina did not reprimand him for saying something so outrageous. It seemed Mikoto was not being entirely honest and needed some proper guidance. All right, let us find a place to sit and chat while we eat, Kushina suggested. The group of girls whispered among themselves and chose a high-end barbecue restaurant. Isn't this place a bit pricey? Minato hesitated as he glanced at the menu filled with numerous zeros. Is it expensive? I think it's quite affordable, Kazuha replied, looking at Minato with curiosity. Just as Minato was about to retort, He noticed that not only Kazuho, but all four were gazing at him with puzzled expressions. "All right. Aside from myself, these guys are all from prominent clans." Kushina patted her chest and confidently declared, "It's all right, Minato. Today, I'll treat you. Order whatever you like." Minato nodded silently, feeling a mix of emotions. Is this what Kazuho means by living off others? It seems rather pleasant. The barbecue was promptly served, and the five enjoyed their meal, engaging in lively conversation. Throughout their interactions, Mikoto discovered that Kazuho bore no prejudice against the Uchiha clan due to his family background, which relieved her. Kazuho was witty and sociable, and with the encouragement of other friends, the two quickly became familiar with one another. As for Uchiha Mei, she returned to her previous cool demeanor, focusing intently on her plate of barbecue. Just as the group was becoming increasingly cheerful, an unsettling voice interrupted, akin to a splash of cold water. "Isn't that Mikoto and Mei? Why are they sitting with someone from the Shimura clan?" Chapter 60. Discussing Uchiha with Danzo. Several young men in brown long robes and light green vests emblazoned with the Konoha Police Department insignia entered the barbecue restaurant. The leader appeared to be around 20, with short black hair and sharp features, bearing faint lines of worry on his face. None other than Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's junior leader. After finishing his shift at the police department, Fugaku brought a few friends to the barbecue restaurant for a casual drink, only to coincide with Mikoto and the others. An astute Uchiha noticed that one of the individuals at Mikoto and Mei's table was wearing the Shimura clan's attire. "Isn't that Mikoto and Mei? Why are they dining with someone from the Shimura clan?" he exclaimed. Several Uchiha clan members turned to look, whispering in surprise. Indeed, it is Mei and Mikoto. How could they be eating with someone from the Shimura clan? The Uchiha and Shimura clans had always been at odds. It was rare for them to even sit together without conflict. To some clan members, Mikoto and Mei's actions felt like a betrayal. Kazuho, who had been enjoying his conversation with Mikoto, felt his mood darken upon hearing the interruption. His expression shifted, and he was about to explode in anger. "Kazuho, don't make it difficult for Mikoto," Minato whispered, pressing down on his shoulder. With Minato's intervention, Kazuho managed to suppress his fury and refrain from lashing out. Mei remained composed, unaffected, continuing to elegantly handle her barbecue. Mikoto stood up, her fingers nervously intertwined, and looked towards her fiancé. "Fugaku, Mikoto's lips parted. Yet she was at a loss for how to explain her dining choice with the Shimura clan. What an unfortunate coincidence to run into them, she thought bitterly. Not every member of the Uchiha clan adhered strictly to familial enmity, but the clan member beside Fugaku was evidently enthusiastic about it. Before Fugaku could respond, the clan member interjected angrily, "Mikoto, Mei, what are you still doing? Come here quickly and stop mingling with those from the Shimura clan." This time, Minato was unable to restrain Kazuho. "What do you mean stop mingling? What's wrong with the Shimura clan?" Kazuho sprang to his feet, slamming his hand on the table, his expression darkening. "Who in Konoha doesn't know that the Shimura clan is cultured and honorable? Go ask around. Who dares to say anything bad about us? Calling us those Shimura folks. I'm giving you face here." Kazuha's passionate defense left Mikoto's face pale. She opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but was stopped by Mei. Uchiha Mei tugged at Mikoto's sleeve, speaking in a barely audible voice. "Mikoto-ne, please don't say anything. Regardless of which side you lean towards now, it will only worsen the situation." Kushina looked apologetically at Mikoto, equally uncertain about how to proceed. "You insolent fool." The Uchiha clan member roared, his Sharingan activated, hand resting on the hilt of his blade. "You dare to openly insult a public official? Do you believe you can get away with it?" Kazuho replied defiantly. "What will you do? Call the police on me?" He placed one foot on the chair, hands on his hips, casting a cold, sideways glance at the accuser. "All right. I forgot, you are the police. Why don't you arrest me then?" He provocatively extended his arms, bringing his hands together. Unbelievable. As law enforcement officers of Konoha, the Uchiha member could hardly tolerate this affront and prepared to take action against Kazuho. "Enough, Juhan." Fugaku, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, stopping his clansman. Uchiha Juhan, visibly frustrated, protested, but, clan leader, Fugaku stared intently at Juhan, emphasizing each word. "I said enough. Do you understand?" Fugaku's stern gaze made Juhan's heart tremble. "Yes, clan leader." He immediately lowered his head in submission and replied. Fugaku had recognized the identity of Hofu. He was not merely some underling of the Shimura clan, but rather the young clan leader of the Shimura lineage. Comparing his father's police department with the intelligence organization of Hofu's father, one could easily discern who was truly formidable. Fugaku slightly bowed to Hofu, expressing, "I apologize." Kaki's earlier remarks were rather extreme. "I extend my apologies on his behalf." Hofu, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Fugaku, then also bowed in return with a smile, saying, "No need for formalities. Since the young clan leader Fugaku has spoken, let us consider the matter settled." Seeing that Hofu was fairly accommodating, Fugaku felt a wave of relief and called over the trembling boss nearby. "To express my regrets, allow me to treat everyone to this meal," Fugaku stated as he settled the bill for Hofu and the others. "Once again, I apologize for disturbing you all. Mikoto, V, and friends, enjoy yourselves. I shall not intrude any further." Hofu mused to himself. Indeed, one cannot help but admire Fugaku's demeanor. While the world knew of Itachi's leniency, few were aware that Fugaku was rather generous himself. This character was quite intriguing. Young clan leader Fugaku, Hofu extended his hand towards Fugaku, who was preparing to depart, adding, "I have yet to formally introduce myself. I am Shimura Hofu." Fugaku paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and shook Hofu's hand, stating, "I am Uchiha Fugaku. When time permits, we should sit down together and converse." Hofu replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Certainly, certainly. For now, I shall take my leave." Fugaku managed to smile, striving to convey goodwill. "Let us proceed. We shall find another place to dine." With that, Fugaku turned and led his clan members away from the barbecue restaurant. Once outside, he cast a deep glance at Uchiha Kaki. Confused, Kaki scratched his head and asked, "What is the matter, young clan leader?" "Nothing." Fugaku shook his head, having resolved internally to distance Kaki from his circle in the future. In the harsh ninja world, associating with fools could lead to one's demise. Following the earlier interruption, Hofu and his companions hastily concluded their meal. The three young women departed together, while Hofu returned home alongside Minato, observing the takeout box in Hofu's hands. Minato inquired with curiosity, "Hofu, why did you pack extra barbecue? Did you not eat enough earlier?" Hofu retorted with irritation, "Big brother, this is for Shorin. Are you truly planning to let her starve?" Upon returning home and feeding Shorin, Hofu went directly into his father's room. "Father," he greeted. Danzo was seated at the table, engrossed in official duties. Without speaking, he gestured to a nearby chair, indicating for Hofu to take a seat. After a while, Danzo paused in his paperwork and looked up at Hofu. "What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan after tonight's events?" Hofu was not surprised. Anything occurring in Konoha was within his father's knowledge. He pondered momentarily before responding. "Among the Uchiha, there are many who are hot-headed, prioritizing family honor above all else. Such individuals may pose a threat to the stability of Konoha." Danzo nodded slightly, appearing satisfied with his son's answer. "Continue. It seems you have further insights." Hofu hesitated briefly before stating, "Yet, among the Uchiha, there are also many who yearn for peace. I am somewhat perplexed, father. Why can we not adopt the policy of division towards the Uchiha, akin to that of the second Hokage?" Upon hearing this, Danzo set down his pen, ceasing his review of documents, and let out a deep sigh. "Hofu, do you believe that what you can conceive is beyond my and Hiruzen's comprehension?" Rising from the table, Danzo gazed out at the moon, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "It is not that we are unwilling, but rather that we cannot." Chapter 61. The terrifying Konin not unwilling, but unable? Hofu echoed Danzo's words, his expression one of confusion. "Indeed, we cannot." Danzo fixed a penetrating gaze on Hofu. Now that his son had grown, Danzo no longer concealed many matters in order to cultivate his perspective and reasoning. The reason why Tobirama-sensei was able to employ the Uchihas was that he could keep them in check. Even if they held significant positions, as long as Tobirama-sensei was around, they would harbor no treachery. At least, they would not dare. Hofu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Danzo's words. Tobirama had dealt decisively with the Uchiha, eliminating threats from the days of war until the establishment of Konoha, never allowing them respite. Had Tobirama not perished, the Uchiha would indeed not have dared to betray the village, unless a figure as formidable as Madara were to arise anew. However, Hiruzen and I are not capable of such feats, Danzo said with a rare hint of weariness in his tone. Hofu was taken aback, in all his rebirth. He had never imagined his father could exhibit such vulnerability. Danzo's gaze drifted, lost in recollection. Even during Tobirama-sensei's reign, there were Uchihas, such as Shursui, who harbored intentions of rebellion. Are you aware of how many Uchihas Hiruzen and I had to eliminate to secure his position as Hokage when he was thrust into the role during a crisis? As he spoke, Danzo's tone grew cold, his gaze icy. It was a premeditated insurrection. Those Uchihas were on the verge of success. Were it not for my timely intervention to capture their families as leverage, Konoha would have been under Uchiha rule by now. Even my friend Uchiha Kagami, who perished in that internal strife, never anticipated meeting his end at the hands of his own kin. Listening to these past secrets, Hofu was taken aback, realizing, it was in such a manner that Uchiha Kagami met his demise. He had previously assumed that Danzo had eliminated Kagami for the sake of the Sharingan. However, reflecting upon it now, with so many Uchihas lost during the war, Danzo had no need to sacrifice an old friend for a pair of eyes. After all, he would not want to hurt little Hiruzen's feelings. To weaken the branches is to invite chaos. Danzo was oblivious to his son's musings. His bloodlust only intensified as he spoke. The Uchiha clan refuses to heed orders, isolating themselves, and has become a village within a village. They are a sword poised against the very heart of Konoha. Unruly and uncontrollable, this clan will inevitably bring calamity once again. It would be far better to act while Konoha remains strong and eliminate them decisively. Hofu smacked his lips. Considering Danzo's perspective, it did indeed seem reasonable. After all, having a disobedient subordinate with military power and a history of rebellion was quite the precarious situation. Were this ancient China, they would have long been subject to extermination. Father, what if there were someone capable of restraining the Uchiha clan? Perhaps your son, myself? Hofu confidently patted his chest and posed the question. As a fervent admirer of Hokage, he wished to preserve the diversity of bloodline limits and did not desire the Uchiha clan to face extinction. You? Danzo chuckled at his son's confidence, the intensity of his bloodlust dissipating in an instant. He shook his head, laughing softly. No matter how strong you become, can you surpass the second Hokage? They could not accomplish what you believe you can. Hofu nodded earnestly. Success depends on human endeavor, father, as long as one perseveres in making the right choices. Surpassing Hokage is not a mere dream. At least, that is my conviction. Then I shall await that day, Danzo said, patting his son's shoulder and offering insincere encouragement. The following day, eager to visit the three little ones as their vacation commenced, Hofu rose early to check on them. Brother Hofu. As soon as Hifeng entered the door, Xiaonan rushed over with an eager smile on her face. What do you want this time, Xiaonan? Hifeng shuddered, instinctively covering his wallet. Well, Hifeng Gij, their essay promotion at the ninja tool shop. 100 explosive tags for just 50,000 taels. If you buy today, you can save 10,000 taels. Hifeng shook his head, saving 50,000 taels by not buying. Xiaonan pouted, shaking Hifeng's arm. Hifeng Gij, my birthday is in 10 months. Can't you consider it a birthday gift for me? Hifeng continued to shake his head. You said the same thing a month ago. I have decades left to live. Can't you just pretend I'm already gone? Hifeng, being a cold-hearted root ninja, was not swayed by Xiaonan's tactics. But Hifeng Gij really wants it. Xiaonan jumped onto Hifeng, wrapping her arms around his neck and pecking his cheek lightly. Hifeng was momentarily stunned. How can this be? Yan Yi, watching from the side, gritted his teeth, tears of jealousy streaming down his face. Why is Hifeng Gij not reacting? This shouldn't be happening. Seeing Hifeng's stillness, Xiaonan blinked and leaned in for 2 more pecks. Is one not enough? Then I'll come in for 2 more. Bang! Hifeng's head felt like it was about to explode. In this world, no brother can endure such a spoiled sister. Buy it, just buy it. He immediately pulled out 100,000 taels in banknotes and slapped them into Xiaonan's hands. Thank you, Hifeng Gij. Xiaonan received the banknotes and gleefully jumped down from Hifeng, heading straight for the ninja tool shop. Hifeng Gij, you're spoiling Xiaonan too much. Nagato had just stepped out and witnessed the scene, shaking his head helplessly. Don't say that. Nagato, my heart is already aching. Regaining his rationality, Hifeng sighed heavily, a bitter smile on his face. This girl was so well behaved when she was young. Who would have known that raising her would become increasingly costly? Hifeng lamented Xiaonan's terrifying spending habits, feeling he could hardly afford it. With this thought, he pointed at Yan Yi and Nagato beside him, saying fiercely, in the future, if either of you wants to marry Xiaonan, you must first repay all the money she has spent. Yan Yi and Nagato trembled. There was no way they could repay such a sum together. We can't afford to marry her, let alone support her. Hifeng giggled. You can't spoil Xiaonan like this anymore, Yinny complained. This is just making it harder for him to pursue her. On this matter, I agree with Yin E, Nagato quietly concurred. As the sun reached its zenith, Hifeng spent the entire morning entertaining the three little ones. Just as he was about to take them out for a meal, a figure leaped over the courtyard wall and landed before him. Good afternoon, everyone. The figure politely greeted the group before turning to Hifeng, saying, Hifeng, there's an urgent mission. Chapter 62. Team 6 Konoha, how did you find me? Hifeng donned his mask and followed Minato over the courtyard wall, curious. Oh, I have a habit of leaving a beacon on you. I left it yesterday. It's still there today, Minato casually explained. Hifeng, is that true? He searched his body, but found nothing. Minato chuckled. I applied some ninja snake pheromones on you. Humans can't detect it. Hifeng was momentarily stunned. Is this still the innocent little Minato I knew? How has he strayed so far down the path of Team 6? He sighed inwardly, regretting letting Minato take on such a role. However, it was also a good thing. At least now Minato wouldn't be easily deceived. For figures bounced out of Konoha village. Once assembled, Hifeng turned to Minato and said, Minato, please explain the details of this rescue mission. Minato nodded slightly and began to outline the mission's circumstances. Captain Hinata Jingwen and her team encountered two unidentified powerful foes while returning to the Land of Fire. She requested assistance from the Roots half an hour ago. The location was near Outpost 173 in the Land of Fire. The Roots have many summonable ninja beasts. And in times of crisis, Root ninjas can summon these beasts to relay brief messages. How strange, Ayako whispered, with the major ninja villages occupied with their own affairs. I wonder where these powerful foes came from to threaten an elite team from Konoha. I hope we can arrive in time. Yudo sighed heavily. He had participated in many rescue missions, sometimes arriving only to find his comrades' cold corpses. Other times, there was no trace left, neither a living soul nor any remains. Everyone must be cautious, Hifeng advised. If we cannot save anyone, it's best not to put ourselves in danger. If we cannot win, use poison. If that fails, toss an explosive tag and run. After all, our team is fast. At this point, Hifeng and Minato exchanged a knowing glance. It's a pity we haven't team mastered the Flying Thunder God technique yet. Otherwise, we could accomplish great things. A youth wearing a pitch-black mask was tightly gripping a Root ninja's neck, slowly exerting pressure. Sensing the struggle, he smiled sickly. Enough, Yao, give him a swift end. A boy beside him, unable to watch any longer, frowned and spoke. The youth named Yao pouted. You're really no fun, Lin. I wouldn't have brought you if I'd known. Indeed, these two were Uchiha Yao and Uchiha Lin, who had been taken by Madara and trained as successors. Not long ago, upon hearing Baiju mention that Konoha's Umbu were passing by the base, Yao could not sit still. He immediately found Lin and suggested hunting a few Konoha Umbu for practice, inviting Lin to join him. Lin did not refuse, leading to the current scene. Crack. Uchiha Yao casually tossed the corpse to the ground, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the fleeing figure in the distance. Now, only that woman from the Hyuga clan remains. Uchiha Lin crossed his arms, coldly staring at Yao. You could have eliminated her the moment she called for help. Yet you deliberately delayed until now. I can't understand your reasoning. Uchiha Yao shrugged, grinning as he explained. Hunting is about watching the prey die in despair and terror. Otherwise, what is the point? Besides, just killing a few isn't satisfying. What is wrong with luring in more prey? You could also get a bigger share. Uchiha Lin regarded Uchiha Yao with a deep gaze. Since the death of his beloved girl, he had spiraled to extremes. Calling it madness would not be an exaggeration. Let us resolve this quickly and leave. Be wary of prolonged entanglements, Uchiha Lin suggested. What are you afraid of, Lin? Uchiha Yao replied nonchalantly. With our current strength. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen personally intervenes, what danger could we possibly face? He activated the legendary Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and now he felt utterly fearless. Uchiha Lin shook his head, choosing silence, while inwardly mocking the situation. No matter how formidable his strength, with Yao's current disposition, he would undoubtedly not last long. The two followed Hinata Jingwen at a leisurely pace. After a moment, Yao's eyes suddenly gleamed. Oh look, new prey has indeed arrived. He licked his dry lips, turned around, and cheerfully inquired, Lin, since you have no interest in hunting, why not let me claim this batch of prey? As you wish, Uchiha Lin replied nonchalantly. He took a couple of steps forward, leaned against a nearby tree, and began to meditate. Humph, What a dull fellow. But at least he won to compete with me for prey, Uchiha Yao muttered, with fervor in his eyes, stealthily darting ahead. Young master, the class leader Hinata is just up ahead, Ayako whispered. The group, led by Huffing, scoured the area around Outpost 173 and finally discovered Hinata Jingwen's whereabouts. Everyone be cautious. The enemy should be nearby. Prepare your poison pouches. Huffing cautioned. Yudo stroked his stubble, his expression peculiar. Young master, I feel our team's combat style is becoming increasingly unique. Better safe than sorry, Yudo-senpai, Minato chimed in, counting his hidden weapons with a smile. Indeed, Yudo nodded, then solemnly added, from the looks of Jingwen, she appears to be isolated, and the enemy has yet to reveal themselves. They are likely lying in wait to ambush us. Yudo's insight is spot on, Huffing acknowledged with a slight nod. Since the enemy has not yet shown themselves, we need not rush into action. How about this? You all stay here and prepare for support, while I stealthily slip around to investigate and see if I can uncover the enemy's trail. Ever since the ambush by the rogue from Awagakure, Huffing had been envious of their Earth release technique, the Doton, underground navigation. With determination, he practiced diligently for years and recently mastered this C-rank Earth release technique, which was now perfectly suited for the occasion. Young master, please be careful. Yudo and the others had no objections, only advising Huffing to remain vigilant. Rest assured. Huffing signaled an okay to the three, then quickly formed hand seals and plunged into the earth beneath his feet. Concentrated will can pierce solid stone, Doton, underground navigation. With the activation of his earth chakra, the solid sand and stone below transformed into a fluid, propelling Huffing swiftly forward. Once I evade Yudo and the others, I can freely utilize my Sharingan, Huffing thought to himself. With his elite Jonin speed, combined with the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he should be able to unexpectedly eliminate an enemy in an instant. Chapter 63. I am Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Lin's eyes were half closed as he leaned against a tree, feigning sleep, quietly awaiting Uchiha Yao's return. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound echoed from the ground behind him. Who? Uchiha Lin's vigilance kicked in as he opened his eyes, swiftly turning around and drawing a kunai in one smooth motion. Swish! A figure in a white mask lunged at him with a blade moving so swiftly it blurred, almost grazing Lin's side. Clang! Uchiha Lin's hair stood on end as he barely managed to sidestep, raising the kunai in a desperate attempt to block the strike. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, adding an air of tension to the encounter. Logically, the two should have engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging deadly blows. But what? Nanny, as their gazes locked, two pairs of crimson eyes stared at each other, both momentarily bewildered. What the hell? How could he be Uchiha? They both thought simultaneously. The tomo in their eyes continued to spin, leaving them speechless, unsure whether to continue their attack. Of course, one of them, appearing calm, was discreetly releasing poison. Sharingan. Once Lin regained his composure, he exerted his ocular powers, attempting to cast a genjutsu on Huffing. Sharingan. Huffing hurriedly activated his ocular powers, clumsily constructing a mental barrier to resist Lin's genjutsu. However, being a newcomer to this, his mental barrier faltered and was quickly breached by Lin. Pop. Their consciousnesses intertwined, guided by Lin, entering the realm of illusion. Reality and illusion intertwined in a hazy, surreal scene where their figures distorted. Hey, who are you? And how did you end up in the Umbu? Although he held the dominant position, Lin refrained from attacking Huffing's consciousness. Instead, he curiously inquired. I am. Huffing's mind raced as he quickly recalled his rank within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Wei, Uchiha Yehua, Uchiha Naiko. I am Uchiha Yu. Huffing declared confidently. His interactions with the Uchiha had been minimal, aside from glancing at Uchiha girls. This was the only male name he could recall. During his confrontation with Uchiha Wei, this boy had shouted the loudest, and thus he had made a note of it. Regrettably, before he could retaliate, the other had already perished, a thought that pained Huffing. I am you, your mother. Upon hearing the familiar name, Uchiha Lin's heart skipped a beat, then he erupted in anger. Yet, after venting, he felt something was amiss. As if he had insulted himself. Uchiha Yu is dead. Do not attempt to deceive me, he replied gloomily. Oh, Huffing narrowed his eyes, instantly formulating a guess. So, you are a defector from the clan during the ninja war? Yes, Uchiha Lin nodded, not denying it. After all, everyone related to you was already dead. Even if Huffing deduced his identity, it mattered little to him. Why did you attack the Leaf Ninjas? Were you acting under someone else's orders? Seeing that Uchiha Lin had no intentions of attacking, Hefeng decided to engage him in conversation. After all, in the real world, his poison pouch was continuously releasing toxins, which might ultimately work to his advantage. And why did you join the Umbu, willingly becoming a lackey of Konoha? Uchiha Lin did not answer Hefeng's question, but retorted instead. The situation is as follows. Hefeng pondered for a moment, concocting a suitable cover story, that of Itachi's persona. The higher-ups of Konoha wanted to cultivate me as a spy within the Uchiha clan, but in truth, I was secretly appointed by the clan leader to infiltrate the Umbu. Uchiha Lin scoffed. Humph, mere words without proof. Who knows if what you say is true? Hefeng responded with a cold smile. I have shed blood for my clan. I have contributed to my clan. Why should I prove anything to a traitor? Uchiha Lin fell silent. He held profound feelings for the Uchiha clan, and Hefeng's words struck a chord within him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin finally spoke. Regardless of who you are, return and inform the clan leader that a significant transformation is imminent in the ninja world, and the Uchiha clan should prepare in advance. A significant transformation? Could it be? Hefeng frowned, hoping to leverage his affiliation to extract more information from Lin. Clarify what you mean by a transformation. And does this change involve the forces behind you? I can only say this much. For the sake of self-preservation, Uchiha Lin could not divulge any details to Hefeng. Noticing Hefeng's intent to inquire further, he urged, you should leave quickly. My companion is not as forgiving as I am. Should he encounter you, he will undoubtedly take your life. He activated the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, and one could sense the ominous chill that surged towards Hefeng, nearly dislodging his very essence. He was acutely aware of what the Mangekyo Sharingan signified. Despite the overabundance of powerhouses in the later stages of the shinobi world, it was clear that the current landscape retained its order and structure. The Mangekyo Sharingan was undeniably at the pinnacle of strength, regardless of the opponent's ocular techniques. Even the most bizarre ones could effortlessly annihilate his squad. If you do not depart now, when he returns, I shall not come to your aid, Uchiha Lin reiterated. Observing Hefeng's lack of movement, he wished for Hefeng to relay a message to the Uchiha clan and certainly did not wish to see him perish here. Though I am loyal to the Uchiha clan, I possess my own principles. I cannot abandon my comrades to flee alone, Hefeng declared resolutely. He could not simply turn away based on Lin's words, for his trust was not easily given. Moreover, even if the opponent had indeed activated the Mangekyo, he could not forsake the formidable Ayako and his allies, Minato and Uncle Yudo. Uchiha Lin fell silent once more. Witnessing Hefeng's steadfastness, he sighed and directly inquired, is your team's speed commendable? Taken aback for a moment, Hefeng nodded with confidence. We are exceptionally swift. The average Jonin team wouldn't even catch a glimpse of our tail lights. Even our weakest member, Ayako, hails from a reconnaissance background, boasting agility that surpasses the norm. Uchiha Lin pondered for a moment before asking, are you capable of employing large-scale destructive ninjutsu? What is its potency? Hefeng replied, yes, if contained within a 100-meter radius. Its power is equivalent to at least 10 explosive tags. That should suffice. Uchiha Lin nodded slightly, calculating in his mind. Uchiha Yao, reveling in the thrill of the hunt, would not readily deploy his formidable ocular techniques. After some careful consideration, Uchiha Lin swiftly devised a plan. I will feign being ambushed by you, leading you to my companion's side. Then, Chapter 64, Ensuring Discretion Ding. Just as Hefeng was intently listening to Uchiha Lin's strategy, the system emitted a sudden sound, nearly startling him to death. Option 1. Trust this person and conspire to save the squad. Option 2. Distrust, feign agreement, and then eliminate him. Option 3. Preserve oneself and flee, abandoning teammates. After the choice prompt, the system displayed 2 additional notifications. The host has yet to complete the advancement task, hence cannot trigger reward options. The above is a complimentary advisory service provided by this system. We hope the host finds it satisfactory. Get lost, system. Hefeng mentally cursed. The system is now off duty. Farewell. What do you think of my plan? Uchiha Lin asked beside him. Hefeng, having been momentarily distracted, did not wish to make Lin feel awkward and thus forced a response. Well, after considering your analysis, I believe we need to reassess. Uchiha Lin, feeling a bit of a headache, replied rapidly. This is currently our only viable plan. After catching him off guard, take your comrades and flee without looking back. I will do my utmost to impede him and prevent him from utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Trust me. Oh, so that's the plan. Hifeng nodded in agreement. I am on board. Let us commence. It was not that he completely trusted Uchiha Lin. Rather, he understood that adhering to the plan was the only way to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. Remember, the moment I dispel the illusion, you must strike, Lin instructed gravely. There may be observers nearby. If they catch wind of anything, I could end up without a burial site. Lin was prepared to take considerable risks to save Hifeng and ensure he could relay vital information. I understand. Hifeng nodded, a peculiar expression on his face. I promise there will be no signs of anything amiss. Good. Lin gradually withdrew his ocular power while commencing a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a snap, the illusion shattered, and the scene before Hifeng abruptly shifted, his consciousness returning to reality. Wow, this illusion was quite fascinating. I shall delve into it further when I have time, Hifeng mused. Uchiha Lin also emerged from the illusion. To his surprise, as soon as he regained his footing, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. What is happening? Lin thought, alarmed. Could it be that my ocular power has been exhausted? That should not be the case. My eyes feel perfectly normal. Before he could ponder further, Hifeng shouted, a flaw, and swung his blade with icy ferocity towards Lin. What? Uchiha Lin instinctively recoiled. Hifeng's strike was both swift and brutal, aimed directly at his carotid artery. An onlooker might genuinely believe Hifeng intended to kill him. Lin raised his kunai in defense, but his weary arms lacked strength. Clang! The clash of metal resonated as Hifeng's blade sent Lin's kunai flying, grazing his neck. Drip! Drip! A thin line of crimson appeared on Lin's neck, warm liquid trickling down to stain his attire. Huh! Uchiha Lin was momentarily stunned. Had he not dodged at the crucial moment, Hifeng's strike would have been fatal. Is it real or not? Hifeng pressed forward for another strike. Lowering his voice to whisper, You genuinely intended to kill me? Uchiha Lin, barely managing to evade, gritted his teeth and managed to utter, How could that be? Hifeng, shifting tactics, struck Lin's abdomen with the hilt of his blade and whispered in his ear, You have already been poisoned. If I truly wished to kill you, 3 strikes would suffice. As their forms intertwined, Hifeng aimed his blade directly at Lin's face once more. Damn it! Uchiha Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Uncertain whether Hifeng would indeed take his life, he felt no need for pretense and instinctively sought to escape. Fire release, dragon flame technique. Lin, fighting through his weakness, formed hand seals and unleashed a fire jutsu aimed at Hifeng. Typically, he could summon 4 fire dragons to attack from various angles. However, in his weakened state, only a single fire dragon emerged, yet it would suffice to impede Hifeng momentarily. The fire dragon, while small in size, was swift, crashing toward Hifeng. Uchiha Lin paid no heed, pivoting to flee desperately. Don't run. Hifeng deftly dodged the fire dragon and surged after Uchiha Lin, his legs propelling him forward with relentless force. In the distance, the sounds of battle echoed. Clearly, Uchiha Yao was engaged in combat with Yudo and others. 2 figures pursued each other, one in front and the other behind, drawing closer to the source of the sound ahead. At this moment, both felt a sense of relief. It seems he truly has no intention of killing me, Uchiha Lin thought, somewhat grateful. Thankfully, he had just shown enough goodwill. Otherwise, he would have likely met his demise. Could it be that this fellow genuinely wishes to assist me? Hifeng pondered. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. If necessary, he would still eliminate the threat. Ahead, Uchiha Yao faced 4 opponents, holding his ground without losing an inch. The more he fought, the more exhilarated and frenzied he became. The newly arrived prey was formidable, providing him with great amusement. Is this the best the Konoha Anbu can muster? For if you cannot take down just one? Uchiha Yao laughed maniacally, dodging Hinata Qingwen's gentle fist and kicking away the stealthy attack from Ayako. Just as he prepared to strike again, Yudo, in a flash, wielded his blade and forced him back. At that moment, Minato was circling around Yao, quietly administering poison. Who are you? Why do you betray Konoha? Yudo questioned loudly, evading Yao's gaze. He racked his brain to recall the strong members of the Uchiha clan, but no one could compare to the man before him. Haha, betray Konoha? What a laugh! Uchiha Yao exclaimed, leaping into the air, hands forming seals at his mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A vast sea of flames erupted from Yao's mouth, spreading wildly and swiftly engulfing the area around the 4. The astonishing scale of the fire release caused Yudo and the others to change their expressions. Wind release, wind barrier. Earth release, rock wall. Yudo and Ayako reacted quickly, simultaneously casting ninjutsu to create two resilient arc-shaped barriers around the group. The flames met resistance, their spread slightly diminished, allowing the four to escape the searing inferno. This guy possesses not only exceptional physical prowess, but also an alarming amount of chakra, Yudo remarked solemnly. Ayako voiced her concern, wondering if the other enemy would be equally formidable, fearing for their master's safety. Chapter 65. Successful escape. Rest assured, with our master's speed, as long as he avoids Jinjutsu, no one can threaten him. After comforting Ayako, Yudo turned to face Uchiha Yao, frowning. We must first deal with this troublesome individual. Although Yao's strength was formidable, it remained within Yudo's capacity to handle. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yudo felt an unsettling sensation when confronting Uchiha Yao, which made him wary. My poison seems ineffective against him, Minato murmured softly. Hinata Qingwen, veins bulging in her eyes, activated her Byakugan. He possesses a unique chakra within him. Your toxins were neutralized the moment they entered his body. Uchiha Yao, annoyed by their whispered conversation, shouted, Hey, what are you all mumbling about? Attack already. Or just run away. Just do something. Stopping mid-fight. Yao felt an impatient urgency for Minato and the others to act in a manner that pleased him. Just then, footsteps echoed from nearby, prompting the five to turn their gazes. Swiftly, two figures raced towards them, Lin and Hifeng, engaged in a chase. Save me. Lin's eyes brightened upon seeing Yao, rushing towards his direction. No one can save you today, I assure you. Hifeng, armed with a long blade, pursued Lin closely behind. What a pathetic sight. Running like a defeated hound, Yao scoffed, remaining stationary as he awaited their approach. Regardless of his mockery, he knew he had to save them. After losing the girl he cherished, he could not bear to lose anyone else, even Uchiha Lin. It's our master. Yudo tightened his grip on his long blade. Crouching low. Prepare to assist our master. No, Yudo-senpai, wait a moment. Noticing Hifeng's subtle signal, Minato halted Yudo, speaking gravely. Hifeng is signaling for us to wait for the right moment to retreat, without looking back. Are you certain, Minato? Ayako inquired, skeptical. She had been closely observing Hifeng and had not perceived the complex signal Minato described. Minato nodded firmly. I am certain. I can understand his intentions with just a glance. Ah, this. Despite being on the battlefield, Ayako could not suppress her jealousy. How frustrating. I haven't had a man who understands my master. At this rate, when will I ever be able to win him over? Yudo-senpai, what do you think? The others looked to Yudo. As with Hifeng absent, he was left to make the decision. Listen to Minato. We will retreat at the fastest speed once our master gives the signal. Yudo's mind raced, instinctively recalling the previous crisis and quickly coming to a conclusion. Just as he spoke, Hifeng and Lin had closed the distance to Yao to less than 100 steps. The Umbu truly are heartless bastards. Yao sneered as he observed Yudo and the others hesitating, unwilling to advance. He was eager to deal with Hifeng first. Lin, step aside. Yao signaled for Lin to move, revealing Hifeng behind him, ready to unleash his technique. Save me. However, in his panic, Lin seemed oblivious to Yao's signal and recklessly charged forward, inadvertently shielding Hifeng. Damn it. Yao cursed under his breath. Hifeng was entirely obscured by Lin, leaving him unable to act. In just a moment, the distance between the three had narrowed to 20 steps. To hell with this. Yao decided to leap into the air, intending to execute a descending technique over Uchiha Lin. Yet, unbeknownst to Yao, Hifeng had been waiting for the moment he would be visible. Now, Hifeng crushed a poison pouch in his hands, quickly forming 3 seals and unleashing a torrent of flames. Combination ninjutsu, pants down chaos. Boom, boom, boom. A violent whirlwind. Surging flames and ample toxins reacted instantaneously, creating a swirling purple fire dragon that engulfed all 3 in an instant. Earth release, underworld dive technique. After executing his grand technique, Hifeng dove into the earth, making his swift escape. Go. Yudo and the others understood Hifeng's signal and, upon witnessing the dragon's emergence, fled without looking back. Unbelievable. According to the law of smoke and no harm, the clouds of poison and searing flames did not inflict significant damage upon Yao. Yet, while the injury was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Just as he was preparing to strike his prey, the prey unexpectedly sprang up and unleashed a foul stench right in his face, followed by a kick, leaving him infuriated. I will kill that bastard. Uchiha Yao was utterly enraged, the three tomo in his eyes disassembling and reassembling into a dark, oppressive pattern. Yao, don't act impulsively. Lin struggled to rise from the ground, positioning himself in front of Yao and earnestly attempting to dissuade him. The exposure of our Uchiha identity is of little consequence. It may even deepen the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. However, your Mangekyo Sharingan must remain concealed. Its revelation could jeopardize your plans with Grandpa Madara. Step aside, Lin. Yao's voice was icy as he declared, as long as they all perish here. No one will know that I activated the Mangekyo. Lin shook his head and replied rapidly, what if there are other Konoha Anbu nearby? What if you cannot annihilate them all? Yao, Lin speaks the truth. Do not let a moment of recklessness ruin the greater scheme. At that moment, a black and white entity emerged from the ground, speaking softly, think of your beloved girl. If you wish to see her sooner, cease your foolishness. Yu Uchiha inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his fury as the Mangekyo in his eyes gradually faded away. Very well, let this be the end for today. Observing the surrounding purple haze, he snorted coldly, abandoning the pursuit of Higase and the others. Lin, relieved by Yao's decision, exhaled and plopped down onto the ground. I hope that fellow can relay the message back to the clan. Lin pondered. But who could he be, since he knows my name? Perhaps he is someone close to me? In a secluded forest far from the battle, Higase and the others regrouped. Young master, are you unscathed? Ayako inquired with concern. Higase pinched Ayako's cheek. I'm fine, but this place may not be safe. We should hasten our return to Konoha. You are right, young master, you said, his expression serious. Suddenly confronted by two powerful Uchiha, we must quickly return to the village and report this to Danzo-sama. The five set off once more. As they drew closer to Konoha, Hinata Siren, who had been silent, suddenly turned to Higase and asked, Higase-senpai, when this matter concludes, I wish to join your team directly. Would you be willing to accept me? Oh, you wish to be accepted? Higase was momentarily taken aback, then grasped the astute woman's intentions. Do you wish to align with me to mitigate your punishment? Though unfortunate to encounter formidable foes, the destruction of the squad would reflect poorly on Hinata Siren as the captain. Upon returning, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, at best, demotion, at worst. Danzo's ruthless methods were well known to all. Now, Hinata Siren had voluntarily expressed her desire to join Higase's team. If he agreed, perhaps Danzo would show leniency given his son's preferences. Do you wish to take her in? Higase inquired of you. You merely returned a look that seemed to say, handle it as you see fit. Let me contemplate this. Higase mused. Firstly, Hinata Siren bears a striking resemblance to Hanabi. No, first and foremost, Hinata Siren's physique rivals that of Hinata. No, those details are insignificant. Primarily, Hinata Siren's Byakugan holds significant strategic value. Additionally, that is all. That single reason suffices. With that thought, Higase gazed at Hinata Siren and smiled. If you are willing to join my team, I have no reason to refuse. However, hearing Higase's willingness to accept her, Hinata Siren breathed a sigh of relief. But what? She asked, lowering her head in deference. However, there are certain matters we must clarify first, Higase replied calmly. If you join my team, you can no longer regard yourself as captain. Do you understand my meaning? I understand, Higase-senpai, Hinata Siren responded respectfully. From now on, I shall be entirely obedient. Excellent, Higase nodded in satisfaction. Upon our return, I will speak to my father about this. TCH, Ayako scoffed, displeased at the addition of yet another rival to their ranks. Odd, why do I say yet another? In the depths of Konoha, Danzo sat upon a dimly lit high seat, his face shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. I understand. You may all withdraw. Higase, remain. After hearing the reports from the others, he spoke coolly. Understood, Lord Danzo. The four stood and left, leaving only Higase and Danzo in the hall. Danzo rose from his seat and approached his son. Speak, what is your perspective? To be honest, Higase had conjured many far-fetched speculations. Yet he could not disclose them openly to Danzo. After a moment's consideration, he replied with utmost seriousness, Father, I suspect these two are undoubtedly being manipulated by a significant force, one independent of the 5 great shinobi villages. Regardless of who the puppeteer is, their ambitions are surely grand, potentially aiming to overturn the existing structure of the shinobi world. Danzo nodded noncommittally, then shifted the conversation. Do you intend to accept Hinata Siren? Are you certain you can manage her? Higase shrugged and smiled cheekily. With you as my support, managing her will be a breeze. Just ensure you are aware of your own limits. Do not lose sight of your purpose. Focus more on your training, Danzo admonished, casting a penetrating glance at his son before waving him off. All right, go home and rest. I have matters to attend to. Yes, father. Higase rose and departed. Danzo resumed his seat, enveloped once more in shadows, savoring the tranquility that darkness afforded. What a chaotic scene. All manner of monstrous entities emerge. The Uchiha clan, HM. To maintain Konoha amidst this turmoil, I require even greater strength that can rival the Hokage of yore. Danzo wrapped his fingers lightly on the wooden armrest. A multitude of thoughts swirling within. It seems prudent to reignite research on the first Hokage while simultaneously delving deeper into the powers of the Sharingan. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Previous research had hit a standstill. He needed someone capable of advancing the work. Suddenly, a fitting candidate sprang to mind, Orochimaru. The following day, in Konoha's small garden. Oh my, what a surprise. Why the secrecy? Kushina complained, though inwardly brimming with anticipation. Higase and Minato had promised her a surprise and dragged her out at dawn. Once we arrive, you shall see, Higase teased. Yes, little Q. You are certain to adore it, Minato added. I will certainly enjoy it. Kushina mused quietly to herself. Could it be a confession of love? The trio ventured deeper into the garden, where a red-haired girl suddenly came into view. She is. At the sight of Kyuka, Kushina's heart skipped a beat. Unlike her indifference toward Nagato, encountering a fellow Uzumaki of her age instantly reminded her of family, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Uzumaki Kushina, right? Kyuka stepped forward, grasping Kushina's hand and softly inquiring. Yes, Uzumaki. Kushina. Kushina exclaimed, enveloping Kyuka in a warm embrace. Kyuka's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. She was genuinely resistant to excessive physical contact with others. After a long embrace, Kushina finally let go of Xiangling, wiped her eyes, and revealed a smile. What about you? What is your name, dear? I am Uzumaki Xiangling, but you may call me Shimura Xiangling from now on. Xiangling's voice was already soft, and it became even quieter when she spoke the latter part, so Kushina didn't catch it at all. Uzumaki Xiangling is a beautiful name, Huofeng teased, poking the nearby Minato with his arm, chuckling. You two are truly in sync. Even your lines are the same. Minato said nothing but smiled at Kushina, his gaze almost shimmering. Kushina chatted with Xiangling as if no one else was present, completely ignoring Huofeng and Minato. They conversed for quite a while until Kushina took Xiangling's hand and asked, Sister Xiangling, where do you live now? I currently reside at Huofeng's house, Xiangling replied. Kushina patted her small chest and said, Come live with me, Sister Xiangling. We won't have to rely on others anymore. Xiangling shook her head and softly replied, No thanks. I'm quite comfortable at Huofeng's. Kushina felt a bit disappointed but quickly devised a new plan. How about this? I'll stay with you for a few days, and we can have a good chat. What do you say? Huofeng's house was spacious, with several small villas in the yard. What do you think, Huofeng? Kushina and Xiangling turned to him. Quickly refuse. Quickly refuse. Quickly refuse. Minato frantically communicated with Huofeng through his eyes. Your message has been sent, but was not accepted by the recipient. Minato? Huofeng grinned slyly and replied, No problem. Don't say a few days. You can stay as long as you wish. The Jinchuriki residing elsewhere might draw warnings from the Umbu, but living in Huofeng's home required no reporting. Minato hurriedly interjected, Huofeng. Then I'll stay at your house for a few days too. Let us all be together. Before he could finish, Kushina interrupted. I'm going to accompany Sister Xiangling for a few days. What do you need to come for? Come on, Sister Xiangling, let us go. With that, Kushina took Xiangling's hand and turned to leave. Minato, I'll take my leave first. Huofeng winked at Minato and followed along cheerfully. No. Minato howled at the sky. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling, the world is a vast expanse. Only Minato was left in a wounded world. Chapter 67, Seeking Guidance from Shumo. In the 38th year of Konoha, on June 11th, sunny. I caught a cicada, thinking I had captured the essence of summer. But it told me not to love, but to let go of cicadas. They say serious people do not keep diaries, but I write in Chinese. No one here can understand, right? A year has passed, and despite my talent, my cultivation has shown no signs of improvement. It seems I have been misled by indulgence. I must quit drinking. Although I haven't drunk much, it must be the cause. Young master, shall I play with Iyako for a while? A sweet voice came from behind. Huofeng closed his diary and turned to the door. A long-legged girl in black stockings entered, dressed in cool attire. Huofeng wiped the drool from his mouth and firmly declined. No, Ayako, I need to train. Let us do it another day. The previous experience with the kaleidoscope Sharingan had instilled a strong sense of crisis in Huofeng. The main character, Naruto, hadn't even been born yet. And such imbalanced phenomena were already appearing. Isn't this absurd? Will the world of Hokage be filled with celestial beings speaking in foreign tongues in just a couple of years? With the external assistance sealed, Huofeng felt increasingly insecure, his mind occupied solely with training. Ayako pouted, a bit disappointed, but quickly brightened. Then how about I accompany you in your training? I could also get some pointers from you on my taijutsu. Upon hearing this, Huofeng nodded vigorously. Yes. Training in taijutsu is also a form of cultivation. Time passed without notice. That evening, Huofeng returned home exhausted and suddenly slammed his hand on the table in frustration. This cannot continue. I need to complete my advancement tasks quickly. Huofeng felt a sense of urgency, wishing to elevate himself. He needed a powerful mentor to guide his training. But who to seek? A few names came to mind: Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Hatake Shimo, and Might Guy. First, he ruled out Orochimaru, who now avoided him like the plague, fearing he might ask for training guidance. As for Jiraiya, lacking the seductive arts and not being the prophesized child, it would be difficult to persuade him. With this in mind, Huofeng quickly made a decision. He would first seek out Hatake Shimo. If that failed, he would then approach Might Guy to see if he could gain entry into the 8 gates. Hatake Shimo was nearly the pinnacle of combat strength at this stage and had a fighting style similar to his own, making him Huofeng's ideal choice. As for how to persuade him, Huofeng need not worry. Having a father who was the second in command of Konoha would save him much trouble. In the Hokage's advisory office, a silver-haired, handsome man knocked and entered, walking respectfully before Danzo. Lord Danzo, you summoned me? During the Second Shinobi World War, Danzo had single-handedly commanded all military affairs, earning Shimo's deep respect. Danzo set aside the documents he was holding and looked at Shimo, speaking plainly. My son is encountering some confusion in his training. I hope you can set aside unnecessary tasks and guide him for a while. As for compensation, let us consider it an S-rank mission. I owe you a favor. Shimo hesitated briefly before agreeing. Shimo is at your service. As you command, Lord Danzo. It wasn't that Shimo lacked his own thoughts. He simply realized that he seemed to have no right to refuse. Danzo nodded slightly, turning back to the documents on his desk and gesturing for Shimo to leave. All right, you may go. I entrust my son to you. Yes, Lord Danzo, Shimo replied. The next day, Huofeng rose early, bringing along some gifts, intending to visit his new teacher. The Hatake clan was sparse in numbers and not considered a prominent family in the village, residing in a rather secluded location. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the Hatake residence, Huofeng approached the door and gently knocked. Click. The door opened quickly. I don't see anyone. Huofeng was taken aback. However, knowing that the Hokage world lacked automatic doors, he looked down. Standing at the threshold was a child of 3 or 4 years, with silver hair, wearing a mask in the summer heat, and draped in a green scarf. May I ask who you were looking for? At that moment, he regarded Huofeng with a mixture of 3 parts vigilance, 3 parts indifference, 3 parts casualness, and 1 part curiosity. Isn't this Kakashi? Huofeng chuckled. It was amusing to see such a young child already wearing a mask. But wearing a mask is indeed a good habit. Why did Kakashi end up living well while the other 3 from Minato's team met their demise? It was simply because they didn't wear masks. Although wearing it is uncomfortable, not wearing it is unsafe. After a moment of idle thoughts, Huofeng cheerfully remarked, Hello, little friend. I am here to see Senior Shuamao. Is he home? As he spoke, Huofeng reached out, attempting to touch Kakashi's silver hair. Kakashi slightly turned away, avoiding Huofeng's unwelcome hand, and called out to the house. Father, someone is looking for you. A rustling sound came from inside, and soon, Shuamao emerged from the room. Oh, it's Huofeng. Please, come in. He was not unfamiliar with Huofeng, having previously undertaken a mission to raid the Sand Village together. Huofeng followed him inside, politely stating, I thought I would come to pay my respects since I might trouble you for guidance in the future. While the two exchanged pleasantries, Kakashi had already turned back to his own room. Shuamao sighed. This child is like that. He has a cold demeanor, so please do not take offense. Not at all. Huofeng quickly waved his hand. How could he be offended? Kakashi had always been his favorite character in Naruto, undeniably cool. Directing Hifeng to sit on the sofa, Shuo Mao cut to the chase. All right, tell me, what issues are you facing in your training? And how would you like me to assist you? Well, Senior Shuo Mao, Hifeng pondered for a moment before elaborating. I find myself at a bottleneck. Both my ninjutsu and taijutsu have reached their limits, and I have not made any progress for quite some time. I wish to enhance my lethality in the shortest time possible. Do you have any effective methods? After listening, Shuo Mao furrowed his brow and inquired. Do you wish to learn some explosive techniques, or are you looking to break through the limits of your physical body? If it is the latter, I fear it may not be achievable in a short time. Hifeng let out a bitter laugh. If possible, I would like to surpass my physical limits. Do you have any good methods? After a moment of contemplation, Shuo Mao's expression softened as he gazed at Hifeng with a glimmer of intrigue. Perhaps there is indeed a method that can allow you to transcend your current physical limits in a remarkably short time. However, the process may be rather painful. Do you wish to try? Chapter 68. Inhumane training. Hifeng patted his chest, his gaze resolute as he declared, Rest assured, Senior Shuo Mao. My only virtue is my ability to endure hardship. Lacking talent, I shall compensate with diligence. Hifeng had always been a person of great awareness. Furthermore, with pain now his subordinate, any amount of suffering was worth the opportunity to grow stronger. Then follow me. Shuo Mao nodded, leading Hifeng to his training ground. Hifeng energetically bounced around to warm up. Senior Shuo Mao, what shall we do next? Shuo Mao's demeanor grew slightly awkward as he evasively replied, First, we will do physical training. We will discuss further once you are exhausted. Oh, understood. Hifeng responded without suspicion, immediately beginning to stretch and train his taijutsu. What on earth is this training? Shuo Mao winced at the sight. During Hifeng's attempts at practicing swordsmanship, Shuo Mao could no longer bear to watch. Your swordsmanship is too rigidly focused on techniques, emphasizing hand movements while neglecting the importance of footwork. A sword must be accompanied by fluid body movements, advancing and retreating. Leaping and tumbling must be harmonized with the blade. Drawing his white fang, Shuo Mao demonstrated with swift movements, leaving trails of glimmering light. Swordsmanship abhors complexity. Simplicity is paramount. You need only master the basics of slashing, thrusting, intercepting, and entangling. Adaptability in combat is key. Hifeng nodded in agreement, absorbing Shuo Mao's insights. As expected of a master swordsman, Shuo Mao's precise guidance and demonstration greatly benefited Hifeng. Previously, he had relied on speed and poison in combat, neglecting the nuances of swordsmanship. After concluding his demonstration, Shuo Mao inquired, By the way, it seems you are not familiar with covering the blade with chakra for combat? Hifeng awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, not only was he unfamiliar with it, but very few in Konoha could perform it. There are a few tricks to this, Shuo Mao explained. You should practice this. It will deplete your stamina quickly. Understood, Senior Shuo Mao. Hifeng replied. As Shuo Mao had indicated, practicing this technique consumed an immense amount of chakra, and Hifeng's stamina soon dwindled. Crouching down, he gasped for breath and asked, Senior Shuo Mao, I am nearly exhausted. What comes next? Shuo Mao seized Hifeng's wrist gently and said, Then we can begin. Hifeng scratched his head with curiosity and asked, Senior Shuo Mao, what is this method, and why must we wait until I am exhausted to start? Not necessarily exhausted. Shuo Mao clarified. I simply fear that if we begin before you are fatigued, you might struggle against me, making it difficult to restrain you. Hifeng's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so that's why? In the next moment, a jolt of electricity surged from Shuo Mao's body, striking Hifeng with a fierce intensity. Hifeng howled in agony, resembling a distressed monkey. The minute lightning chakra, under Shuo Mao's precise control, transformed into countless threads, piercing every meridian in Hifeng's body and releasing currents of electricity. The pain was unimaginable, akin to being continuously sliced by a knife. It was excruciatingly torturous. No, Senior Shuo Mao, not there. Hifeng cried out in distress. Shuo Mao had even targeted that area. It was utterly excessive. Hifeng, did you not just say that such pain is trivial? Shuo Mao teased with a chuckle while unleashing the electricity. Children's words cannot be taken seriously. Hifeng's eyes rolled back as he pleaded, Please stop, Senior Shuo Mao. I truly cannot endure any longer. Not a chance. Half an hour later, observing Hifeng sprawled on the ground, Shuo Mao smiled and remarked, This method can invigorate cells, expand meridians, and maximize your body's potential, aiding you in breaking through your limits. However, even so, It will require perseverance over time to be effective. So what do you say? Shall we continue tomorrow? He phoned, propping himself up with trembling arms, gritted his teeth, and replied fiercely, of course. Why would I not? As long as I can grow stronger swiftly. Any amount of pain is inconsequential. To bear the burden of hardship is to embrace strength. Shuo Mao nodded approvingly. Very well, let us continue tomorrow. Initially, his instruction of He Feng was merely to fulfill Danzo's orders. However, he had now been moved by He Feng's unwavering resolve. Yet the next day, as Shuo Mao increased the voltage, He Feng's cries surpassed those of the previous day. Why does this hurt even more than yesterday, Senior Shuo Mao? Shuo Mao, with a mischievous smile, transformed into a tempest of lightning. Your body generates resistance to electric currents. To ensure the intensity of stimulation, the current will increase daily. Alas, in my misery, for I can no longer endure. He Feng is tormented beyond measure. Is he not the protagonist of a gratifying tale? Why must he suffer such torment? Surely the author is unwell. After the electric torture concluded, He Feng lay on the ground, a visage of despair akin to a dreamless eel. Shuo Mao lifted him up, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, shall we continue tomorrow? The usually gentle smile appeared demonic in He Feng's eyes, yet through gritted teeth, he resolved, continue. On the third, fourth, and fifth days, time in the ninja world became indiscernible. After the conclusion of the prolonged conflict between the Lightning and Earth countries, the Second Shinobi War, which had lasted for 8 long years, finally drew to a close. The entire ninja realm welcomed a fleeting peace. All ninja villages began to develop quietly, amassing strength in preparation for the next great conflict. Our protagonist, He Feng, amidst this wave of peaceful progress, diligently strived and ultimately broke through his limits. Current attributes of the host are as follows: damage, 20, speed, 30, defense, 20, chakra, 20. He Feng collapsed to the ground, gazing at a series of system notifications, a look of contentment gracing his face. Congratulations, host, for completing the advancement task, proving you are not as useless as you believed. Host has unlocked subsequent choice permissions. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a small amount of adaptive Hashirama cells. Congratulations, host, for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. A warm current surged through He Feng's body, flowing to every corner and gently transforming him. As pain and fatigue vanished, an indescribable comfort took their place. What bliss! Observing He Feng's enigmatic smile, Shuo Mao thought to himself, this child cannot be addicted to electricity. With a joyful leap, He Feng sprang up from the ground, dusting himself off and bowing respectfully to Shuo Mao. Thank you, Senior Shuo Mao, for your diligent teachings during this time. I am truly grateful. It seems you have made some progress, Shuo Mao remarked with a faint smile, aiding He Feng to his feet and patting his shoulder. No need for thanks. This is also a result of your own efforts. Although He Feng's aptitude for cultivation was the poorest Shuo Mao had ever encountered, his indomitable will rivaled that of a certain Might Guy, earning Shuo Mao's admiration. Thus, my task is complete, Shuo Mao smiled, yet did not forget to encourage. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will regress. I hope you will practice diligently and not squander this opportunity. He Feng clasped his hands together in respect and replied earnestly, I will, Senior Shuo Mao. Your teachings will be etched in my heart. After bidding farewell to Shuo Mao and leaving the training ground, He Feng felt rejuvenated. With the Hashirama cells and the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, his spirits soared. The Hashirama cells could potentially enhance his physical limits and improve his lackluster talent. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, with his average attributes now at 225, he was capable of overpowering most jonin. At 15, possessing the strength of a half-step elite jonin was indeed impressive. He Feng mused to himself, indeed, effort begets reward. Host, when Naruto was your age, his strength was nearing the level of the Sage of Six Paths. The system kindly reminded. He Feng casually dismissed the system's notification, continuing to indulge in his joyful reverie. After working so hard, it was time to relax and reward himself. Should he seek out Ayako or the curvaceous Hanabi? Suddenly, he spotted Minato practicing alone in another training ground. He Feng, come train with me, Minato exclaimed, waving cheerfully. Perhaps not. I was just about to seek some leisure and unwind. He Feng verbally declined, yet his body betraying his words, walked into the training ground. Come on, He Feng. I have something wonderful to share. Minato mimicked He-Feng's tone, reaching into his clothing. What marvelous thing? He-Feng inquired, leaning closer and resting a hand on Minato's shoulder. Minato produced a kunai adorned with a yellow talisman inscribed with a technique. Isn't this the kunai of the Flying Thunder God? He-Feng gasped. Watch closely, He-Feng. Minato chuckled, throwing the kunai with great force. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Minato vanished from his original position, reappearing beside the kunai and seizing it. What do you think, He-Feng? To Minato's shock, He-Feng had vanished, leaving only an outline where he once stood. Where did He-Feng go? Minato exclaimed. I didn't see that coming. It seems you have also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He-Feng reappeared behind Minato, grinning mischievously. You too. Minato, realizing the implications, quickly checked his shoulder, discovering a Flying Thunder God mark. You have also learned it. Minato felt disheartened. After so much effort, he had finally grasped the technique. Only to find He-Feng, who rarely practiced it, had also succeeded. Could it be that He-Feng's talent has always surpassed mine? Minato pondered, bewildered. So, He-Feng merely pretended to struggle, to amuse me? As Minato wrestled with these thoughts, He-Feng silently reveled in his triumph. Had Minato encountered him just a day earlier, he would not have been able to maintain his facade. What a stroke of luck. All right, seeing that frown on your face. I must clarify that I have only just learned it. It's not as extraordinary as you imagine. He-Feng consoled Minato, embracing him. Your talent far exceeds mine, Minato. I merely took advantage of the situation. Really? Minato looked at He-Feng with skepticism. Of course, it is true, He-Feng replied somewhat helplessly. Through the system interface, he could see that Minato's average attributes hovered around 25, placing him at Jonin level. Even with his enhancements, he could not match Minato's innate abilities. If only I possessed such talent, paired with the system, I would have soared long ago. He-Feng mused. Let us depart, He-Feng suggested, and with Minato's enthusiasm waning, the two left the training ground together. By the way, He-Feng, Minato said, twirling a kunai. Kushina wants you to bring Sakura along to her house for dinner in the next few days. She will be cooking. Upon hearing this, He-Feng shuddered, every pore in his body resisting the notion. Surely not. Did we not just gather half a month ago? I still vividly remember the culinary disaster she prepared last time. He was perplexed by how a carbon-based life form could conceive such ludicrous dishes. What was this about durian stir-fried herring? The most conventional dish among them was simply tomatoes paired with avocado. Yet, as everyone clamored to indulge in this dish, Hagao found himself unsatisfied, merely watching with wide eyes. Kakashi halted his hand, slightly uncertain, and remarked, it seems Lady Tsunade wishes to meet Xiangling and specifically requested for you to accompany her. Specifically requested me? Hagao's eyes twitched. Could it be that the plump lamb has developed a penchant for tormenting me? However, the thought of Tsunade comforting him with her warm-heartedness after each defeat steeled his resolve. No matter how hungry he was, he would accompany her, solely for the sake of her attitude. Kakashi turned back, puzzled. What was that? Cough, cough. Nothing, Hagao replied, a bit sheepishly, redirecting the topic. By the way, has Lady Tsunade ever tasted the meals prepared by Kushina? Probably not, Kakashi responded, his expression peculiar. If she had, she might not want to come. Sighing heavily, Hagao ruffled Kakashi's hair. My good brother, it seems I may have to put you through some hardship in the days to come. Chapter 70. My son possesses the qualities of a Hokage at the Shimura residence. Hagao knocked on Danzo's door and, upon receiving his father's permission, skipped inside. At your age, you should really behave more appropriately. Danzo sighed, exasperated by his son's antics. When I was your age, I had already begun managing the clan. Father, I have learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Hagao interrupted, hands on his hips, face alight with pride. Danzo, taken aback, knocked over a cup on the table, oblivious to the tea soaking his clothes. Hagao, you'd best not be jesting with me. Danzo scrutinized his son, searching for any signs of deception. Is it true? Father, if I can master the Flying Thunder God in 3 years, then it's merely a matter of having hands, isn't it? With a smug expression, Hagao declared. If you don't believe me, I shall demonstrate. In an instant, Hagao's figure vanished, leaving only an outline in his place. Danzo sprang to his feet, scattering documents everywhere. My son, you truly. At the Namikaze household, Kakashi had just opened the door, intending to rest on the sofa. Suddenly, a figure descended from above and plopped down into his lap. Meeting each other's gaze, Hagao awkwardly stood up, scratching his head. My apologies. I just learned it not long ago and still have trouble controlling my range. Why haven't you removed the flying thunder god mark from yourself? Kakashi inquired, having sensed the presence of residual marks nearby, prompting Hagao to demonstrate for Danzo. I simply didn't have the time. Kakashi adjusted his pants, exasperated. The flying thunder god mark is notoriously difficult to erase, even for one who has mastered the technique. He had barely sat down before finding it impossible to remove. Sorry for the interruption. I must take my leave. Hagao bowed slightly to Kakashi and quickly exited before the tension escalated. 10 minutes later, Hagao returned home to find Danzo waiting impatiently. My apologies, father. I forgot to leave a mark before I flew off. Danzo approached Hagao, patting his shoulder with palpable excitement. Well done, my son Hagao. You possess the qualities of a Hokage. Danzo was momentarily beside himself, entirely shedding his usual composure. Since the days of his teacher, no one in Konoha had managed to learn the flying thunder god technique. And now, his son had accomplished it in just 3 years. How could he not be thrilled? But father, Kakashi has also mastered the flying thunder god. Then he is a talent worthy of the role of Hokage. Danzo asserted confidently. In the future, you shall become Hokage, with Kakashi supporting you. Together, you shall lead Konoha to new heights. As he paced back and forth, Danzo's mind swirled with thoughts. If he was destined never to become Hokage, he would do everything in his power to elevate his son to that position, fulfilling his lifelong dream through him. Father, this is just the beginning. Hagao chuckled. You are still in your prime. The position of Hokage is yours to claim. Once you grow weary of it, you may pass it to me. Hagao, do you truly feel that way? Danzo asked, somewhat moved. He had not expected that his son, who understood him best and supported his aspirations, would be his own second son. Of course, father, Hagao nodded sincerely. Having a father as Hokage is far more enjoyable than being Hokage myself. I have no heroic aspirations. I merely wish for a comfortable life. By the way, father, noticing Danzo lost in emotion, Hagao feigned casualness. I need a batch of special kunai made from unique metals. Otherwise, executing the flying thunder god technique becomes troublesome. What do you think? Ordinary kunai struggle to carry the flying thunder god mark and become unusable after just a few uses. To seamlessly execute his techniques on the battlefield, Hagao required a supply of specialized kunai, the expensive kind. Danzo waved his hand without hesitation. How many do you need? I'll go to the route tomorrow to collect them. If that's not enough, I'll find someone to forge more for you. Great. Thank you, father. Hagao beamed. With just a few words, he had persuaded the old man to spend a fortune on him. Brothers, take note. The next day, Hagao acquired 6 specially crafted kunai. It wasn't that he had limited himself to just that number. It was simply that he could only carry so many at once, or else his pants would sag. He had actually brought home 2 full boxes. Knock, knock, knock. Hagao knocked on the door of Kakashi's house. Hagao, what brings you here? Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Hagao removed the 6 kunai he had tied together and casually tossed them to Kakashi. Here, catch. A gift from me. Huh. Kakashi instinctively caught the kunai. But upon hearing Hagao's words, his expression turned dark as he tossed the kunai back. No, no, take it back. I don't need. Hagao looked at Kakashi with disdain, scoffing loudly. Specialized kunai that can carry the flying thunder god marks. Oh, Kakashi carefully accepted the kunai, genuinely grateful. Thank you, Hagao. How did you know I needed these? Uffed, Hagao scoffed dismissively. Come on, we're like brothers. Why would you assume I would play games with you about wealth and poverty? I have at least 100 of these specialized kunai at home. They're taking up space. 100? Kakashi's knees buckled at the revelation, almost causing him to falter. It must be because of my impulsiveness last night. But I can't possibly use that many on my own. What should I do? Hagao boasted. Upon hearing these words, Minato patted his chest and declared, Huffing, we shall have a feast tonight, with me as the chef. And I absolutely will not permit Kushina to set foot in the kitchen. If there is anything you desire, feel free to command me. I assure you, I will make it a delightful experience. Huffing, hands behind his back, nodded in satisfaction. Splendid. I can already sense your sincerity. Minato, having been self-reliant since childhood, had honed his culinary skills to perfection, and those who had tasted his dishes sang their praises. He had long since figured out Huffing's palate. Well then, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave, said Huffing, shrugging his shoulders. Safe travels. With a smile, Minato closed the door and silently raised his middle finger towards Huffing. That rascal must be cursing me in there, Huffing thought with amusement as he turned to leave. If teasing Ayaka and Qingwen brought physical pleasure, then jesting with Minato offered a delightful mental respite. Huffing felt utterly rejuvenated. Oh, as he rounded the street corner, a child dashed out at lightning speed, colliding directly with Huffing. Are you all right? The child adjusted his goggles and bowed repeatedly to Huffing. I am truly sorry. I was late for school and was rushing, and I accidentally bumped into you. The child apologized profusely. Not just late. If you had been 2 minutes later, school would have let out, Huffing remarked, glancing at the sky with a bemused expression. Haha, is that so? Ha ha ha. The child scratched his head awkwardly, standing there with a sheepish grin. Big brother, if you're all right, then I wait. Huffing squinted, scrutinizing the child, who felt a shiver run down his spine. With his short, spiky black hair, orange goggles, and blue tracksuit, you are Uchiha Obito. Huffing nearly failed to recognize him at first glance due to his youthful appearance. Big brother, do you know me? Obito asked, puzzled, as he couldn't recall having met Huffing before. Of course I know you. Huffing thought to himself. Anyone who watches Naruto would recognize you. You are a man who nearly toppled the entire ninja world because of youthful infatuation. No wonder all schools prohibit early romance. They fear the world might end. Seeing that Huffing bore no ill will and even recognized him, Obito clasped his hands together and, with a pained expression, said, Big brother, I'm going to be late for school. What should I do? Huffing waved his hand, chuckling. All right, go on to school. Thank you, big brother. See you later. Obito scampered off with his little legs, swiftly disappearing from sight. Sighing, Huffing shook his head, his expression complex. Who could have imagined that this adorable 6-year-old child before him would transform into a formidable villain 20 years later? Speaking of which, Wang Shuo had always favored Obito and Rin. Unfortunately, he did not traverse time, while Huffing did. Why couldn't I have crossed over to Kakashi's side, given my fondness for him? Huffing lamented as he made his way home. This evening, he was to dine at Kushina's home, and he and Xiangling needed to prepare suitably, considering what gifts to bring. Unlike Minato, who relied solely on his charm to mooch off meals, Huffing was not one to do so. Ding dong. Huffing and Xiangling arrived at Kushina's doorstep and rang the doorbell. The door swung open, and before Huffing could react, Tsunade enveloped him in a warm embrace. What a surprise. Huffing feigned a struggle for a moment before yielding. Brothers, it was Tsunade who initiated the attack. She ambushed me. She is one of the legendary Sannin, and I am utterly powerless to resist. Did you miss your sister? Tsunade asked, her smile wide. I missed you. I missed you. Huffing could not articulate a response, so he vigorously nodded in her embrace. How sweet. Kushina, witnessing this, felt a tinge of jealousy. Sister Tsunade, you're more affectionate with Huffing than with me. Such a good boy. Tsunade released Huffing and turned her softened gaze toward Xiangling. You must be Uzumaki Xiangling. I apologize for the hardships you've endured over the years, child. Xiangling's nose tinged with emotion, her eyes glistening. Thank you for your concern, Lady Tsunade. Under Huffing's attentive care, she had regained the appearance befitting a young lady. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to visit me at the Konoha hospital, all right? Tsunade gently ruffled her hair, her heart swelling with affection. We are somewhat of a family. We ought to look out for one another. So there is no need for formality. Thanks to Huffing's presence, Tsunade had not lost her beloved during the Second Great Ninja War. In fact, she had never lost anyone dear to her, thus avoiding the trauma of hemophobia and the urge to wander away from Konoha. Now, with Jiraiya's support, Tsunade had taken residence in Konoha Hospital, planning to undertake significant reforms of the existing medical system. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Xiangling nodded vigorously. All right, why are we standing outside? Can't we go inside to chat? As she spoke, Kushina approached, linking her arm with Xiangling's and pulling Tsunade into the house. Huffing was left standing alone. Disbelief etched on his face. What is this? Are you waiting for me to invite you in? Hurry up and come in. Kushina glanced back, noticing Huffing lagging behind, and waved her small fist in annoyance. Oh, a wise man knows better than to suffer losses in front of him. Huffing followed suit into the house. Haha, dinner is served. Minato quickly set a splendid array of dishes on the table, receiving unanimous praise from everyone present. This is delicious, and so is that. Minato, you're amazing. Among them, Huffing was the most enthusiastic, causing Minato's face to flush with pride. Very good. Tsunade nodded in approval, contemplating that if Kushina were to marry Minato, they would surely lead a blissful life together. However, it appeared that little Kushina had no intention of marrying 2 husbands. So, what excuse shall I use to have that rascal Huffing accompany me for a game of cards? Finding someone like Huffing, who could lose to her every time. Was a rarity indeed. It would be hard to find another. If not for their age difference, she would have, cough, cough. In any case, having finally found one. Tsunade was not keen on letting go. Suddenly, an idea struck Tsunade. She set down her utensils and turned to Hufeng, speaking in an enticing tone. Hufeng, would you like to be my honorary disciple? You won't even need my guidance in your training. To be a disciple of Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, was indeed a matter of great prestige. No way. Hufeng responded immediately without a second thought. He was indifferent to such superficial titles. Otherwise, he could easily claim to be a disciple of Orochimaru or the Konoha White Fang. In the ninja world, it was wiser to be low-key and act inconspicuously. What? Tsunade seized the young man's neck, questioning him with irritation. Why do you refuse, you little brat? She had been contemplating that with his wealthy background and willingness to play cards with her, she could reluctantly accept him. To her surprise, he had outright rejected her. Help. I can't breathe. His face turned crimson from the pressure. Alas, Tsunade's strength was overwhelming. His meager 20 points of power felt like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly ineffective against her. Tsunade, you're going to suffocate him, exclaimed the startled Xiangling. You should let him go. Tsunade scoffed before finally releasing her grip, glaring at the young man. Listen here, brat. I'm giving you one more chance to consider. Do you want to be my disciple? Haofeng gasped for fresh air, not answering immediately, but instead gazing at the glowing options before him. Ah, long-awaited choice. Chapter 72, The Inheritance of the Whetbone Forest, Option 1. Decline Tsunade again. After all, I value my freedom. Reward, Speed 1. Option 2. Agree to be Tsunade's nominal disciple. Isn't the face wash enticing? Reward, Defense 1. Option 3. Demand to be Tsunade's true disciple and request the inheritance of the Whetbone Forest. Reward, Whetbone Forest Spirit Contract. Haofeng glanced at the three options, his expression souring upon seeing the third. Seriously? This counts as a reward? Naruto's gigantic toad, with a pipe in its mouth and clad in a traditional coat, brandishing a short knife, was undeniably cool. Sasuke's purple-scaled snake with horns served as a formidable shield, exuding an aura of grandeur. And what did he get? Summoning a gigantic slug during a fight would surely provoke laughter from the opponent. Did he not care about his dignity? Host, stop whining and just choose. I choose 3, Haofeng declared without hesitation. The slime's tongue and sticky acid was a technique that Orochimaru acknowledged could kill him, possessing tremendous power. Additionally, it allowed for visual sharing, chakra transmission, and information relay, an incredibly versatile ability. It perfectly aligned with Haofeng's cunning combat style. Most importantly, if he could sign a spirit contract with the Whetbone Forest, he might gain access to the most enigmatic Whetbone Forest techniques. In short, how delightful. Tsunade, Haofeng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I am willing to become your disciple, but not in name only. I wish to be your true disciple. To be frank, I am quite interested in the inheritance of the Whetbone Forest. The displeasure on Tsunade's face vanished, replaced by calm and steadiness. She gazed deeply at Haofeng, then changed the subject. Forget it. I was just impulsively suggesting it. Let us eat first. Haofeng frowned slightly and asked in his mind, System, have I successfully made my choice? What about the Whetbone Forest spirit contract? Host, be patient. Let the choice linger a bit longer. After the 5 finished their meal, Tsunade did not suggest playing cards, but instead looked at Haofeng. Young man, accompany me for a walk. Of course, Lady Tsunade, he replied, feeling a stir of excitement. He then turned to Xiangling, saying, Xiangling, you can play with Watergate and the others for a while. I'll take a stroll with Lady Tsunade. The night was as gentle as water, and the moonlight shone like jade. Haofeng walked alongside Tsunade on a secluded street, uncertain of what events might unfold next. You've grown quite a bit since we last met, Tsunade remarked with surprise. She had not noticed it earlier, but now that they walked side by side, he was noticeably taller by half a head. If Shoin were alive, he might have reached this height too, Tsunade mused, her eyes darkening. Indeed, I'm already over 1.7 meters tall. Haofeng responded cheerfully, seemingly aware of Tsunade's unusual demeanor. Tsunade, don't you think we look like siblings to someone who doesn't know us? He joked. You little brat, how dare you? Tsunade retorted, though she couldn't help but chuckle afterward. After a while, Tsunade composed her expression and looked at Haofeng seriously. You know, I don't have a favorable opinion of the Senju clan. In truth, had it not been for Kushina, she wouldn't have had any interaction with Hao Feng, let alone discover he was a decent kid. That is not fair, Hao Feng protested. Those misdeeds were my father's doing. They have nothing to do with me. Tsunade found his defense amusing. Behind them, two root ninjas responsible for protecting Hao Feng exchanged glances. Should we report that statement to Danzo? One asked. I advise against it. Unless you want to face the consequences from the young master, the other replied. Suddenly, Hao Feng seemed to recall something and turned to the empty street, calling out, Leave. I'm with Lady Tsunade. You don't need to follow us. Understood. The root ninjas acknowledged, quickly departing in less than a second. Once they were gone, Tsunade shook her head and returned to their previous conversation. The actions of Danzo aren't necessarily evil, but I dislike his ruthless style. That's just how it is. Hao Feng shrugged. If given a choice, who wouldn't want to bask in the sunlight? Who would prefer to live in darkness, engaging in deceit and inhuman activities? Yet, to enjoy pure light, someone must sacrifice themselves in the darkness, completely separating the two. Everyone can speak beautifully, but someone has to do the dirty work. You've certainly developed quite the eloquent tongue, Tsunade remarked, ruffling Hao Feng's hair. Rest assured, he is him, and you are you. I can differentiate between the two. She halted, looking directly into Hao Feng's eyes, asking earnestly, Do you genuinely wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Hao Feng realized he couldn't afford to give Tsunade an opportunity to refuse, so he decided to make a bold move. Master, please accept my bow. He knelt before her, bowing deeply, then clung to her leg, refusing to let go. Let go. I agree, now get up. I won tea. I simply won tea. In the distance, a guard observing through binoculars murmured to himself, The young master is right. What follows is certainly not something we should witness. He lowered his binoculars, concluding that his task for the day was done. You little brat, Tsunade exclaimed, lifting Hao Feng and tossing him aside, brushing her hands off. From now on, you will be my first disciple. However, I must make it clear, the Sage of Slugs has strict requirements for their contractors, and obtaining the inheritance of the Wetbone Forest is no easy task. I can only offer you one chance. Whether you succeed or fail, you must not blame me. Higase nodded repeatedly. Of course, I am grateful for the opportunity. Failure? Impossible. He merely needed to make a choice, and the rest would be handled by the system. Excellent. Tsunade was quite satisfied with Higase's attitude. Now, let us discuss the obligations students owe to their teachers. You must play 5 rounds of cards with me each week. You are allowed to rest for 2 days on the weekend. Upon hearing Tsunade's demands, Higase was momentarily stunned. Lady Tsunade, I am still a child. Such a high frequency would be too taxing on my body. No, based on my experience, once a week at most. Deal. Tsunade agreed readily, a sly smile gracing her face. In truth, she was incredibly busy every day and hardly had time for leisure. She was merely inflating her request. You tricked me. Ha. Observing Higase's dejected expression, Tsunade laughed heartily. And while Higase appeared disheartened, he secretly chuckled within. You think you've outsmarted me, but in reality, being intentionally tricked by you is my own strategy. Very well. After satisfying her desires, Tsunade bit her finger and, under Higase's expectant gaze, slowly spoke. Let us see if you are qualified to inherit the Wetbone Forest. Chapter 73. Conan's Playing Cards Summoning Technique. Tsunade slapped her palm against the ground. Accompanied by a cloud of smoke, a slug, no larger than an arm, appeared before the two. Lady Tsunade, what is your summons? The slug, plump and polite, spoke in a soft voice. This is my newly accepted disciple. Please assess whether he is qualified to make a pact with the Wetbone Forest. Tsunade bent down, cradling the slug in her hands and directing it towards Higase, getting straight to the point. Oh, is he your disciple, Lady Tsunade? The slug, devoid of eyes, extended 4 antennae towards Higase, examining him in its own way. Hello, my name is Shimura Higase. It is a pleasure to meet you. Higase displayed great respect, stepping forward to take the slug, facilitating its observation of him. He understood that this slug was a split entity of the Sage of Slugs, essentially equivalent to a personal visit from the sage. Hello, young Higase, you are truly a polite child, the slug said gently. Higase felt a bit shy, hee. While everyone says that, it's really nothing special. The slug ceased speaking and began to release chakra that seeped into Higase's body, as if probing for something. After a while, Higase suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand, blood oozing out, which the slug promptly consumed. Choice successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wetbone Forest Summoning Contract. Is that it? No need to press my hand on a scroll or anything. After receiving the system's notification, Hige's was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of joy. The slug enveloped Hige's wound, and in the next moment, his injury instantly healed. All right, young Hige's, you are fated with the Wetbone Forest. I have signed the summoning contract with you, the slug stated. If you need anything in the future, you can summon me for assistance. To be fair, compared to the summoning beasts from the other two great sanctuaries, the slug's service attitude was impeccable. Hige's nodded repeatedly. Thank you, esteemed slug. This kid truly has gained the sage of slug's recognition. Tsunade's expression was one of astonishment. She had prepared herself for Hige's failure and was ready to console him. Could it be that I have stumbled upon a treasure this time? Tsunade muttered softly. Lady Tsunade, is there anything else you require my assistance with? The slug turned to Tsunade and inquired. Tsunade shook her head. No, you may return now. Thank you for your trouble. All right, goodbye, Lady Tsunade, young Hige's. The slug politely bid farewell to the two before vanishing in a puff of smoke. You did well. Indeed, you were truly recognized, Tsunade exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Hige's in a carefree manner. Now, with their master-disciple bond solidified and a contract with the Wetbone Forest established, they were naturally closer than before. Hee, I must thank my teacher for granting me this opportunity. Hige's responded with a smile. Enough with the flattery, the matter is settled. Let us hurry back for a few rounds, Tsunade urged. Absolutely. Hige's patted his chest, declaring, don't worry about the number. I'm up for as many rounds as you desire. Upon returning to Kushina's home, the five of them commenced their game. Throughout the night, Hige's played consistently. Yet regardless of the circumstances, he failed to win a single round. The following morning, he returned to the Shimura residence with Shorin, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes. Hige's. At that moment, Shorin poked him. What is up? As Hige's turned around, he found himself enveloped in Shorin's embrace. Hige's. He extricated himself from her hold, bewildered. What are you doing, Shorin? In a hushed voice, Shorin replied. I noticed that when Sister Tsunade hugged you earlier, you seemed to enjoy it. Ah, Hige's scratched his head, unsure of how to explain to Shorin that facial cleanser is a skincare product, while a tablet is an electronic device. These two are entirely different. Focus less on such trivialities and more on your training, understood? Hige's admonished. Okay. Shorin nodded her little head, though it was unclear whether she truly absorbed the advice. After sending Shorin home, Hige's yawned and decided to take advantage of the weekend to visit the three little ones. Back at the Shimura residence, Doghead. Hige's and I. Upon seeing Hige's, the three little ones rushed over joyfully. Conan pouted. Hige's and I, you haven't visited in such a long time. But you came only a week ago. Yahiko scratched his head, speaking matter-of-factly. You talk too much, Yahiko. Conan shot him a glare, her tone irritable. Yahiko shrank back, suddenly wary of saying anything further. Nowadays, with Conan in charge of the household finances, he dared not offend her. The four of them sat in the courtyard, chatting and laughing together. Hige's and I. We will graduate next year. Do you have any plans for us? Nagato inquired. Time flies so quickly, Hige's felt a momentary daze. In his memory, the three were still tiny children, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were on the verge of graduating from the Ninja Academy. Quickly regaining his senses, Hige's shook his head. Not yet. We can discuss it when the time comes. After chatting for a while longer, Hige's suddenly remembered something. By the way, I need your help with a matter. You need us to help you? We can assist, Hige's and I. The three exchanged glances, excitement bubbling up within them. What is it? Hige's and I? Please tell us. Indeed, do share. It's like this. Hige's revealed a mysterious smile. There is a child named Uchiha Obito in your school. I hope you can keep a close eye on him for me. Monday arrived. Oh no, I'm going to be late again. Obito gasped, sprinting as he finally burst through the school gates. As the school day concluded, a student passed by Obito, sneering slightly before making his way out of the school gates. Obito observed as more students followed suit, exiting their classrooms and heading towards the entrance. Indeed, the day had come to an end. How could this happen? I merely overslept by 2 minutes. Obito felt a surge of despair. Just then, a cool voice echoed behind him. Hey, are you Uchiha Obito? At that moment, the cacophony of chatter within the campus fell silent, as if the world had paused. He slowly turned to face three figures striding towards him. The trio seemed to possess an aura that commanded respect. Students parted ways, creating a substantial path for them. Even the scions of prominent clans like Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Hugo refrained from crossing their path. Upon locking eyes with the trio, Obito's heart nearly ceased. It was the Akatsuki. This organization, comprised of upperclassmen, was undefeated within the Ninja Academy, rumored to even surpass some of the teachers in strength. Oh no, why are they approaching me? Have I inadvertently offended them? Panic flooded Obito's mind, especially upon realizing that the one who spoke to him was the leader of the trio, Konan. How amusing. Someone dares to offend the Akatsuki. This will be entertaining, one bystander remarked. But wait, the Akatsuki typically does not bully underclassmen. They wouldn't target someone so junior. You're unaware, then? That kid is Uchiha Obito. He has a knack for stirring trouble. He must have provoked them. Another chimed in. Konan is so cool. I wish I could have her children, someone else mused. As the trio approached Obito, towering over him, he stammered, I am Uchiha Obito. The pressure was palpable, and he swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he inquired, what do you want from me? I hear you enjoy helping elderly ladies cross the street? A boy with orange hair, standing beside Konan, asked coldly. Obito recognized him as Yahiko, Konan's devoted follower. Ah, yes, he replied, somewhat bewildered. His apprehension lessened slightly, pondering how the Akatsuki could be concerned with his charitable deeds. Then you must be quite popular with the ladies, Nagato, the brains of the Akatsuki, continued. Obito was taken aback. Are you all out of your minds? What are you even talking about? Summoning his courage, he directly asked, what is it that you truly want from me? After a brief silence, Konan fixed him with a piercing gaze, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Are you aware that the school prohibits early romantic relationships? We received reports suggesting you may be involved with someone, so we came to investigate. Obito was stunned. But I'm only 6 years old. I don't have a crush on anyone. He protested weakly. Even if I did, it wouldn't be any of your business. The onlookers, having overheard Konan, regarded the Akatsuki with newfound respect. The organization truly embodied the spirit of standing up against societal norms, tackling issues others dared not approach. Long live the single life. Long live the Akatsuki, cheered some in the crowd, while several couples quivered in fear, hesitant to speak. You must take care of yourself. Yahiko advised earnestly. I see potential in you. Don't let romance distract you from your training. Really? Obito scratched his head, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. He had always been at the bottom of the class, and it was the first time someone had praised him like this. Absolutely. Konan stepped closer, extending an olive branch. Would you like to join the Akatsuki? Gasps echoed around them. Why would he, a mere underachiever, be invited to join such a prestigious organization? I'm ranked in the top 50 of our grade, and I was turned down. Another student exclaimed. Every boy at the academy aspired to join the Akatsuki, to win Konan's admiration and ascend to greatness. Obito's resolve strengthened amidst the crowd's chatter. I am willing, he declared firmly, unaware that this decision would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Excellent. You are now a member of the Akatsuki, Konan affirmed, tossing him a ring. Obito instinctively caught it, noticing the character do inscribed upon it. I can't believe I'm truly part of the Akatsuki, he thought, feeling as though he might still be dreaming in his bed. As he stood there, lost in thought, Konan extended her delicate hand toward him. Is this part of the initiation? Obito hesitated before placing his hand in hers. Suddenly, Yahiko and Nagato erupted in laughter. Smack! Konan swatted Obito's hand away, exclaiming, What are you doing? I was asking for your initiation fee. Initiation fee? Obito was bewildered. Of course. Konan insisted. Doesn't the custom ring cost money? And what about your uniform? Hurry and pay up. Obito was taken aback. We have uniforms? Absolutely. They're black with red patterns, stunningly designed. I'll send you a set once you pay, she replied. Thus, Obito, in a daze, unwittingly contributed a week's worth of lunch money to become a member of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito, he mused, reflecting on his newfound affiliation. Meanwhile, Hoka lounged lazily on the sofa, indulging in fruit offered by Xiangling, savoring the tranquility of his holiday. Suddenly, a voice from outside the courtyard broke the peace. Young master, a member of the Uchiha clan is here to see you. She says her name is Uchiha Wei and she is your classmate. Oh, Hoka replied, rising slowly and placing Xiangling on the sofa before making his way outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he was pleasantly surprised to find Uchiha Wei standing there. What brings you here? Do you need something? He inquired as he ushered her inside. Next month, Mikoto will marry the young master of the Fugaku clan. The young master specifically requested that I inform you, and hopes you can attend their wedding banquet. As she spoke, Uchiha Wei produced a large red invitation from her bosom and thrust it into Hige's hands. What? Mikoto is getting married, and the groom isn't me? Upon hearing Uchiha Wei's words, Hige felt as if struck by lightning. His nose tinged with sorrow. He murmured in a daze, "It's over. I seem to have suffered a heartbreak." Uchiha Wei let out a cold laugh, showing no interest in Hige's plight. "The invitation has been delivered, so I'll take my leave now." After watching Uchiha Wei depart, Hige tossed the invitation to the ground in frustration, feeling it insufficiently vented his anger, and even stepped on it a few times. Huh, they invited me specifically? Not a chance. System, that may not be the case, host. Please listen to the question. Damn it, are you messing with me again, system? Hige cursed, swiftly bending down to pick up the invitation from the ground. His movements so practiced they were almost painful to witness. After all, he hadn't even looked at the options yet. Option 1. Attend the wedding banquet and publicly humiliate Uchiha Fugaku at the ceremony. Completion reward, damage 2. The following is a proposal for the host. At the wedding, the Genin sit at one table, the Chunin at another, and the Jonin at yet another. Boldly inquire where the Kaga-level individuals are seated. Climb. System, have you been reading too many novels about Dragon Kings? Hige retorted angrily. Why don't you suggest I barge in with 100,000 troops and attack Fugaku one by one? System, actually, that's not impossible. Hige paused. That shouldn't be the case. It definitely shouldn't. Alright, next option. He was merely infatuated with Mikoto's form, not genuinely in love with her. So there was no need for such drastic actions. Besides, if one were to argue, Wei was even more beautiful than Mikoto. He was just venting. Option 2. Refuse to attend the wedding banquet. What can they do to me? Completion reward, defense 2. Option 3. Attend the wedding banquet and kiss Fugaku in front of Mikoto. Completion reward, 10 points towards the Mangekyo Sharingan progress bar. 333,333. Without hesitation, Hige frantically pressed 3. Wait, a progress bar. What the heck, system? System, what is this progress bar nonsense? Explain yourself. Hige demanded irritably. Upon activating the Mangekyo Sharingan progress bar, the host can accumulate progress through completing choices and other methods. Once the progress bar is filled, the host can unlock their own Mangekyo Sharingan. 10 points, and you expect me to kiss an old man? Hige's anger slightly diminished, but he was still extremely displeased. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless rewards can stack. If I kiss 10 times, will you give me the Mangekyo directly? System, don't be ridiculous, host. How about this? Option 3 will be modified to hugging Uchiha Fugaku, awarding 10 points of progress. Surely that is acceptable? After some contemplation, Hige nodded. Deal. To grow stronger, I suppose I must spare no effort. He hoped to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan soon. After all, as the son of a devoted fan of the Sharingan, not possessing a pair of Mangekyo would be quite embarrassing. Upon returning home, Xiangling noticed the contemplative look on Hige's face and sat up from the sofa, her curiosity piqued. What's wrong, Hige? Oh, a friend is getting married soon and invited me to their wedding. Hige ruffled Xiangling's hair and smiled. You should accompany me. I could use a female companion. Sure. Xiangling blinked her big eyes and readily agreed. A month later, near the Uchiha clan's estate, outside a restaurant reserved for the wedding, Hige appeared at the entrance. His arm around Xiangling's slender waist, surrounded by several clan members. Hige donned a black kimono, simply tied with a belt, nothing much to elaborate on. Xiangling wore an exquisite white gown, her red hair elegantly styled, her lightly powdered cheeks resembling a celestial being, with snow-white skin on her long legs beneath the skirt. No one could imagine that the girl, now as regal as a princess, was a pitiful figure just 2 years ago, disheveled and uncertain of her future. Hige, why do you keep staring at me? Noticing Hige's gaze fixed upon her, Xiangling adjusted her hair and asked softly. Hige chuckled, pulling Xiangling closer and whispering in her ear. Xiangling, you look so beautiful now that I want to gaze upon you a little longer. Xiangling's face flushed deep crimson, burying her head in Hige's embrace. TSK. The few members of the Shimizu clan behind them turned their heads away, pretending not to see anything. The young master of the Shimizu clan, Shimizu Hige, has arrived. The reception staff greeted Hige promptly, announcing his name loudly. After leaving a generous red envelope, Hige confidently strode across the banquet hall towards the central table. Representing the Shimizu clan, his status warranted a seat at the main table. Along the way, Pairs of crimson eyes turned towards him, many filled with a strong sense of hostility. Humph. Hige's protected Xiangling in his arms, coldly returning the icy glares directed at him. Damn it. If it weren't for my status, I would unleash my Sharingan to frighten you all. Upon reaching the main table, Hige's unexpectedly encountered someone he wished to avoid, Sarutobi Ryushi. Ugh, why is he here too? Both recognized each other in an instant. Ah, Hige's, why did you arrive so late? Come, sit beside your brother. Ryushi greeted Hige's warmly. Hige's, with Xiangling beside him, responded with a smile. Brother Ryushi, it has been quite some time since we last met. You must catch up with me later. Although the two were not on good terms, as heirs of the same clan, they naturally would not display their discord in front of the Uchiha clan. Soon, as the guests gathered, the wedding commenced. Let us welcome the bride and groom, the MC announced, his voice booming. Finally, no more pleasantries. Hige's and Ryushi exchanged knowing smiles, both feigning interest in the ceremony, effectively ending their awkward conversation. In a flurry of applause and cheers, Fugaku and Mikoto appeared hand in hand, slowly making their way to the altar. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. The couple bows to each other. Hige's hardly paid attention to the tedious rituals, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with Xiangling. By the time he focused again, the wedding was nearing its conclusion, and they were about to enter the much-anticipated banquet phase. Now, let us invite a guest from the audience to come up and share some words of blessing for the newlyweds. As the MC concluded, an Uchiha clan member retrieved a speech from his pocket, preparing to take the stage. Indeed, he was a prearranged plant. He had rehearsed for several days for this 2 or 3 minute speech, in pursuit of the opportunity to present himself before the esteemed higher-ups. He had no idea how many connections he had leveraged, yet it was all worth it. Here I come. Just as he raised his hand, a figure had already stood up and strode towards the stage. The announcer was taken aback. What? In a situation like this, wouldn't the average person be trying to hide? How can someone voluntarily step forward? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than a member of the Shimizu clan. A member of the Shimizu clan, offering congratulations to the Uchiha? This is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, certainly not with good intentions. Greetings, everyone, I am Shimizu Keiho. Keiho swaggered onto the platform, snatching the microphone from the bewildered announcer, and boldly declared, "This occasion stirs deep emotions within me, so I shall say a few words." Keiho had always been socially anxious. A true social terrorist, the larger the crowd, the more animated he became, completely devoid of stage fright. What is this? Wasn't a speaker supposed to be arranged beforehand? I have no idea. How did a Shimizu clan member end up here? This fellow must be here to cause chaos. The Uchiha members whispered amongst themselves, casting unfriendly glances at Keiho. Truly a nuisance. Wherever he goes, he stirs up trouble. This is going to be interesting. Sarutobi Ryu exhibited a smirk of schadenfreude. I told you Keiho would stir up some mischief, but the young clan leader wouldn't listen. Uchiha Wei muttered to herself. That fool Keiho, this is Mikoto's wedding. What on earth is he trying to do? Uzumaki Kushina was furious, wishing she could rush up and drag Keiho down for a good beating. On stage, as Mikoto stood there in confusion, Fugaku gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm and observe the unfolding events. You may not know this, but I am a very close friend of one of the newlyweds, Keiho continued, speaking with confidence. We met on a beautiful evening at a barbecue restaurant. Fate brought us together. We hit it off immediately, lamenting the late arrival of our acquaintance, thus sowing the seeds of a deep friendship. As the Uchiha listened, they increasingly sensed something amiss, feeling as though the young clan leader had acquired an additional hat atop his head. How outrageous. Is this fellow deliberately humiliating us? If it weren't for the joyous occasion of the young clan leader, I would rush up and tear that guy's mouth apart. The Uchiha gritted their teeth, itching for action, ready to seize this troublemaker at the slightest command from their leader. Meanwhile, Keiho continued his ramblings. Fugaku's expression fluctuated between anger and restraint, teetering on the brink of eruption. While he was known for his composure, Keiho's public display of affection towards his woman was something no man could tolerate. Fugaku, don't listen to his nonsense. We are truly just ordinary friends. Mikoto exclaimed, her eyes filled with distress, her pallid face reaching for Fugaku's hand, only to have it forcefully rejected. In conclusion, I wish to embrace my dear friend on their wedding day and offer my most sincere blessings. As he spoke, Keiho turned to Fugaku, grinning as he asked, Fugaku, do you permit this? Aloud, of course, Fugaku gritted through clenched teeth, barely managing to utter a response. Even knowing that Keiho was deliberately provoking him, what could he do? The Uchiha clan's position in Konoha was precarious. They could not afford to offend the Hokage's influence behind Keiho. For the sake of his family, he had to swallow his pride and endure the humiliation. Wishing you happiness, Fugaku. As Fugaku seethed internally, Keiho stepped forward and embraced him. Huh. Fugaku froze, his arms hanging limply at his sides, feeling utterly lost. Was Keiho really referring to him as a good friend all this time? Silence enveloped the wedding venue, a palpable stillness. Let us express our gratitude to this friend for his heartfelt wishes to the newlyweds. The announcer, trained to react swiftly, was the first to respond, leading the applause. The sound of clapping erupted, and many Uchiha members wore expressions of profound embarrassment. Here was someone who genuinely wished to offer blessings. Yet they had mistaken him for a troublemaker. Perhaps the Shimizu clan isn't entirely comprised of rogues, one Uchiha murmured. Others echoed their sentiments. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. During the feast, I shall raise a toast to this brother. Fugaku, you truly embody the spirit of friendship. Setting aside clan prejudices to befriend the young leader of the Shimizu clan. What a commendable friendship. I hope my best buddy will embrace me warmly at my wedding too. Indeed, embracing the bride at a wedding could be seen as instigating trouble, but if it were to embrace the groom, it transformed into an enviable camaraderie. Keiho's antics redirected the focus of all attendees squarely onto him and Fugaku, as if they were the true protagonists of the day. Meanwhile, the bride Mikoto found herself momentarily overshadowed at her own wedding. Keiho, with his sharp wit, noticed Mikoto biting her lip, revealing a complex array of emotions on her face. She recognized that Keiho possessed a peculiar ability. Regardless of the setting, he always made her feel superfluous, even on her wedding day. Choice successful. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Sharingan progress bar. Current progress. 10. With the system's prompt, Keiho finally released Fugaku, grinning as he said, well, I've delivered my blessings, so I shall take my leave now. Fugaku's mind was still in a daze. Only after Keiho stepped down did he turn to the dejected Mikoto. Mikoto, let me explain, I was with him. All right, let us all collectively wish the newlyweds a century of harmony, marital bliss, and early arrival of precious offspring. The scene was chaotic, the announcer oblivious to Fugaku's quiet words, loudly announcing the next segment. Fugaku thought. Only Mikoto and the recipient of Keiho's affections were wounded by this world. Keiho, do you even realize what you just did? Keiho resumed his seat, chuckling as Sarutobi Ryu approached him, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, leaning in to question him. I am fully aware. No need for your commentary, Keiho replied nonchalantly. Very well, Ryu nodded, casting a lingering glance at Keiho before falling silent. Keiho continued to banter with Xiangling, disregarding Ryu's words entirely. Only by growing stronger could one grasp the truth. He cared not for others' opinions. If truly provoked, he would not hesitate to defect from the village, transforming into pain, scaling heights with ease. It seemed that the intelligence was indeed accurate. Unbeknownst to Ryu and Keiho, their earlier actions had caught the eye of an observer. This individual had been secretly watching them for quite some time, having invited them to the banquet at his behest. He was none other than Uchiha Toyo, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Soon, the wedding banquet concluded. Guests began to depart, and the Uchiha clan members tidied up, returning to their clan grounds. Father. Fugaku did not spend the night with Mikoto. Instead, he found his way to his father, Toyang's, chamber. My son, I have delightful news to share. Toyang beckoned him to sit, a broad smile gracing his face. The earlier intelligence proved accurate. What I observed today indicates that Shimura Hoka and Sarutobi Kosuka indeed harbor animosity towards each other. As an old fox, I can discern whether these two young ones are merely putting on a show or if their feelings are genuine. He continued. This may present an opportunity for our Uchiha clan. Father, what do you mean? Fugaku's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, once these two ascend to power, it is likely that their clans will stand in opposition to one another, Toyang replied slowly. If our Uchiha clan chooses to align with one of them and subtly incites discord, we might be able to supplant one faction, liberating the Uchiha from its current plight. Fugaku furrowed his brow, contemplating his father's words, before asking, Father, if such a day were to come, should we side with the Shimura clan or the Sarutobi clan? Toyang placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder and gazed at him meaningfully. Isn't the answer already clear in your heart? Why do you seek further counsel from me? Fugaka felt a shiver run down his spine. Father, Toyang resumed his earlier jovial demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, the decision rests with you. The Uchiha clan will ultimately belong to you. As for me, it is time to step aside. Whether the Uchiha rises or falls henceforth is no longer my concern. All will be determined by your choices. After a prolonged silence, Fugaka bowed deeply to Toyang. Father, I understand. Rest assured, I shall lead the Uchiha clan towards prosperity. Meanwhile, in the office belonging to Danzo, he set aside the documents at hand, massaging his temples as he fell into deep thought. Not long ago, he had allied with Orochimaru to clandestinely resume research into the powers of the first Hokage, true to his reputation as a genius. Orochimaru had made progress on experiments that had previously stalled. He shared his findings with Danzo without reservation, hoping to secure further support. Upon obtaining Orochimaru's research results, Danzo undertook some private investigations, leading to conclusions that left him profoundly perplexed. Why do I possess cells from Hashirama? That night, Danzo pondered many things. He recalled how, in his youth, his father had proudly spoken of his mother, renowned as a beauty throughout the region. Even one of the legendary figures of the warring states, Senju Hashirama, had once admired her, yet she ultimately wed his father. Could it be that when Master Tobirama first laid eyes upon me, he recognized me as his grandnephew? The more Danzo thought, the more unsettling it became. Am I to be known as Senju Danzo? His mental state began to unravel. Chapter 77. The gradually absurd Shimura bloodline at the Shimura residence. In Danzo's room, he inquired, I have heard that you have grown quite close to the young clan leader of the Uchiha. With his eyes slightly closed, he asked his son, who knelt before him. Not too much, father, Hoka replied with a grin. Having more friends opens more pathways. Perhaps they will be useful in the future. Danzo opened his eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze upon his son before producing a scroll from his robe and tossing it to him. What is this, father? Hoka asked, catching the scroll with curiosity. This is a forbidden technique devised by Master Tobirama. Once mastered, it can counter the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, Danzo explained. If you wish to engage with the Uchiha, you must learn this technique. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. Oh, Hoka exclaimed, unfurling the scroll with keen interest. The technique's principle involved continuously stimulating specific neural pathways with chakra, creating a new chakra cycle that, when instinctively activated, would maintain stimulation to the brain's nerves, thereby achieving mastery. Impressive indeed. As expected of you, Tobirama, nearly all of your 1,000 forbidden techniques target the Uchiha. Mastering this technique to its fullest extent could potentially mitigate the influence of the three-tomo Sharingan. Given that Hoka already possessed a Sharingan, the effects might even be amplified. I understand, father. I will diligently practice this forbidden technique, Hoka responded. With the cells of Hashirama coursing through him, his aptitude had greatly improved. Techniques he once struggled with now came easily to him, a stark contrast to before. One must always be cautious. This forbidden technique is indeed worth your time to explore, Danzo affirmed. Now, Hoka, extend your hand so that I may assess the progress of your recent training, Danzo instructed. All right. Hoka, albeit puzzled, extended his arm toward Danzo. Danzo gripped Hoka's arm firmly, advising, in a moment, follow my lead and circulate your chakra. Yes, father, Hoka replied. Under Danzo's guidance, their chakra intertwined. And then, with a resounding crack, a sapling as thick as an arm burst forth from the floor, rapidly growing and thickening until it nearly filled the room. As they beheld the tree that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, the father and son fell into contemplation. So while I am still acclimating to Hashirama's cells, my father has secretly mastered a series of techniques? Hoka mused. It seems he harbors doubts about me. If he questions me, how can I possibly explain? It's utterly incomprehensible. It appeared that his father's suspicions were indeed warranted. Danzo's voice turned somber, his gaze laden with meaning, causing Hoka's heart to race. In times of danger, Danzo was his greatest ally, yet in times of safety, he posed the most significant threat. Father, our lineage has had past ties with the Senju clan. Just as Hoka prepared to counter Danzo's scrutiny with his own set of techniques, Danzo spoke with a grave demeanor. Is that so? Hoka blinked, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him. Yes, Danzo affirmed, nodding with conviction. It is quite possible that, like the first Hokage, we inherited a hidden trait from the Senju bloodline, enabling us to perform would-release techniques. This was the only logical explanation Danzo could conceive. He believed firmly in his parents' love and could not fathom his mother betraying his father. As he perused the clan's genealogy, he discovered that during the obscure Warring States period, the direct lineage of the Shimura clan had indeed intermarried with the Senju clan. It must be that an unexpected inheritance of similar traits allowed him to resonate with the cells of the first Hokage. It had to be so. Hoka feigned deep thought for a moment before nodding seriously. Father, I believe your reasoning is quite sound. He truly did not expect that Danzo could formulate a self-consistent theory. It was indeed remarkable. Mindel exclaimed with admiration. Hoka's eyes glinted as he began to persuade. Father, this is simply the will of heaven. The notion of divine will puzzle Danzo, who cast a questioning glance at his son. Indeed, Hoka asserted earnestly, our Hidden Leaf village was originally named for its wood release, and the first Hokage wielded it with unmatched prowess. Now, amidst the turmoil besieging our village, you have awakened your own wood release. Is this not the heavens endorsing your succession to the Hokage and the revitalization of our village? Listening to his son's very rational persuasion, Danzo felt a surge of excitement. Setting aside the notion of destiny, wood release was emblematic of the first Hokage. Did he not possess greater legitimacy in claiming the Hokage's seat than even Hisashi? With a deep exhale, Danzo endeavored to calm himself, restoring his usual inscrutable demeanor. Yet, the ambition swelling within him was unprecedented. He merely required a suitable opportunity, just one. Suppressing his intense desire, he turned to Hoka and instructed, from now on, do not mention this matter. When the time is ripe, we shall conspire together. Hoka nodded, I understand, father. Before traversing to this world, Hoka harbored a profound disdain for Danzo, wishing for his early demise. Yet now, he wished for Danzo's prolonged life and ascendance. Perhaps this is what is meant by perspective-shaping attitude. This is the wood release ninjutsu left behind by the first Hokage, and it is now entrusted to you. Danzo produced a tome and handed it to Hoka. Upon receiving it, Hoka noted the system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring basic wood release skill book. Ignoring the system's antics, Hoka feigned indifference and casually inquired, Father, is it possible that our ancestors had ties with the Uchiha clan? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Danzo exclaimed, jumping up in agitation. To possess the Senju bloodline was one thing, but to also claim Uchiha lineage would mean his Shimura clan would be a lineage of hybrids. Bah! If I had Uchiha blood, I would strangle myself to death. All right. Father, do not be so agitated. I merely mentioned it in passing. Hoka swallowed hard, resolving internally that before he could effortlessly subdue his father, he must never reveal his Sharingan. Chapter 78. The deteriorating condition of Minato outside the Hidden Leaf village, within a concealed laboratory. Crack. The beaker in Orochimaru's hand shattered on the floor as he stared at Danzo in shock, his voice hoarse. Lord Danzo, I have labored extensively and finally made some progress. You cannot do this. He had just found 60 children to proceed to the next phase of his experiments, yet Danzo had ordered the entire project to be halted, permanently. Humph. Danzo scoffed. I am not consulting with you. I am merely informing you. Clean up everything quickly and ensure that Hisashi discovers nothing amiss, or I shall make you regret it. Now that Danzo had mastered wood release, he no longer required Orochimaru's experiments. Moreover, his aspirations for the Hokage position compelled him to be more protective of his wings than ever. Continuing secret experiments would yield him no benefits. I understand, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he clenched his jaw in agreement. You are a clever man, Orochimaru. It would be best if you refrained from undertaking anything unwise. Danzo coldly warned. Without my cover, you cannot hide from Hisashi. Orochimaru comprehended. After respectfully seeing Danzo off, he broke into a cold smile. Heh, Danzo Shimura. Just as I have made some progress, he seeks to terminate my experiments? He must be coveting my achievements, engaging in such treacherous acts of burning bridges. This only confirmed that his research direction was indeed correct, he mused. Perhaps with just one final experiment, he could unravel the power of the first Hokage. He could not simply halt now. At the Hidden Leaf Hospital, in a bright single office, shouts and laughter echoed. 3. Not worth it. Just a single 4. Not worth it. Uffed, so it's just a little beggar. Tsunade laughed heartily, playing her last card amidst Hoka's glum gaze. The game called Dokage proved to be quite entertaining. Winning all morning, Tsunade found herself unable to contain her laughter. She had discovered a trick. As long as she did not play with Hoka, victory was assured. Yes, it truly is quite amusing. We used to play this often with little Q, Minato commented with a smile while shuffling the cards. Let us stop. We've lost all morning. Hoka slapped down the cards, waiting for Tsunade to console him, to refresh his spirits. Just then, someone entered without knocking. Tsunade, is there a guest? A man with azure hair, upon noticing others in the room, hurriedly concealed the flowers he held behind his back, scratching his head awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Tsunade asked lazily, glancing at the newcomer. I came to find you, Jiraiya stammered, struggling to articulate his purpose. He could hardly say he wished to spend some quality time with Tsunade. Hey, you two. Aren't you the disciples of Orochimaru? What were your names again? Shimura, Fu, and Sui. Ba. Don't speak such ill-fated words. Do not mention that man in my presence. Tsunade retorted sharply, wrapping her arms around Hoka and Minato. Now, this is my apprentice, and this is my brother-in-law. From now on, you will look out for them, understand? Minato's face flushed. Although unsure of the situation, Jiraiya nodded, cleverly adjusting his phrasing. Ah, so these are little Tsunade's apprentice and brother-in-law. No problem. Feel free to seek me out for anything. Oh, Hoka's eyes sparkled mischievously as he grinned. Speaking of which, I do have a matter that requires the assistance of Lord Jiraiya. Little brat from the Shimura clan, truly lacking in etiquette, Jiraiya thought, feeling a tinge of annoyance. However, before Tsunade, he could not show it. Reluctantly, he asked, what is it? Speak. It's like this. Hoka gestured to Minato beside him. Minato has recently encountered some challenges in his training. Would Lord Jiraiya be available to provide him some guidance? Ah, yes. Minato was unsure of Hoka's intentions, but he nodded in agreement. Apologies, but I'm quite busy and cannot dedicate time to his training. Jiraiya promptly declined without a second thought. Tsunade patted Hoka on the shoulder, supporting Jiraiya. Hoka, Jiraiya is indeed quite busy. If Minato has any queries, he can simply come to me. She was aware that Jiraiya had been tirelessly searching for the child of prophecy, and indeed had little interest in guiding others in their training. Hifeng remained silent, instead gazing at the shimmering screen before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice. Option 1. Feel that it is futile and give up on deceiving Jiraiya. Completion reward. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Option 2. Continue to deceive, instigating Jiraiya to consider teaching Minato. Completion reward. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Option 3. Continue to deceive, encouraging Jiraiya to contemplate teaching himself. Completion reward. Fire style, toad oil fireball jutsu. System, I choose option 2. Hifeng silently chanted in his heart. His aim in deceiving Jiraiya was primarily to provide Minato with the opportunity to access sage techniques. Having already signed a contract with the Wetbone Forest, why should he seek distant opportunities at the expense of his friend's fortune? What the two elders did not realize was that Minato's challenges were largely psychological. Hifeng spoke slowly, carefully crafting his rationale, for if he spoke too quickly, his mind would surely lag behind. Psychological? Minato voiced his confusion. Upon turning, he discovered Jiraiya and Tsunade regarding him with equally puzzled expressions. He hastily cleared his throat and remarked, cough. Upon reflection, it does indeed seem to be a psychological issue. The others once again turned their attention to Hifeng, who continued to weave his narrative. Indeed, Minato has been dreaming almost daily of his future self, bringing various transformations to the ninja world. Sometimes he brings stability, and at other times, destruction, akin to a lunatic. Stop, Tsunade interjected, unable to contain herself. That does not merely resemble madness. It likely indicates a serious mental illness. Just wait, I will fetch 2 experts from the mental health department to examine Minato. With that, she hurried towards the door. Ah no. Both Hifeng and Minato displayed expressions of hesitation. Oh no, it seems I've overstepped, Hifeng thought. At that crucial moment, Jiraiya grasped Tsunade's arm, his gaze profound. Tsunade, let's not rush. Allow them to finish their explanation. Yes, let me finish describing Minato's condition. Hifeng hastily added, fearing that Minato would be whisked away as a mental patient. If that were to happen, how could Minato prove he was not insane? He might end up languishing in a mental institution for the rest of his days, while Hifeng would have to care for Kushina. It was a thought that made anyone shudder. In his dreams, Minato's thoughts were ensnared by 2 opposing forces, oscillating between peace and destruction. A turmoil that had begun to seep into his waking life, causing him great distress. Though Hifeng never explicitly mentioned the prophecy, his words were laden with implications. I believe Minato is currently at a pivotal juncture in his life, requiring a mentor to guide him towards making the right choices. No, what Minato truly needs is an excellent psychiatrist, Tsunade retorted, shaking her head solemnly. Being influenced by dreams to the extent of blurring the lines between reality and fantasy is a grave mental illness. Oh no. Minato's expression was one of anguish as he signaled to Hifeng, "Why are you doing this to me?" Hifeng blinked innocently. "Hush, just cooperate with my performance. The benefits will be immense if we succeed. As for failure, I shall care for your wife and child." Chapter 79. Do I really want 4? Is it true? At that moment, Jiraiya fixed a penetrating gaze upon Minato. Have you truly been dreaming of these things? As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya emanated an overwhelming aura that made Minato feel breathless. Why yes, Lord Jiraiya, Minato stammered, compelled by Hifeng's subtle hints. But they are merely vague dreams. There is nothing to be concerned about. Hifeng is merely overreacting. Minato's honest demeanor was beguiling, and Jiraiya, failing to detect anything amiss, began to relax. If I have the time, I will offer you some guidance, Jiraiya remarked casually. All right, I have some matters to discuss with Tsunade. If you have nothing else, you may leave for now. Hifeng and Minato nodded repeatedly. Thank you, esteemed elders. We shall take our leave. Once they departed, Tsunade cast a wary glance at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you don't genuinely believe Minato is the child of prophecy you seek, do you? Jiraiya picked up a vase from Tsunade's desk, removing the wilted flowers and replacing them with freshly purchased ones. After a moment, he spoke. I cannot be certain. To be honest, it feels rather coincidental. The manner in which Hifeng and Minato had behaved earlier seemed more like they had knowledge of the prophecy and had concocted a fabricated dream. Yet, only I am privy to the Great Toad's prophecy. This simply cannot be possible. Jiraiya shook his head. For someone who believed in prophecies, he preferred to think that fate orchestrated coincidences. However, seeing Jiraiya appear somewhat bewildered, Tsunade gently grasped his hand, smiling as she said, regardless. You have little else to do in the village aside from keeping me company, so why not teach him for a while? Perhaps he truly is the child of prophecy you seek. Even if he isn't, it matters not. Consider it a way to build rapport with my brother-in-law, she added. Jiraiya nodded, tightening his grip on Tsunade's hand, a joyful smile gracing his face. Thank you, Tsunade. Fool, why are you thanking me? Thank you for your support. I already said I would occasionally support you, so stop being so sentimental. Outside Konoha Hospital, just when Hifeng thought his choice had failed, the system's notification chimed. Choice successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Upon receiving the reward, Hifeng suddenly felt exasperated to discover that this jutsu seemingly required Sage Chakra to perform. Damn it, Hifeng cursed under his breath. Hey, Hifeng, Minato inquired helplessly. Why are you so intent on having Lord Jiraiya teach me? Hifeng gazed deeply into Minato's eyes and replied earnestly, You do not understand, Minato. I merely wish to provide you with the very best. Minato, moved by his words, gradually stepped closer to Hifeng. I am not into that. So why are you getting so close? Keep your distance. Hifeng shoved Minato away with annoyance. Minato was left speechless as Hifeng always had a way of making him feel touched before delivering a cutting remark. In the early years of Konoha, shortly after Uchiha Fugaku's grand wedding, Uchiha Toyo resigned from his position as clan leader, entrusting the Uchiha clan to Fugaku. During this time, former Umbu captain Juta Mioka met his demise, succeeded by Sarutobi Ryushi as the new Umbu captain, overseeing the 4 divisions and 16 teams. While peers of the second generation were ascending the ranks, marrying beautiful partners, and reaching the pinnacle of their lives, Hifeng found himself still merely a lowly squad leader, even contemplating temporarily stepping down from this role. At the Shimura residence, Hifeng knelt before Danzo, declaring, Father, I wish to withdraw from Root for a while to participate in the Jonin examination. To become a Jonin, both strength and background are essential, and Hifeng happened to possess both. He had already completed the examination through Root's channels, becoming a Jonin. His background, undoubtedly, speaks for itself. He is of impeccable lineage, and the notion of failing any scrutiny is utterly unfathomable. Participating in the assessment is merely a formality. Is he intent on personally mentoring those 3 children? Danzo, with his eyes slightly closed, was not at all surprised by Hoka's decision. Indeed, Father, Hoka respectfully replied. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo nodded slightly. Very well. Children nurtured under one's personal guidance are indeed more reassuring to utilize in the future. You may go, and I will inform Hisashi to assign those 3 children under your name. Hoka chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit bashful as he inquired, Father, do you think I might be allowed to take on one more child? For students at once? Oh, Danzo opened his eyes, glancing at his son in surprise before slowly responding. There has been no precedent for this in Konoha, but it is permissible. Which child has caught your interest? Scratching his head, Hoka answered, It's Kakashi Hatake, the son of Shoma-sensei. I heard he graduated this year as well. So I thought it would be fitting to mentor him in gratitude for Shoma-sensei's earlier guidance. Upon hearing his son's words, Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain your intention to mentor this child is born out of gratitude and not revenge? After a brief moment of silence for Shoma, Danzo nodded, Very well. Really? It's truly possible? Hoka exclaimed with joy, then asked, Father, do you think I could take one more? Enough. In a vacant classroom, the Akatsuki organization was convening for their weekly meeting. Sister Konan, now that you all have graduated, I'm left all alone. What am I to do? Obito lamented. Over the past year, he had fully integrated into this small collective, forming deep bonds with the trio. Additionally, he had grown accustomed to wielding the Akatsuki name for intimidation. Once Konan and the others departed, he feared he would be left vulnerable. Obito, look at your pitiful demeanor, Konan chastised. Kakashi from your class graduated early. Can't you strive a little harder to graduate early too? Indeed, Yahiko chimed in. You better step up your game and aim to graduate next year. Once out of school, we'll continue to work hard together to elevate the Akatsuki and create a glorious future. Nagato, with his bangs partially obscuring his eyes, encouraged Obito. After we leave, you must dedicate yourself to your studies. Do not disappoint our expectations. Obito nodded vigorously, his tone resolute. I understand, seniors. Yahiko patted Obito on the shoulder. Remember, focus entirely on your training. Love will only make you weak. I understand. Konan coldly asserted, from now on. You are not to speak with any girls other than me. Otherwise, I'll come back and break your legs. I understand. All right. Nagato glanced at the time and stated, Let us conclude our final meeting of the Akatsuki here. Obito, it's time for you to return to class. Goodbye, seniors. Obito deeply bowed to the 3, bidding them a serious farewell. Wait for me. A year from now, I will be by your side once more. After leaving, Obito hurried toward his classroom. Just as he neared the door, he bumped into a classmate, a girl with short brown hair and large brown eyes, her small face adorned with 2 purple markings. She was utterly adorable. Obito-kun, where have you been? I didn't see you. The girl cheerfully asked. As Obito was about to respond, he suddenly recalled his senior's earlier admonitions. I'm sorry, Rinchan, but for the next year, I cannot speak with you. I'm really sorry, he said, turning away and entering the classroom, leaving Rin looking utterly bewildered. What on earth happened to Obito-kun today? Chapter 80. Hoka's 6th class once again, it was graduation season. In the ninja school, the teacher stood at the podium in the grand hall, announcing the distribution of graduates. Class 6, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, Kakashi Hatake? The teacher hesitated slightly when reading the list, confirming it several times. Since he began teaching, he had never encountered a situation where 4 graduates came from a single class. Did we really get assigned to the same class as that silver-haired boy? Yahiko said to his companions in the crowd. I can guess who our guiding jonin will be. Nagato murmured. Indeed, Konan slightly nodded, a trace of barely perceptible joy flashing across her face as she confidently declared, Let us go familiarize ourselves with that guy. We'll be classmates from now on. Meanwhile, among a sea of generally 10-year-olds, the 6-year-old silver-haired boy stood out distinctly. Upon hearing he was in the same class as the 3 Shinomura, Kakashi's eyes flickered, immediately deducing who his supervising jonin would be. Most likely, it is the individual my father once mentored. Hello, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Yahiko, and this is Konan and Nagato. Just as Kakashi was deep in thought, a voice broke his reverie. He looked up to see 3 figures approaching him, all smiling at him. Kakashi bowed slightly. I am Kakashi Hatake. I look forward to working with you all. The 4 exchanged brief introductions, marking the beginning of their acquaintance, and once the class division concluded, they left the hall together. Hoko and Aizen. Konan spotted a familiar figure from afar and excitedly ran towards him, followed closely by Yahiko and Nagato. Haha, it seems you all have guessed I am your supervising jonin, Hoka said, lifting Konan in his arms. Noticing the lack of surprise on their faces, he smiled. Come on. Hoko and Aizen, wasn't that rather obvious? Yahiko shrugged, a smug expression on his face. Since we're all acquaintances, I'll skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Hoka said, sweeping his gaze over the four. You all know I work in a special department and am quite busy to become my students. You must first pass my assessment. If you cannot succeed, you will obediently return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training until another Jonin accepts you. Do not waste my time. Is that clear? Yahiko gulped, awkwardly chuckling. It can't be that strict, can it, Hoko and Aizen? Stop being so cheeky in front of me. Call me teacher. Hoka released Konan, coldly admonishing him. Yes, teacher Hoka, Yahiko replied, instantly deflated like a withered eggplant. It seemed that Hoko and Aizen was indeed serious this time. The expressions of the three young ones turned slightly uneasy, while Kakashi felt a sense of relief. Initially, he was concerned that this teacher might be unprofessional, but now, the strict demeanor was something he could respect. Hoka led the four to the training ground within the school. Outside the training ground, the supervising staff glanced at them. Lazily resting on the table, the training ground is closed for the upcoming holiday. Please head to the training grounds outside the school. In truth, the training ground remained open prior to the holiday. After the group of Huffung finished their tasks, he would undoubtedly have to expend considerable effort to tidy up, especially in the sweltering heat. It would be far simpler to drive these individuals away. With his eyes slightly closed, Huffung gestured behind him and spoke calmly, Mayahiko. Understanding the cue, Mayahiko stepped forward, approaching the staff member with an obsequious tone. Do you know who I am? Shimura Danzo is my uncle. Tsunade is my grandmaster. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the keys to the training ground. The staff member promptly rose to comply. Upon entering the training ground, Nagato inquired, Huffing-sensei, what will be the content of our assessment? Is it to snatch the bells? Snatching bells is a traditional technique of Konoha dating back to the era of the Sannin. It has been a staple of assessments for nearly every generation. Huffung shook his head, saying softly, No, such an assessment lacks significance. We shall proceed directly to practical combat. All means and methods are permitted. As long as you can tear my clothing, you will pass the assessment. Oh, a glint of excitement flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he rested a hand on the short blade at his back, eager for the challenge. Isn't this unfair, Huffing and I? Mayahiko protested. The four of us combined wouldn't even be enough for your shadow clone. Huffung smiled, to lessen the difficulty. I shall refrain from using ninjutsu during the assessment. Is that acceptable? Now that's more like it. Mayahiko and Konan exchanged satisfied glances with Nagato. If Huffung refrained from using ninjutsu, their combined efforts would likely yield a substantial chance of success. Huffing-sensei, when do we begin the assessment? Konan asked, her large eyes blinking innocently. Huffung replied slowly. The assessment commenced the moment I articulated the rules. What? It has already started? All four were taken aback. The next instant, they found themselves utterly weak, their legs buckling beneath them, collapsing to the ground. Brother Huffing, is this cheating? Mayahiko lay on the ground, exasperated. This is the first lesson I teach you. Huffing squatted down, administering antidote pills while speaking earnestly. On the battlefield, enemies will not wait for you to be ready before they strike. They will employ every tactic to catch you off guard. If you cannot remain vigilant at all times, you might not even realize how you perished. Mayahiko wished to say more, but Kakashi had already propped himself up, earnestly stating, I have learned a lesson, Huffing-sensei. Indeed, I have learned. Nagato gradually regained his strength and stood alongside Kakashi. Upon rising, Mayahiko noticed that Konan remained sprawled on the ground, her small face contorted in pain, her body twitching uncontrollably. Konan, what's wrong? Mayahiko exclaimed in alarm, rushing to her side, with Nagato following in a state of concern. Konan did not respond. Foam continually spilled from her mouth, her eyes devoid of focus. What is happening? Huffing's expression shifted as he rushed toward Konan. The foaming at the mouth indicated poisoning, with extreme contractions in the gastrointestinal tract causing gastric fluids to reverse and mix with air. However, the toxin he had just used should not have entered Konan's system. Earth release, multiple earth spikes. At the moment Huffing crouched, Konan executed a swift backward roll, revealing Nagato behind her forming hand signs. With a flurry of spikes erupting from the ground, they surged toward Huffing's torso. Simultaneously, Mayahiko and Konan brandished kunai, coordinating to block Huffing's escape route. A commendable attempt. Huffing remarked, his foot lightly touching the ground as he unleashed a burst of speed, retreating to safety before the kunai could reach him. Yet, alas, it was not over. Before Huffing could land, Kakashi stepped forward, drawing his blade with precision, aiming a swift and fierce strike at his midsection. Chapter 81. The Perilous Gambit. Kakashi. The blade glimmered ominously, its cold sheen unmistakable. Kakashi had timed his strike impeccably, suspended in midair. Huffing found himself unable to leverage any force, plummeting directly toward the oncoming blade. According to Newton's first law, there was no evading this strike. Wait. It seemed Newton did not exist in this world. Defying the laws of physics, Huffing hesitated in midair, twisting to slap Kakashi's blade aside, narrowly deflecting this exquisite strike. Quite close, but just a tad off, he quipped as he brushed past the edge of the blade and landed. After feigning seriousness for so long, he could no longer contain his amusement. Unsuccessful in his initial attempt, Kakashi quickly followed up, his blade moving in unison with his body, angling a cut toward Huffing's lower regions. Concurrently, the trio from the Akatsuki advanced with their kunai, joining Kakashi in their assault against Huffing. Their timing and force were adequate, but their speed fell short. Huffing's legs moved like a serpent, evading the short blade, and he decisively struck Kakashi's wrist with his foot. In a swift motion, he dodged the kunai aimed at him by Konan, capturing her and using her as a shield, forcing Mayahiko and Nagato to abandon their offensive. With a sharp pain in his right wrist, Kakashi instinctively switched to wielding the knife with his left hand, launching an attack from the opposite side. When faced with an adversary who surpasses your speed, it is best not to employ thrusting. Slashing, sweeping, or hooking are far better alternatives. Huffing slapped Konan aside, directly confronting Kakashi's short blade, evading at the last moment, and striking Kakashi's wrist again. A surge of pain coursed through Kakashi, prompting him to involuntarily release his grip on the blade. Clang! Huffing instantly caught the short blade, pivoting on his wrist to sweep it in a flourish, deflecting the two kunai that approached. In one fluid motion, he took down both Mayahiko and Nagato. Thus, the first round of their combined assault concluded in failure. Again, Huffing tossed the short blade to Kakashi, drawing out a kunai of his own, playfully beckoning the group with his fingers. Engaging in high-level combat was mentally taxing, unlike lower-tier matches where he could effortlessly dominate. In his past life, Huffing relished using low-level accounts to crush weaker opponents, only to discover in the end that he was the one being crushed. You fish for kills, I fish for kills. Bronze transforms into a master level. Clang, clang, clang. The training grounds erupted with the sounds of clashing weapons as 5 figures danced in a whirlwind of movement, engaging in a lively battle. Stop, stop, stop. After repelling the 4 once more, Huffing shook his head in exasperation, halting the assessment. This approach is futile, my strength far exceeds yours, and it is impossible for you to pass the assessment by attempting to confront me head-on. Indeed, the 4 shared glances and nodded in mild disappointment. They were renowned geniuses at the Ninja Academy, with some teachers even unable to match their prowess. This led to a hint of complacency among them. Just moments ago, they believed that their combined efforts would easily secure a passing grade, but now it was evident that defeating Huffing outright was an impossibility. I will grant you 10 minutes to regroup and strategize, whether through hidden weapons, traps, ambushes, or poison, as long as you can inflict harm upon me. You will have succeeded in your assessment. However, if you remain in this state shortly, you might as well return to the academy for a retake, as I cannot afford to waste my time any longer. Hifong coldly declared before swiftly exiting the training grounds. He feared that even a second longer would lead him to break into laughter. Alas, Brother Hifong is formidable. What shall we do now? Mian said, his face scrunched in concern. After all, they had only just graduated, and he wished to avoid the awkwardness of encountering Obito again. Using poison and hidden weapons seemed futile. Nagato remarked, feeling slightly troubled. Brother Hifong is already adept at this. He would likely see through our meager tricks at a glance. Seeing Kakashi deep in thought, Shounen took the initiative to inquire, Kakashi, do you have a good idea? Kakashi nodded slightly, sharing his plan with the group. What if we first distract him and then? Perhaps we could catch Teacher Hifong off guard. Upon hearing Kakashi's strategy, Mian could not help but voice his concern. This is too dangerous, Kakashi. What if Brother Hifong doesn't react in time? But this is the only method I can conceive to pass the assessment. Kakashi interrupted Mian, stating, to injure Teacher Hifong, we must resort to risky tactics. Kakashi's words carried weight, This approach was indeed worth trying, and I certainly do not wish to return for a retake. Xiaonan expressed her agreement first. After a brief contemplation, Nagato nodded in support. I concur with their views. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to hesitate. Well, all right then. Mi Yin responded with a hint of resignation. 10 minutes later, Hifeng re-entered the training grounds, his expression serious. Time's up. I hope you can surprise me. Before Hifeng could finish his sentence, several kunai, inscribed with explosive tags, hurtled towards him. Not bad, little ones. You're starting to get the hang of it. Hifeng's eyes gleamed as he retreated, avoiding the encirclement from Mi Yin and Xiaonan. Earth style, earth trap. As Hifeng withdrew, Nagato and Kakashi simultaneously struck the ground with their hands, executing the earth style in a pre-calculated location. With a splat, Hifeng's foot landed in the mire. In truth, with his speed, he could have easily evaded the technique, but he intended to give the youngsters a chance. Now was their moment. The instant they saw Hifeng ensnared, the four of them rejoiced, summoning all their strength to launch an assault. With no time to unleash ninjutsu, Mi Yin and Xiaonan, positioned closest to Hifeng, brandished their kunai and thrust forward. Clang! Hifeng stood firm, drawing his long blade, effortlessly deflecting Mi Yin's kunai. Then, with a deft angle, he aimed directly at Xiaonan's chest. Hifeng initially believed this strike would force Xiaonan back. However, to his astonishment, she seemed oblivious, even charging towards the blade's edge. Xiaonan. Hifeng's expression shifted, realizing the intent of these youngsters. To avoid injuring Xiaonan, he had to retract his strike mid-motion, forcing his arm to halt, raising the long sword skyward. Humph! Hifeng grunted as he struggled to control his strength, his arm aching from the opposing forces. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiaonan deftly grazed Hifeng's sleeve with her kunai. Brother Hifeng, we tore your clothes. We have won, Xiaonan exclaimed, her face brimming with pride. Seeing her triumphant expression, Hifeng felt a surge of frustration. You little brat. He seized Xiaonan, placing her over his knee, delivering a series of playful smacks to her backside. Aren't you afraid I might lose control and hurt you? Why would you jest with your own safety? Xiaonan's cheeks flushed as she replied, I knew you would never hurt me, brother Hifeng. I understand my mistake. Please let me down. Mi Yin and the others are watching. This is so embarrassing. Humph. Hifeng snorted, finally releasing her. No more of that in the future, do you understand? Understood, understood. Xiaonan nodded obediently. Then, brother Hifeng, does this mean we have passed the assessment? Nagato inquired. Hifeng surveyed the four, and upon meeting their anxious gazes, he suddenly smiled. Indeed, from this day forth, you four shall be my students. I hereby announce the official establishment of Class 6. Hifeng proclaimed. Hooray, that's wonderful. Mi Yin and the others cheered. Even the usually stoic Kakashi displayed a rare smile. Chapter 82. Astonishing training the following day at the Konoha training grounds. Excellent, Hifeng remarked, observing the little ones standing straight before him, nodding in satisfaction. Today, I shall impart some fundamental survival rules of the ninja world, which you must remember. These four are indeed prodigies, requiring no one to guide them through various ninjutsu or taijutsu. What they truly need is a mentor to cultivate their tactical thinking and guide them onto the right path. This is precisely what Hifeng intends to do. First, if you can fight as a group, do not engage alone. If you can ambush, do not confront directly. If you can attack from behind, do not approach from the front. Second, when fighting, do not remove your outer clothing. When faced with an enemy that cannot be dealt with immediately, first use poison, then engage verbally. Wait a moment, brother Hifeng. Mi Yin could not help but interrupt. I can follow your first point, but the second, I find it somewhat perplexing. Why can't we take off our clothes in a fight? And what is verbal engagement? Verbal engagement is discussing love and justice with your adversary. Hifeng explained with a serious demeanor, using phrases like for the sake of true peace and I can understand you to persuade and convert your enemy. If the enemy falls for your words, everyone wins. If not, then take advantage of their distraction and strike. Upon hearing Hifeng's explanation, Nagato could not contain his laughter. Brother Hifeng, the enemy isn't foolish. How could they be swayed by such childish words? Well, Hifeng pondered, uncertain how to explain further. Just remember this, when you reach my age, you will naturally understand. Third, refrain from reading inappropriate literature, understood, Kakashi? Hifeng stated. Kakashi suddenly called out. He appeared bewildered. What a joke. Even dogs wouldn't read such material, let alone him. All right, That will be all for now. I will add more later as I think of it. Hifeng clapped his hands. Now, let us commence today's training. Xiaonan raised her hand eagerly. I know. The first training exercise is to climb trees using our feet. The soles of the feet are the most challenging places to gather chakra. Climbing trees with them can hone the ability to refine, maintain, and control the chakra within. How should I put it? Nearly all the lower ninja classes start with this exercise. No, Hifeng shook his head. That is far too easy for you. It would yield little effect. I have a better method to train chakra control. Oh, Kakashi displayed a look of astonishment. It is important to note that the tree climbing exercise has been hailed as the quintessential training method by countless generations of ninjas. The fact that teacher Hoka was able to devise his own improvement was quite astonishing. The expressions of the young ones ranged from surprise to admiration, causing Hoka to feel somewhat elated. He approached the tree, puffing with pride, and proclaimed, "Hee. This is a secret technique I gleaned from the Sage of Slugs in the Wetbone Forest. Pay close attention, as I shall only demonstrate it once. How much you learn depends on your own abilities." Wetbone Forest, Sage of Slugs. The breaths of the four little ones quickened, and they responded with excitement. All right. Brother Hoka, teacher. Their eyes widened, fixed on Hoka, fearing they might miss a crucial detail. First, we must concentrate chakra simultaneously in our shoulders, hips, and soles of our feet. With that, Hoka leaned against the large tree, pressing his entire body against the trunk. He then utilized these 3 points to alternate and propel himself to the top of the tree. As he spoke, Hoka arched his body, using his hips and soles to adhere to the trunk. He straightened his body, elevating his shoulders, then arched again, straightened, arched, and straightened beneath the tree. The eyes of the four widened to the point of near rupture, their expressions increasingly contorted. Brother Hoka looks like a wriggling maggot right now, Yahiko murmured. Kakashi was at a loss. What kind of posture can even be conceived by someone with a functioning brain? Is this truly a movement that vertebrates can perform? I demand a different teacher. And most importantly, do we really have to do this too? Conan lamented. It seems so, Nagato sighed heavily. I really don't know what we were expecting. We should have anticipated that Brother Hoka's approach would be absurd. After reaching the top, Hoka gracefully folded his body and descended from the tree. Oh no, from this angle, he looks even more like a maggot. Yahiko grimaced. How was that? After landing, Hoka felt like a genius and proudly declared. This method not only enhances control over chakra more efficiently, but also simultaneously exercises the major muscle groups around the spine. Truly a multifaceted approach. Isn't it like a Bulbasaur enjoying a crispy snack while entering Mickey's magical house? Simply delightful? Yahiko forced himself to nod, albeit with difficulty. Yes, Brother Hoka. Your method is indeed original and groundbreaking, leaving us in awe. Applause erupted from Hoka as he urged. So, what are you waiting for? Get practicing. Each of you find a tree and move quickly. Yahiko, I hate you. Conan shot a fierce glare at Yahiko before running to a tree far from the others. Yahiko felt somewhat aggrieved. Why are you blaming me? You should be mad at Hoka. The three sighed, and each found a tree to begin their practice. After a while, they found that the method was indeed quite effective. Even Kakashi found it appealing. As long as they could grow stronger, perhaps an unusual approach was acceptable? All right. You continue practicing here. I shall return shortly to check on your progress, Hoka lazily instructed before nonchalantly skipping class. He had an appointment today. In a high-end tea house in Konoha, Hoka entered a private room with familiarity, jokingly saying, Patriarch Fugaku, always so busy with your affairs. What brings you to summon me today? Ah, you rascal, a man with short black hair replied with a wry smile, deep lines etched in his face like the marks of time. Indeed, the one who had invited Hoka was none other than Fugaku, the first Sea King of the ninja world. Since Fugaku's marriage, the two had maintained correspondence and gradually become more familiar with one another. Sarutobi Asuma had voiced his concerns about this friendship, repeatedly reporting to Hiruzen, suggesting that the Uchiha clan had too many ties with the Shimura clan, which warranted caution. However, Hiruzen dismissed these concerns, even encouraging Asuma to engage more with Fugaku and expand his circle of friends. Colluding with the Uchiha? What nonsense! Is there anyone who understands Danzo better than I do? If you say Danzo can use wood release or awaken the Sharingan, Hiruzen might even believe you. But colluding with the Uchiha? Absolutely impossible. After several fruitless attempts to raise alarms, Asuma reluctantly ceased his reports. I actually do have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Fugaku said earnestly after pouring Hoka a cup of tea. Hoka, surprised, inquired, "Oh, what is it? Would you consider helping one of my clan members join the Umbu?" Upon hearing Fugaku's request, Hoka shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't be feasible, Fugaku. Not to mention the current relations between the Uchiha and Konoha. Even my father wouldn't agree to such a request." "I see," Fugaku sighed, a hint of disappointment in his nod. Hoka patted Fugaku's shoulder, hesitating before speaking. "Fugaku, I understand your eagerness to bridge the gap with the village, but this is not something that can be achieved overnight." Unless what?" Fugaku asked. Sensing the implication in Hoka's words. "I am not merely advocating for Konoha," Hoka began slowly. "However, for both parties to overcome their differences and build trust, one side must make a concession, and at present, Konoha holds the advantage." Fugaku furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan should be the ones to make the first concession?" "I'm merely offering a suggestion," Hoka replied, sipping his tea with a smile. "Since you are contemplating change but cannot alter the village in the short term, why not start with the Uchiha clan?" Fugaku's brow gradually relaxed, revealing a contemplative expression. Hoka remained silent, savoring his tea and enjoying a moment of leisure. Life is not a novel or movie. Everyone has their own positions and interests. It is unrealistic to expect that a few words will compel others to willingly heed your advice. As he stated earlier, change cannot be accomplished in a day, so one must take their time. "Do you have any good suggestions, Hoka?" After a long pause, Fugaku asked. Hoka smiled. "It's just a suggestion. Don't take it the wrong way. I want tea." Fugaku replied somewhat helplessly. "Just tell me already, Hoka." Hoka adopted a serious expression. "My suggestion is to open up the Konoha Police Department and proactively allow Konoha to enter your ranks." "Open up the Konoha Police Department?" Fugaku's expression changed slightly. The police department, much like the Umbu to Danzo, was a power structure unique to the Uchiha clan. To relinquish control over the Konoha Police Department would mean ceding part of the Uchiha's authority. The Uchiha clan cannot penetrate Konoha's inner circle, and Konoha's core cannot enter the police department. If this continues, the mutual suspicion will only deepen. It will be impossible to accept each other, and eventually, conflict will arise. Don't ask why it's not noon. It's simply too hot then. Fugaku remained silent, while huffing also chose not to speak, quietly savoring his tea. "I love you as you walk alone through the dark alleys. I love the form of your pupae." Upon returning to the training ground, the four little ones were still diligently practicing on the tree. Huffing clapped his hands, smiling as he announced, "All right, everyone can take a break now." "Fantastic." Yahi jumped down from the tree first, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. Nagato and the others followed suit, sitting on the ground, clearly exhausted. "This is the ninjutsu I have carefully selected for you." Huffung pulled out a booklet from his pocket and tossed it among the group. It contained detailed explanations. "Practice it in your spare time, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Then I will ask Minato," Huffung thought to himself. Kakashi was the first to open the booklet. His curiosity piqued, but the more he read, the more astonished he became. The booklet contained numerous ninjutsu techniques that an ordinary ninja would never encounter in their lifetime, some even beyond the reach of prestigious clans. Yet Huffing casually presented it to them. Setting aside the three Uchihas, Kakashi felt a flicker of gratitude. "Hey, Kakashi, would you like to join our Akatsuki organization?" During the break, Yahi attempted to recruit Kakashi. "We are already in the same class. What is the need to form a nominal organization?" His retort left Yahi speechless. While Kakashi continued discussing ninjutsu with Nagato, delving deeper into the topic. Feeling a bit dejected, Yahi turned to Konan, hoping to chat, only to find she was unwilling to engage. He pouted and turned to Huffing, asking, "Brother Huffing, do we have other training tasks today?" Huffing nodded, smiling as he replied, "Of course, we have 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and a 10-kilometer run to complete." Swish. The other three turned to Yahi, especially Konan, whose cheeks puffed up in anger. "Yahi, I hate you." Yahi, feeling wronged, complained, "But, Minasan, you can't blame me for this." "Then who should we blame?" Huffing gently patted Yahi's shoulder, inquiring with a playful demeanor. Yahi swallowed hard and reflected, "I suppose I should take the blame for this. All right, let us get moving, starting with push-ups." Huffing clapped his hands, urging them on. 20 minutes later, the four finally reached the squat segment. "I can't do any more, Brother Huffing. I'm about to collapse." Conan's face was flushed, her legs trembling as she pleaded. "Everyone, hold on a little longer," Huffung encouraged. "Let us do the last three. I'll count to 3, and then we can rest." "All right." The four chorused, "All right," shouted loudly. 1, 2, 1. "Ah, Brother Huffing!" Conan screamed, bursting into tears. After the rigorous training, none of the four could stand. They lay on the ground, devoid of energy, even too lethargic to move a finger. Huffing was quite satisfied with this outcome, as it indicated the training had been effective. Exhaustion was expected. How could one grow stronger otherwise? They lacked a system. "All right, once you recover, you may disperse," Huffing said with a mischievous smile. "I'll head home for dinner. Let us meet at our usual spot tomorrow morning, and don't be late." "How could this be?" Kakashi murmured. "Huffing-sensei must have taken me in for revenge." Yahi lamented, "I regret making Huffing my teacher." I wonder how many more days this training will last," Nagato sighed. Conan quietly remarked, "I heard Huffing say it might take at least a month." "A month? Sage of Six Paths, I can't take it anymore. Just kill me." Yahi cried out dramatically. A month later, Huffing gathered the four little ones around him, cheerfully stating, "After such extensive training, it's time to embark on our first mission." I know. Yahi interjected eagerly. "It must be a D-rank task like helping someone find a cat or babysitting." No. Huffing shook his head. "Such tasks would be meaningless. I have secured a B-rank task for you." "What? A B-rank task?" Yahi exclaimed in shock. Though he was reluctant to engage in tedious D-rank missions, jumping straight into a B-rank task felt somewhat hasty. C-rank tasks could lead to combat, resulting in casualties, while B-rank tasks typically involved engaging enemy ninjas, usually undertaken by Chunin or higher. "Huffing-sensei, we've only just become genin," Nagato expressed his concerns. "Don't worry," Conan reassured him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "With Huffing around, we won't encounter any danger." Huffing chuckled. "That being said, this will be your first mission, and I won't intervene." The three little ones began to whine simultaneously. At that moment, the previously silent Kakashi spoke up. "Huffing-sensei, could you please provide us with details about the mission?" Huffing nodded slightly, pulling out a scroll and tossing it to Kakashi. "This is a confidential document that you need to escort to the 214th outpost in the Land of Fire. You will likely encounter ninja interception along the way." What Huffing did not disclose was that this mission might merely be a decoy operation involving 10 teams working together. The information provided could be mostly false, with only a fraction being genuine, or it might all be fabricated. This mission could be intended to relay authentic intelligence or to identify potential spies within Konoha. "You have 1 hour to prepare. We will regroup at the village entrance afterward." Without giving them a chance to voice objections, Huffing commanded, "Now, disperse." The four promptly returned to their homes to gather ninja tools, rations, and poisons. An hour later, they reconvened at the village entrance and, under Huffing's lead, exited the gates of Konoha. Woohoo! Finally, some fresh air. Yahi inhaled deeply, feeling as if the air outside Konoha was sweet. Hee, after staying in Konoha for so long, it's great to finally get out. Conan chimed in happily. Since Huffing had brought them back to Konoha 5 years ago, the three had never left the village. "Once you all gain sufficient strength, you can go wherever you wish," Huffing smiled. "But for now, aside from completing missions, it's best to remain in the village." Conan and Yahi surrounded Huffing, chattering excitedly, while Nagato and Kakashi huddled together, studying the route for their mission. The 214th outpost was located on the border of the fire and grass countries. To deliver the intelligence most efficiently, they had to choose between 2 routes. Kakashi took out a pencil and marked 2 lines on the map. Nagato pointed at one of the lines, saying, "Let us eliminate this route. It has too many mountains, making it easy to be ambushed." Kakashi nodded, crossing off the line Nagato indicated. "Let us take an alternative route. However, traversing this path necessitates crossing a considerable expanse of forest, so one must exercise caution." As for the plan devised by the little ones, Huffing did not partake, but merely observed them with a smile, allowing them the freedom to explore. Like fledgling eagles, they must leave the embrace of the great eagle to learn to soar. Constant intervention and protection can stifle even the greatest of talents, rendering them ineffective. The 5 proceeded onward, arriving at the wooded area marked on the map. Upon reaching the midpoint, Huffing suddenly sensed a shift in his demeanor and turned his gaze toward a particular direction. Ever since acquiring the Hashirama cells, his perception abilities had significantly enhanced, making him exceedingly sensitive to fluctuations in chakra. "Let us investigate." As his shadow clone was obscured by a large tree, Huffing's clone casually stepped out, seamlessly rejoining the group. The 4 youngsters continued their chatter, blissfully unaware of any anomaly. Meanwhile, Hifeng's true form altered course, donned a mask, and stealthily made his way toward a specific location. 20 minutes later, a ninja from Iwagakure expressed his indignation, questioning the absurdity of having an elite from the Umbu of Konoha accompany a routine intelligence escort mission. Is this some sort of joke? Who would dare to conduct business in the land of fire again? Hifeng adjusted his mask and, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "You, of all people, dare to complain? A seasoned jonin attempting to ambush a mere ordinary squad. What a sight! If it weren't for the overwhelming strength of this individual, the youngsters would have stood no chance. And Hifeng would not have intervened personally. Curse it!" The IWA ninja lamented, slapping the ground in frustration. All he sought was a simple way to earn some extra money. What was his crime? Doton, Dorihiki. The ground trembled violently as fissures, several meters wide, erupted beneath Hifeng's feet. A sneak attack, you little trash. In an instant, Hifeng vanished, reappearing behind the IWA ninja, seizing a kunai that he had previously set up. Upon witnessing this, the IWA ninja's pupils constricted in shock, and he exclaimed, "You are the Black Flash of Konoha, one of the dual poisons." Initially, he thought himself merely unlucky to encounter an elite, but to his dismay, the adversary transformed into a formidable boss. His mental state crumbled entirely. Correct, but alas, there is no reward. Hifeng tossed a myriad of kunai, each adorned with explosive tags, then bellowed, Flying Thunder God technique. The IWA ninja's heart sank. With kunai surrounding him from all directions, evasion was futile. His opponent could teleport to any kunai at will. In response, the IWA ninja unleashed his chakra, forming three hand seals. Doton, Doryugen. The might of a fully unleashed jonin was formidable. The ground within a 10-meter radius of the IWA ninja erupted violently, sharp rock spikes the size of a grown man shooting forth. Yet contrary to expectations, Hifeng did not meet his end impaled by the spikes. Amidst the swirling dust, he remained stationary, his tone calm as he stated, "Apologies, you fell for my trap." "What?" The IWA ninja was taken aback, instinctively glancing at a kunai that had been dislodged by the spikes. On it, the orange tag bore a bold character for explosion. "Oh no, it's detonating." Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags embedded within the kunai detonated in rapid succession. Caught off guard, the IWA ninja endured the onslaught of damage. However, being a jonin, he managed to withstand the assault, though he was left wounded and vulnerable. "Damn it, I need to retreat. I am no match for this guy." Gritting his teeth against the pain, he resolved to escape amidst the chaos of smoke and fire. Yet as he turned, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. True to his status as a jonin, despite several explosive tags affixed to him, he was still very much alive. Hifeng, wearing a cheerful expression, activated his Sharingan, the tomo spinning as he quickly ensnared the IWA ninja in a jinjutsu. Most jonin possessed formidable willpower, thus, illusions might not take immediate effect. The optimal strategy was to incapacitate them first, and then strike with a jinjutsu when they were unsuspecting, much like capturing weakened Pokemon with a Pokeball. Not bad. This fellow possesses quite a wealth of information. After extracting the IWA ninja's value, Hifeng granted him a swift end. Just as he prepared to obliterate the evidence and depart, he sensed another chakra fluctuation ahead, equally potent as the previous IWA ninja. This. Hifeng sighed. Though he was close to the border of the land of fire, and encounters were commonplace, facing two jonin in succession made him question his luck. With a resigned breath, he resolved to investigate to ensure the safety of the three youngsters. After all, with his current strength, very few in the ninja world could pose a threat to him. How could he encounter danger so easily? Chapter 85. Reward, Dying Grievance in the Dense Forest. Yahiko and his companions were traveling when they suddenly heard the faint sounds of explosions behind them. Yahiko's anxiety surged. "Brother Hifeng, it seems someone is fighting behind us. Should we?" "Do not concern yourselves. Continue onward," the shadow clone of Hifeng replied nonchalantly. The commotion stemmed from his true form engaging an enemy, so there was no need for alarm. "Understood, Brother Hifeng." In a lush clearing, a man clad in black gripped a ninja by the throat, lifting him to eye level with a look of disdain. "Please, spare me." The ninja's face turned a deep shade of purple from the choking, desperately trying to pry the man's iron grip apart, to no avail. With a cold snap, the man twisted and broke the ninja's neck, tossing the lifeless body aside. Surrounding him lay a grim collection of over a dozen corpses. I must seek out more valuable prey. These wretches are merely a waste of time. And time equals money. The man appeared to be in his 30s, robust with raven hair and emerald eyes, much of his face obscured by a black mask. His tattered gray clothing revealed well-defined muscles and peculiar stitching scars. Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, he sighed, bending down to search the corpse. Who goes there? The man, busy with his grim task, suddenly turned, his expression shifting to one of indifference as he questioned the figure emerging from behind a tree. Ah, my unfortunate luck. A masked figure stepped into view, self-deprecatingly chuckling. It was He-Fong, who had come to investigate the commotion. Oh, it seems I have stumbled upon a potentially valuable individual. The man scrutinized He-Fong with a contemplative gaze, retrieving a ledger from his pocket and beginning to peruse it, seemingly oblivious to He-Feng's presence. He-Fong did not act recklessly. Instead, he quietly unsealed his poison pouch. What outrageous luck I have. Just a casual stroll, and I encounter a shadow-level powerhouse. Indeed. The man glanced at He-Fong and then at the roster, a flicker of delight appearing in his emerald eyes. You are the Black Flash of Konoha, the Reaper racing through the toxic mists and seas of flames. A bounty of 20 million Ryo. Indeed. The Black Flash is the moniker that He-Fong earned after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, making a name for himself in the ninja world. He and Minato were known as the twin poisons of Konoha, infamous for their cunning and ruthless methods. Merely hearing their names was enough to send shivers down the spines of many a ninja. Do not inquire why the bounty is lower than a sumus. This is over 20 years ago when inflation was not as severe. According to the rules of the underworld, when one announces your name, you must also proclaim theirs in return as a sign of respect. He-Fong took a deep breath, resonating through his chest, and declared loudly, You are the strongest rogue ninja of Takigakure, the immortal warrior Kakuzu, who once battled the first Hokage. It is said that Kakuzu's so-called battle with the first Hokage consisted merely of him tossing a shuriken from 800 miles away. However, this is merely a rumor, as one cannot throw a shuriken that far. In truth, Kakuzu was only 100 miles away when he threw it. Nevertheless, this illustrates Kakuzu's remarkable strength. Oh, you can actually recognize me? Kakuzu looked at He-Fong in surprise, hesitating to make a move. He knew that He-Fong could escape at any moment using the Flying Thunder God technique, so he would not strike unless he was certain of his victory. Of course. Esteemed sir, you are a renowned bounty hunter, He-Fong replied with a smile. Although he might not be Kakuzu's match and his poison seemed ineffective against him, he remained unfazed. There was no need for him to engage in a deadly struggle with Kakuzu. This was merely a man driven by greed. Unless you were on the black market's bounty list, he would hardly spare you a glance. The four young ones had just embarked on their journey and had no bounty. Kakuzu wouldn't waste his efforts on them. So why should he fight desperately against Kakuzu? The latter possessed 4 revival coins, while He-Fong had only 1 life to spare. Just as He-Fong contemplated making his escape, a system notification chimed in. Fellow, please wait. Why not answer a multiple-choice question before you leave? Option 1. As long as I run fast, danger cannot catch up. Simply make a quick escape. Completion reward, speed 1. Option 2. Conduct a fire-related sales pitch. Successfully brainwashing Kakuzu with the will of fire. Completion reward, secret technique, earth grievance. Option 3. Engage Kakuzu in combat, gifting him 2 Italian shurikens. Completion reward, secret technique, earth grievance, fragment. System, are you trying to toy with me? He-Fong asked, slightly annoyed. He noticed that the system had been opposing him frequently lately. Keeping a vigilant eye on Kakuzu, he began to evaluate the rewards. Earth grievance, conceal life beneath the battlefield. With black tentacles stirring restlessly, an evil technique that robs others of their vitality. Traits. 1. Control black tentacles with chakra for both long-range and close-range attacks. 2. Utilize the tentacles to seize another's heart and transplant it within oneself, simultaneously acquiring the opponent's chakra properties and vitality. 3. The black tentacles can also facilitate physical fusion, allowing free movement even when separated from the main body. While He-Fong examined the system interface, Kakuzu did not remain idle. Although he was unsure why the opponent suddenly appeared dazed, it was an opportune moment. Hiss hiss. Black lines stirred beneath Kakuzu's clothing, and 2 eerie masks emerged from his skin, slowly crawling up to his shoulders. On the other side, He-Fong pondered the earth grievance. This technique could also alter length and shape. Something felt amiss. After reviewing Earth Grievance, he opened Earth Grievance, Fragment. Upon a brief glance, he understood. Oh, it is merely a truncated version of Earth Grievance, less effective and capable of accommodating only one extra heart. Faced with Kakuzu's piercing gaze, Hifeng dared not linger. After reviewing the rewards, he made a decisive choice. System, I choose option 3. While the complete version of Earth Grievance was tempting, it was of no use if unattainable. One must understand that verbal persuasion only works on those with ideals and convictions. Kakuzu was a man who recognized only money, devoid of ideals and beliefs. Naturally immune to such verbal tactics. Furthermore, he did not possess enough wealth to dazzle Kakuzu into submission, so it was a straightforward decision. May the fluffy Baldufu readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. In Chapter 86, Earth Grievance acquired. Warning, the previous choices presented by the system were deemed unreasonable and have been amended. Thank you for the feedback from the higher dimensional observers. Beware, enemies ahead. During the journey of Team 6, the small radar, Nagato, suddenly spoke. Prepare for battle, commanded Conan, prompting the four to draw their weapons and quietly unveil their respective poison pouches. Nearby, Hifeng's shadow clone smiled at the scene, opting not to intervene. The enemy was merely an ordinary squad, with the strongest among them barely at the Chunin level. While it might prove slightly challenging, the four young ones could easily handle it. As expected, after a fierce battle, the four successfully annihilated their opponents. Brother Hifeng, our performance was, what the heck? Brother Hifeng has vanished. Just as Yahiko intended to show off to Hifeng, he discovered that Hifeng had seemingly evaporated into thin air, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. In a shaded clearing, Hifeng and Kakuzu sprang into action, almost simultaneously. Help me complete a choice. I would like to borrow your head for a moment. In a bid to instantaneously eliminate Hifeng and deny him the chance to employ the Flying Thunder God technique for escape, Kakuzu unleashed his full power. Entering the Earth Grievance mode, dense black lines erupted from his body, supporting two masks, one red and one blue, twisting and swirling in the air. Hee 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 hee. Ha 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 ha. Both masks opened wide, their mouths forming eerie grins, emitting strange laughter. Speed assessment in progress. Kakuzu is faster. He will strike first. Wind release, pressure damage. The black mask unleashed a nearly solid high-pressure wind sphere. Fire release, head carving. Simultaneously, the red mask spewed forth a vast sea of flames. Boom. The wind sphere erupted violently, creating a terrifying vortex that swept in all directions. The sea of flames, aided by the raging winds, surged forth, roaring as it engulfed Hifeng's diminutive figure. Combined ninja technique, flame wind turbulence. The searing heat and immense pressure were sufficient to reduce everything within range to dust, incinerating all. I'm not exaggerating, my friend. Your strikes are rather ruthless. Hifeng's figure appeared behind Kakuzu, picking up a Flying Thunder God kunai, and teasingly remarked, if you reduce me to ashes, would you even get recognized if you tried to exchange my remains for the bounty? Kakuzu remained silent, swiftly turning to deliver a powerful strike. Earth Grievance, ultimate shot. Suddenly, a lightning attribute mask emerged from within him, joining the wind and fire masks in opening their mouths wide. The confluence of wind, fire, and thunder coalesced into a fearsome chakra cannon, aimed directly at Hifeng. By heavens, you scoundrel! This is not how martial ethics dictate. It should have been my turn to strike. Hifeng cursed as he swiftly dodged. The chakra beam, having lost its target, pierced through several towering trees, vanishing from their sight. Gulping, Hifeng reappeared not far away, swallowing hard. Had that attack struck him, it would surely have been his end. After two unsuccessful assaults, Jiaodu ceased his aggressive onslaught, furrowing his brow as he regarded Hifeng. You could have left at any moment. Why linger? Is it to provoke me? Not at all. Hifeng shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. If it were not necessary, I would not jest with my own life. However, I have no choice. I must fulfill the tasks set by the system. The rewards are simply too enticing. Hifeng, akin to Danzo, possessed 5 elemental affinities: fire, wind, earth, water, and een. Upon acquiring Hashirama's cells, he had also gained the yang element. If he could obtain the earth grudge fear, remnant, and somehow procure a lightning affinity heart, he would attain mastery over all elemental chakra. The risk was entirely worth it. Jiaodu, receive my 2 Italian shurikens. Jiaodu, faster than Hifeng, had previously launched a barrage of attacks, leaving Hifeng no opportunity to counter. Now, as Jiaodu paused his offensive, He drew forth 2 shurikens, ready to retaliate. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired secret technique Earth Grudge Fear, Remnant. Whoosh, whoosh. Enraged by the shurikens hurled by Hifeng, Jiao Du seethed. This rascal claimed he was not here to provoke. Had Hifeng merely cast a fireball technique, Jiao Du would have begrudgingly accepted it. But to throw 2 shurikens at a shadow-level warrior, was that not a provocation? Was he not the one who had once hurled a shuriken at the first Hokage from 100 miles away, only to trip over branches and inadvertently pierce his own heart with a tree limb while escaping? Decades had passed, and yet Hifeng still sought to humiliate him over that incident. Earth Grudge Fear activate. A torrent of inky tendrils erupted from Jiao Du, enveloping the surroundings. As 5 masks ascended and opened wide. What the? Hifeng, bewildered by Jiao Du's sudden fury, made the decisive choice to retreat. Farewell. When we meet again, we can discuss potential cooperation. Boom, boom, boom. As Hifeng vanished, a tremendous shockwave descended, churning the ground where he had just stood. What an inexplicable fool. Jiao Du coldly retracted the Earth Grudge Fear, his mood soured. The 2 million he had been offered had fled, leaving him with a metaphorical kick to the shins. Let me not see you again, or else. Amidst Jiao Du's displeasure, the list of names he held began to radiate warmth. Hastily, he retrieved it, infusing it with chakra, and words slowly emerged. You have a new order. Please visit the nearest exchange promptly. Humph. Though somewhat dejected, life must go on. Jiao Du chose to continue accepting missions, seeking his next source of income. Swish. Hifeng reappeared beside Xiao Nan, lifting her effortlessly into the air from behind. Ah! Xiao Nan gasped in surprise and delight, nuzzling against Hifeng. Brother Hifeng, why did you suddenly disappear? You startled us. Hifeng smiled. I had some matters to attend to, but I have returned now. Though Hifeng did not elaborate, Kakashi and Nagato exchanged knowing glances, their suspicions confirmed. It seems Brother Hifeng was dealing with formidable enemies beyond our abilities, Nagato whispered. Indeed. The preceding explosion was likely caused by Teacher Hifeng, Kakashi replied quietly. Perhaps the adversaries were too formidable, prompting him to conserve chakra by recalling his shadow clone. As they conversed, Yahiko chimed in with a hint of jealousy. Brother Hifeng, why do you only carry Xiao Nan and not me? Isn't this favoritism? Hifeng, supporting Xiao Nan with one arm, playfully flicked Yahiko's forehead. Is today your first day meeting me? Kakashi stifled laughter, while Nagato chuckled openly. Yahiko, in a state of despair, retorted, Humph. It seems the Shimura clan can no longer accommodate me. I shall take my leave. Don't go, Yahiko, Xiao Nan exclaimed, breaking free from Hifeng's embrace. Her sincerity evident. Delighted at the attention, Yahiko felt a flicker of hope, but Xiao Nan added earnestly, Don't go, Yahiko, run along. Yahiko lamented, Nagato, they are bullying me. As he buried himself into Nagato's embrace, seeking comfort. Nagato, indulgent, comforted Yahiko, a fond smile gracing his face. Kakashi, observing the lively exchange, felt his mood lighten. Initially concerned about his teacher's reliability, he now felt a profound sense of belonging within Team 6, relishing the camaraderie. This life is truly wonderful, Kakashi mused inwardly. With a caring father, a responsible yet quirky teacher, and dependable comrades, everything seemed idyllic. He wished for these simple, blissful days to persist indefinitely. Alas, beautiful moments are destined to be fleeting. Enough of this. Let's prepare for battle. Hifeng reminded them. Yes, the 4 youngsters replied in unison. The journey ahead remained tranquil, devoid of further disturbances, allowing the group to arrive smoothly at Outpost 214. After confirming their identities and exchanging intel, their mission was deemed complete. Woohoo! Our first mission is a B rank. We are officially Team Leaf's finest. Yahiko proclaimed, clearly having forgotten previous grievances. Heavens, how has this child transformed? Hifeng sighed, feeling a tinge of concern. In the original narrative, Yahiko was a deeply ambitious youth, devoted to liberating the ninja world. However, under Hifeng's influence, it seemed he had first liberated his own nature, abandoning all restraint and becoming akin to a mischievous husky. Be cautious, Yahiko. Brother Hifeng once said, a cautious ship sails for 1,000 years, Xiao Nan advised. Everyone performed admirably on this mission. Now, return and rest, you've earned a week off. Hifeng concluded, allowing the young ones to disperse. Meanwhile, he hastened to the Root's prison. Ah, young master, I thought you were off duty. What brings you here? A guard approached, cheerfully greeting Hifeng. I have a need to inquire. Are there any goods from the Cloud Village available? I seek quality merchandise, Hifeng replied, patting the guard's back and discreetly slipping a banknote into her pocket. Indeed, we have some. After a moment of contemplation, the guard smiled and spoke. A few days ago, the leader of the Night Wind Squad delivered a spy from Yunin Village. I have just finished interrogating him and have yet to process him. If the young master requires him, feel free to take him. However, his condition is rather poor. I wonder if he will cooperate. If he is subjected to forced memory extraction by the clans in the mountains, he could end up either mad or worse. It seems that the Yunin spy has already lost his sanity, but as long as his heart is intact, it is of no concern. Let us go take a look. Yes, please follow me, the guard replied respectfully, leading the way. The depths of the dungeon were dark and foreboding, with the air thick with the stench of blood and the despair of the prisoners. After passing several cells, they halted before a completely sealed cell. This is the one. Young master. The guard produced a key and unlocked the door for Hifeng. I'll keep watch outside. If you need anything, just call. Hifeng shook his head. No need. You may leave. I will handle it myself. I understand, young master. The guard discreetly exited, quickly disappearing into the shadowy corridor. Hifeng then entered the cell, scrutinizing the prisoner before him. The man, in his 40s, was curled in the corner, his clothing disheveled, his gaze vacant, and drool trickling from his mouth. Upon seeing Hifeng enter, he began to giggle foolishly, saliva pooling on the ground. System, show me his attributes, Hifeng commanded. Attack, 3, 26, speed, 5, 24, defense, 5, 19, chakra, 11, 21, chakra elements. Yang, lightning, water, earth, excellent. This man was previously a special jonin skilled in offense, possessing lightning chakra as well. Hifeng felt somewhat satisfied with the man and decided to make do with him for now, planning to replace him when a better option arose. Earth grudge fear. Black tendrils emerged from Hifeng's body, slowly creeping up the man's form and coiling around his chest. Unaware of the impending danger, the man continued to laugh foolishly, even producing a bubble of mucus. Suddenly, the tendrils pierced through the man's chest, enveloping his heart and drawing it into Hifeng's grasp. What a wicked technique. Hifeng mused, shaking his head. He activated Earth Grudge Fear once more and, while the iron was hot, inserted the man's heart into his own body. Thump, thump. Hifeng felt two hearts beating within him simultaneously. It was a remarkably surreal sensation. The doubling of blood flow and energy supply granted him an immediate surge of power. System, check my attributes. Current attributes of the host are as follows. Attack, 25 speed, 31 defense, 27 chakra, 26, previously, after acquiring the cells of Hashirama. Hifeng's attributes, aside from speed, had gradually risen to around 25. Now, bolstered by the second heart, those three attributes had increased by 12 points. It has indeed improved. Hifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worth noting that as one progresses, enhancing attribute values becomes increasingly challenging. This 12-point boost was akin to gaining additional marks in a crucial examination, capable of setting apart several ninjas in a field. Moreover, I have acquired lightning chakra. Henceforth, I shall be a ninja of all attributes. Ha 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 ha. Hifeng's smile broadened, and he erupted into hearty laughter within the cell, causing nearby prisoners to break into a cold sweat, wondering which Konoha eccentric had come to interrogate them and derive pleasure from tormenting others. Boom. Hifeng casually disposed of the man's corpse and exited the cell. He sought a secluded spot to acclimate to his newfound second heart until he fully mastered the abilities it conferred. Now, where shall I conceal this second heart? After leaving the cell, Hifeng fell into deep thought. First, I must exclude vital areas, as those are most likely to be targeted by enemies. Secondly, I have yet to devise a plan. However, it must be unexpected, hidden in a place where foes would never conceive. This would ensure my survival. After much contemplation, Hifeng conceived an ingenious hiding place. Why not conceal it within my posterior? No one would ever suspect. Of course, sitting down might lead to some discomfort. But that was a trivial concern. Chapter 88. Return to the roots 3 months later. In the Hokage's office, Danzo sat calmly at his desk, while Hizen busily prepared tea. Pouring a hot cup for Danzo. Hizen, you hastily summoned me. What is the matter? Danzo inquired, savoring his tea. You and I are often preoccupied with mundane affairs. It is rare that we sit together, so do not be so impatient, my old friend. Hizen took a seat across from Danzo, alternating between smoking and sipping tea, smiling without addressing the matter at hand. This left Danzo feeling somewhat exasperated, knowing that there were numerous duties awaiting his attention in the root organization. Yet, despite his words, he showed no intention of leaving. After finishing his tea, he pushed the cup forward, signaling Hizen for a refill. After 3 rounds of tea, Hizen pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Not long ago, Fugaku approached me, proposing to relinquish the police department to collaborate with the Uchiha in managing certain affairs. In return, he hopes we will ease our restrictions on the Uchiha clan, allowing some of them to join the Umbu. He mentioned wanting to enhance communication between the Uchiha and Konoha to bridge the divide between us. What are your thoughts on this, Danzo? Bang. Danzo slammed his teacup down, a cold smirk forming on his lips. What do I think? This is nothing but the Uchiha's nefarious scheme to deceive us. A cunning ploy to buy time. Allowing them to insert their people into the Umbu would facilitate their intelligence gathering, paving the way for their eventual usurpation of our positions. Not a chance. Absolutely not. Hizen set down his pipe, waving his hand with a wry smile. Calm down, my old friend. I heard from Fugaku that this might have been Hefeng's idea. Hefeng's idea? Danzo paused, then narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming placid. But times have changed. Perhaps the Uchiha truly regret their past actions. You may take the lead on this, Hizen. Hizen exclaimed, you sly dog. In truth, Danzo had already been informed of this matter by his son. However, allowing the Uchiha to join the Umbu posed significant risks, and Danzo was unwilling to shoulder the blame should anything go awry, which is why he feigned ignorance in front of Hizen. Yet Hizen was not necessarily oblivious. Among adults, the understanding often remains unspoken, for it is the hallmark of friendship. After much contemplation, I have decided to accept Fugaku's proposal, granting the Uchiha clan an opportunity. As he spoke, Hizen retrieved a list from his pocket and presented it to Danzo. This is a list of suitable Uchiha candidates. Let us each select one to join our respective departments. Danzo nodded slightly, neither supporting nor opposing Hizen's decision. Fortunately, Hisashi remains rational. After all, it is only one individual. And even if something were to occur, it would be within a manageable scope. It is her, Uchiha way. Danzo glanced at the list casually and quickly singled out a name. Oh, Hisashi expressed surprise. Have you decided so swiftly? Danzo snorted, somewhat displeased. This Uchiha way is a classmate of Hoka. Since it was this young man's proposal, he should take responsibility for it himself. By the way, how many members of the Uchiha clan are willing to let us arrange for entry into the police department? Approximately 10, Hisashi replied. Danzo curled his lip, increased that to 20. Each of our 4 clans will send in 5, or there will be no discussion. Very well. Seeing Danzo's resolute stance, Hisashi could only respond with a wry smile. At the Shimizu residence, Xiangling shyly glanced at Hoka and asked in a hopeful whisper, how is it? Hoka? After a moment of careful consideration, Hoka nodded earnestly. It seems to have alleviated quite a bit. It appears my daily massages are indeed effective. Just then, without knocking, Danzo pushed the door open and entered. Hoka, leaving Xiangling's embrace, looked at Danzo with a hint of exasperation. Father, why did you enter my room without knocking? Did I invite you in? Danzo's nasal tone startled Hoka into silence. Xiangling, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Hoka, Danzo commanded. Yes, Lord Danzo. Xiangling exited the room, closing the door behind her. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at his son and spoke coolly. Initially, it was you who suggested it to Fugaku. Now, with an Uchiha set to join the root, you must keep a close watch on her. What? Hoka scratched his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. I merely mentioned it casually. Fugaku actually went ahead with it? He paused. What about the other children in our class, father? Danzo seemed to have anticipated this, replying without hesitation. You will return to the root, and from now on, let Minato take over your class. It is time for the 2 of you to part ways. With your talents, remaining in the same system is a waste. One's brilliance will inevitably overshadow the other. Allowing them to develop in different systems is the most prudent course of action. That seems acceptable. After a brief contemplation, Hoka acquiesced to his father's arrangement. After all, he had taught them nearly everything he could over the past 6 months. He trusted Minato to take over and could still impart new knowledge to the children. The pleasant time of idleness is coming to an end, Hoka lamented. In the resting room belonging to Hoka's team at the root, he beamed at the 3 long-awaited comrades. It's been a while, Uncle Yudo, Sister Ayako, and Jingwen. After so long apart, Yudo looked somewhat dazed upon seeing Hoka again. Young master, your appearance now is almost identical to that of the adults back then. Ayako's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her determination to pursue Hoka intensified. It was known that the younger Danzo was handsome enough to make Tsunade blush. Now nearing 17, Hoka stood close to 6 feet tall, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a gallant demeanor. As long as he refrained from speaking, he was undoubtedly a standard heartthrob, a presence capable of making girls scream. At that moment, Hinata Jingwen inexplicably flushed. Here, let me present a case from the world of Naruto. The aloof heartthrob Sasuke, regardless of where he goes, can always draw the admiration and cheers of girls. However, only Hinata, with her unique insight, dismisses him. Yet, upon encountering Naruto, she inexplicably blushes. You see, you observe closely. Today, our team will welcome a new member, Hoka announced to his comrades, who wore varied expressions. Her identity is rather special, so do not be too surprised when you meet her. After a long separation, the four naturally had much to discuss. As they engaged in casual conversation, a graceful figure knocked and entered, lightly parting her lips. Hello, I am the new member reporting for duty. I look forward to your guidance. Hoka turned in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Wa Uchiha Wei. The other three exchanged peculiar glances. Young master, weren't we told not to be too surprised? Chapter 89. The conflict between darkness and the roots that old coot Danzo is trying to surprise me. Is he? Hoka felt disgruntled after the embarrassing moment in front of his team. Long time no see, Shimizu Hoka. Uchiha Wei smirked, a hint of provocation in her smile as she noted Hoka's astonishment. Show some respect and call me captain. Hoka retorted with annoyance. Yes, Captain Hoka, Uchiha Wei replied respectfully, though her smile grew ever more audacious. How outrageous. Hoka shot her a glare, choosing to ignore the woman. He turned to Yudo beside him and instructed, Uncle Yudo, please take her for a tour of the hall so everyone can recognize her and avoid any unexpected incidents. An actual Uchiha entering the route was akin to a duck willingly marching into the capital or a chicken flying into KFC. If encountered by someone unaware, it could easily lead to a confrontation. One of them would end up injured or worse. Yudo silently regarded Hoka, saying nothing, but his eyes conveyed everything. Why am I the one stuck doing this, young master? Hoka shot back with a look. I haven't seen Ayako and Jingwen in ages, surely. We need to exchange some private words and reacquaint ourselves? Reluctantly, Yudo understood he could not escape and sighed, leading Uchiha Wei out of the room. After leaving, he kindly closed the door behind them. That night at the Shimizu residence, seeing his son's listless demeanor, Danzo felt a surge of frustration and admonished, Hoka, you are no longer a child. It is time to settle down and start a family. Have you found any of the noble ladies I introduced to you appealing? Let me think. Hoka scratched his head, lost in thought. Among the women his father had introduced, the most beautiful was the daughter of the Tsunade clan. Now that he thought about it, she was indeed striking, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and skilled in various advanced techniques. Hoka felt a slight stir of affection. However, the thought of her eventually becoming like Tsunade made him cringe. Father, to be honest, among our families, I only have feelings for Sarutobi Yoko. After some reflection, Hoka spoke candidly. Smack. Danzo slapped Hoka on the head in exasperation. Sarutobi Yoko? She is the fiancée of Sarutobi Kazuki. Are you messing with me? Hoka clutched his head, hastily responding. Well, I also have a fondness for the blonde girl from the Yamanaka clan, the wild lady from the Inazuka clan, and Uchiha. Ugh. The issue is, these families don't quite align with ours. Why haven't you introduced me to anyone? With a deep breath, Danzo suppressed his urge to reprimand his son and asked more reasonably, what do you think of that girl Xiangling? Do you like her? I do. Hifeng nodded without a moment's hesitation. Xiangling was utterly devoted to him, constantly considering his needs. What man could resist such a girl? However, father, Hifeng hastily interjected. The current state between Xiangling and me is quite satisfactory. There is no need to rush into marriage, for I am still quite young. Moreover, I must focus on my cultivation. Father, a woman would only hinder my progress in forming seals. After much persuasion, Hifeng finally convinced Tuanzo to abandon his plans for an arranged marriage. In Blue Star, marrying in one's 20s or 30s is the norm, and Hifeng truly harbored no such intentions at this moment. He already lived a carefree life. Why would he wish to take on the burden of a wife? The next day, in the route headquarters, Hifeng ignored the predatory gaze of Uchiha Wei and spoke to himself. We have no significant tasks today. Merely monitor the Uchiha clan as per usual. Sister Ayako, you are with me. Uncle Yudo you. Just then, a commotion could be faintly heard from outside the route's main gate. Please remain here while I investigate, Hifeng said, his brow furrowing as he turned towards the entrance. Step back. Without Lord Tuanzo's permission, you cannot enter. Ridiculous. The route is under my umbu's jurisdiction, and now that the captain of my umbu is present, why should entry be denied? Upon exiting the route's main gate, the altercation between two groups grew increasingly evident. One side consisted of route members guarding the entrance, while the other comprised umbu ninjas seeking entry. Withdraw at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious, the route ninja coldly declared. Even if the Hokage himself were present, without Lord Tuanzo's permission, none shall step into the route. Insolence, the umbu ninja retorted angrily. Are you attempting to betray the village by defying the directives of the third Hokage's direct umbu? Tensions escalated, with many hands resting on weapons, prepared for conflict. Enough. Hifeng stepped between the two factions, pointing at the earlier umbu ninja with a cold glare. Who do you think you are to claim to represent the will of the third Hokage? Can you shoulder the blame for deliberately inciting discord between the two divisions? Reputation is a fragile thing. Before ordinary route members, those self-proclaimed elite umbu ninjas could still act arrogantly. But before the infamous and fearsome Black Flash, the once arrogant umbu ninja instantly lowered his head, no longer daring to utter a word. Seeing his subordinate yield, the umbu captain pushed him aside, stepping forward from the crowd, and inquired in a deep voice. If he cannot represent the will of the third Hokage, then what of me? Hifeng cast a penetrating glance at the umbu captain and smirked. Sarutobi Ryushi, do you find this tedious method amusing? The moment you return to the route, Sarutobi Ryushi arrived with his people to stir up trouble. Hifeng realized that the other party was intentionally targeting him. I do not comprehend your words. Sarutobi Ryushi shook his head, adopting a businesslike demeanor. The route is subordinate to the umbu. I am merely conducting a routine inspection of a subordinate department. Are you obstructing me because there is something unsightly within the route? You insolent fool. Seeing Sarutobi Ryushi feign confusion, Hifeng felt anger rising within. Is the route not meant to safeguard your father? If you uncover anything within the route, it would not only disgrace my father, but also yours. The third Hokage personally promised that the route holds independent authority, and the umbu has no right to interfere, Hifeng declared emphatically. Sarutobi Ryushi chuckled. It is true that the route possesses independent authority, but the umbu retains oversight over the route. Now, step aside, otherwise, even your father cannot protect you. Ryushi's arrival was purely to vex Hifeng, to make him recognize his clan's subservient position, and to remind him who truly holds power in Konoha. The ruckus created by both parties was considerable, yet to this moment, Hizashi and Tuanzo showed no intention of intervening. Both Hifeng and Ryushi understood that these two elders tacitly approved of their conflict. With that, Hifeng lifted his chin, looking down his nose at Sarutobi Ryushi. I shall say but one word. Scram, get lost. Chapter 90. Fierce battle with Ryushi outside the route's main gate. It seems you are hopelessly obstinate. Sarutobi Ryushi narrowed his eyes, speaking ominously. Hifeng placed his hands on his hips, letting out a cold laugh. Haha, that is something I should say to you. Their gazes hardened, and their subordinates began to stir. In a moment of tension, Hifeng suddenly burst into laughter, recalling the scene from his childhood when he had faced off against Sarutobi Ryushi. He cleared his throat, mimicking Ryushi's tone from that time. Sarutobi Ryushi, would you dare to change the venue and resolve our issues like men? Ryushi's eyes narrowed, evidently recalling the humiliation he had suffered years ago at the hands of two big-nosed individuals. Oof, why would I not dare? He snorted, signaling his subordinates to hold their positions while he stepped up beside Hifeng. The situation had escalated too far to be easily resolved, and neither side would benefit from it. Since Hifeng had taken the initiative to propose a duel, Ryushi welcomed the opportunity. He felt confident that he could dominate Hifeng now. Current attributes of Sarutobi Ryushi: attack, 30 speed, 29 defense, 28 chakra, 31 swish. In the next moment, their figures vanished, leaving only their watchful subordinates behind. Inside the route's training hall, the two figures suddenly materialized, Hifeng and Ryushi. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. As soon as they appeared, Ryushi's chest swelled, and he launched an attack on Hifeng. Roar! A massive fire dragon roared into existence. its tail whipping fiercely as it charged towards Hifeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flying thunder god kunai pierced through the fire dragon. Hifeng's figure flickered, appearing beside one of the kunai, deftly evading the dragon's assault. Triad ceiling. Ryushi seemed to have anticipated this moment, and 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. The 3 figures formed a triangle, enclosing the 3 kunai along with Hifeng, rapidly forming seals. Swish. Hifeng activated Flying Thunder God again, returning to his previous position. Upon entering, he had concealed a kunai beneath his feet. Is evasion all you know? Sarutobi Ryushi shouted, as all 3 figures simultaneously formed seals to unleash their jutsu. Lightning style, Thunder Roar. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Ryushi's main body exhaled thunder, resembling a sharp spear, sweeping towards Hifeng from close range. The 2 shadow clones unleashed fire and earth techniques, a barrage of flames and earth aimed at Hifeng. Wind style, Gale Wind. Facing the onslaught of 3 elemental blasts, Hifeng remained composed, raising his hand to create a wind barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous force of the jutsu relentlessly crashed against the wind barrier, which vibrated violently, clearly struggling to withstand the assault for much longer. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. Enduring the energy impact, Hifeng shifted sideways, inhaling deeply as he ran. Then suddenly exhaled a powerful gust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chakra flow pierced through the escape technique of Ryushi like a bullet, heading straight for his body and shadow clones. Humph. Sarutobi Ryushi swiftly retracted both shadow clones, evading the incoming vacuum sphere by nimbly dodging, and propelled himself towards Hohu. In mere moments, he appeared beside Hohu. Chakra Blade. True one character. Ryushi swiftly drew 2 serrated claw blades, infusing them with wind chakra, extending blue blades that sliced through the air with a buzzing sound. He stepped forward, rapidly swinging the claw blades with a devious angle for a strike. Well met. Hohu remained unfazed, unsheathing the long sword at his waist, also imbued with wind chakra, elegantly positioning it parallel to the 2 claw blades' assault. Clang. The long sword met the 2 claw blades, yet Ryushi's attack carried more force, causing Hohu to stagger back a step. Seizing the moment, Ryushi twisted one claw blade to lock onto the long sword while the other lunged straight for Hohu's chest. Wind Release, Separation Wind. Wind Release, Emerald Gale. Just as Hohu expanded his wind domain, the prepared Ryushi instantly reinforced the true one character, cleaving through the wind domain with his sharp blade. Swish. In a moment of desperation, Hohu employed the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to his prior position. Ryushi twirled his claw blade with a smirk of derision, mocking the so-called Black Flash. Hohu chuckled, teasingly remarking, "Heh, Ryushi, don't you feel a bit dizzy?" Ryushi's expression shifted as he scrutinized his bodily condition, realizing Hohu had not been bluffing. He was indeed poisoned. When did you poison me? Knowing Hohu's capabilities, he had been on guard against any toxic tricks, yet the opponent had managed to do so. Hohu merely smiled in silence. The blade had been dusted with poison, and his earlier close proximity was a deliberate tactic to release the fine powder into Ryushi's system. Rest assured, we are not mortal enemies. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Hohu said cheerfully upon noticing Ryushi's fluctuating expression. Thud thud. Ryushi sheathed his dual blades and retrieved a specially crafted antidote pill, consuming it hastily. Having failed to land a blow, he glared at Hohu with malice. The Sarutobi clan possessed resilient physiques, and this trace amount of toxin would only gradually impair his condition. He needed to end this swiftly. Crack. Ryushi bit his finger, covering his hands in blood, and began forming seals. Summoning technique. Monkey Spirit. Amidst a cloud of white smoke, a towering monkey appeared, scanning the surroundings and asking in a deep voice, "Ryushi, do you require my assistance?" Ryushi nodded, speaking rapidly. "There's no time for explanations. Monkey Spirit. Transform into the Diamond Wish Staff." The spirit leaped toward Ryushi, morphing midair into a black staff with golden edges, landing directly in Ryushi's grasp. Given Hohu's mastery of the Flying Thunder God, employing ninjutsu was not particularly advantageous. Physical techniques were the optimal counter-strategy. Ah, the summoning beast of the Sarutobi clan. This could be troublesome, Hohu murmured. The clan's summoning beasts possessed indestructible bodies, and a strike from the staff could prove overwhelming. "Yeah," Ryushi roared. the staff suddenly elongating as he swung it horizontally towards Hohu. Wind release, shuriken. Hohu executed a roll to evade, summoning multiple shurikens with both hands and hurling them forcefully at Ryushi. Clang, clang, clang. Ryushi retracted the staff, quickly swinging it in front of him, effortlessly deflecting the wind shurikens that could slice through rock. However, during this interval, Hohu had completed his seals. Wind release, true vacuum sphere. Boom. If the vacuum sphere was akin to a bullet, then the true vacuum sphere resembled a rocket launcher. The massive sphere unleashed turbulent airwaves, hurtling towards Ryushi with impressive might. Earth release, earth flow wall. Ryushi expelled a jet of mud, which rapidly rose from the ground, forming a resilient barrier in front of him. Wind release, vacuum blade. Hohu suddenly appeared behind Ryushi, his long sword's wind blade sharp and viciously aimed at Ryushi. Given Ryushi's declining state, he could easily engage head-on. Wind release, cyclone. Ryushi unleashed a fierce gale, momentarily obstructing Hohu, and thrusting his staff like a spear towards him. Clang. Hohu angled his body, exerting force through his wrist to parry the staff. Unexpectedly, a furry hand suddenly emerged from the golden staff, reaching for him. Monkey Demon Hand. Chapter 91. Conflict De-escalation and Escalation Swish. Facing the dark hand, Hohu remained calm, activating the Flying Thunder God once more. Sarutobi Ryushi scoffed. The Flying Thunder God technique is immensely draining. With such frequent usage, I wonder how long you can sustain it. Hohu shrugged, smiling cheerfully. It's not just you who has a summoning contract, Sarutobi Ryushi. Ryushi's expression darkened as he silently manipulated the staff to extend again, sweeping at Hohu. Hey, if I fly, it's just for fun. Hohu utilized the Flying Thunder God to distance himself again, simultaneously biting his finger and forming 5 seals to initiate the summoning technique. Thud. The next moment, a slug descended from the white mist, landing on Hohu's shoulder. What's wrong, little Hohu? The slug inquired gently. Slug Elder, may I borrow some chakra from you? Hohu requested respectfully while maneuvering. Of course, no problem, the slug replied, effortlessly transmitting a small amount of chakra from its body. For the slug sage, this was trivial, yet it filled Hohu's body completely. I fly, I fly, I fly, fly, fly. Hey, can't hit, la la la. Hohu incessantly tossed kunai, riding on Ryushi's face and quickly retracting, infuriating Ryushi to the point of seething. Shimizu Hohua. As Ryushi gritted his teeth, Hohu kindly reminded, Ryushi, don't get too worked up, otherwise, the toxin will spread faster. And by the way, during all that flying about, I added quite a bit more for you. This colorless, odorless, and nearly undetectable poison was exceptionally difficult to concoct. Hohu usually refrained from using it. Only due to his good rapport with Ryushi did he begrudgingly share some for Ryushi's experience. Shimizu Hohu. Ryushi, consumed by rage, felt his vision darken, nearly collapsing to the ground. In the critical moment, the monkey spirit returned to its true form, cradling Ryushi. You are a child of the Shimizu clan, are you not? Ryushi, drained, conceded, let this spar conclude here. The monkey spirit sighed and addressed Hohu. No, I can still fight. Ryushi broke free from the monkey spirit's support, staggering to his feet, but his legs weakened, and he collapsed back into the spirit's embrace. Enough, Ryushi, stop pretending to be strong. The monkey spirit admonished sternly. If you continue to push yourself, you will damage your foundation. How can you expect me to explain this to the monkey demon and your father? Ryushi bowed his head, remaining silent. He was well aware of the truth in the monkey spirit's words. Yet, despite his grand display of authority, he sought to trouble Hifeng, underestimating the ease with which he could subdue him. Ultimately, however, he found himself bested by the very individual he believed to be an easy target. How could such prideful arrogance be born? Very well, let this be the end of it. Hifeng shrugged, harboring no objections to Yuan Ling's words. What else could he do? Could he truly slay Lucy before Yuan Ling's very eyes? Even if he harbored such intentions, the time and place were decidedly inappropriate for such an act. Senior Slug, I truly appreciate your assistance just now, Hifeng expressed, glancing toward the slug perched upon his shoulder. Not at all. It was no trouble, the slug replied softly. I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to summon me should you require my aid. Very well, farewell, Senior Slug. Farewell, young Hifeng. After bidding farewell to the slug, Hifeng approached Lucy, casting a domineering gaze upon him. Our recent encounter ought to be deemed my victory, would you not agree? What are the subsequent terms? With Yuan Ling's support, Lu Si managed to straighten himself, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This time, I concede defeat. I shall depart with my subordinates shortly. Are you satisfied? Hifeng nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Yuan Fei Lu Si, our interests do not conflict. In fact, we belong to the same faction. I hope our grievances can be resolved here. Continuing this conflict serves neither of our purposes. Lu Si's expression softened somewhat under Hifeng's gaze, and he eventually nodded. You make a valid point. Let us end this here. A few moments later, the two exited the route's main gate side by side. Lu Si said nothing, leading his subordinates away. The outcome of their confrontation was unmistakably clear. The members of the route regarded Hifeng with pride and admiration. Our young master has triumphed over the Hokage's son. We ask, who else could stand against him? Meanwhile, the morale of the swift, shadowy ninjas was notably low. Lu Si was seething with pent-up frustration. Just then, a member of the Umbu descended from the wall, whispering a few words into Lu Si's ear. Excellent. At last, we have leverage against this scoundrel. Lu Si's gloomy demeanor lifted, a gleam of excitement illuminating his face. He had found a target upon which to unleash his fury. Gather all squads. We shall apprehend Orochimaru. Beside Lu Si, an Umbu ninja voiced a note of concern. Young master, should we not inform Lord Hokage? Lu Si shook his head, responding coldly, there's no need. I would rather not give my father the chance to be lenient and allow Orochimaru the opportunity to destroy evidence. We shall capture Orochimaru directly, and with him in our possession, we can present both him and the evidence to my father. The Umbu ninjas chorused in unison, understood. With a resounding thud, Rijan slammed his hand down on the table, seizing the smoking pipe before striking it against Lu Si. You fool! Who granted you the authority to act against Orochimaru without consulting me first? Lu Si's complexion turned ashen. In that moment, he realized that his earlier emotional instability had led him to make a grievous error. With a trembling voice, he began to explain, Father, Orochimaru has violated the laws of Konoha, conducting experiments on human subjects. Rijan interrupted Lu Si, his voice laced with fury. Silence, you imbecile. Are you truly so naive as to believe that I am unaware of the experiments Orochimaru conducted or the misdeeds orchestrated by Danzo? Just because Danzo concealed them from me does not absolve you of your ignorance. This fool, how could I, Sarutobi Rijan, have such a dim-witted son? Earlier that day, two children had ignited a conflict between their respective factions, which he had monitored closely throughout the morning. Only after the confrontation had subsided and both sides retreated did he allow himself some respite to address the backlog of duties. However, half an hour later, he received word that his own son had led a team to capture Orochimaru, only to have them decimated, with the rogue escaping Konoha. Rijan was seething with indignation. Merely looking at Lu Si's face filled him with discontent. This situation clearly had room for negotiation, yet this fool had acted unilaterally, forcing Orochimaru to defect. Konoha had lost a formidable asset, a genius researcher privy to countless secrets. Meanwhile, Lu Si was filled with quiet resentment. It was worth noting that his father had never berated him in such a manner before. And now, all of this was attributed to one person. It's all your fault, Shimura Hifeng. If not for your influence clouding my judgment, I would never have made such an unwise decision. Chapter 92. Indifferent to Orochimaru, what nonsense. Orochimaru has defected? Hifeng had only just returned to the route to relax, still warming up Ayaka's legs, when he was greeted with this bewildering news. Hinata Jingwen leaned close to Hifeng, her voice a soft whisper in his ear, her fragrant hair brushing against his cheek as she playfully nudged him. However, Hifeng paid her no mind, rising in frustration. That idiot Sarutobi Lu Si. Isn't this just asking for trouble? I merely sat down to rest, and now he's thrusting work upon me. Was this his intention all along? As Hifeng had anticipated, mere minutes later, all remaining members of the route in Konoha were urgently summoned to the main hall. Danzo stood at the center of the gathering, his eyes half closed, neither sorrowful nor joyful, as he addressed them. An hour ago, Orochimaru attacked a colleague and defected from Konoha. He is now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. The knowledge, intelligence, and technologies he possesses are invaluable assets to Konoha. Should this information fall into the hands of rival villages, the consequences would be dire. You must exert every effort to intercept him before he escapes the land of fire, or eliminate him. The root ninjas, eager for action, responded in unison, Yes, Lord Danzo. With a resounding thud, various teams equipped themselves and stormed out of the route, embarking on their mission to capture the snake. Once the commotion had subsided, Hifong bounded to Danzo's side, a frown creasing his brow. Father, what do you intend with Sarutobi Lu C's actions? You wish to know if I was aware of this beforehand? If everything transpired according to my design? Danzo's expression remained impassive, and his tone betraying no hint of emotion, leaving Hifong unable to discern any clues. Very well. Seeing this old man feign inscrutability, it was clear he had no intention of divulging anything. Hifong shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. Father, I believe I shall sit this one out. Oh. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at his son, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Do you believe that so many elite members from the Root and Umbu cannot subdue Emir Orochimaru? Indeed. Hifong nodded without hesitation. That fellow is a deceitful and slippery snake. It's not guaranteed we can even catch him. Even if we do, there is no certainty we can defeat him. And should we manage to kill him, he might very well come back to life. Engaging with such a creature is nothing but a waste of my time. Danzo's smile grew increasingly enigmatic as he turned away, waving his hand dismissively. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, will also join the pursuit. If you do not wish to go, then do not. Understood. Thank you, father. With Danzo's approval, Hifong hummed a cheerful tune, returning to his leisurely activities without a care in the world. Today, Ayako has changed into a new pair of stockings, yet the quality remains uncertain. A fortnight later, at Kushina's residence, a long-awaited reunion unfolds among Kaze, Minato, Kushina, and Sholing. In the kitchen, Minato, donned in an apron, busies himself with cooking while expressing his concerns to Kaze, who assists him. Why would Lord Orochimaru suddenly betray the village? Could he be in danger? Although he is now a disciple of Jiraiya, Minato still cherishes the guidance he received from Orochimaru in the past. Put your worries aside, Minato. Kaze patted Minato's shoulder lazily. Good people don't live long, while calamities linger for a millennium. Orochimaru is surely living better than anyone else. Indeed, Minato, flustered with concern, pondered Kaze's words and realized the truth in them. Orochimaru is far more cunning than you, so he likely wouldn't put himself in peril. With his mood lightened, they shifted to other topics. By the way, how are the little ones doing? Kaze casually inquired. They're all doing well, Minato replied with a smile. The recent Chunin exams saw all 4 of them pass. Oh, so now all 4 little ones are Chunin? Kaze grinned widely. Well done. They certainly didn't embarrass our Minato. In the living room, Sholing and Kushina engaged in light chatter. Upon hearing a revelation from Kushina, Sholing grasped her hand and exclaimed with a hint of envy, You and Minato are getting engaged? So soon. Kushina shyly smiled, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Well, it's just the natural progression, isn't it? After a lively exchange, Kushina shifted the conversation to her friend. What about you, Sholing? How are things with Kaze? Have you managed to win him over? As Kushina's close friend, she was well aware of Sholing's feelings for Kaze. However, as Kaze's brother, she also understood how outrageous Kaze could be. She worried that her friend was venturing into deep waters without a firm grip. As expected, upon hearing Kushina's question, Sholing shook her head, her cheeks flushed. Not yet, but I'm becoming more confident. Oh, how so? Kushina sat up straight, curiosity piqued as she awaited Sholing's explanation. My mother used to tell me that men are no good, but Sholing hesitated for a moment before whispering. But there is one good thing about them. If you can grasp it well, you can capture their hearts. I've got a good hold on it now. Kushina looked bemused, completely lost in Sholing's words. Ha ha ha, dinner is served. Just as they whispered to each other, Kaze and Minato emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes to set the table, and the 4 began their meal. Amidst the clinking of cups and cheerful banter, Kaze's smile vanished upon hearing the news of Minato and Kushina's impending engagement. What? Engagement? No way. I object. Recently, Kaze had finally persuaded Danzo to abandon his marriage pressure. Now, upon learning of his adoptive son's engagement, Danzo would surely push for marriage once more. Couldn't you 2 wait a couple more years to get engaged? Kaze exclaimed, his emotions running high. Kushina rose from her seat, visibly displeased, and retorted, Why should Minato and I have to listen to you regarding our marriage? Kaze rose in defiance, exuding authority. Because I'll be giving you both 100 million Ryo as a wedding gift. What? 100 million Ryo? Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. Come on, Kaze. We're friends. Why bring money into this? Minato exchanged a knowing glance with Kushina and pulled Kaze back down, chuckling. If you have objections, we can delay our engagement by a couple of years. It's not a big deal. 200 million ryo is no small sum. Kaze thought, his mouth twitching. Oh, you're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? Kaze shot Minato a glare, though he held back his frustration. I have plenty of money. 200 million ryo is nothing for my friend's wedding. Of course, Minato smiled amiably. Upon hearing Kaze's willingness to provide 200 million ryo, Kushina had no objections. She exchanged a sly look with Minato, both wearing cunning smiles. Well then, we'll rely on you for that, Kaze. Here's to you. And here's to you too. Looking at the triumphant couple raising their glasses, Kaze felt an urge to unleash his wrath. Chapter 93. The assault on the hidden mist village. The urgent alarm blared through the skies of Konoha, igniting numerous lights and startling countless ninjas. Damn it! Kaze jolted awake, clutching his rear and chest, taking a moment to gather himself. What on earth is happening? He grumbled. Such an emergency summons of all ninjas was rarely heard. Perhaps once every few years in peaceful times. Yet, barely a month after returning to the roots, he had already experienced it twice. It was absurd, utterly absurd. Complaining under his breath, Kaze swiftly donned his attire, masked up, and equipped himself. Just then, Sholing rushed in from a nearby room, hugging him tightly. Kaze, be safe, she said, her face filled with concern. Kaze chuckled softly, ruffling Sholing's hair. Don't worry, it's probably nothing serious. After reassuring her for a while, he activated his Flying Thunder God technique to return to the roots. He arrived not only on time, but even earlier than most. Soon, all the root ninjas gathered. Danzo stood atop a platform, leaning on his cane, his tone cold as he spoke. Half an hour ago, 13 outposts in the eastern fire country fell one after another, and this number is still rising. According to the intel received, the assailants are from the hidden mist village Umbu, with at least 150 members. What? Kaze's face turned pale with shock. It is important to note that although the structure of Umbu varies among ninja villages, those who join are elite warriors capable of matching an entire conventional ninja squad. Each village Umbu typically consists of only 1 to 200 members. Over 100 members from the Mist Umbu suggest that the hidden Mist village had dispatched its finest. Moreover, they had simultaneously eliminated so many Konoha outposts. This was tantamount to provoking war between nations. This diverges greatly from the original storyline. Kaze raged inwardly. At this time in Konoha's 41st year, there were still several years before the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Furthermore, there had been no recent conflicts between the water and fire countries. The hidden mist village's sudden ambush seemed shrouded in mystery. Could it be? Just as Kaze's mind raced with thoughts, Danzo commenced the deployment of missions. You are to depart immediately, collaborate with the Umbu, and ensure the complete annihilation of the hidden mist Umbu outside of Konoha. Re-establish the defenses at the border, by time for the troops to regroup, and prepare for the counterattack on Hidden Mist Village. With this, Danzo struck the ground heavily with his cane and barked, "Those who offend Konoha shall be punished, no matter how far they are." A chorus of root ninjas, including Hoka, shouted in unison, their murderous intent palpable. "Now disperse." Yes, teams surged forth from the root, each led by their respective captains, departing from Konoha and heading towards the eastern region of the fire country. Along the way, several captains gathered around Hoka, their expressions grave as they inquired, "Captain Hoka, how should we engage in battle?" Hoka, possessing an extraordinary status and prowess, had subtly become the second-in-command of the root. With Danzo absent, he was now the leader upon whom everyone relied. Hoka furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before he spoke slowly. "I will first communicate with the Umbu to delineate the areas of responsibility, and then we shall decide further." Although he preferred to avoid contact with Sarutobi Ryushi, the gravity of the situation left no room for Hoka's whims. To completely eradicate the Umbu of the hidden mist, cooperation between the two departments was essential. Even Ryushi, that fool, should comprehend the importance of prioritizing the greater good. In an instant, Hoka arrived at the Umbu's assembly, removing his mask and calling out Ryushi's name. Shortly, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, revealing Sarutobi Ryushi. "Let us discuss our respective areas of responsibility," Hoka stated directly. "Agreed," Ryushi nodded slightly, responding readily. An Umbu presented a map, and the two quickly outlined a plan as they gestured over the details. Ryushi pointed to a location on the map. casting a sidelong glance at Hoka, and asked, "With Outpost 73 as the boundary, the Umbu will handle the southern area, while the Root will manage the northern area. Is that acceptable?" "No objections," Hoka affirmed with a nod, adding, "If we encounter insurmountable foes, we must call for assistance immediately, and we shall support one another." "Naturally. That is how it should be," Ryushi replied without hesitation. Once the areas of responsibility were finalized, Hoka returned to the Root side, dividing the northern region into several sections to assign to his subordinates. Then, with a sharp bite to his finger, Hoka formed the necessary hand seals to perform a summoning technique. Amid a cloud of white smoke, a slug appeared on Hoka's shoulder, gently inquiring, "Little Hoka, have you summoned me for assistance?" "Indeed, Elder Slug," Hoka nodded respectfully. "Konoha is on the brink of war, and I require you to split and accompany different teams. This way, I can share visual information through you and relay intelligence in real time." The slug waved its tentacles, responding, "Of course, Little Hoka." With a pop, akin to a bursting bubble, the slug, originally the size of a human head, split into dozens of smaller slugs, each no thicker than a chopstick, attaching themselves to various Root ninjas. "Is this sufficient, Little Hoka?" asked the slug on Hoka's shoulder. "It is more than enough. Thank you, Elder Slug." After expressing his gratitude, Hoka scanned the group, his expression serious as he instructed, "Now, let us commence our operations. Everyone is responsible for their designated area. Communicate with your comrades and eliminate the mist ninjas. If you encounter enemies, notify the nearby teams immediately. Do not recklessly engage. If we can fight as a group, do not act alone. I hope to see you all again upon our triumphant return." After a moment of silence, the Root ninjas either chuckled or solemnly bowed to Hoka. "Then we shall take your words to heart. Captain Hoka, do take care. Once the mission concludes, I shall treat you to a celebratory feast. Go away." With so many beauties around the young master, why would I need to go to such a place with you? What if the young master wishes to try something different? Can't we dine out when there's a kitchen at home? Shut up. Don't embarrass me any further. Take care, Captain Hoka. Teams scattered into the night, each heading towards their assigned areas. "Uncle Yudo, I will scout ahead," Hoka said, turning to the four behind him as he watched the others depart. "You all should follow my path and advance slowly." Chapter 94. The mysterious enemy. Hoka possessed a significant portion of abilities that remained hidden. For how else could he be Danzo's son? Only by acting alone could he maximize his mobility. "Young master, please be cautious," Yudo advised, his tone grave. He harbored an unsettling premonition about the reckless attack from Hidden Mist Village, and his instincts had always proven accurate. With that, Hoka equipped himself with various poisons and swiftly vanished into the night. It was not a life-or-death separation, so there was no need for excessive sentimentality that would waste time. "Young master." Ayako watched Hoka's retreating figure, her lips parting as if to speak, but ultimately, she held her tongue. In the shadows beneath the trees, figures concealed themselves in darkness, advancing silently. Amid the overgrown underbrush and scattered branches, they made not a sound. Clad in tactical gear and identical white masks, their appearance bore resemblance to the Konoha Umbu. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the eye designs on their masks were more elongated, with the symbol of Hidden Mist Village engraved at the top. Suddenly, a faint sound sliced through the tranquil night air. The Hidden Mist squad halted, all on high alert, glancing anxiously behind them. Upon spotting a distinctly marked kunai, their pupils constricted in unison. "Not good, it's black. What are you looking at?" From amidst the swirling purple mist, a figure descended from the sky, landing directly before the four. Here comes the flying kunai. One swift strike pierced through one ninja's chest, and Hoka executed a backflip, unleashing black wires from his hands to swiftly eliminate two more. In the blink of an eye, only one remained, gasping for breath amidst the toxic fog. Cough, cough, cough. The remaining ninja clutched his throat tightly, eyes wide with terror as he watched Hoka approach slowly. With the purple mist swirling around, crimson eyes glaring, and a menacing gas mask, Hoka resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "Let me see what you know." Hoka's Sharingan spun rapidly, effortlessly taking control of the mist ninja's mind. Moments later, Hoka casually snapped the mist ninja's neck, a contemplative expression gracing his face. The attack on Konoha was a direct order from the third Mizukage, confirming his earlier suspicions. Now, he needed to hunt down a few more teams to ascertain the enemy's movements and resolve the immediate threat. After eliminating several more teams and gathering intelligence relayed by the slugs, Hoka's expression grew increasingly grim. The reason was simple. Most of the hidden mist Umbu had surged into the northern region, which was under Root's jurisdiction. As fellow elite soldiers, the Root, outnumbered, might not withstand the onslaught. Even if they could, they would undoubtedly suffer severe losses and have to call for Umbu's assistance. No longer hesitating, Hoka produced a specially crafted firework and pulled the fuse, launching it into the sky. With a whoosh, the firework exploded, illuminating the night sky, visible from a great distance. In the southern region, the Lucy team relentlessly advanced towards the border, only to encounter a single mist ninja squad along the way. It appeared to be much easier than anticipated. After effortlessly dispatching their opponents, Lucy wiped his claw blade and murmured to himself, "Boss, it's not just us." Many teams have reported encountering few enemies along the way. A dark ninja approached and whispered. Most of the adversaries likely chose to launch their attacks from the north. He speculated. Lucy nodded slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, that seems plausible. As the two conversed, a firework erupted in the northern sky, capturing everyone's attention. It's a distress signal from the Root. It seemed the majority of the enemy forces were indeed on the other side. The earlier dark ninja glanced at Lucy, his urgency palpable. "Boss, should I notify the brothers to assemble quickly and provide support to Root?" "No," Lucy shook his head calmly. "Inform everyone to remain patient and ensure they eliminate any enemies within their designated areas first. We shall address other matters later." Several dark ninjas were taken aback. Was the boss suggesting they would not provide support? "Boss, doesn't this seem somewhat unwise?" One dark ninja hesitantly spoke up. "Shinobu Kazuhana is over there. If anything were to happen to him, mind your own business." Lucy shot a cold glare at the individual, who immediately fell silent, lowering his head. "Kazuhana can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. He is unlikely to face any danger, so there is no need for your concern." With trusted subordinates surrounding him, Lucy took a moment of silence before revealing his thoughts. Currently, Root has grown too powerful, becoming a hidden threat to Konoha, yet my father remains unconcerned. Ask yourselves, as Root becomes increasingly dominant, does it not pose a threat to the stability of Konoha? After some contemplation, the dark ninjas slowly nodded in agreement. The Dark Department was, after all, a force safeguarding Konoha from the shadows. It is often said that two tigers cannot share one mountain unless one is male and the other female. The emergence of Root not only encroached upon the authority of the Dark Department, but also led to numerous conflicts between the two factions. Their rivalry undoubtedly added an element of instability to Konoha. At this moment, an unprecedented opportunity arose to weaken Root's power. Seeing his subordinates acknowledge his reasoning, Lucy continued. "While it may seem ruthless, in the long run, timely pruning of the sickly branches is essential for the tree to flourish. For the greater good, some minor sacrifices are necessary." One dark ninja scratched his head. "While that may be true, it feels like the example you provided is a bit inappropriate. Aren't the roots the most crucial part of the tree?" After a firm stance, Lucy shifted his tone to a gentler one. "Moreover, we are not abandoning them. We won't just stand idly by and watch Root be annihilated. We are merely delaying our arrival, allowing them to expend more of their strength, which is not unreasonable. Is it?" The dark ninjas were persuaded, exchanging glances before affirming, "You have a point. We shall notify our brothers to first clear our area before proceeding to support Root." Lucy nodded, his smile growing more pronounced. "Very well, go ahead." From his perspective, internal strife and external threats could indeed be addressed simultaneously. From Lucy's viewpoint, his actions were entirely justified and aligned with the interests of Konoha. It was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather a divergence of perspectives. Where are those dark ninjas? Why haven't they arrived yet? Kazuhana vented his rage by smashing the skull of a mist ninja. Through the connection with the slug, he sensed that with each passing moment, more of his comrades from Root were meeting their demise. While he was undoubtedly powerful, he could not manage the entire battlefield alone with his current strength. "Calm down, young Kazuhana." The slug on his shoulder released a cool chakra, helping him regain his composure. "Thank you, Lord Slug." The cool sensation revitalized Kazuhana's rationality. "Not at all, young Kazuhana." The slug sage wiggled its antennae, advising, "To your right. A formidable enemy has appeared. My clones are rapidly diminishing. He seems to possess a method to sever my connection with the clones, and I have not received any information about him." The swift disappearance of the slug clones indicated that the lives of the Root ninjas were dwindling fast. They could not allow the enemy to continue their slaughter. "I understand, Lord Slug." Kazahana swiftly moved toward the direction indicated by the slug, intending to probe the enemy's capabilities. He planned to scan with his system first. If their attributes were comparable, he would confront them directly. If not, he would rally others for support. Chapter 95. You've arrived, my friend. That pitch-black mask is him. In the darkness, upon recognizing the figure in the distance, Kazahana's face displayed a mix of shock and fear. The mysterious enemy mentioned by the slug was indeed the same person he had encountered while rescuing Jingwen, a formidable Uchiha. Oh, you've come? Uchiha Yao discarded the corpse he had been holding and turned to face the direction where Kazahana was concealed. Kazahana's heart raced. Has this lunatic discovered my presence? Could he be feigning ignorance? Ha ha ha. Come out. Don't hide any longer. Yao laughed heartily. I've been waiting for you for so long. I thought you wouldn't show up. Kazahana tensed up. This lunatic seems to be a complete maniac. Not bothered by Kazahana's silence, Yao continued to chatter away, as if reuniting with an old friend. What should I call you again? Oh right, Black Flash. That's the name, isn't it? You have no idea how much I've missed you. Ever since our last encounter, I've dreamed of you every night. The more Kazahana listened, the more unsettling it became, his heart racing with anxiety. However, one thing was certain. The enemy had already detected his presence, likely deducing his identity from his chakra. Yao wildly gestured. In my dreams, we are quite intimate. Sometimes, you invite me to sever your limbs or extract your heart. But at other times, you pretend not to know me, forcing me to slice you into dozens of pieces. Hee ahaha. Kazahana emerged from his hiding place, glaring coldly at the exuberant Yao. Have you gone mad? Is the unrest among the mist ninjas related to you? What is your intention in slaughtering Konoha ninjas? In response to Kazahana's inquiry, Yao shook his head and burst into laughter. Mad? No. I am simply more lucid than all of you. If I could, I would prefer to live in that dream. He licked his lips, greedily gazing at Kazahana, speaking in a bizarre tone. Crushing these insects is merely an attempt to lure you out. I never expected it would actually work. It seems my dream is about to come true. This madman. Watching the frenzied Uchiha Yao, Kazahana's gaze turned increasingly icy, murderous intent surging within him. However, acting rashly without understanding the opponent's kaleidoscope Sharingan techniques is certainly not a prudent decision. The system felt as though its very DNA was shifting, promptly presenting Hifeng with a dilemma. Option 1. After a century of cultivation, one can share a boat, but caution must be exercised to navigate the treacherous waters. I shall make my escape. Completion reward, speed 2. Option 2. If one cannot defeat them, they must join them. Betray Konoha. Exploit Yao's special feelings for you. And switch sides. Completion reward, fire release, great fire annihilation. Option 3. This system is not instigating trouble. The inherently malevolent Uchiha must be eradicated. Eliminate him. Completion reward, yin-yang release. Hifeng glanced at the options, and upon seeing the second, he lost his composure. Get lost, system. To hell with those special feelings. Wait a moment. Hifeng suddenly felt something was amiss and glanced at the options again. Yao, is that this fellow's name? After a brief silence, the system interface erupted with garbled text. Oh no, it's over. I'm finished. I accidentally let it slip. I'm doomed. My credits are going to be deducted. Credits? That sounds so familiar. Yet with Yao gazing at him with infatuation, Hifeng had no time to ponder further and once again examined the options. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Seeing Hifeng's silence, Yao pouted and asked with mild irritation. This guy neither attacked nor fled. What was he doing just standing there? I'm busy, Hifeng replied casually. Don't ask what I'm busy with. Just know I'm occupied with both laughter and tears, chasing after shooting stars in the sky. Uchiha Yao. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're the one who's quite unhinged. But this fellow is genuinely interesting. Uchiha Yao, not in a hurry to attack, watched Hifeng with great amusement and cheerfully inquired. Aren't you adept at the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique? Why not try to escape or strike at me? Go ahead and try. Perhaps you will be surprised, Hifeng sneered. If you suggest I try, wouldn't that make me lose face? He realized that Uchiha Yao was a peculiar individual who relished the process of being tormented and then turning the tables to torment others. As long as he kept Yao occupied with suffering, the latter would not rush to attack. Oh come on, just give it a shot. I won't, I refuse. While saying this, Hifeng quietly attempted to activate the flying thunder god technique, only to have his expression change dramatically. For some inexplicable reason, He could not sense the existence of the flying thunder god technique. Haha, can't use it, can you? Yao noticed He-Feng's shock and laughed triumphantly like a mischievous child. Let me let you in on a secret. It's not just the flying thunder god technique you're unable to use. In my presence, you cannot employ any ninjutsu. Unable to use any ninjutsu. What kind of perverse ocular technique is this? He-Feng cursed aloud. In a combat game, where others wield skills, you can only rely on basic attacks. Who can withstand that? Haha. Yao seemed genuinely to consider He-Feng a friend, revealing his ocular technique and even sharing his backstory. Perhaps I awakened this ocular technique because I was once at the bottom of the barrel, unable to learn any ninjutsu. Uchiha Yao's smile grew ever brighter, finally unveiling his true intentions. Well then, I've entertained you for long enough. It's time for you to help me realize my dreams, dear friend. Are we going to fight now? He-Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, his muscles tensing, and he cast a reconnaissance technique at Yao. Uchiha Yao's current attributes are as follows: attack, 34, speed, 32, defense, 31, chakra, 33. Unable to use Flying Thunder God doesn't mean I can't escape. In fact, it may expose my weaknesses. Perhaps I should simply strike him. System, I choose option 3. I shall eliminate him. He-Feng declared fiercely. How should one put it? Although Yao's ocular technique was indeed peculiar, it was just the right kind of peculiar, and He-Feng could somewhat accept it. Chapter 96. Heartfelt confessions. He-Feng's confidence stemmed from his earthly grudge. Although he could not utilize ninjutsu, he could still sense the tentacles within him, retaining a measure of vitality. However, unlike Kakazu, He-Feng still possessed a flesh and blood body, with the earthly grudge occupying only a minuscule portion of his physique. In terms of attack and defense, he was inferior to Kakazu, yet he had the advantage of experiencing it. Uchiha Yao's attributes are formidable. With my earthly grudge, it is unrealistic to inflict direct harm on him. Perhaps, as a contingency, I can catch him off guard for a moment and achieve unexpected results. He-Feng's mind raced as he formulated a plan. Now that the situation had escalated to one of life and death, some matters need not be concealed any longer. Sharingan. The crimson light ignited in He-Feng's eyes, 3 tomos slowly rotating, radiating an intimidating glow. The 3 tomo Sharingan, paired with Tobarama's unnamed forbidden technique, was sufficient to counteract the interference of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Seeing this, Uchiha Yao's eyes sparkled even brighter, laughing with glee. Ha ha ha, you two are of the Uchiha clan. No wonder we became such good friends. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Yao formed hand seals and inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of flames towards He-Feng. The flames surged like a tidal wave, and He-Feng's legs propelled him swiftly away. However, as he evaded, he subtly left several plastic capsules behind, allowing the incoming fire tongues to engulf them. Mercury, commonly known as quicksilver. At high temperatures, it vaporizes rapidly, colorless and odorless. A potent neurotoxin that can inflict irreversible damage on the human body. He-Feng had even added some seasoning to ensure it was more effective. Let us not mention Yao. Even Hashirama would be affected after inhaling a couple of breaths. Don't run, my friend. Let us have a heartfelt conversation, huh? Seeing He-Feng retreat, Yao, like a madman, eagerly pursued him. As He-Feng laid down the poison while retreating, he completely ignored Yao's incessant chatter, aggravating Yao even further. Why are you ignoring me? Yao formed hand seals, and sharp wind chakra danced at his fingertips, forming spiraling blades. Wind release, wind blade dance. With Yao's command, dozens of wind blades surged forth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound towards He-Feng. Sizzle, sizzle. The wind blades grazed He-Feng, carving deep gashes into the ground. Despite his frantic dodging and evasive maneuvers, the wind blades were too densely packed, and one struck him directly. With a sharp pain, a blade sliced through his leg tendons, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Haha, gotcha! Yao exclaimed joyfully, slapping his thigh. He-Feng rolled on the ground, and the earthly grudge swiftly healed his tendons, restoring his ability to move. However, this brief delay allowed Yao to close the gap. What was even more frustrating was that Yao had inadvertently used wind release, blowing away a significant portion of the nearby toxic gas. Damn, this ocular technique is truly monstrous. He-Feng cursed, unable to utilize ninjutsu. He found himself engaged in such a vexing battle for the very first time in his life. You should obediently embrace death. With a sudden leap, Yao advanced towards He-Feng, hands forming seals as he unleashed his ninjutsu without restraint. Fire style, flame strike. Two orbs of fire erupted from Yao's hands as he stepped forward, striking towards He-Feng's chest. Sensing the intense heat approaching, He-Feng swiftly sidestepped, drawing his blade in a bid to deliver a swift counterattack. Clang! The long sword barely left its sheath by a mere 3 inches. In a surprising turn, Yao's other hand reached out first, pressing down on He-Feng's wrist, forcing the blade back. "Did I permit you to draw your sword?" Yao asked with an amused grin. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound akin to meat roasting filled the air as He-Feng's hand was instantly scorched, turning black from the flames. He-Feng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, kicking Yao away with a swift motion, quickly creating distance between them. How infuriating! He-Feng cursed inwardly, realizing that during their confrontation, he had been at a distinct disadvantage. However, there was a glimmer of good news. Yao seemed to be affected by some poison, and his killing power had evidently diminished. Otherwise, He-Feng's hand would have been reduced to mere bone, rather than still possessing flesh and sinew. Ha ha ha, come on, come on. The delightful sensation from earlier only heightened Yao's excitement as he transformed his palm into claws, viciously slashing towards He-Feng's cheek. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed forth, prompting He-Feng to hurriedly tilt his head to evade, striking Yao's lower region with the scabbard of his sword. What the hell? Yao's expression turned to one of astonishment as he abandoned his offensive stance, shamelessly resorting to ninjutsu once more. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Flames, like seeds of the phoenix flower, spread outwards in all directions, crashing down upon He-Feng. Damn it! With such proximity to the phoenix fire, evasion was impossible. He-Feng steeled himself, activating an explosive tag kunai, and hurled it towards the ground between them. Boom! The explosion, akin to that of a Jonin-level fire release, sent both combatants hurtling through the air, landing a good distance away. Yao rose from the ground, his head ringing. He hadn't anticipated He-Feng's ferocity. The explosion had caught him completely off guard. His mask had cracked, his body tattered, and blood stained him all over, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. On the other side, He-Feng fared little better. Disoriented from the fall, he bore a gaping wound that exposed bone. Huh, how entertaining. Instead of fury, Yao's first reaction to being wounded was a sense of amusement. You call me a madman, yet I find you quite peculiar as well. He-Feng regarded Yao coldly, remaining silent as he contemplated how to eliminate his opponent. Just then, a hand pierced through He-Feng's chest. When did you? His pupils constricted as he struggled to turn around, shocked to see Yao's sudden appearance. Hee, my apologies, Yao replied with a playful grin, patiently explaining. You made me feel threatened. I genuinely believed you might kill me. Thus, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, I had to skip the entertainment and eliminate you first. Perhaps Yao was a madman, but he was no fool. Upon realizing He-Feng's potential threat to his life, he immediately set aside his playful demeanor. In the instant he was blasted away, Yao had replaced himself with a shadow clone, engaging He-Feng in conversation to divert his attention, while his true self burrowed underground. Swiftly approaching He-Feng from behind, with lightning speed, he extracted He-Feng's heart. Chapter 97. Inyang Ninjutsu Blood Splattered. The tomo in He-Feng's eyes shattered and disappeared as his head began to droop, clearly on the brink of collapse. Regrettably, such a long-awaited plaything was about to slip away. What? As Yao prepared to withdraw his arm, he was suddenly horrified to find his limb ensnared as if bound by some viscous substance, utterly immovable. Simultaneously, 2 slender black tendrils shot forth from He-Feng's wound, resembling dark hands reaching for Yao's eyes. Everything transpired too swiftly. Yao never anticipated that the dying He-Feng would still possess such a technique, even with ninjutsu sealed. In a fleeting moment, he managed to turn his head aside, swatting one tendril away. Yet, another black tendril lunged at him with blinding speed, gouging out one of his eyes. How dare you? I will kill you. Yao descended into madness, forming hand seals with one hand to summon flames, striking towards He-Feng's head. Fortunately, at that moment, He-Feng released his grip on Yao, rolling away just in time to evade the blow. That was close. In truth, He-Feng had no idea Yao intended to ambush him. From the very beginning of their battle, he had concealed his heart, a basic maneuver for someone of his caliber. Who would have thought this fortuitous tactic would save his life? The rest was simple. When Yao attempted a sneak attack, He-Feng decided to play along, feigning defeat to deliver a counter-strike reminiscent of the classic scene where Danzo gouged out Shirsue's eye. A slip-up? What a joke. This is a skill passed down through the Shimura clan. Hifeng revealed the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his hand with a chilling smile. I regret to inform you that the ultimate victor shall be me. After gouging out one of Yao's eyes, Hifeng discovered that the pressure exerted by Yao's kaleidoscope Sharingan had significantly diminished. Although he still couldn't utilize ninjutsu, the vitality of the tendrils within him surged stronger than before. With Yao's condition drastically weakened, Hifeng was now 99% certain of his victory within the next 30 exchanges. You think you can defeat me? Ha ha ha. Yao clutched his hollow eye socket, blood and tears streaming down as he laughed like a deranged man. Tonight, there will be but one victor and one survivor, and that will be me. You are destined to be beneath my heel. Observing Yao's unwavering confidence, Hifeng's heart sank, an ominous feeling creeping in. Could it be that his opponent had a hidden ace? Yao abruptly ceased his laughter, coldly gazing at Hifeng as he said indifferently, "While you have vexed me greatly, as a fellow Uchiha, you are entitled to witness the power of God. Be grateful for my mercy. To die beneath the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan is an honor." Upon hearing Yao's words, Hifeng's expression darkened. Could it be that he has mastered the legendary Susanoo? With a low roar, Yao unleashed a torrent of azure chakra, enveloping him instantly. A massive skeletal figure took shape, flesh and veins climbing over the bones, encased in a formidable armor. Susanoo, the third power that could only be activated by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, symbolizing destruction and death. The world proclaims, once one encounters Susanoo, evading death becomes nigh impossible. Such absurdity. Witnessing this scene, Hugging's mind spun, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Not only had Yao mastered Susanoo, but he had also attained its second form, complete with exclusive weaponry and ninjutsu, rather than just its initial state. Before the towering half-giant of Susanoo, Hugging appeared as insignificant as an ant. In mere seconds, the goddess of victory played a cruel jest upon him. With his inability to utilize ninjutsu, how could he possibly stand against Susanoo? Indulge in your fear. Observing Hugging's despair, Yao erupted into laughter, reveling in the utter destruction of his opponent's hopes. Beep. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Inyong release. The reward has been granted early. Host, do not perish, for I still rely on you to graduate. Just then, the system notification sounded, offering a glimmer of hope to the despondent Hugging. Inyong release. The art that creates all from nothing and bestows life. In that instant of receiving the reward, he unhesitatingly pressed his right eye, inserting Yao's eyeball within. Hiss. Under the influence of Inyong release, the blood vessels and nerves in Hugging's right eye rapidly restored, linking with Yao's eyeball. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Hugging attempted to activate Yao's Sharingan, and the black patterns in his gaze spun rapidly, indicating a successful installation. He felt the shackles that had bound him loosening. However, before Hugging could unleash his ninjutsu, 8 duck strikes. Hugging's actions further enraged Yao, who activated his own kaleidoscope Sharingan, instantly suppressing Hugging. Die! Yao's furious roar accompanied Susanoo as it raised the spear in its hand and hurled it mercilessly toward Hugging. Buzz! The spear, thick as a dozen centimeters, spiraled through the air, carrying a terrifying energy cyclone, hurtling toward him like an eastern wind missile. Crap! Facing the oncoming spear, Hugging transformed into liquid, shooting out tendrils to propel himself several meters away. Boom! The spear struck the ground behind Hugging, unleashing a violent explosion of chakra, releasing a horrific shockwave. Hugging, unable to evade in time, was caught in the aftermath, his right arm and a portion of his body reduced to powder. He was flung backward, rolling far along the ground before barely managing to halt himself with his left arm. What a disaster! As he grit his teeth and rose, the moonlight was obscured by a colossal figure. Yao, arms crossed, stood within Susanoo, his murderous intent sharply directed at Hugging. Ever since being saved by Obito, he had never felt so humiliated. All this humiliation was thanks to Hugging. Were it not for the fact that Hugging still bore his eye, he would have commanded Susanoo to crush him to dust long ago. Hugging spat blood onto the ground, revealing his white teeth as he provocatively smiled at Yao. Is this so-called Susanoo truly all that remarkable? Yao chuckled dismissively, manipulating Susanoo's massive hand to slowly reach toward Hugging. Has it come to this, still boasting, Black Flash? Chapter 98. Master of Fine Manipulation. Hugging boasting? No. Hugging shook his head. I do not indulge in exaggerations. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and, with a radiant smile, addressed Uchiha Yao. Do you believe that with just this kunai, I could dismantle your Susanoo? Yao cast a sidelong glance at Hugging and began to laugh. This fellow, has he lost his grip on reality? This trivial kunai, before Susanoo, is no more than a nail clipper. Even if Susanoo stood motionless, its defense alone could shatter the kunai. Attempting to pierce Susanoo with such a tool? What a ridiculous thought. You amuse me greatly. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. Yao, finding Hugging's arrogance entertaining, couldn't help but chuckle. I regret to inform you, but I have no intention of letting you go. Hugging seemed to take his own bravado to heart, boldly asserting, give it to me. I'm ready to die. With a great leap, he raised the kunai with his remaining left arm and thrust it fiercely towards Susanoo. Since you are so eager for death, do not blame me. Hugging willingly offered himself. Yao commanded Susanoo to raise its arm, bringing both hands together to crush Hugging's body, intent on pulverizing him while being particularly cautious of leaving behind his eyeball. Whoosh! Two colossal hands, larger than Hugging himself, descended upon him, and before they could land, a fierce gale roared forth. Yet Hugging remained unfazed, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. Now is the moment. Though Susanoo's enormous hands were poised to crush him in the next instant, its arms were raised, exposing the midsection of Uchiha Yao. Perhaps Yao was unaware, or perhaps he simply did not care. Firstly, at Hugging's distance, the kunai would not even reach Susanoo. Secondly, even if the kunai did come, it could never breach Susanoo's defenses. At least, by all logical reasoning, it should be so. But do not measure a fool by common sense, you scoundrel. Hugging roared as he summoned Yao's kaleidoscope Sharingan with all his might, resisting the suppression of Yao's ocular techniques. The dormant energy within him surged, propelling his left arm and the kunai straight toward Yao. Crack! Susanoo's hand grasped Hugging, and in that instant, the impact shattered every bone in his body into dust. With a slight increase in force, he could be utterly crushed. Yet, abruptly, Susanoo's actions halted. It followed Yao's movement, human-like, looking down to reveal a small hole in its massive body, as if pierced by something. How is this possible? Gazing at the kunai embedded in his chest, Yao's prior confidence shattered, replaced by intense horror. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, known as the divine force of Susanoo. How could it be penetrated by a mere kunai? Haha, stunned, are we? Hugging sneered, blood streaming from his mouth. This is a miraculous kunai, forged from purple crystal and white iron, said to pierce through Susanoo. Seizing the moment, he would not grant Yao a moment's respite. As the situation shifted, Hugging activated Yao's kaleidoscope Sharingan once more, finally breaking through Yao's ninjutsu blockade. Lightning release, eternal trust technique. Hugging's severed left arm, lying at Yao's feet, suddenly sprung to life, unleashing a 100,000 volts. Yao was instantly charred, suffering immensely from the relentless shock. Wind release, sensual solar brother. The chest of Hifeng rose high, and relying on his urgent comprehension of the ancestral ninjutsu, he unexpectedly unleashed the vacuum great sphere without any hand seals. Boom! The rocket-like vacuum great sphere struck the controlled Yao, instantly reducing half of his body to a mist of blood. This move, indeed, was a tit-for-tat, a blood-for-blood. With a thud, Yao sustained a fatal injury, and his Susanoo gradually dissipated, causing Hifeng to plummet from midair. Ha 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 ha! The bones within Hifeng's body had turned to mush. He felt as limp as a noodle, rolling on the ground in laughter. I have won, Uchiha Yao. I have won, ha ha ha! I wonder who will dare to say that the Shimura clan cannot defeat an Uchiha who wields Susanoo. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and under its torment, Hifeng became delirious. Tap, tap, tap. Hifeng's left arm, along with the heart of thunder, bounced back to him, diving straight into his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A black line connected to his body, and as the heart entered, Hifeng's complexion improved slightly. His original heart had suffered severe damage, and the yin-yang release could not be repaired in a timely manner, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Fortunately, he possessed more than one heart. With the aid of Di Yuan and the yin-yang release, Hifeng slowly rose and slithered to Yao's side, looking down at the fallen figure of Yao. Hey, Uchiha Yao. At that moment, Yao lay helpless on the ground, his gaze vacant, clearly on the brink of death. Hey, Uchiha Yao. A familiar voice called out, causing Yao's frail body to tremble as he looked to the side in astonishment. Eri. Before him stood a red-haired girl, smiling gently at him, just as she had in the past. Once, Yao was a fool, often bullied. It was this girl who had always helped him, reminding him to never forget to smile, no matter the circumstances. Yao did not love to laugh, but ever since the girl had died, he found himself unable to stop laughing. It seemed that as long as his laughter was loud enough, it could reach the girl in another world, assuring her that he was doing well and she need not worry about him. Hey, you idiot. Why are you gazing at me so affectionately? He Feng kicked Yao with a disgusted expression. Hey, you fool. I left you for just a moment, and look at the mess you've made of yourself. The girl poked Yao's forehead, her heart aching. Don't worry, Eri, I just... Yao hurriedly tried to explain, forever feeling like a fool in front of her. You really are a handful. The girl scolded Yao, but upon seeing his awkward expression, she suddenly smiled sweetly and extended her small hand towards him. All right. Stop pretending to be pitiful. I know you can't live without me. Let's go together. All right, you scoundrel, just obediently go die? He Feng coldly glared at Uchiha Yao as dark tendrils emerged, stabbing fiercely towards Yao's head. To avoid any prolonged uncertainties, He Feng decided to end it swiftly. Yao looked longingly at the girl, his expression one of disbelief. What? Are you reluctant? The girl rolled her eyes dramatically. No, I'm just so happy. Yao silently thought to himself. The reason he had joined Uchiha Madara's plan was to be able to see the girl again in his dreams. After all, had he known that death would allow him to reunite with her in another world, he would have ended his own life long ago. Hee, this is wonderful. Uchiha Yao once again broke into a foolish grin. Not at all. Just thinking about having to take care of you forever is quite bothersome. The girl complained. Yao was taken aback. Fearing that the girl might change her mind, he quickly grasped her hand. Yao suddenly realized that he had reverted to the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old, with all his injuries vanished. All right, let us depart. Okay. Chapter 99. Post-battle looting with a soft pop. He Feng withdrew the tendril from Yao's head, gazing at the lifeless Yao, feeling a chill run down his spine. This fellow had passed away, yet the corners of his mouth were still turned upwards. What the heck? WDNMD. He Feng looked up to see what appeared to be two ethereal figures, hand in hand, departing, sending shivers down his spine. He wished he could find a girl's warm bed to hide in. In the blink of an eye, the apparitions vanished, and nothing had transpired. He Feng finally exhaled in relief. Phew, that was just a normal occurrence of the Uchiha's old age vision. No need to fear. May the three pure ones bless me. May the Buddha protect me, praise the fool. He Feng muttered as he crouched down, casting a small fireball towards the northeast corner. Subsequently, with nimble fingers, he deftly retrieved a Sharingan, which lay in the palm of his hand. Quick with both hands and eyes, as long as one acted swiftly, an eye could be easily plucked out, a phrase commonly used to describe someone skilled in their craft. You took one of my eyes, now you return two. That seems fair, right? He Feng smiled as he looked at the orb in his hand. Earlier, his right side, including his right eye, had been obliterated by the Ama no Murakumo. Seeking some compensation was only reasonable. Beep. Detected a Sharingan of the same origin. Would the host like to merge? Merge? The system's notification caught He Feng off guard. He knew that merging the Mangekyo Sharingan powers of a relative could elevate the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, could one really merge a person's left eye with his own right eye? How would that work? He Feng was instantly intrigued. The host simply needs to place it over their right eye, and the rest will be handled by this system. Following the instructions, He Feng placed Yao's left eye over his right eye, curiously awaiting the system's actions. The next moment, he felt a cool sensation surge into his eye, icy yet incredibly comforting. When he came to his senses, the orb he held had vanished. Merging complete. The host may now name the technique of the right eye's dojutsu. So soon? He Feng was somewhat astonished. The system was quite efficient lately. Let us call it the dustless realm. As he conversed with the system, he proceeded to detach Yao's fair right arm and shoulder, attempting to attach them to his own body. Exactly. Yao's remaining half was precisely the right half. How serendipitous. Of course, it was not mere fate. He Feng had deliberately left behind these parts for himself. It fits quite well. After a few adjustments, He Feng discovered that their body types were similar enough that with a slight tweak, Yao's right arm could be utilized. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Hashirama's right arm. Upon equipping, all attributes increased by 1. Haha, you're quite cheeky, system. The black tendrils began to sew Yao's right arm onto He Feng's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The yin-yang release and di-yuan swiftly connected the blood vessels and nerves between the arm and body. He Feng slowly moved his new arm, resolutely making up his mind. From now on, certain tasks would have to be done with his left hand, or perhaps he would ask Xiangling to assist. After all, Was this considered Yao's or Hashirama's? Quite perplexing, isn't it? Damn, why are there parts that won't connect? The lotus wind grew agitated, fervently activating the yin-yang escape and the earth grievance technique. As flesh buds continuously emerged from his wounds, he connected them with sheer force, determined to press on regardless. Observing his pale right arm, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a non-human form with its bizarre sutures, the lotus wind revealed a peculiar smile. Fate, indeed, possesses an intriguing nature. He retrieved a roll of bandages and began to wrap his right arm. Just then, as he busied himself with his injury, he faintly heard the gentle voice of the slug. Turning around, he discovered the slug laboriously racing toward him. Lord Slug, he hurried to meet it, cradling the slug in his embrace. Earlier, many of the slug's clones had met silent fates. To mitigate risk, the lotus wind had instructed the slug to conceal itself prior to the confrontation. It seemed the slug had sensed the battle's conclusion and rushed to reunite with him. You've arrived just in time, Lord Slug. I require some of your chakra. The lotus wind spoke swiftly. For the previous battle and the subsequent restoration had drained him of considerable chakra. He needed to recover rapidly to rejoin the fray and assist his comrades in clearing the Mist's dark faction. Nevertheless, the lotus wind's spirits were surprisingly buoyant. After vanquishing Yao, the remaining adversaries posed little threat. As long as the Dark and Root factions united, they would be manageable. Moreover, he now possessed a formidable kaleidoscope Sharingan. With the kaleidoscope and Flying Thunder God technique, I shall unleash chaos. The relentless flow of chakra surged into the lotus wind, empowering him to fully employ the yin-yang escape and mend his body. I am truly sorry, little lotus wind, the slug hesitantly began, its tentacles wavering. What do you mean? The lotus wind replied, puzzled. Is it because you feel that you were unable to assist me during the battle? You need not worry about that. Before he could finish, the slug re-established their connection, sharing the status of its various clones with him. In an instant, a map materialized in his mind, and upon seeing the sparse number of slug clones depicted, the lotus wind was taken aback. Lord Slug, what is this? He was reluctant to contemplate, unwilling to accept the implications of the image. I deeply regret, little lotus wind, the slug expressed with remorse. While you fought, many events transpired, and it was only after the battle concluded that I received the news. The ninjutsu barrier not only affected the lotus wind, but also the slugs within the vicinity. There are only so few left. The lotus wind's limbs trembled violently as he muttered in confusion. Soon, however, his bewilderment transformed into rage, an insatiable desire for vengeance boiling within him. Saratobi Isuma, I shall see you dead. Without waiting for his body to fully recuperate, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location in an instant. Shortly after the lotus wind departed, a shadowy figure emerged from the ground, glancing coldly at the fallen Uchiha Yao and disdainfully curling its lip. What a fool, having mastered the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, yet still succumbing to death. However, that previous individual had indeed been somewhat peculiar. The figure was none other than Black Zetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows observing the battle. Initially, it had been quite close, even contemplating intervening. Yet, for reasons unknown, it felt a strong premonition that remaining near the battlefield would lead to its discovery by the lotus wind. Additionally, it sensed a threatening aura to its existence. To err on the side of caution, it distanced itself, recognizing that Uchiha Yao was already teetering on the brink of losing control, a mere pawn intended to divert attention. I hope that Uchiha Lin's operations in Konoha proceed smoothly. As it spoke to itself, Black Zetsu suddenly smiled wistfully. Mother, please bear with me a little longer. I vow to rescue you from those two ungrateful sons. I will surely do so.